to the All-Star event. Welcome back. I think that could you hear me? I'm not entirely sure. Welcome back, though, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star event for 2020. We're back on the eastern side. I hope you enjoyed the western persuasion that we had merely a few hours ago.
Yeah.
But now we are back for day number 2. This is where things get weird, wacky, and a little bit more exciting, I like to say.
Yeah, there's a lot more variety, I think, in the events that we're going to have today. Yesterday was a little bit, straightforward, right? We had 4 games of Summoner's Rift. We had 2 1v1 tournaments. But today is going to be all over the place with a lot of other players as well playing against each other. We have the influencers playing. We've got the All-Stars, the Legends as well. We're playing Nexus Blitz one time. Just one time.
Yeah.
Not even more than once, but...
And we also have the really cool one with making sure that you get your players on the champions you want them to play as well. So they only have 3 champions to choose from, and so we get to dictate exactly what we see Faker playing. I hope he gets to choose between like Teemo, Garen, and
it's probably going to be something like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. We'll have to see what happens when we get there, though. But ladies and gentlemen, very excited to bring you this this second day of All-Stars. Of course, just to give you a reminder, this is, of course, just a festival of LoL Esports' most beloved personalities, and packed with tournament competitions, and it is really ramping up today, as we mentioned. Underdog Uprising was absolutely that. The underdogs remain undefeated. Moving into today's games, we get to work out which one is the underdog out of the LCK and the LPL. Which is brilliant. Starting off today, we will have our Q Kings, which is, of course, the influencers taking on one another. Today is all about LCK versus LPL. So we'll see whether we have the better influencers or not.
We'll see. I've watched some of them. There are some really great players over there, and I'm kind of favoring the LCK side, but we'll have to wait and see, because who knows how much serious fun they're going to have in those matches too.
Exactly right. Remember, guys, this is all for charity as well. You can get over and you can purchase Elderwood On, and that will go to charity. Plus, it's a cool skin, and you can give all of your players cool named items, right? And it's all been updated as we are racing through this one. This is going to be the schedule for today. Or actually, this was the schedule for yesterday. Never mind. They're being a bit tricky with us here. But this is the results. So PCS managed to take down the LCK. The OPL did exactly the same thing. Beryl and Deft made it through. And then Casa versus You Shall See on the other side when it comes to the 1v1s. LPL lost to the LGL and the VCS, so our underdogs absolutely made an uprising like we were talking about. Looking forward to our 1v1 finals that we will have sprinkled throughout the day as well. And we'll see who manages to reign supreme. Pretty cool to have an influencer in the 1v1 final as well. In You Shall See. And
here's our schedule for today. The Q Kings, the influencers, will be playing first, and then we're going to get into the LCK 1v1 finals, which will be pretty interesting. Of course, Beryl versus Deft, and then we got the Legends, the old dinosaurs of both regions going head-to-head. Then we got LPL 1v1 Red Bull Tournament, and then finally, we have multiple matches between the LCK and LPL All-Stars playing fan-voted champions, Nexus Blitz, and then finally Summoner's Rift if necessary.
Yep, that will be a best of 3 as well. So very excited to see how this one's going to go and which of our regions is going to reign supreme. Just want to see as much League of Legends as possible personally, but we now we can get to know some of our LPL and LCK champions, because we will be seeing them a lot throughout the day.
Yeah, there's a lot more of highlighting some of the the big all-stars from these 2 big regions, of course, and so it'll be pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go over to the influencer VCR right now.
고맙다, 양. 주로 타업을 방송하고 있는 지수소녀입니다. 안녕하십니까. 지수소녀라는 이름을 들었을 때 너가 무슨 소녀라 이러신 말씀 자주 하시는데 이제는 나이로는 소녀는 아닙니다. 사실 저희 같은 팀 분들은 다 잘하시는 분들이라 저만 잘하면 될 것 같습니다. 경기 한 판이긴 하지만 열심히 해가지고 이제 실망시키지 않는 경기 한 판 하고 오겠습니다. 언제나 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 전 프로게이머이자 현재는 BJ 겸 유튜버로 활동하고 있는 이호진이라고 합니다. 유명하고 실력이 좋으신 분들이라고 전에 들었습니다. 올스타전에 초청해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 많은 분들께 기억에 남을 수 있는 올스타전이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
롤챔스와 챌린저스 코리아에서 활동했었고 방송하고 있는 소울룹이라고 합니다. 제 닉네임은 프로 시절 아이디 소울이랑 제가 자주 쓰는 아이디에 우르프가 들어가서 소울룹이라고 지었습니다. 그리고 같은 팀 인플루언서들 되게 잘하고 방송도 재밌게 하시는 분이라고 생각하고 재밌는 경기들 많이 나왔으면 좋겠습니다. 파이팅! 파이팅하고 오겠습니다.
저는 롤 전 프로게이머, 현재는 라이어 파트너로 활동하고 있는 나라카일입니다. 저를 포함한 우리 팀도 중국 인플루언서 분들보다는 잘할 거라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 작년 올스타에서 활약한 만큼 이번에도 활약하고 싶고요. 올스타전 재밌게 잘 즐기고 중국팀을 상대로 기만하는 거 야무지게 승리하고 오겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 민가지라고 합니다. 에올리온 웨어 진리라는 이름으로 LCK 잠깐 좀 진출한 게 전부죠. 처음에는 자크 장인인가? 이렇게 생각을 많이 하셔주셨는데 푸근한 이미지가 좀 있는 것 같아요. 너무 유명한 분들을 만나게 돼서 팀워크도 너무 완벽하거든요. 저도 이제 많이 뒤처진다 생각하는데 뒤처지지 않게 많이 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 시청자분들 눈살 찌푸리지 않도록 좀 나름 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello， 大家好，我是斗鱼主播于小 C。我觉得的话，应该就是18年的韩服打上最强王者，当然只是用诺手，以及19年的时候的话是打到了侠武之巅王者1000胜点。当然这一次全明星的话肯定是非常期待的，因为能跟很多实力强劲的选手以及主播跟他们交手，所以的话我是非常开心的。这一次全明星有没有想交手跟一起玩的人？那么交手的肯定是有，那就是369了。我觉得我的队友的话都是非常强劲的主播和退役选手的，而且我们队伍里面的氛围的话也是非常不错的。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 B 站的宫本狗语，直播间号是102。我曾经用狗头20分钟能 Q 出来700多层，应该算吧。我稍微看了一下我的队友，我发现好像他们都比我强的样子，我应该是最菜的那一个吧，希望不拖他们的后腿。
大家好，我是企鹅主播夕阳。我最具有代表性事件是在全明星用辛德拉跟菲可5开，很高兴能够参加这次全明星，也十分期待后面的比赛。这次全明星我比较想和勾勾印交手，这位退役的职业选手我也是打过辅助的，这次跟水晶哥搭档下路还是有信心的。
大家好，我是斗鱼主播志勋。参加这次全明星感觉非常的开心，也十分期待后面的比赛，因为可以和很多实力强劲的主播和选手交手。这次全明星比较想和 Rookie 交手，因为他的中单非常的强，有很多值得学习的地方。我觉得新版本让很多英雄的玩法以及出装变得更加多样化了，以及装备的分布和规划让很多新手玩家都更容易上手。如果难刀被ban了，我就玩一手加里奥，因为它既有伤害又有控制，还可以支援队友。
嗨，大家好，我是 Crystal 水晶哥。这次参加全明星，其实自己挺激动的，因为是我人生第一次参加全明星，所以希望自己可以发挥的好一点。我想和微笑较量一下，因为在我职业生涯初期，微笑一直是我的偶像。我队友都是一些比较厉害的选手，像也有一些打过职业的，比方说像夕阳，也算是老朋友了，所以很期待和他一起玩游戏。
Great to hear from all of the influencers and, of course, former pros that I'm sure a lot of you did recognize as well, especially if you're boomers like Brendan and I.
Well, don't speak for me, Max, but that's okay.
All right.
You can take that.
You know what? Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get into day number 1. Day number 2. I'm sorry.
各位亲爱的观众，中午好，欢迎收看2020年英雄联盟全明星赛。哎，但是看到一个传承加料，手法好，哇，被动了，华彩随风，但是狂风一架闪现过来，竟拿到3杀。
我们应该是可以恭喜 LGL。
风雨选手，我感觉他出现在了挨打的画面里啊，为什么会这样？
哇，这伤害太高了。
Yeah, that was decent, but the Ignite coming down at exactly the right time, and I thought having a trap available.
一进大战姿态，如皮特强大，
元素，
挂点燃，直接拿一血，一个 QWQ。
It's sudden death, remember, guys, and he's heading towards the enemy turret and prey.
常人先过来打一波招呼，
再跳上来，绕吹完了，网住感觉没了。
啊，没有用啊。
He's not going to be able to reach it in time here as the barrier eventually puts it in depth. Finishes.
58上来就感觉这么又打不过了，C光最后一刀，2比1，挺进决赛。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to get a bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. Some pretty ridiculous times in those 1v1s. Yeah. Faker versus Prey, definitely a highlight in the Amumu versus Amumu.
Yeah, I love when he walked towards the fire and decided to die by himself rather than die by the tears of his enemy Prey.
Yeah.
But he did lose in the end. And actually, Prey did end up winning that one.
Exactly right. Sometimes the biggest smile is the one that wins. And
Prey was having a great time.
Yeah.
He just could not help himself. He was just having an awesome time. It was so cool to watch.
Exactly right. And ladies and gentlemen, you guys at home could be getting some sweet surprises. If you're watching on lolesports.com, then Mercedes-Benz may have a surprise for you later in the day. So just letting you know. That could be a place to catch all of your all-star action.
Could happen.
Speaking of which, let's get into our first match, which is going to be LPL versus LCKQ Kings. These are, you know, some former pro players on both sides of the rift, as well as some of the biggest influences from China and Korea. And I think our eyes, especially if you've been around the pro scene for a very long time, are drawn to a couple of names on both sides. One in particular, for me, on the LPL side is definitely Crystal. Did very well in the 1v1 tournament yesterday, but also is one of my favorite 80 carries to watch. Snake was one of my favorite teams. You know, back in the day, back in like 2015, 2016, was always very, very fun to watch. They had some of the most... One of people's favorite team compositions. And of course, on the other side, we've got Hojin, who was, you know, runner-up at the World Championship in 2015 himself.
Yeah, we saw him there on the stage in the hype video for him when he first came out. And it's really cool to see that he's still doing well. You know, one of the Tigers still out there kicking.
Yeah.
We're losing some as the days go by.
Well, I mean, as far as that roster
times
is concerned, we've lost all of them. Smeb recently announcing his retirement, and these are going to be Hojin's teammates as well. Jelly, not the Jelly that you remember from the Afrika Freaks or anything like that. You did used to play for Alienware well and truly back in the day, but that looked like an old K-pop video, so it was certainly a while. Narakyle spent some time over in North America, actually. Played for Dragon Knights before he was swiftly replaced by Alex Ish. So this is going to be who they are up against. You shall see our 1v1 monster taking down 369 yesterday.
He's up against Karsa a little bit later today, so we'll see how he does there because Karsa looks like the best player in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that's a real toughie.
He's having fun at the same time, you know? He's not even like going super hardcore or anything like that. Karsa just insanely good as they immediately ban Darius away from You Shall See. He's not going to see that one, as also Talon will be taken away from Shun. which we saw him in his video. He's like, if they ban Talon, I'll just play Galio. So,
well, maybe they'll ban Galio. What are we gonna do about that? Well, one of the champions that my mind is certainly going to is the Pantheon that we've seen permanently banned throughout this entire day, whether it be 1v1s or 5v5. Lee Sin, though, he's going to go because Hojin Lee, his name used to be Lee, actually. Hojin. This is a long time ago. He had to rename from Lee, went back to Hojin. While he was on the Rocks Tigers, of course. Well, the Coup Tigers, the GE Tigers. He was on all of them.
One thing I'm noticing is that all these influencers have awesome setups. Like their cameras and lens are just amazing.
Yeah.
So cool.
And we're used to seeing a few of our pro players, which is obviously webcams and. No. These guys, these are professionals.
Yeah. And of course, the Chinese influencers, the LPL guys, are over in the studio. So they're going to have awesome cameras there as well in their own right.
Yep.
It's Fortune taken away.
Now, we'll see whether the... Oh, no. So no Galio bans at all. Are we going to see that one picked up is going to be the question because that Talon ban standing out. Pantheon, though... Pantheon should probably be picked here, right? Malphite as well, but no, it's going to be Talia.
Talia picked up here again, and we were seeing some Talia play yesterday. I don't think it went very well, from what I could remember.
No, but I mean, the composition was terrible.
Yeah.
That was top lane Alice.
Oh, it wasn't Talia's fault?
I wouldn't give, in fact, it wasn't Cass's fault all day. The guy played incredibly well. Unfortunately, versus the LJL, that was just, I mean, the jungle diff did actually exist, but that was because Blank had one of the best performances I've seen in a really long time. It was very, very impressive. Here is the Hecarim. See where the Goyu's going to go towards that. I actually, in the preseason, thought that Hecarim would be a champion that a lot of people would gravitate to. He did only like to build, you know, the first portion of a jungle item and then go towards Trinity Force. Much easier to do that now. Because, of course, your jungle item just disappears and goes away. And, he doesn't want to waste space on a thing like that. No. He's a horse.
Ooh, Maokai.
That's a tree.
We like tanks here in this this current patch. We saw the PCS was not messing around when they brought 3 tanks into their game. That was the first match we had yesterday. But we'll see how many tanks get picked up. But we're looking at a Jace right here.
I'm suspecting bottom lane. Because this is Narakyle, and he was a Jace one trick, but it's going to be the Lucian, so we're just going to lock in something pretty standard, and hopping over the other side, see what we're going to get for our final pick in the first round for the LPL side. Crystal going towards the Kaiser is interesting. In my mind, this is actually because of my background, I guess. In my mind, it's Hojin versus Crystal, and I should probably stop that from happening. Xiang's also there, who is a former pro player. Sourf, currently in the mid lane for the LCK. He was solely played for CJ Entus back in the day as well. So you know, we do certainly have some pro representation, but Crystal and Hojin certainly standing out in my mind. As there's another Alistair, could certainly be top lane Valdez.
Yeah, you know, I don't think so. But I don't know. I feel like for these influencers, it is a little bit more of like showing their champions, right? But also like they want to play well, right? Because they want to be like, hey, look at how good I am. Come watch my stream. You know, like it's a little bit of you know, advertising, right? It's like, 100%. Hey, look at how cool I am. Look at how fun I am playing on this champion. You can catch me at so-and-so, you know. So, you know, it's good for the influencers. It's pretty cool to see this match and highlight them as well. And I don't know. So far, it feels like we're kind of getting pretty standard in terms of the way we're going. So I don't know if we're going to have any Ashe mid lane or anything like that. But I don't know. There's still time. You know, we still got 2 picks left.
That is very true. That is very true. We'll see whether Yasuo's brother is going to be banned away here. Yone, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, every single champion is available, so you can play whatever you want in the All-Star event. And so since Worlds, we've had 4 that have been released. None of them picked here so far, though. So we'll have a look. Rel has been performing pretty poorly thus far. However, did win yesterday, despite being down 10,000 gold in like 10 minutes. The OPL did manage to get Rel to a victory. However, it was not Rel that did it.
No,
that was
no, it wasn't.
Malphite
The
won.
bottom lane was, I think, 0-21 at some points. I'm not even joking.
I think Ray's picked up his first kill after his first 11 deaths.
Yeah,
is how that
sounds
one worked.
about right.
But that all that's telling me is that it was a very, very fun game. Speaking of fun, we've got Aatrox.
What?
Yep. You
Speaking
shall
of
see.
fun, we have Camille over here picked for probably Jisoo.
Yeah.
You would imagine. Although, let's see. We have Set here as well.
We certainly have a lot of champions on the LCK side. We'll actually have to see where they're going to be going in the end. I'm suspecting the Camille to go towards the top lane. Support Set, most likely, alongside the Lucian.
And Maokai in the jungle, Talia mid, I guess?
Nah. Sol's playing mid Maokai, 100%.
Okay. There it is. There's the Galio. He said it.
This is boring, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Like I said, they're coming out here. They're coming out to win, right? The
This
pride
looks
of their
like
region.
a good comp. I don't want to see good comps. Oh no, it is going to be support Maokai though, so
Yeah.
that's going to be the change up. I guess that makes more sense. It's just that Set support alongside Lucian, very, very powerful lane in the earlier stages, and Kai'Sa Alistar, not so much, so it would have been a good way to capitalize on that. However, the thinking is still relatively similar for Maokai support.
It's so interesting to see all the different influencers in their environments, you know, where they stream from, where they create their content. I feel like Narakyle could use a little bit more lighting there.
Yeah,
personally.
maybe. I mean, it's just because it's a bright day outside, you know.
That's true.
That's it's sometimes what you need to pay some attention to. These are going to be your rosters here. Aatrox versus Camille. This is a matchup that we've been watching for a very, very long time. Talia versus Hecarim feels like we're going back in time. And then, Set versus Galio, standard stuff. Thankfully, Jelly's mixed it up. He's playing a tree. Narakyle almost went towards his Jace, but decided to lock in his Lucian in the end with everything on the LPL side just looking very standard from 2020. It's like the preseason never happened.
Yeah, it's not too mixed up here. I do think that the LPL's comp is quite good. It's just actually really good. It'll be interesting to see how that bottom lane goes, because I think Maokai Lucian should be able to put on some pressure there. And obviously that top lane. Going to be pretty interesting. Camille up against the Aatrox.
And we already saw You Shall See win out in the Aatrox mirror matchup yesterday against Top Esports 369.
Yeah.
So
I think yesterday we were saying like, oh, he's Diamond 3 or something like that, but he was actually like
Diamond 4.
Yeah. No, but that's like currently, because he was in 2019,
yeah.
he was like challenger on the Chinese server. Like, that is pretty ridiculously good. So the guy,
it depends which server, actually. I'm assuming it was Ionia, which is the Chinese super server that has all of their best players on it, but also played on the Korean server as well.
Yeah.
A lot of Chinese pros especially play on the Korean server.
Yep. Look at this. Teamwork.
Oh yeah, makes the dream work, Valdez.
The LCK comes together.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen at home, you can participate in the player of the game vote for this match, so you can send that one through. Looking forward to it. Okay, so starting on the blue, getting a bit of a leash, very standard stuff. The Burley boys match up here in the mid lane, as we've got some chicken versus Set action.
GG.
Yeah, it's a big win so far.
I don't know if we're allowed to be biased. I don't think so. I'll just, I'll cheer for the best League of Legends play. But, of course, LCK casters here. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see who has more serious fun. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I like this serious fun thing that you have going on.
Yeah.
Speaking of serious fun, that's a cat being thrown out of a brush. Absolutely love it. Maokai, the only skin for Maokai these days, in my personal opinion. So
Isn't there like a Christmas tree Maokai with the presents, right?
Yeah, you can throw presents.
So I think for 11 months out of 12, Maokai is like best, right? Number 1.
Yeah.
But I think for December, actually, you could go with the Christmas tree Maokai. I think that's acceptable.
Personally, I disagree.
Okay, how about the last 2 weeks of December?
I think on the 25th of December, you can do it. But otherwise, Maokai is 100% the best. Maybe the 24th. Christmas Eve, you can still do it there, as Ojin not going to be able to find the seismic shove as he just pops his head into the mid lane.
I do agree that Maokai is the best skin in general.
Yeah,
but you know, it's the season, right? It's the season to go out there and buy Elderwood Ornn.
That is true.
Help out charity.
I'm not going to deny that one.
Also to potentially wear the Christmas Maokai skin.
Well, Hojin absolutely obliterates the Rift Scuttler there.
Talia's really good at that,
yeah.
Actually. She can, most of the time, just one combo it. Ooh! Nice CS.
Beautiful.
Well done.
You cast a curse him instantly.
I mean, yeah, he would have had to auto right away. But, it's okay. I forgive you.
I do want to draw your attention to Jisoo, who's taken Ignite Teleport like an absolute monster. Love that.
Beast. Here comes Hojin again. Now, this is definitely something you can set up. But he's just, okay.
Yeah, he needs to wait for Umbral Dash to be on cooldown if he wants to guarantee anything. With the Aatrox being out of range of Hookshot. Well, Crystal taking a lot of damage here, but this is how this lane should go. Kai'Sa Alistar, we already mentioned, just not exactly the most powerful, as Sourf running away, has popped the Ghost already. Gets into the brush that was warded, but as you can see, Goyu could hecker him. Okay, Jelly looking for this one as Crystal pops the heal. Stun comes down onto Narakyle and he's going to be taken. Crystal now, stutter stepping for a moment, but that's going to be Jelly grabbing that kill, giving him the okay. And Shield flashed after him. Headbutt comes back. Goyu delivered a kill. The drive-by is beautiful. And the LPL grab too.
What a absolutely amazing display of mechanical talent from our Alistar player. Comes in and sets up Goyu. Perfectly done. He looks really happy actually down there.
Yeah,
in the camera.
So I was talking about it yesterday, and Xiang was the top laner, but played support for OMG as well. He transferred down to support before he left the team. And so I was wondering why the heck I had that in my brain, and I'm not as much of an idiot as I thought I was. Played mid, top, and support.
Take a look at this replay. I think Narakyle accidentally autos Xiang one time with the double tap. Let me see here. So he hits. Yep, he does.
No,
I knew it.
Attack move.
And that's actually what gets him into trouble. He would have lived and gotten the kill, but it ends up going to the sapling that Jelly had put down about a minute before in that brush.
I mean, at least it was there, but this is Xiang just being an absolute god. Look at that. And Goyu with all of the mechanics right-clicking on him after pressing E. Unbelievable stuff. So, it is going to put the LPL in a 100 gold lead. 200 now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ticking up.
Not 300.
4.
Oh, okay. I wonder if any of these players are nervous, you know? Like, they play for their streams and when they're making content and stuff, but, you know, bit of a bigger audience, I would assume, for most of them. Obviously, a lot of them do have pro experience and have played on big stages before, but, you know.
Most actually have definitely got some high-octane experience.
Yeah. Talia loves hard CC, especially targeted CC because she doesn't have it herself, but if she can set up seismic shove combos, it is really good. He's just going to go for it instead of waiting, which is a bit of a mistake. It might not matter, though.
Trouble. Jelly's just going to suicide underneath the turret, which is not great. However, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, and support for AD you'll always take. If you're on the LCK side of that trade, Hookshot's going to be able to grab the stun, but you shall see. Already in the sky. Jisun just wanted to hang out up here as well. That's fried chicken delivery, I guess.
It was very fast.
Yeah, might have been the
Korean
wrong order.
style. I don't know what that was, really. I think maybe he wanted him to dive the turret, and then they were just going to go for a 2-on-1 under the turret, but that wasn't really going to work.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but you can see Soaf going to get the flash out of Jisun here. And also, I love that pathing actually, making sure that Galio had to go the long way around. Misses out on even more CS. Hojin continuing to show us exactly what the power of Talia is, which is taking down shellfish in the river.
She's really good at taking down jungle camps and all that good stuff. But yeah, she finishes off that early jungle item. Now she's going to get to work on the Rift Herald here. LCK still behind, but doesn't really feel that way, you know? Feels like it's still pretty even in this game.
Yeah. Goyu going for more of a ability haste style of build. As you can see, he does have his Sheen, so it does look like it will be Trinity Force. It's still going to come in, but just might take a little bit longer, potentially. See how it's going to go. Now just going to start off on this Infernal Drake. As Hojin deals with this Rift Herald. Jisoo comes down, steals that one away. Like it a lot. They might just pop it into the mid lane. We'll see. Can they grab the face breaker? The flash goes in. Decent CC. Full culling over Crystal and Xiang. But no, oh no. Soaf just a little bit too close to the sun, as my friend Valdez would say. But that Weaver's Wall is beautiful. Goyu limping away. That seismic shove is going to land. But Crystal on the back line trying to be the hero. Not going to be able to quite do it. Double kill. Make it a triple for Narakyle. As you shall see, he's like, well, at least I got some plates, boys and girls.
Yeah. Neither of the top laners had their teleport, but actually Jisoo is able to roam down after picking up that Rift Herald. And at first you're thinking, oh, 3v4, but take a look at the two guys coming in from the mid lane. They get here a little bit late in terms of set slight, but a very nice wall setup. I think we should have just taken that over the wall and been in position to do the most damage and potentially pick up Goyu, but we're not exactly min-maxing here 100%. And either way, he is still very squishy on the Talia. So wanted to play it safe, just put down the wall, follow up. A nice idea by Crystal. He knew either he was going to get a kill or he was going to just die without getting one. So goes back in, trades the 1-for-1 for his life at least. And it's all good.
Yep, stays on brand for Crystal as well. He was definitely a engage first, ask questions later type player. That was because often when Crystal was playing, he had two supports, which was a whole lot of fun. The Nunu Janna composition.
Doesn't sound very fair.
That was a beauty from back in the day. One of our favorites.
Well,
on the LPL commentary team.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Valdez, you don't need to agree.
You don't have to include me in that one.
It was fun though. Seismic Shove going to miss. The World Ender does come out though.
Yeah.
The LCK looking to put some extra pressure up here. We'll see whether it is going to mean that the Rift Herald is going to be summoned.
I'm not a huge fan of the they're not blind, but just trying to throw out seismic shoves without any CC. It looks cool when you land it because it feels like you're making it targeted by just your prediction. It's really hard to land that because of the delay. But he's gone for it like 3 times and missed all 3 times. So I think just waiting for some hard CC or just trying to poke down first and force the enemy to use an Umbral Dash first or something like that could be good. But either way, it still looks like LCK is getting some really good map control down right now. The good roam up for the Rift Herald, and now they're looking to fight actually in the river.
Yeah, Hojin actually going to get feared back. Heroic Entrance going to come down as well, and Jisun is just going to put him into the Death Chamber all too easily. Crystal grabs his 2nd kill at the same time, putting the LPL 1,000 gold in the lead. And they might even be able to get some extra plates here towards the mid lane. Jisoo girl, oh no. You shall see, just going to take her down. Unfortunate there. Not able to flash, of course, because doesn't have that one, but will have that teleport available very, very soon. See what she's going to be able to do now. She makes her way back towards that top side. Only a couple of plates remaining on the LCK side.
Yeah. We'll have to take another look at exactly how that transpired, but seems like maybe baited into a fight in that sense. And this means that this top lane is going to be pretty dominated here by Yu Xiaoxi. And at first in this replay, I thought the LCK were going to collapse, but Soerf does not commit, and this actually gets the Taliyah in a terrible spot. The LPL team, I'm going to hold that thought, though. We got another fight.
Yeah, you shall see. Trying to fight this one out. Jisoo gets the stun from the hook shot, as that's the world ender for exactly the right amount of extra movement speed. Now trying to turn it. Has a couple of Qs. Last one remaining, but not going to be able to get on top. No flash. Remember, as Soerf going to make his way in. Breaks the face of You Shall See, and that is going to be a dead Aatrox, as the LCK also puts pressure on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, nicely done, just coming in there using the global of the Taliyah, or essentially a global, getting over to the top side and helping make that a 2-on-1, but he had already taken down the top turret essentially by himself. I mean, there was no Rift Herald used up there, so able to get a ton of value up in the top side. He's going to finish that Gore Drinker, and he's going to be in a really great spot here in terms of his gold and the pressure he'll be able to put on in that side lane, at least for now, because eventually, as we all know, that Camille will get a bit out of control.
Indeed. Although, Gore Drinker does just, feels like it changes things just a little bit. The
It's
Divine
a good item.
Sunderer, completed by Goyu. His first mythic does come in. Crystal as well, putting some items together quite nicely, although is still behind in farm by just a little bit over a wave. Snarkyle's been down there just hoovering them up as best he can.
Red team has slain the dragon.
A little bit of invade. Mostly because no one wants to be around You Shall See at the moment because he's pretty big.
Yeah, just don't go anywhere near that guy.
Oh no! In comes the ultimate as Jelly could be in trouble here, but Xiang, flashes out. Keeps himself alive. Goyu looking for it. Ooh, I actually thought that might have been an opportunity there for the Hecarim, but no, not going to be able to get there. The turret was on him and he wasn't exactly full health.
I think Narakyle being very safe there. Now trying to bait Crystal in, but he'll have to flash away because Hojin right in position to try to punish.
Yeah, nicely done. Hojin just going to clear out some vision now. Buying some back timings there. And Taliyah getting extra farm, Valdez. Definitely very happy about the situation as we have a look at this replay once again.
Yeah, just a big caught out here. Not much else to say. And nicely done by Xiang. He had that ultimate up, and you could see that Narakyle's like, nope, I'm out of here. Just gonna flash. I thought maybe he could bait in a little dash from the Hecarim and then maybe flash, but would have been very thin. Probably would have died anyway. So just decides to hold on to his little bounty he's got for himself, his little streak. And that's definitely fine. Just hold on to that for now.
Indeed. All right, dash cannon completed here by Shizun in the mid lane. Galio getting scary, actually. 2-1 and 2. He did say, look, if his Talon was banned, it was going to be Galio all day long. And no bans did come through, so only half of the homework done for the LCK. We'll see whether that means that it's going to be a Gargoyle carry this game on the LPL side of things. I'm just a little bit frightened, you know. I thought that the bottom lane for the LCK was going to be able to run over the top, but Crystal and Xiang have actually been playing it very, very well, especially this Alistar from Xiang. Really looking good.
See Hojin hanging around, seeing what he can see. This surely is going to go down, so they will be able to take that one here. We have the Mountain Soul in this game, so it'll be interesting to see. I think that it should benefit the LPL side a little bit more if they do jump onto that. We shouldn't see too many resistances from the Lucian, Taliyah, and Camille on the side of the LCK, and we already see that the set is building for some damage rather than full tank or anything like that. So,
yep, set up Layla and King already completed. As this Rift Herald not even going to need to hurt her skull on that turret. In fact, gets very, very confused and starts her walk once again. Let's see whether Soerf can actually make his way in, get this one happening, as there's the Hex Splash from Xiang. Gets the headbutt pulverized, that's a big engage. Heroic Entrance going to come down as well as the LCK trying to start the fight up on the other front. You Shall See is going to fall in trade for the set. As now the root is going to come down. It collects Crystal for the moment, as Jisoo has to be careful. This Kai'Sa does a fair bit of damage, actually, needs the respect of the LCK, so it will be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yep, just split focus there. The Set gets caught essentially in his own jungle, but that's because they have such great engage on the side of LPL. They just follow up with the Galio. They got Hecarim following in there. But for some reason, Yu Xiaoxi just kind of went in by himself a little bit too close to the enemies there. And so he got caught at the same time. So not bad of the LCK to pick up that kill, as they should have seen that Hex Flash channeling, but you don't necessarily assume that you're going to be in trouble as a set when you're in your own jungle there. So kind of gets dogpiled there, but so does Yu Xiaoxi. And see here, thinking about going for Kai'Sa, but then Jisu's like, nope. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Does a little bit too much damage, as you can see. Jelly wanting to set up the rest of his team with his added damage on CC targets. Definitely works quite well on the Maokai. I think maybe a little bit better than an Ashe. What do you think, Valdez?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Don't put it on the Ashe.
Although maybe
never
Rookie can prove us wrong later in the day. He can show exactly what it was supposed to do. As it's going to be a great stun out of Jisoo. World Ender comes through here from Yu Xiaoxi. Not enough damage as Hojin. One more auto's going to do it, but no, Gordrinker just not quite OP enough to keep the Aatrox alive in that 2 versus 1. Go unit, though, looking to try and grab some revenge as, oh my goodness, straight over the wall. I don't believe that was blind, as Jisoo's not going to find the hook shot, but still going to get a fair bit of damage here with her Trinity Force ramping up. But no, Goyu's going to make it out of there. Horsey's run pretty quick, as it turns out. Going to be absolutely fine. Jisoo continuing the push and should be able to take down this turret.
Yeah, we got this Mountain Drake, and this is what I was talking about. I think the LPL can kind of just scoop this one up with the little lead that they do have, and it's going to benefit their team a lot here.
Well, teleports are coming down. LCK looking to try and stop this one. As you can see, Justice Punch avoided there by Soev. Not going to find any taunts either as Jisoo, a little bit frightening. Xiang, opportunity for a big headbutt hold here, but the Mountain Drake does go to the LCK. Only one target there from Xiang as he's just trying to deliver a gargoyle to the fight, but finds no CC. Really good disengage from the LCK. They get them off the dragon, take it themselves. The flash pulverized, though. Xiang's not done yet, as the set is going to go down immediately, but Xiang also going to fall. Great dash out from Narakyle as Crystal thinks that it's his time to go. Jelly just trying to run to safety. Jisoo dives in, but the Gore Drink is too good. And Crystal looking for even more damage, but isn't able to quite find it. 1 for 2 in favor of the LPL, and they have a minion wave here to help take down this inner turret. Goyu, that's a big bounty that you have on your head, my friend. Probably be a little bit careful with that. And the tower does stay alive.
Yeah, this kind of feels like my Taliyah games where I do, you know, like 50k damage, but my team, there's no front line really, so it's like, oh crap, just get engaged on by hard engage supports and tanks and all that fun stuff, especially Hecarim. I hate playing against Hecarim.
Yeah, no, it's not great as a Taliyah.
Interesting. This is so forced by the LPL. It was basically just Xiang by himself to start. Really nice setup there, by the way. He has displayed some insane mechanics in this game so far. And yeah, you can see it's kind of a 4-on-3 because Jisoo's a little bit too low on the Camille. She decides, well, we can get it, but no! Look at that lifesteal.
So
insane.
Silly.
I mean,
it's so silly.
This item with Aatrox is just like, you're just not killing this guy. It's not going to happen.
I'm sensing Rich just in solo queue right now, just like hands together. Good.
Probably just check his OPGGs, like just stacking tons of games on it right now.
Yep, exactly right. Well, Sapling gonna spot out a cow and a horse. It's the farmyard over here towards the top side. Chicken comes on in. It's a whole McDonald, man. It really is.
Who's the farmer? Is it Kai'Sa or is it Aatrox?
I mean, it's Kai'Sa and Aatrox.
Are they the married couple?
Yeah, the couple on the farm.
I see.
Yeah, it's Mr. McDonald and Mrs. McDonald.
Interesting couple.
Yeah.
But you know, whatever works.
Yeah, look, it doesn't really matter. It sort of suits somewhat. I mean, also the chicken's a gargoyle apparently, so it's not perfect.
It's got a chicken suit on though, so it's kind of like some kind of weird
imposter chicken.
It's a weird farm.
Yeah, it's like why isn't this one giving us any eggs?
Yeah.
And why does he seem to be made out of concrete?
He doesn't move very much, but he's kind of a quiet guy.
It's fine. You shall see. Fighting up against So right now. Could have been another top lane matchup that we could have potentially had this game. 3 top laners technically in this one. 4, given Lucian's propensity for heading up there. The LCK continuing to push, looking for this mid lane. Crystal getting a whole bunch of items together now. Pretty frightening. Essence Reaver just completed for Narakyle. See whether that helps out as far as this Lucian's ability to carry through. Does have a lot of damage so far. As Jisoo looking for second item. Oblivion Orb done for Hojin. And Oblivion Orb, fantastic now against this LPL squad with their Gore Drinker Aatrox. The fact that you only need the Oblivion Orb to get the Grievous Wounds is that's a godsend for this Talia.
Yeah. We do have the Collector completed there on the Kai'Sa. Pretty good item, pretty popular. But we haven't seen it too much in this All-Star event so far over here on the Asia side.
Crystal in trouble. Does have to use the shield. With the ultimate, Killer Instinct going to be enough there as he dashes out of the way. Narakyle flashes forward. Can't quite get over the wall. Narakyle, has he gone too far? The answer is absolutely yes. As now Goyu almost falls to Hojin. But that's a very sad Maokai. Oh no, he was just in his pajamas, ready for bed. They decided to push the fight regardless. And a good move by the LPL as well. Getting revenge for Crystal very, very swiftly. Hojin looking for You Shall See now. You can see the Grievous Wounds working out quite nicely here. The rest of the LPL coming on through. Good seismic shove though. Says good night to the Aatrox.
If he had his World Ender, that would have been a 1-on-3. He would have survived with all of the
yeah, he probably would have just
steal he's got.
Yeah. If he still had, if he could have used Flash aggressively onto Hojin, this would have been over.
And then his team would have come over, and it would have been a disaster. But good on the LCK side to realize he did not have his World Ender up. And now it looks like they want to go for this Mountain Drake. They actually got the last one, you'll remember, because they collapsed really fast. So they're able to take 2 away from the LPL. Nicely done.
Yep. Dead Man's Plate just completed on the Hecarim, building almost purely defensively at this stage. Although, it looks like, you know, there's a longsword chilling there, so we might go back to more of a damage-focused build. And based on his mythic, every legendary does give him a magic and armor penetration. So, theoretically, going to help out if he does want to build more damage. So we're going to have a look at this one more time. Narakyle did need to go extraordinarily deep to try and take down Crystal here. And, was punished.
I don't know if that's worth. Almost definitely not. Especially with the teleport that was committed to. Kind of got his support killed, and everybody else in the LCK wasn't really here to help. And they actually pinged the set in the river. So they knew that he was there, and it seemed like actually Yushasi was waiting for him and thought maybe they could collapse, but ended up he just went down in the end. And now they're going to start the Baron. Just going to go for it.
Xiang waiting off to the side. Wants to be able to get all of that CC ready. Flash is up as well for the Alistar as teleport to come forward from Jisoo. The LPL say that's all we needed.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely successful Baron attempt, as the LCK do have inside track on this mid lane outer turret.
That was a little bit early on the teleport, I would have to say. I mean, there was still a lot of health on the Baron. And you'll notice, look at the build that the Maokai is going for.
Yeah.
You go for the Imperial Mandate. It does give you ability power, plus all your other legendary items do get 15 ability power on top of that. So he's like a poke support, more than like a tank. He's not really building tank at all.
Yep, has Sork Shoes as well. As Yushao going to get slowed down. There's the Flash Face Breaker. They want to get rid of him. Oh my goodness, the Gore Drinker and World Ender combo is very strong. It does allow the Galio to get in there. He goes golden as well. It's the LCK getting relatively low, but it's the LPL funneling in one after the other, and this might be enough here as Crystal. So much damage potential. Hojin looking for it. The threaded volleys are working. Goes golden in the end after taking down the Kai'Sa, but now There's just too many of them as it's a triple kill for the horse. So not anything that he's going to be able to do about this one. Face breaker avoided with the Justice Punch. And Shisun looking beautiful on the Galio as well. It looks like Old MacDonald certainly can be writing a song about this one.
Yeah, I love this LPL Q-Kings team, actually. They have no chill at all. They see enemy champion and they try to kill the enemy champion. And they've got a comp that goes well with it. They're not going to kill the Baron, though.
Yeah,
they're going to kill champions, not the Baron if they don't have Kaisa. And you can see here, yes, Yu Xiaoxi does get killed and isolated, and you're thinking, okay, nice pick for the LCK. Nope, here comes Galio. He's by himself. He does a bunch of damage, survives. And then you're like, okay, they're going to flash and disengage. Nope, in goes the Hecarim by himself. And of course, the Kaisa follows up immediately. Great follow-up here from Xiang, who I think has been the MVP for me.
Oh, yeah.
If not the Galio, perhaps. Or the Aatrox. I don't know. There's a lot of players over there that are playing really well. But, yeah, they're just using their comp really well. Even if it's not, imagine if all 5 of them went in together. It would just be unbeatable, but they still just go in one by one, and they still win the fights. And they make it look pretty easy. So props to the LPL side here so far.
Well, Haymaker keeps Soaf alive here as he looks for this minion wave. Building pretty tanky after the initial Blade of the Ruined King. Doesn't have a Mythic yet, interestingly enough, just deciding to go against it. Ravenous Hydra complete, Jisoo girl, after her initial Trinity Force. But Valdez, I'm looking at Goyu and I'm just wondering what the heck is ever going to stop this horse. Because he's 706, just having the time of his life, He's like a stallion,
Yes.
through the galloping through the fields majestically.
Are we back to the farm again?
Yeah, I feel like he's been released from the farm.
Yeah,
it's just
maybe.
it's all freedom. It's all freedom for this horse.
He's allowed to start his own life as a mercenary on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really weird movie idea. Maybe someday. Kind of reminds me of like BoJack Horseman or something.
Yeah, my thoughts
nothing.
went more for like the fields in Mongolia and stuff where there are still wild horses, but maybe not so much.
Our brains go in two very different directions.
We're definitely in very, very different positions here.
Look at LCK. They're trying to take this Mountain Drake. They're all grouping up for it. And I think we might have our first maybe clean, solid 5v5. Let's see.
I mean, this Drake is going to go down. The LPL just failing to get into position here as Heroic Entrance could have been utilized, but you shall see, I guess, wasn't there to frontline. Good vision available with that control ward in the brush. And these kitties are doing a lot of damage, man.
Yeah. It's pretty cool what you can do with the Imperial Mandate. You also slow them up when you put them in the brush, and they become the Empower kitties.
Yeah.
So that Imperial Mandate gets even more value. You can see LPL, they're trying to posture right now to potentially take a fight. That's really all this comp wants to do. Just get in your face, engage in 5v5.
Well, they really want the Baron. The Baron thwarted them that one time. And so they really want to try and get some attention to it. LCK making sure that they keep the vision available, but they're going to run out of these blue trinkets eventually. Only one left, and that one is going to be popped now. So, very blind when it comes to the Baron, and the LPL seem to know that. It's already down to half health, and the LCK with no ability to know about this. They have to get in there. They are going to get the bad news as it is yelled across the rift, and now Goyu deciding to get right in amongst it. Kaisa picking up the first kill. It is traded as the horse does eventually get shut down. Jisoo gets headbutted out of there as Soaf trying to run for safety as Narakyle. This could be his chance. Is it the potential pentakill? That is the question as Xiang, he's going to get taken down. Double in the end. Sol attacking Jisun right here as Hojin takes down Crystal, and the LCK get their revenge against the LPL. The LPL did manage to get Baron, but it's going to be pretty hard to utilize it, and the Red Bull Baron power play not exactly going to be all that jaw-dropping.
Yeah, we're back here on the penalty kill. It's not looking good
When did Jelly put on his sunglasses, by the way? Because maybe that was what the turning point was.
I think he just did it after that fight, actually, because he didn't have them on before. But I don't know, our Horsey maybe getting a little bit too overconfident. You know, he had a little bit too much free time, and he just ran straight at a Talia and a fed as heck Lucian, who is 9-3. And those two champions are really great at kiting. And if you can do that to the horse, he's not going to survive for a very long time. He's got a couple of, pseudo-tanky items, but first off, great idea from Xiang. But take a look at Goyu on the right side. All alone. He's got the Galio, comes in late, but he just gets shredded to pieces. So immediately you're missing your fed Hecarim, and it's just not going to be a good look after that. Jisoo goes in a little bit all alone, but really the focus here is on Narakyle, who kites everybody down perfectly after he doesn't have a Hecarim to zone him out. And Crystal's just left all alone. No place to hide. Great wall from Hojin. His Zhonya's usage has been really on point as well.
Yeah, Hojin actually playing really, really well.
He's no stranger to high-level League of Legends.
Yeah, he's played probably at the highest level possible.
Yeah.
By probably, I mean, that's a definite.
Yeah, he's got more CS than both of his solo laners here in this game. Not an uncommon thing, I guess, for a Talia. This late in the game.
Yep.
Clear camps and about a couple of presses of the buttons.
Narakyle also is extraordinarily powerful right now. Just completed his rapid fire cannon, but also has his Infinity Edge done as well. And that's a whole lot more items in comparison to what Crystal has. Here's the re-engage from the LPL, though, as Soa tries to get the pace breaker. Goyu diving into the backline, but not quite getting the value for the onslaught of shadows that he was looking for. Jisoo is taken down, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Crystal gets evaporated as Hojin again with a beautiful Zhonya's to keep himself alive. But it is going to be the shutdown onto Narakyle, and that might be the end of it for the LCK. It's big damage out of the Haymaker, but Soef's not going to be able to get that one done. And you shall see, he got ignored for a little bit longer than in every other team fight. And that spelled the end of the LCK. Jelly's still alive. There's nothing he can really do about this one.
Yeah, they committed a lot to try to kill Crystal there in that fight, and they just got themselves way out of position this time, even after the Horsey Hecarim just went in there once again and kind of died by himself. Pretty messy fight in that one. This is going to be a really big one for the LPL because they can pick up the Mountain Drake and deny the Mountain Soul from the side of the LCK. Most likely, unless Jelly wants to try to steal that with his AP kitties, but doesn't look like he's going to even try. Just going to give this one over. And we'll have to wait and see that replay. Got another look at exactly what happened. But
this is probably one of the closest games that we've had at All-Star so far.
Yeah. One of the most, straight up games as well. Not too much crazy stuff happening. As Jisoo, she is just going ham. She plays the Camille, and she has no chill. Just goes immediately into the back line. Does actually a ton of damage to You Shall See, but again, she was just too far in the back. So was the Horsey, but this is what I'm talking about. Great follow-up engage from Xiang on the two squishy, high-damage members of the LCK team. And they immediately just get pummeled. They have to be kiting. They can't go in there and try to dive onto the Kaisa, or they will get punished.
Yeah.
As they did that time around.
They don't quite have the dive potential that the LPL does have. That is absolutely right. Now Rabbidan's death cap is completed by Shison as well. So this Galio, very, very strong. His Magi is starting to stack up. And he's getting a lot of use out of that Zhonya's as well. Okay, this should be a very dead Galio. I feel like I cursed him immediately, and then he face checks and dies.
Yeah, I don't know how you managed to do that quickly.
Well,
that was a very fast and efficient caster curse.
When you've had as much practice as I have, Valdez, you tend to pick up this.
Comes naturally.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah.
I like how I'm talking to the guy that was commentating League of Legends in 2012. Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Well,
You Shall See.
I'm pretty good at it myself, the caster curse.
Yes, you are. What's You Shall See been doing recently, Valdez?
Dying a lot, actually. Mm-hmm. Not sure about that one. Got to be careful when there's a Talia on the map. We can get punished real quick like that. And honestly, I think at this point, the Camille is getting close to just being able to solo and take down that Aatrox pretty easily. I don't know if we're there quite yet, but we're very close. And you can see that it was a good bait there from Jisoo to start that one up. And now it's going to be the LCK that begins to set their sights on the Baron. They still have the teleport this time on the Camille. We'll see how the LPL responds.
Oh, it's taken down very, very quickly. You can see LCK not actually ready to go for the 50-50 because they understand that Jisoo is on the bottom side of the map and they don't need to force a Baron. And if they take it, actually, and they sort of lose that that 4-1 pressure that they do have available to themselves. So really like how they're playing this one out for now. Xiang deciding not to Hex Flash over the wall. And Jisoo looking for a back timing teleport available. Camille now going to be ready to augment the rest of her team. Good teleport ward, actually, pretty deep into the LPL jungle. But LCK just deciding to go for a reset instead as the LPL tidy up their mini waves.
Run away from the kitty. Very scary when you're dealing with this many on the map here. And he's only building more and more AP. Picked up a Giant's Belt. And now it's the LPL's turn to go for the Baron here. They also have really fast Baron at this time with the Kai'Sa.
Teleport's coming on in. Camille's going to get there as Hojin tries to break up this fight. Puts down the rocks. We'll see whether he can actually get a flash in or anything like that. No, he's going to be bullied out of the pit. In goes the culling, interrupted immediately. Flash out from Narakyle into a decent position right here, and dodges Goyu's engage. So looking for some face breakers, and the LCK have it. Once again, it's the Baron curse for the LPL, as that's going to be another ace immediately after the Purple Worm's taken down.
Yep, and another Red Bull Baron power play. I'm not sure how long this one is going to last, though, because they're just going to go for the end here. And I swear Narakyle is making me, he's inspiring me, man. I'm going to go home and play some Lucian because this guy is just insane. He got perfectly engaged upon by the Alistair again and had a horse on his back, but he still managed to kite everyone down and carried his team very well in this game. 13-4-8 by the end of it all, as that's going to be the end. The Nexus goes down 27-26 in the kills. A very close game, Atlas.
And look, you mentioned the fact that Narakyle played extraordinarily well, and I agree with you, but Hojin was also amazing in that game.
For sure.
I was expecting the LPL to be able to take this one home, Valdez. I'm not going to lie to you, but the LCK do come out on top in our first LCK versus LPL match of All-Stars 2020. And Jelly there with his glasses as well.
Yeah, they even won with the Troll AP Maokai support. How did they manage that?
Hey, it wasn't Troll. It actually worked out really, really well.
I mean, it did a little bit of a poke, and then it kind of just melted in fights.
That being said, he did interrupt one of Xiang's engages that possibly could have lost them the series.
Okay.
So that was very, very impressive. But Narakyle, I think his kiting at the very end there was absolutely fantastic, and they needed to take down Lucian because he was utterly gigantic.
But they just couldn't. They were throwing pretty much everything at the wall. I think they needed to hard engage, and then the Kai'Sa just needed to try to 1v1 trade. Because if the Lucian is dead, I think they can win even 3v4. Because the Hecarim was really fed, the Aatrox was really fed, the Kai'Sa herself as well. They had a lot of options, and I think just the Lucian was just a huge thorn in their side, and also Hojin was just doing tons of damage in that fight, kind of silently, a little bit less obviously than the Lucian, who was dashing and ice skating all over the rift. But yeah, that was pretty surprising that they were able to take that down at the end. Just really great play towards the end. I think the mechanics, especially of Narakyle, I'm a fan.
I'm a big fan. I think Team Dragon Knights should have kept him instead of Alex Zeus back in 2015 or something like that. Well, it was a very, very long time ago, and maybe things have changed since then, but I'm glad that he's still has a successful career as a content creator over here in Korea as well. So obviously he's doing absolutely fantastically for himself, but maybe after this performance, the LCK team's going to be knocking on his
Yeah.
door.
You never know what opportunities might show.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
if he's doing really well as a content creator, maybe he'll just say, nah, I'm fine where I'm at.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But, you know, Mystic went back to China, things like that. There are certainly doors being opened.
Yeah.
But we kid. I think rosters are pretty much locked
Yeah.
for next year. And we're going to be getting into Casper Cup for a bit of a preview on that one as well coming up in the next couple of days. But I think we might have a player of the game almost ready. My vote is going to go for Hojin, but we'll have to see who's going to pick that one up. We're going to have that one for you very, very soon. But now we're just going to have to wait with bated breath before we do.
I vote for Narakyle.
Yep, so we're split desk over here. We'll see.
I think the votes are already tallied.
It's going to
we
go
don't
straight
get a chance,
to Jelly.
But, yeah, I don't know. He had the coolest look, maybe.
Jisoo?
I don't think it was Jisoo. I think she was a little bit too ham. And there it is, Narakyle. We don't have him on the screen, but he did win the player of the game.
Yep, so you were right. The Oppo player of the game going over to Narakyle, and this is the play that did it. My vote. That was Jelly doing something good, actually. So this was the previous team fight. So that twisted advance to stop the cow from getting in. That was the dream. This was the almost pentakill. And you're right, Narakyle had a very, very good game.
Yeah, there were a lot of pieces that helped him out, but I think he was kind of that one guy who carried a bit more than the others. And this isn't really one of the good fights for him, though. This is more of like a Xiang highlight when he eventually gets disengaged on the left here. Flash double knock up perfectly onto the two members there, the two squishy guys. And here once again, you can see he gets engaged upon, he's able to kite back, then he's got a horse in his face. Able to perfectly dash out of the way, but a lot of moving pieces in front of him to help him out as well. Nice play there from Soearth, actually, to flash and pummel him into the ground.
I have to say that the LPL side were definitely having some good performances there as well, so probably should still hold their heads high. We did mention the fact that this is probably one of the closest games that we've had so far.
For sure.
And there were a lot of professional players playing yesterday in our best of fives, and this was definitely very, very competitive. As we have a look at some of these numbers, I want to see the damage taken numbers for You Shall See, because he took a lot of damage and was given back what he was putting out. But 26-27 kill score. This was so close.
And it was all the LPL up until about 36 minutes into this game.
The difference was the LPL took too many Barons. It lost them the game.
Yeah, they've got the same amount of dragons even. Similar amount of golden kills, but it was those two Barons.
Yep.
You know, if they didn't bunch up there and be forced to try to engage like that after the Baron, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe it was the Baron at the end of the day that led to their demise.
It certainly did. I mean, it's what brought them all together, and to be perfectly honest, they wanted the LCK to be going for Barons like that. So that could have been part of the problem. But ladies and gentlemen, MasterCard do have their silent auctions going on. You can bid for sort of items and experiences, things like that, and all proceeds will be going to charity as well. So if you go to priceless.com/ASC, you'll be able to check out exactly what is on offer. I believe sort of an intimate conversation with Riot CEO Nicolo is also up for grabs as well. So that's
sounds cool.
And proceeds go to charity, so all for a good cause as well. We've got so much more All-Stars coming up, though.
It's a long day.
Yeah, we got veterans hitting the Rift after this. LPL versus LCK. This is going to be very, very interesting to see who's got the best players that have now retired from competitive play. We've seen a couple of them already coming out. Hojin showing that there were no cobwebs on those mechanics. Talia wasn't even available when he was playing professionally. And he's showing just how good he is. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be the legends of the LCK and the LPL. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. very soon we will have the Legends 5v5 on Summoner's Rift. But before that, we need to do the 1v1 finals for the LCK side of that bracket. Very excited to see who's going to come out on top. It's going to be a best of 3. Will it be Alpaca reigning supreme, the Gragas god?
Or Beryl, the support genius.
Yeah.
The solo queue master as well.
Exactly right. But I believe we do have an interview first from our Q Kings.
Thank you very much, guys. And this is Jason, joined by Hojin from the LCK Q King squad. And first question, I'm going to ask him how he's feeling to be on the LCK's influencer squad. 우선은 인플루언서 대표로 호진 선수분 모셔봤는데요. 올스타전 LCK 인플루언서로 참가하게 되신 소감이 어떻게 되나요?
제가 지금 나가고 있는 거죠?
네.
제가 올스타전에 나가게 될 수 있을 거라고는 꿈에도 생각도 못했는데 이렇게 나가게 돼서 너무 기분 좋고 또 이겨서 또 기분 너무 좋습니다.
I've never imagined that I will be able to make it to the All-Stars event, so it's really great to be part of this event, and also I'm happy. I'm even happier to get the dub. Moving on to the next question. So everyone looked super serious starting from the pick and ban. So what was your mindset for this matchup? 그러면 이제 모든 분들이 이제 밴픽 시작부터 우린 진지하게 간다 하는 느낌이 물씬 풍겨졌는데 실제로 어떤 마음가짐을 갖고 이번 경기 임하셨나요?
저희가 이제 인플루언서전 참여하게 되면서 상대 인플루언서 분들 티어나 이런 거를 소문으로만 자세히는 못 듣고 소문으로만 들었는데 다 챌린저라고 그러시는 거예요. 그래서 저희가 좀 질게임 하려다가도 챌린저 상대로 질게임하면 진짜 퍼펙트 게임으로 질 것 같다. 그래서 그냥 좀 진지하게 임하자 해서 진지하게 게임에 임했던 것 같습니다.
So, well, we heard that the opponent influencer team, where everyone was like challengers. I mean, we didn't really look it up, but we heard so. So we were like, at first, let's just play for fun. And then we realized that they are super talented. So we were like, yeah, this is going to be a serious problem if we just go for fun. So we might get perfect games. So we wanted to play really seriously to win this game. And moving on to the next question, well, LCK's macro decision came in clutch in order to close out the game after having a very intense game. So who was the main shot caller in your squad? So 오늘 경기가 굉장히 치열했는데 LCK의 운영이 빛나면서 마지막에 경기를 마무리할 수 있었습니다. 오늘 메인 오더는 누구였나요?
솔직히 이제 나라카일 선수가 완전 무조건 이겨야 된다. 중국 팀한테는 질 수 없다. 그러면서 너무 열심히 메인 오더 해주시고 캐리도 해주셔서 게임 이렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, Narakyle, I mean, he was super serious. He was trying so hard. He was saying, like, we should never fall to the LPL squad. So he was playing so hard. He carried us, and also he was making all the shot calls. And the last question was, so who do you think is the POG of this game? 그러면 이제 이 경기 POG MVP를 뽑자면 누구라고 생각하시나요?
솔직히 뭐 전부 잘해주셔가지고 전부 MVP라고 생각하는데 그래도 혼자 AP로서 딜을 가장 열심히 넣은 제가 MVP인 것 같습니다.
I think all of our players are doing a great job. Everyone played well, so I want to say everyone is our POG. But at the same time, I was the only AP damage dealer, so I want to give myself a POG point in this game. So lastly, any message over to the fans? 마지막으로 그러면 시청하시면서 응원해주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
또 이렇게 오랜만에 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 경기를 하게 됐는데 이렇게 시청해주시고 응원해주셔서 감사드리고 또 제가 내년에 군대를 가야 되는데 가기 전에도 또 개인 방송에서도 열심히 활동할 테니까 저희 팀분들 그리고 저 이호진도 많이 사랑해주세요. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. So yeah, it's been a while since I have been playing in front of this crowd and fans. So I'm happy, and also thank you for watching this game. And at the same time, I'll be joining the Korean Army next year, so I'll be streaming up until then. So please keep supporting me and also my teammates. And this was Hojin from the LCK Q King squad. 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 여기까지가 호진님이었습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview, and shout out for the confidence that Hojin is demonstrating.
Yeah.
Certainly cool to hear from a veteran, and good luck in the army as well, Hojin.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can come back and maybe be a coach or something like that, because he's showing he's still got it, Valdez.
Yeah, he's very wholesome too, you know. He's like, I think all my teammates were great. Like, I would like to give them all the MVP, but also myself the MVP. Yeah, just a very wholesome interview. Always great to hear from Hojin. And, yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Really cool to see him back. So now we need to cast our minds back, Valdez, because yesterday it was a day full of trials and tribulations for the LPL and the LCK. We're going to start over the LCK side, where they suffered at the hands of a very powerful OPL Malphite, despite the fact that they killed the bottom lane of the OPL 19 times before they got a kill. It didn't matter.
It was 21, actually.
Oh, was it?
0 and 10, 0 and 11.
It was very, very rough.
It's a lot of kills.
Yes.
And deaths. Yeah.
Indeed. But we do have some clips of the players' reactions to that as well. So I think we have it ready. We can go over to the Bose sounds of the game.
와, 벌써 많이 죽을 것 같네. 와, 저기 픽도 상당하네, 진짜. 일단 저는 찾지 말아주세요.
탑다이브만 갈게요.
뭐야, 말파이트 큐가 안 보이는데요?
그거 마음의 눈으로 봐야 돼.
투명이다, 말파이트 큐가. 진짜 마음의 눈으로 봐야 되네. 말파이트.
저놈의 말파이트. 하고 있네.
살려줄 상력이 형 구함.
오케이, 가는 중.
살려줄 상력이 형 구함.
괜찮아, 푸시 이제.
살려줄 사람. 오고 있어요? 오케이.
안 돼. 말파 개사기다, 그냥.
말파이트 밴해야 된다.
지지?
지지.
Well, maybe we'll see some Malphite bans towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Malphite will be banned in our 1v1 final that we will have coming up very, very shortly, though. It will be the bottom lane that you saw there representing the LCK. Deft versus Beryl. We get to see who is going to be the better player. Beryl has been surprisingly excellent at 1v1s. His Warwick is just too scary.
You know, we had on the LCK side and also on the LPL side, we had Karsa, who I think is a little bit less surprising because everybody knows he's mechanically super awesome. But he's a jungler, right? And the fact that he can win like a 1v1 lane setup is really cool and dominate, not just win. And Beryl, at the same time, he's pretty famous for, you know, like going on solo queue and going on rampages in different lanes. He doesn't only play solo queue or anything like that. So he's able to prove it here. Of course, you know, it's not 100% serious and all this stuff, but still, I mean, you can tell just by the way he's playing that he's certainly very talented at this 1v1 situation.
And having a look at the road that they had to go as well, Beryl taking down Jelly, who was wearing the glasses in our previous series. Also, teammate Canyon falling to him, and Prey, the veteran that was able to take down Faker in the semi-final to allow him to reach Deft, who took down Narakyle, who after that last match feels like a much bigger matchup than we necessarily thought yesterday, and then taking down his former teammate Marta to get himself towards this final as well. And here we are, bans already through as the Warwick, Pantheon, and the Heimerdinger removed from Beryl. I actually think that Deft is right on the money with those bans. And then the Olaf, Callista, and the Lucian to aim at Deft. It's Poppy versus Gragas. Poppy... Steadfast presence is the worst against Greg. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I actually think this is a great matchup for Beryl.
Yeah.
Gragas can do some funny stuff, but I think even the extra tankiness that Poppy will bring in, you would have to give him the advantage here coming in, and they're both got big smiles on their faces once again. Beryl never stops smiling.
No, he doesn't. He's been giggling this entire tournament, like all yesterday. I imagine
he loves
his smile muscles are going to be very, very sore in the couple of days that he'll have before he has to play in Casper Cup, and we'll see whether those smiles are going to continue there. Will, of course, be the debut of the slightly adjusted Damwon roster, which is going to be quite interesting. You can see Deft there with his Hanwha Life jersey on. Looking forward to representing his new squad as well. But first, Hanwha versus Damwon. Beryl versus Deft. Support versus AD Carry. Beryl, of course, formerly an AD Carry himself. Him and Hoyt used to be the bottom lane of Damwon. But Beryl just too good at everything. Oh my goodness. English voice lines again, Valdez.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I'm so happy. Well, the poke begins. Deft showing that he has some prowess there.
I think even in this laning phase, I think Poppy should be pretty comfortable.
Almost the stun there as Deft.
Yeah.
Okay in this trade, but Beryl, he's just that little bit too tanky. Buckler comes down, and now Deft needing to take a back foot. Beryl picks up his shield as well. Poppy is just, it's a difficult champion to deal with.
Yeah.
As there's the body slam.
The Gragas has a lot of sustain, as you can see. They both went for the refillable, of course, but there's that extra bit of poke with the Poppy. Throwing out her little shieldy thingy.
Yep.
By the way, we do have the rules down on the bottom side. 3 ways to win. 2 kills, kill after sudden death, or they destroy the tower. I think Beryl missed there, has to flash away.
Yep, no summoners, and Deft comes on in, but it was all a bait from good old Beryl. And you can see Deft big giggles after that one, and this is going to make things a whole host more difficult for the Gragas.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder by the side of Deft. He's still laughing at himself, shaking his head. He's like, what is going on? Look at the amount of minions, too, getting to work there. But you'll see, Deft, he's pretty low on mana. And Beryl goes for this here. You see he misses the Q, but the Ignite comes in. Flash away, and Deft still goes for it, not expecting the damage from throwing out the auto there. And just gets hammered.
I'm trying to work out whether Deft's W-empowered auto had ran out after the flash, because it just didn't look like it did any damage at all. As a Sheen is now being picked up by Beryl, which is pretty rough. He's looking to come back to lane. Wants to, yeah, okay, Merc treads.
Uh-oh.
This is real scary for the Gragas. Did spend a lot of time in base though. So Deft is going to have control of this minion wave at least. Might even be able to buy himself a cheeky back as well, as he is looking to try and escape this one. Beryl not going to hold on to that minion wave, so Deft will be able to slightly even out these items. Of course, you get a whole lot more gold per minion kill in these 1v1s, so should be able to purchase a bit more. But decides that he does want to get out of here. Beryl tries to get on in, the old taxi maneuver with the heroic charge.
Yeah, don't think you're going to be getting many wall stuns with that ability, so just using it for mobility is probably a good idea for Beryl, who's just looking at nicely done.
Yeah, this is the problem. That steadfast presence just immediately stops the body slam from doing anything. Deft is going to have to rely on barrels, as that barrel not one to be relied upon.
See ya.
Yeah, and that's going to deny some minions as well. Oh, Poppy just
seems so good.
Ridiculously good, in the Gragas especially.
For sure. All right, Gragas.
Oh, maybe Deft is looking for that sudden death win condition.
Well, his cask is gone, so it's going to be a bit difficult. Bit of a long cooldown on that one for now. Just being poked down.
Yeah, the bucklers constantly being thrown out here by Beryl. But Deft eventually finding some damage here. Remember, decided not to go back, so not going to have quite the items that he was looking for as the Sheen procs. Just ridiculous. Heroic charge comes down as Deft just going to burn to death. And that is going to be the first win on the table. Remember, guys, it is a best of 3. So Beryl does need to do this one more time. But Deft certainly not looking like the best player in that particular 1v1. And it might have just been that Champion Select went in favor of the mastermind that is Beryl, who is continuing to only smile and laugh.
He's just loving it. He's having a great time. And that's what you like to see. Having fun here in the Red Bull 1v1 tournaments. That is the goal. Also winning, of course.
Yeah.
But Beryl does both at the same time, and that's what we love. Deft seemed to be having a bit of fun himself, but yeah, some mix-ups there. He saw his hands on his face after getting killed there for the second time. But honestly, with the strength that Poppy brought to the lane with the Merc treads, that was actually a great idea to wait for the Merc treads.
Yeah.
Come back in the lane and just he was just way too far ahead in items, and there was just no chance for the Gragas. I think his only chance was to cast him into the turret and try to get that combo going. But even then, you know, it would have been difficult. But he tried to go for it, he missed the cask, and that's when he just started dancing. He's like, yep, this is over. I mean,
that's actually in the matchup the only way you can ever land a body slam is if you get the mid-cask knockback and they haven't pressed W before they get hit. So it's a difficult matchup for the Gragas in that particular 1v1. That is for sure. However, Beryl playing pretty masterfully, as we are going to check out some of the highlights of this one. The highlights are mostly just these two players having a really, really good time. As this was... You have to check the damage. Check the damage.
No, it was...
Yeah, no, it was the Empowered.
It's just poppy things, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no, you don't do damage, actually. Not to me. And, just, you know, a little bit too low there. A bit too much damage. You can see he's like, what the hell? Like, how did this even happen?
What was I thinking? Oh, man. Well, Def does have another chance. If you are an Alpaca fan, it is absolutely okay because the chance is still there for him to figure it out. But I don't think he's going to be doing it on Gragas again because you could imagine that the Poppy could just be coming out one more time. Maybe it's time to bring out like the full toxicity in the 1v1, understanding that your opponent's going to go for a melee champion, so you just play Nasus or something like that.
Whoa.
We've seen it happen. Well, we'll see whether the bans are going to be the same as well. As Deft immediately getting rid of the Heimerdinger.
I think same bans are fine. I don't... Oh, okay. Banning the Poppy is maybe a nice little change up. I think that Beryl is just showing that he can play pretty much anything. And that Poppy will be taken away. I forget what that third ban was the last time around. That wasn't the Poppy.
It wasn't the Poppy, it was
Warwick, right? Yeah. So that is available now to Beryl. Maybe he'll play that. He looked really good on that pick as well.
Does that mean that Deft can figure that one out, though, and possibly go for something else? As Jinx is banned, okay.
380 carries. That's some good respect.
That's a
Deft.
Is this going to be the AP Volibear that we've seen terrorizing solo queue?
Huh. Maybe. Mordekaiser.
Oh my goodness, it's a Burly Boy battle. And you can see the reaction from these two players. I don't think it's necessarily as one-sided this time around, though. So I'll just have to see who's going to be able to play this one out better. Deft gets to go for an early sudden death with the Death Realm, which is kind of cool, I guess.
I think that's the Mordekaiser's win condition, as it usually is. Just chip him down, get him in the Death Realm, and then try to beat him there. But I do like Beryl's chances outside of that. I think his dodging of skill shots and all that kind of thing is pretty good. And on the Volibear, he's going to be pretty fast. I think he can kind of run around that and handle it pretty well. He can go for early Merc Treads once again on a champion like this. I'm kind of favoring Beryl slightly in this matchup.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Deft is going to be able to convince you otherwise, Valdez, as we get into this one. I personally want Deft to win so that we can get all 3 games out of our 1v1 final. Before we head towards our LPL versus LCK Legends match. Best of 1. Let's see who's got the better Legends. But first, we already have 2 Legends on the Rift. Deft deciding to go for more of the Juggernaut style with the barrier picked up instead of the Flash. But Beryl still wanting to have that Flash available. Old school skin choice here for Beryl, whereas Deft has decided to go as new as possible. Definitely a cool one. Looks like a World of Warcraft armor set. It's pretty rad.
Yeah. I don't mind it, of course. It's pretty nice. I like the Eye of Sauron at the end of that one.
Well, Beryl gets himself the shield here, but Deft stacking up the passive, and does mean that he will have more consistent damage in this one. Grabs himself the shield, and Beryl having to flash. Remember, no flash from Deft as he gets himself into the brush, and First Blood is so easy for the Mordekaiser. Just stand and smack him, and that gets the job done.
Yeah, you know, I like the initial trade, but the second the passive comes out, you're not taking that when you are Flash Ignite against Barrier Ignite. So Beryl maybe getting a little bit overconfident here. Actually walking behind Depths and saying, I'm so confident I'm going to win this trade that I will block you from your escape. But the only person who could not escape was Beryl at the end of the day, so bit of a mix-up there. Also missed both of those minions.
Oh, Deft actually a big buy on the way back as well. As just a Sheen, but Deft with his arm guard already stacked up. Not necessarily maximum value for the armor, because Volibear does a lot of mixed damage, but level advantage. Beryl only just hitting level 4. Yeah, Deft is in an even better position, I'd say, than Beryl was in game number 1.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And this Leeching Leer is perfect in terms of a first buy or just a buy in general for a Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
You're going to have health, ability power, and Omnivamp. And that's every single stat that Mordekaiser wants, basically.
Yep, it's like, you know, they removed Gunblade, but at least this still exists. As, yeah, all of these Death's Grasps are landing as well. The Get Over Here, Death Knight style, working out very, very well. Or Scorpion style, depending on which one you prefer.
Scorpion.
Scorpion's your favorite?
For me, yeah.
That's your personal favorite? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit more OG in my mind.
Yep. That's very true. I mean, Death Knight's so 2010.
Yeah.
Right?
I used to play the Death Knight? I thought that came out earlier.
No. Wrath of the Lich King?
Oh, yeah, that's right. But yeah, I was playing that on Sega Genesis with my brothers back in
I mean,
a long time ago.
Scorpion is absolutely an OG Mortal Kombat character, so I think that the inspiration definitely belongs to him as Beryl. Not a lot of health belongs to him at this point in time, as these obliterates are coming through. Death's Grasp for the cleanup, and Deft so dominant in game number 2. And this Decider is starting to get a whole lot more murky. Game number 1 was so simple for Beryl. That one was anything but.
Yeah, that early trade just put him way too far behind, and Deft essentially just landed all of his stuff there after getting the lead and took down the second kill pretty fast. So Beryl going to have to rethink his strategy. Maybe he should have gone for the Warwick that time around.
Are we going to have the Amumu agreement for the last one? I want to see it again.
For the third game of the best of 3 of the finals?
Yeah, Amumu versus Amumu.
They
like Prey versus Faker did.
How about Tryndamere versus Tryndamere?
That sounds awful. I love it. Let's go.
Let's see. Who's going to crit?
What would be the most lopsided matchup that you could possibly do? In your opinion? Like, what would be the worst case scenario for one of these players? Would it be like a classic Teemo versus Garen situation or something like that?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of like literally the worst. Obviously, there are some really bad like range versus melee matchups.
Yeah.
Like you're playing Callista versus Nasus or something. That's a real bad one. That's a real feels bad.
Hey, if you get a Wither in the right spot, though, you know, there might be a chance. But no, I think you're right. It sounds absolutely awful.
Yeah, Beryl forcing this fight when he didn't have barrier. It's almost like he was forcing a game 3 with that maneuver.
He just wants to play more. He's obviously been having a great time,
Yeah. And that's it. We had 2 highlights.
I mean, there were 2 kills, so I don't blame the production team one iota. You can see Beryl just lost, by the way, guys. Still having the greatest time possible. That is why we love him. Because he's always just down to have a good time, and that's exactly what the All-Star Tournament is all about. No change here for 2020, as we are getting into the decider. And so, look, you can see the grin slowly slipping from Beryl's face. It's business time, ladies and gentlemen.
Same with Deft. He's like, okay, what are we going for here?
Yep, it was a giggle initially, but now that we're heading towards Champion Select in the ban phase, it's when it's starting to get all down to brass tacks.
Yep, no more fooling around.
Mordekaiser taken away. Deft, too damn good at that champion. And I'm glad the Poppy is still getting banned.
I think you left your Brave Pants at home. Good old Poppy Haven't heard that voice line in a while.
I know.
And I think he's probably just going to pass up on banning the Jinx. He'll ban the other two.
Yeah, Callista should be the next one here from Beryl. Going down that line of thinking. Heimerdinger is up, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to have a Heimer off? Or is Deft going to be banning that one away?
Heimer off sounds terrible. So
I mean, it's Pantheon or Heimer. There are two big champions that Beryl could be playing this time. And Pantheon is going to be getting the ban here. So Beryl, does he do it?
He's got a little sly grin on. And you can see that Deft is feeling the same. What should I pick?
Well, with no Poppy, the Gragas does definitely feel better. And in the games leading up, it was definitely the Gragas that was very strong. Oh my goodness.
All right, well, we have Gragas and Brand, yes!
Okay!
It's a great matchup.
We saw this in Beryl's opening 1v1. It was the Brand burning down trees, as Jelly could do absolutely nothing against all of that damage. But this is going to be a little bit more up to skill for Beryl in this matchup. It's not like press W and instantly win the matchup. He doesn't have a W that's capable of doing that this time around. Can, of course, interrupt the body slam if you land a really nice Q, but still, much more difficult. And Deft should have a lot more agency in this matchup. This is exciting for our final 1v1.
This is a big one. I'm a big fan of Brand, especially now after the changes, the buffs. But Gragas can lay down the hurt, especially after level 6. If you just combo the Brand, then certainly you'll have a pretty good time, especially if it is into your turret. But all of that poke is going to be difficult for the Gragas to dodge. So we'll see how nice his footwork is.
Indeed. And Gragas is a nimble gentleman. I know he may look quite portly.
It's true.
However, he does have a lot more maneuverability than one would immediately expect.
Yeah. Portly meaning thick with 2 C's for the kids out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just to translate the boomer.
Yeah. I mean, it's not boomer that's called English.
No, yeah, we don't speak that anymore. No,
oh,
you're not with the Times Atlas. You don't
they didn't send me that memo. I've been in Korea for too long. Oh, it's a disaster. How did you know? You've been here longer than me.
I just, I keep up with the kids.
Oh.
Hello, fellow kids.
Kids. Oh, God. Okay, well, I'm glad that you did, because I have no idea. As Deft throwing down barrels, and let's see whether Beryl's going to be able to land some abilities. The answer at the moment is no, as neither can Deft. No one's hit each other with anything yet. Deft lands the first blow. Congratulations. Didn't get the auto, as Beryl, that was the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was also the wrong placement.
They're just so flustered after what were 2 very intense initial games in this BO3. As Deft, okay, passive applied. Q once again goes phenomenally wide.
Yeah, nimble as you mentioned.
Oh yeah,
the Gragas.
That was all about Gragas being nimble. 100%.
Yeah, has to be. Oh man, he's landing the E, so that's something good here for Beryl. He has pressed his E onto the Gragas so far.
Yeah, that's true. Targeted abilities. That's what we're going to have to rely on by the looks of things in this particular.
That's my analysis.
Game 3.
Yes, very good job with the E. Oh yeah, he did it again.
That's why they call you the Vald analyst. You're giving us what we need to know.
By the way, Deft has landed pretty much every barrel.
Yeah, after the first or second.
Yeah.
He's got his eye in. Beryl needs to do the same thing here.
You play with your eye in? I usually leave mine out.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that why you haven't been doing so well?
Yeah, that's the
recently?
reason, yeah.
Oh, got it.
Must be.
Yeah. I leave my eyes in. I'm just terrible at the game, so that's my problem. Is great stun. That's what we were talking about. You can land that as Deft overshoots the barrel. You can see, though, this is definitely much more evenly matched, although Deft does have the sustain advantage. It'll be up to Beryl to keep that pressure on. It does certainly help if you hit more than one ability, though, and Beryl's starting to do that, slowly but surely.
Yeah, I think just wait until the Gragas gets near the minions. You can use the new E.
Barrel comes out into the other barrel. That was a score move. He learnt that from his former jungler. Deft a beautiful kill #1 in this final.
All right, I think we can already give him the win here. I crown Deft as the well, he's the best Gragas player at least in the tournament.
He's the best Gragas player on the Howling Abyss right now.
Yeah. That is a
truly
big honor. He made that look easy too. He's just like, yeah, no problem. No problem. The perfect angle. Even Barrel's not really smiling anymore. He's like, man, I just got clapped.
He did. He wasn't ready for it because Deft like heroically missed it in his former game against the Poppies. So just wasn't ready for that pure display of skill. Let's have a look at it one more time. Oh,
it's perfect.
Stunning.
Got him.
The body slam.
Yeah.
Flash was beautiful. Sidestepped the Q. Everything went right. And Beryl almost still killed him. So
yeah,
that Q had landed. That would have been a 1-for-1, even after Deft made everything work so beautifully.
Yeah, this isn't over yet, you know? Like, that was one super play out of Deft, and yes, he does have a Luden's Echo here already. But if Beryl begins to land some abilities, then Brand can, you know, if you're not able to put pressure on him and he can just poke you out, then he can beat pretty much any champion. So we'll see if Beryl can continue to land some of these abilities as he has started to. Maybe the pressure is forcing him to be a bit more serious and actually be landing these ones a bit better.
Oh yeah, and he is certainly starting to do a lot of work. Luden's, of course, giving you a bit more damage, but not quite helping out so much for the maneuverability. These barrels do hurt, though, as you can see.
Yeah, Luden's problem.
That's the flash in from Beryl. The bounces, and Deft is definitely dead. Does manage to boop him back, but if the turret isn't in range, then Beryl is absolutely fine. So that's 1-for-1 between Beryl and Deft. It all comes down to this next one.
Yep. It's a best of 3. We're in game 3, and now we're currently 1-to-1 in kills. So we're already in sudden death. And yeah, just as you take a look, he's got the burn going. And Deft is just not expecting it, but he's sitting out here with no minions to cover him, so it's a pretty easy lineup for Beryl, especially because you wouldn't expect the guy that just got killed to do that.
Yep.
So a great read from Beryl, even down on his luck from the items. He's still able to pick up that kill. Now he's going to go back and buy some items.
Yeah, so now we're Mythic versus Mythic, and a cheeky stopwatch as well from Beryl. Stopwatch is actually super valuable when you're Brand, because you buy time for your dots and ignite to burn the opponent down. I really, really like that purchase. Deft now looking for his last back before sudden death will come forward.
Yeah, he had a lot of gold, I guess, on the back because he picked up the Night Harvester and the stopwatch. After all of that,
might have actually had a bit of gold in his pocket as well, wanting to make sure that that last buy was going to work out. As Deft taking a bit of hurt here, going to have to just drink a bit more, I think. And does do so. Like we were talking about, sudden death beginning in 30 seconds, so Deft forced to go back home. Beryl should be able to get a cheeky one in beforehand as well after clearing out this wave. Brand pretty good at the old wave clear, and is going to be able to do so, as you can see. So Brand with 900 to spend, and is ahead by 900 gold himself. So Deft, if he's going to win, it's going to be against all odds.
Yeah.
To quote good old Phil Collins.
Double stopwatch, a Giant's Belt picked up for the Brand for Beryl here. And it comes down to this, 30 seconds. Who's going to take the win? My money's on Beryl here. That's a nice amount of poke to start off.
Not to mention a huge health bar, 2,000 in the bank, and Deft already taking some poke damage. Eating through these potions that you can see are still there. Beryl still with a couple of stacks on his refillable. Is Deft going to be able to land that sick barrel once again? Beryl this time around knows exactly what's going on though. Will be able to keep his eye out for it as this fire is closing in, and it's closing in quick. There it is. There's the body slam flash. Beryl not quite underneath the turret. Dodges the barrel with his stopwatch. Deft now with a stopwatch advantage. Doesn't manage to get the flash over the barrel. And it's Deft that goes into his stasis and wins the 1v1 best of 3. But that last game, that was so hype.
That was the big one, the third game, and he absolutely made it look easy to Deft. Just able to land his combo there right at the end. Beryl was kind of asking for it, though. He walked up to Deft and said, hey, come at me, bro. And Deft's like, easily, thankfully, here I go.
Yeah.
And also the stopwatch on the barrel. Oh, it was just a little bit unfortunate in the trade for Beryl, but Deft absolutely deserves this win with his fantastic plays there. Man,
that was
we actually had like a pretty hype 1v1 there to finally end it off.
I was pretty scared after the Poppy versus Gragas. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
That did not feel great. The Mordekaiser versus Volibear was also pretty abysmal. And then we have that to bring it all home. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Deft taking home a victory. Wasn't able to do it at the World Championship. Beryl was. However, Deft got the last laugh. At least for a couple of days until Kesper Cup starts, I guess. There is just always so much League of Legends for us to look forward to, especially around Christmas time. It is just cool to have a tournament that can wish you a Merry Christmas, but the All-Star event is doing the same thing as well. Very much, it is the season. Valdez, do you have plans for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm going to watch Kesper Cup.
Heck yeah. That's what we're talking about.
That's my plan.
Well, let's have a look at some of these highlights of the final match between Beryl and Deft. The first play, man, that was vintage score. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, boop. Stunning. Everything was good. Look at that sidestep as well.
Perfect angle on the cask, even after he went into the brush, was really, really nice to see. Great play here from Beryl, too. Deft, not necessarily expecting it, but you can land that stun a lot easier after you do flash on in. And, of course, the new ultimate makes that a little bit easier there, able to bounce it off yourself. And you see Beryl, he's standing right up there, and he stopwatches the barrel, and then he flashes into the body slam. So, great plays from Deft, able to stopwatch there at the end. He says, okay, and gets the win.
That was actually very close to him flashing over the body slam.
It was close.
You imagine that he was... It's just that Gragas is so big. We're talking about him being nimble and all this sort of stuff, but he is also still a large gentleman. As you can see right here, Deft all the way. Taking down Canna, Marta, Narakyle, and now Beryl to be crowned the king of LCK 1v1.
Yeah.
And deserves it. You know, Deft has just been so good for so damn long. You know?
He's still with us. Hope he stays with us for a long time coming.
Yeah,
exactly. Curious about his next year on Hanuma Life.
Me too, but that squad is looking pretty exciting. You know, Chovy coming on with him, and we all know how much we all like Chovy here on the global broadcast for the LCK.
And Deft, of course.
Oh, yes.
So that'll be a fun one to watch. Deft, yeah, he gets the win. I guess gets some money to donate to charity after that one?
Yes, indeed. The thing that I'm worried about, though, Valdez, is the fact that now Beryl and Deft are going to have to team up once again to take on the LPL.
What are they going to do?
I don't know. They've got a little bit of time, though. But we do have the interview, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And this is Jisun joined by Deft, the LCK Red Bull 1v1 tournament champion. So first question, you took down Beryl and became the champion of the 1v1 tournament. And also you won your first international title. How do you feel? 우선은 데프트 선수 우승 정말 축하드립니다. 1대1 최강자가 되신 동시에 이제 국제전 타이틀을 이제 드디어 따내셨는데 소감이 어떻게 되나요?
일단 베릴 선수가 1경기 때 좀 뽀삐가 생각보다 너무 세가지고 저는 이제 그라가스가 제일 세다고 생각하고 준비를 했는데 좀 당황을 하긴 했지만 이렇게 기분 좋게 스윕이라고 하나요? 네, 해서 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요.
So yeah, Barrel's Poppy in game number 1 was super strong, even stronger than I expected. So I thought Gragas was the most OP champion. So after losing to his Poppy in game number 1, I was really flustered. But at the same time, I'm super happy that I was able to make this reverse sweep happen. Moving on to the next question. So it seemed like you guys were having a good time, having a conversation with each other, starting from the champ select. So what kind of conversation did you guys have? And also, it was a player of a flash on D key versus a player with a flash on F key, and you were able to secure the win. So is there a message over to the all the players that using their flash on F key? 그러면 이제 뱀픽 단계부터 두 선수분들 모두 대화를 나누면서 좀 많이 즐기는 듯한 모습이 나왔는데 어떤 얘기를 주고 받으셨는지, 또 D전멸 대 F전멸 간의 싸움이었는데 이제 데프트 선수님이 우승하신 만큼 전 세계 F전멸 유저들에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 대화는 이제 서로 밴을 되게 잘해가지고 막 서로 할 게 없다고 뭐 해야 되냐고 그런 얘기 하면서 웃었던 것 같고, 이제 D전멸과 F전멸에 대해서 얘기를 해보면 이제 마지막 경기에서 보셨다시피 이제 F전멸은 이제 그라가스 배치기를 못 피했거든요. 그래서 D전멸이 좋습니다.
Well, so I mean, we both were really smart with the bends, so we were just saying like, there's nothing to play. And in terms of the flash key, as you saw in game number 3, if you're using your flash on F key, you cannot dodge the body slam from Gragas. So I want to tell you guys that the flash D is better. Moving on to the next question. So even though you were not able to secure a win on Gragas in game number 1, you managed to bring it back in game 3. So what was the reason behind that? And also, did you have any special strategy for the finals? 그러면 1경기에서 그라가스로 패배를 했지만 3경기에서 과감하게 다시 선택하셨습니다. 1대1 토너먼트를 위해서 특별히 준비한 전략 같은 게 또 있었을까요?
사실 어제 이제 초비 선수랑 연습 게임을 한 판 하긴 했는데 그 초비 선수가 오른을 해가지고 딱히 도움이 되진 않았지만 그런 뭔가 1대1 연습을 한 판 했었고, 또 그라가스는 1경기를 지긴 했지만 제가 1경기 때 좀 아이템을 잘못 간 것도 있고, 또 뽀삐만 없으면은 계속 좋을 것 같아서 뽀삐를 밴하고 했던 것 같아요.
So yesterday I practiced 1v1 with Chovy, just one game, and he played Ornn, so that was not helpful at all. But yeah, I did one practice game for the 1v1 tournament, and also even though I lost the game on Gragas in game number 1, I think I went with a wrong build, wrong itemization, so I wanted to adjust that. And also, other than Poppy, I still thought that Gragas is the strongest champion, so I came back to Gragas for game number 3. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 LPL 올스타 팀들과의 대결을 앞두고 있는데 각오 여쭤보겠습니다. And your last match up against the LPL All-Stars is coming up. So any last message about it?
일단 막 여러 가지 매치들이 준비되어 있는 걸로 아는데 되게 재밌을 것 같고, 또 저희가 지금 0승 2패를 하고 있거든요. 그래서 이기겠습니다.
So I heard that we have a lot of modes and formats to play, so I think it's going to be super exciting. And at the same time, we are currently on 0-2, so we will make sure to grab the dub. This was Steph, the LCK 1v1 tournament champion. And back to you guys. 여기까지가 데프트 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun, and it is great to hear from Deft as well after his victory. And now we get to go over to our Legends match.
We do.
But before that, we get the Spotify song break as well. You can check out the ASE anthem. And I think it's pretty sick. What do you reckon?
I like it. It's hip. It's good. It's nice.
It's hip? Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'm just dancing by myself. It's all right. I'm gonna get Brandon to dance as well as we go to our Spotify song break, right? Oh man, this Puma dance is just not really working out. All right, we'll get over to Spotify and we can perfect this as well. We'll see you after the break, guys.
大家好，我是 TSG 塔隆的上路卡纳比。今天我来带大家参观新的一年的塔隆吧。这是我们的香港最强 AD 英语团，然后这个是我们香港最烂辅助凯瑞，然后这是我们台湾副老板土龙，
嗨，大家好。
然后这个是我们台湾第一中单黑肥肥 Apple， 然后这是我们的打野 River。接下来我要开始练习啦，大家拜拜。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Stars event, Day 2, here for the Eastern side. Very excited now, because this is the best of 5 that I've been looking forward to, because we get to check in with some of our old superstars from both the LPL and the LCK. It's a bit of a trip down memory lane, and as someone that's been at this business for a very long time, Brendan and I are both very, very excited to jumping down Nostalgiaville.
Absolutely. Some of these players, even our younger fans might remember.
Yeah.
A bunch of them were active up until, last year, a couple of years ago. So you probably still remember some of the names, but maybe some of them you'll be like, who's that guy? And we'll be able to introduce them to you, where they're from, what they've done, and why they are a legend in the scene.
Exactly right. And, this year saw, the end of the original 2015 Rocks Tigers squad. All of them have now retired, Smeb, of course, being the last one to bow out. Of course, Gorilla retiring at the end of this year as well. And it's only Peanut that remains, but it was Hojin that was jungling for the team. We just recently saw him with our Q Kings match earlier on. So he's the last Tiger from, the dream team, Rocks Tigers squad. But, the GE Tigers, the Crew Tigers have bitten the dust, unfortunately. It's a bit sad because, Tigers in Korea were a thing, and they're extinct as well.
Yeah. That's a interesting history lesson you tied into this one, but it is true. I can confirm as a fellow historian myself.
Well, this is going to be your LPL roster, of course. Most people will recognize MLXG, PYL as well, I guess, because, he didn't retire until maybe a year or two ago. Wei Zhao, though, is a very, very old name, but one that has a lot of mystique. I imagine that there are a lot of people that remember Wei Zhao and Messiah, two of sort of the biggest Chinese League of Legends names from the very early days. And Wei Zhao will be joining us. Zatai back to the mid lane as well, which is exciting because, of course, going up there towards the top side. And here is our LPL crew with Marta and Prey on the bottom side. Pawn back in the mid lane. Of course, Pawn and Marta with a fair bit of synergy together, as they did join KT when they came back to Korea, were against each other. EDG versus RNG for a couple of years over in China. Marin and Ambition will be representing the top side of the map. Ambition, of course, the king of 2017. And, the Rise video as well being one of my personal favorite songs.
Yeah, me too.
And also, the video is just so good. Almost brings me to tears every time.
And we're going right into it. We're not wasting any time. We have our lineups here, and we are about to have our pick bands. So we're going to be focusing down some of these picks. The Rumble immediately going to bite the dust.
I love that. It's like Marin cannot escape Rumble bans no matter what he does. As Going versus Marin is going to be a really, really exciting matchup. I don't know whether OMG faced off against that particular version of SKT, but if they did, I could imagine that No, they wouldn't have. They wouldn't have. It's an earlier version of OMG that would have had Going on it. So not likely that they have seen each other. However, they have definitely seen tape of one another play, because Going and Marin in their heyday was certainly one of the best in their role. It's actually really, really cool to see sort of different eras of top laner now against one another, and we'll see who's going to fare better. Samira going to be the second ban here on the LPL side. Not going to allow Prey to get on top of that one, as Cannon taken away from Marin as well. And Graves, we've just seen him banned a lot, and I imagine that good old Pantheon will probably hit the bench after this.
You can't let Pantheon through, I don't think, in this day and age. And not after the changes that he did receive recently. He's pretty darn good. But instead, they are going to let it through, and the Lucian will get banned away. They don't want to have to deal with him either.
Well, I do need to remind you guys that Zatai is one of the original mad scientists. Didn't matter which lane he was in. If it was a solo lane, he was going to play whatever the heck he wanted. And Anivia was buffed on this patch, and that could be an option. PYL, a lot of grins, as you can see. So that Anivia may not necessarily be heading straight to the mid lane. We'll just have to see where it is going to go. Jhin, extraordinarily strong. Prey likes Jhin, so this would make a heck of a lot of sense.
Go ahead, pick up the Jhin, maybe throw in a Pantheon for some good measure. I wouldn't mind it. But yeah, the Anivia is pretty good. I wonder if we're playing on 1025 or 1025B.
Ooh, that's a good point. I think it's 1025? Dang it, actually, I recently got patch information for the Casper Cup, so now it's all sort of intermingling in my brain. Oh no.
But yeah, just in general, even after the slight nerfs she got after the buff, she's still pretty good. So Anivia fans everywhere enjoying that one. The Leona comes in, which is interesting. Leona pretty good against Anivia, I suppose. But
true.
Alongside of the Jhin, we'll see how that one goes for Mata.
Definitely a very standard style of bottom lane is if it's Weijia playing Vayne, the fanboy is going to absolutely explode, and it is going to be locked away. Oh my god. Zatai, a Jace lover for a very, very long time, but might be going into the hands of GoGoing this time around. Means that GoGoing's going to be a little bit more aggressive than what I'm used to seeing him do, as he was playing in a tank meta that was very, very set in stone.
Yeah.
GoGoing did play a few of the more aggressive types, but I remember him being on Maokai duty more often than not, as that is going to be the Vayne Alistair combo on the bottom side of the map. So that is what they're taking into Jhin and Leona. Could be quite scary for the Vayne in the earlier stages of the game. Is now Pawn. Let's see what he's going to be putting together, as that's Fiddlesticks. Don't know where it's going just yet.
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks has happened already.
Yeah. I think Ambition does like to hop onto the AP junglers every once in a while. I was watching a stream a bunch, maybe like 6 months ago. But yeah, he definitely, I think, is a fan, so I wouldn't be surprised if he hopped onto it. Could also go into Pawn's hands, as you mentioned.
Yep, and Pawn also likes to do weird stuff.
He does.
Pawn no stranger to playing against Zatai as well. Of course, Zatai was on IG when Pawn moved to China in 2015. So both of these players certainly know each other quite well, MLXG included. And Lee Sin going to be banned away. MLXG just not allowed to play some of his more aggressive options and was always a Lee Sin player, like basically every jungler that's ever existed. As Pantheon finally going to be banned. It's actually surprising, because Pawn has played Pantheon his whole career.
Yeah. That voice line kind of sounded like the guy from 300, like the main main actor.
That's
I mean, it
sort
makes
of
sense.
the idea, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just kind of taken aback that it sounded exactly like that guy. Maybe it is actually that guy.
It's actually just Leonidas. We're calling Pantheon wrong this whole time.
I don't know that guy, that actor's name, but
Gerard Butler?
Maybe they hired him.
You don't know Gerard Butler's name?
Oh, was that him?
What are you talking about, Valdez?
It was a long time ago. That came out when I was like 15.
You are terrible. Seriously?
No, I get all the references. What
I
are you
was
talking
going to
about?
say, it's like your reputation precedes you when it comes to terrible ability to recognize people's names.
That was a long time ago.
Well, Shen going to be banned here.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, Marin not going to be able to play that one. Marin, you'd certainly know him more for the aggressive choices, so Shen wouldn't exactly be... Oh, okay, look at Pawn's face. He's so ready.
Yeah.
He wants this to be his choice.
He's ready. He's played his fair share of Yasuo. Why not play the brother? Okay, never mind.
Also
Jace.
played his fair share of Jace.
Yes.
So that one, a flex pick between himself and Marin. I would like that one going over to Marin, and now, you've got the LCK waiting for, to solidify their solo lane choices. But LPL, they have to tell us exactly where everyone's going, as it looks like Anivia likely going to the hands of Zatai. they could also do some real weird stuff. Is MLXG thinking about his Jarvan? It is going to be locked away.
Jarvan selected. No stranger to that one. And maybe a Groggy.
A Graggy top lane? Is it the Gragas top? Seen a bit more of that in the preseason, but oh no.
Alistair top? No.
Please no, not again.
Not again. Okay.
Oh, Zyra would have been really cool. I actually love Zyra in a solo lane. It was always my favorite, but I'm talking season 4, so that was a while ago. Now we get to figure out exactly where this Jace is going. Renekton. I mean, Marin has a skin for this champion that he got when he was a World's MVP. So this one's allowed.
I'd imagine he'd use it.
Yeah,
in his Legends match in the All-Star event. But it will be Graggy Boy.
Wow, that crocodile turned into an overweight gentleman very, very quickly. And that is likely to mean that we have middle sticks. Or Graggy in the mid lane. No, it will be the Gragas top in the hands of Marin.
There's still a chance they could change.
Well, actually, you're right. We're going to wait 20 seconds. So let's have a look over the side of the LPL. It is exactly what we were expecting. Malphite, the Anivia in the solo lanes, MLXG on his Jarvan, and it will be Wei Zhao's Vayne with PYL's Alistair on the bottom side of the map.
Looks like a very annoying solo queue comp on the side of the LPL, whereas on the side of the LCK, well, I think it's a little bit more standard.
Yep.
The Jace mid. We'll see if that comes back into the meta. We see it quite a bit, but now it's a little bit less often. At least it was for 2020. But times are changing.
Indeed.
That's part of the All-Star event as well.
Well, PYL very familiar with Prey's generation of Korean 80 carries, having sat next to Imp for a very long time on LGD. PYL, though, now back with the Chinese legend of the bottom lane in Wei Zhao, and Wei Zhao on his Vayne. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Prey definitely sticking a little bit more meta, but when it comes to landing skill shots on 80 carries, that is absolutely Prey's wheelhouse, so the Jhin makes a lot of Legends mode, sense in this particular match. I can't believe Marin didn't play as Renekton.
I know.
So sad. That being said, if it was playing it into a Malphite, it'd be the worst experience. It's not fine. There's nothing fine about that. Oh dear. Well, there's a tie.
Could have played his skin.
It's the super mega old Anivia skin as well. I love it.
I always use this one.
Me too. Because
every single time.
It makes you feel like you've seen some stuff.
I think it was 2017. I played so much Anivia. Just like, it was one of my main champions.
And this was that was the Winter Olympics skin, wasn't it? That Anivia one.
Was it?
I think so. It was an Olympic skin of one kind. I'm not sure whether it was Winter Olympics or the regular Olympics.
Well, she is kind of like a frozen bird.
Yeah, I think it came out in the pack with Olympics. Yeah, I think it came out with the toboggan corky and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
probably.
This is like 9 years ago, like actually 9 years ago that skin was released. As Pawn is on the J skin that he uses every single time he plays the champion.
And if that skin was made 9 years ago, like, props, because a lot of the skins that were made 9 years ago.
This was redone, remember, Valdez?
Oh, it was?
Of course, Anivia looks very, very different now than she used to. She used to be like 7 polygons all loosely joined together. And now she has at least a few more.
Kind of looks like what the paper mache skin looks like now.
Yeah, seriously.
Except back then, it was just real.
Yep.
If you're new to League of Legends, definitely go back and check out some old videos from, 2011, 2010.
There's a lot of champions that have actually been very, very adjusted when it comes to what they look like. As MLXG making his way down. A very classic MLXG move, as the LCK do have complete vision. Mata, having been MLXG's teammate for a year or two, certainly knows the tendencies of this hyper-aggressive gentleman. And in fact, anyone that's ever seen MLXG play ever knows that he just likes to gank. In the earlier stages.
Yeah, Jarvan's a fun one if you are playing solo queue Nice little trade there by Zatai, by the way. Ooh, nice block by PYL.
Yeah, uses it actually just to move towards Mata. Silver Bolts is going to proc, so really good trading from Wei Zhao and PYL.
He just walked right in front of the Deadly Flourish like it was nothing. He's like, yep, he's probably going to follow up with this, blocks it. Easy peasy.
Yep.
And Ambition, in typical Ambition fashion, playing
Surprise
Fiddlesticks, of course. He is going to full clear the jungle. He's not going to do anything else.
He has been very herbivorous.
Yep.
His entire career. Why stop now?
And Jarvan is just a fun one if you just want to try to roll the dice or flip a coin in solo queue. Just get red buff and look at a lane, try to gank it. Usually mid lane. You can, okay, nice little trade
this
here.
is a disaster. Has to flash. The Ignite still ticking down as a tie. Has Egg, of course, so isn't too worried about taking some turret shots, but Pawn is going to have to go back. Flash now on cooldown. Still going to throw up the little love heart there, courtesy of KDA, but I don't know whether he's too psyched about the situation. Still going to keep himself alive, but the CS advantage for Zatai, pretty large. As Zatai still got it, man.
Yeah, that was pretty clean, to be honest. Anivia doesn't always have the easiest time against the Jace. The Jace, I think, needs probably a Dirk, and then he can start being really annoying in that matchup, but great trading early on. He's got that advantage in the CS that you can see. And good stuff from him. This top lane.
Ooh, bit of a boop from Marin. It's going to be building a fair bit of magic damage, I think, in this particular matchup to try and stop Go going from just happily building everything. But a bit of a scuffle here towards the bottom side as PWL taking too much damage. The Ignite has finished up, but the first blood just goes simply over to Prey. And Wei Zhao now finds himself alone in the bottom lane. Just really good timing from Ambition.
Yeah, it was weird for PYL. He found himself in a really weird spot. Like the Fiddlesticks was coming in and he kind of panicked. And he didn't flash or anything. He just got stun locked from 100 to about 25% health as we got a dive.
Yep, here's another one. Wei Zhao, a bit of a late cleanse right there, but the Condemn not going to be enough. The flash forward from Mata and Prey is going to finish that one up. It's like these two have been playing together for years, and in fact, they never have.
Never have until this moment, I suppose. That's really cool. Just great synergy coming in. And Mata, probably leading the charge on that one, I would imagine, says, I'm going to go in.
Yes, Mata
like,
is
okay.
an engaged lord,
yeah.
As we know from his time on any team that he's ever played on. Just takes things into his own hands. You can see him on the bottom of your screen right here. Pretty happy with how things are going as Marin underneath the turret, much like Marin is wont to do. Takes a bit of a drink, but has another minion right here. But in the end, actually, the health bars are pretty even. Ambition moving on up, though. Go going.
Oh, that actually delayed the barrel.
Yeah, Reap is going to stop it as the barrel into the wall. Comet comes down and Go going. A sitting rock underneath this turret as Predator comes out. There it is. Ambition easily picks up the kill. Oh, the poor little stone up there towards the top side. Actually, he's a coral reef, isn't he, with that particular skin?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, Coral Reef's not doing as well either.
They're not having a good time
Let's not
now.
talk about that. I've already talked about extinct tigers. I'm not going to talk about the state of the Great Barrier Reef or something like that. So it's just going to be too depressing.
We can just talk about Malphite.
Yeah, let's do that.
He did die there. Actually got outpoked in the top lane. The Comet, Gragas, being a little bit too annoying for him to deal with. He was taking some unfortunate trades there. Take a look at MLXG sitting right outside of vision here.
Yeah, great counter gank timing as well. Understanding that Ambition is likely to be waiting around this area. As Crowstorm comes in, that is going to be a fantastic fear. The egg comes down as MLXG trying to fight this one back, but Ambition drains the life from everything. Flash has to come out from MLXG as PYL finds himself alone, and now Mata is boosting towards the Mobies in hand. And it will mean that the cow is going to be mincemeat as well. Another fear as Wei Zhao boops himself into the dragon pit and escapes for the moment. Decides to anger the dragon there just for a minute as well, as he's now behind enemy lines with a predatory Fiddlesticks, now looking more terrified than ever.
Oh?
He picked the gap. He
No
picked the
way.
right moment. The blast cone is there.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah. Marta is going to come on over. And Blast Cone gets him to safety, but Prey is going to be there. It is going to be a 1v1. Prey, no mana to his name. As Marta does have to come in. You saw Pawn, that was beautiful. Trying to get that kill steal from the north.
Good effort.
Yeah, well, PYL gets a great double knockup. MLXG just destroys Prey. And now Marta is just going to be running towards the open arms of this Anivia. Yeah, the question mark's definitely coming out here. The LPL get their first couple of kills.
Marta's got a big smile on his face, too. Oh, man. That was a very extended set of fights there, because you remember it actually all started with a pick up north of where MLXG is. And actually started up here with this game in the Axe replay as comes in. And MLXG's thinking, okay, great, I'm in the perfect spot. I can counter gank. Forgets he's up against level 6 Fiddlesticks. Has to flash away, and then PYL is like, wait, where was I going?
The Death Chamber.
Yeah, remembers he's down Moby Boots after dying earlier, and just gets killed. I believe it's Ambition hits the Blast Cone here, gets him over the wall, and then the chase begins, and then I'm not sure why Prey stays here, but he goes down, and so does Mata.
Yeah. They died as they lived. Overextended.
As Spartans.
Indeed, indeed. Although Leonidas was banned this game, as
True.
so rightly put. Of course, Valdez remembering expertly that Leonidas was voiced by Gerard Butler.
Voiced?
Well, actually played, yes. If there was an animated
Was
version,
it the anime?
he would
I don't
hopefully
remember.
Also voiced.
Probably. You would expect.
Oh, God. Terrible. Okay, Ambition had started off Shelly, but decides that it's getting a little bit too dangerous in the area. Crowstorm is available for the Fiddle. It's now Marta looking for Wei Zhao. Tumble not actually going to work as the cleanse comes out. Yeah, Prey not quite finding him there with Deadly Flourish, as there's the headbutt pole, and the Jhin taken down to about half health. It's PYL going to boost it away, and now the skill shots come out from Prey. The first 3 land, and the big bullet lands onto the vein, just showing how good he is. Drain comes through. Is the Zatai going to be taken down by Pawn very simply, as the Ambition camp in the mid lane is something that Pawn used to hate and now loves.
Yeah. I love how seriously the Legends are playing here. This feels like our first real game of League of Legends, to be honest, where it's actually high level, and it's really it's actually pretty nice here. A gank now onto Pawn.
Yep, going to straight up miss his ultimate as Pawn getting towards the tower, and MLXG gets some really nice auto cancels. Animation cancels and takes him down with the last stick, but pretty good effort there from Pawn, and Going's going to have a bit of egg on his face after that one.
I think it was actually dodged by Pawn. I want to see that replay.
Oh no! Marin showing Going that it's okay. The dad hands are here for both of them. Although Ambition is actually the dad. I'm not entirely sure. He's going to go back home.
We're all dads now.
We are all dads now. It's true.
Especially on the desk in our sweaters.
Yeah, and our dance moves as well. It's all just it's all not really working out. As MLXG takes a Rift Scuttler.
No replay of the kill on Pawn?
I guess not.
I wanted to see that one.
You're not allowed to.
Well, not today. Nope. Maybe next time. Maybe next year.
Indeed.
At the All-Star event 2021.
Ooh, Marta, nice sidestep there. Throws out KT and RNG, showing that, you know, it's all about which teams he's on. It's not about the region. Still has fond memories, especially when MLXG is just chilling there. I think he meant to do the RNG one. Pressed the wrong button. As Zatai once again having a pretty good time here against Pawn. Fair bit of lethality already built up as PYL struggling just a little bit. That's a route onto Zatai. That's how good Prey is. Wasn't even the target he was going for, as this cow mincemeat once again, and the curtain call will spell the end of the egg. MLXG did manage to get a dragon, so shout outs to him. Flags, drags, gets himself out. Did have to use his flash, as now Wei Zhao sees the predatory surprise party Fiddlesticks, which now looks so much more terrifying. Marin doesn't quite get the body slam, but Going is going the wrong direction, as that's an effigy. Oh, yes, it is indeed. That was very confusing as going. Slowed down, and I think he's just going to be ran down here as he does get over the wall with his ultimate, but there is no turret. MLXG turns up though, and it is going to be the Great Escape.
Yeah.
Nice work, still had his flash.
Does feel like a little bit of a top diff after that gank from Ambition that put going pretty far behind. Hasn't been a fun lane since.
Oh, I think MLXG thought that Pawn was going to be within Cataclysm range. Wasn't quite, unfortunately. There's some pretty sweet wombo on the side of the LPL. Cataclysm, Glacial Storm, Unstoppable Force, even PYL in there with a Headbutt Pulverize. They do have a great pile in comp, and then even the Condemn gets a bit of extra CC.
All right, here's the kill. So watch this. Pawn dodges it, hops over the wall, over the Cataclysm. He still dies, gets whipped here.
It was actually pretty sick though, right? To the skies, pretty good ability.
He was a very nimble Jace. He's got a big hammer, and he knows how to go to the sky with it, apparently. And gets out of there, not a lot, but he looks cool doing it. And he's doing pretty well for himself as well. He's, you know, he's not feeling too bad, picks himself up in Eclipse, and now he's gonna really begin to chunk people down.
Well, turret plates do fall down. 5,000 gold lead still here for the LCKs. MLXG, good sidestep of the Zenith Blade. Smarter wonders where he went. Put himself into the wall by the looks of things. Ambition is down here, 3v3 for the moment, but make that a 3 versus 2 as Ambition does survive for a bit longer than we were expecting. Solar Flare comes out, but some very high health bars from the LPL teams. In comes Pawn. Marin is in position. As LPL, all 5 members in the right area as Marin trying to escape, but it's 5 bearing down on him. Curtain Call comes in though. Buys some space as Marta's there. RNG. Straight up misses everything. Headbutt Pulv comes down, and I think Marta will be probably put down for his discretions. It was an odd one. Pawn does get the turret though.
He's been doing that all game, just running at them and emoting without actually attacking them. He's been trolling the whole time. Look at him, he's having a big blast here.
Haha!
Speaking of a blast,
I like puns. PWL just trying to zone Prey away from this minion wave. Prey actually had a huge lead before, but it has been brought to within a wave for Wei Zhao. He was looking for a back, gets it cancelled. Marin's going to walk over this control ward, finds PYL. MLXG in great position right now. Marin, no flash for Pawn. He's going to make his way down. Explosive cask is good. Prey flashes forward, 4th bullet to the noggin. And there goes the bottom lane. MLXG now just going to have to walk out of there, and will do so with the help of his flag and drag.
Nice plays there. No ultimate available for the Alistar, so they're easily able to take him down. And the LCK, the legends here, they're really putting on the pressure. They've taken over the jungle. And I think it's only like 16 minutes into the game or something. As you see, he's just channeling his back here, but Marin isn't having any of it. Actually baits him in.
Oh, the cask is so beautiful.
Able to get in there, do that damage. Prey gets the shot down. Marin chases for a little bit extra. Receives a thumbs up from MLXG, though, so it was worth it in the end.
Yep, that's what he was after this entire time. Deadly Flourish for picking up that cheeky minion as well. Is feeling pretty good. Ambition will check out MLXG here in the brush, but Going's there to help him out. Marin's coming down from the top side, but MLXG will successfully secure the enemy red. Defensive vision from LPL, aggressive vision from the LCK on the bottom side of the map is pretty nice as Marin will spot both of the solo laners. And does need to be a little bit careful, but another barrel coming down. Pawn throws that empowered shock blast somewhere. I'm sure he had an idea of where it was supposed to go, but Marin's going into the death chamber. There's the Crow Storm. Ambition dash cannoning forward as well. And there goes the Malphite. Going back to the death chamber as well. FG over the wall as MLXG flags, drags, gets himself out. Marta and PYL just taxiing side by the looks of things. And Frey finds the curtain call. maybe a little bit late on the communication there, but the last bullet also lands. I have a feeling that Prey's landed every bullet so far of all 3 of his ultimates. Not bad.
Feels that way.
For accuracy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulp comes in. Marta not going to get stunned up by Zatai, though, as Wei Zhao comes on over. He has himself a condemn, and that is indeed going to condemn Marta to death. Prey dashing on forward. 1 versus 3. Don't like those odds so much as Ambition with the Reap looking to try and keep himself safe, but the Night Huntress herself will just eliminate the Jin. Pretty good at chasing down targets, as it turns out. As the Vayne and Wei Zhao now 2, 3, and 2.
Yeah, the Gale Force into the into the Vayne, not on my list of top plays from this game.
No,
but he's certainly having fun, I suppose.
That's
getting
the main
in there
thing,
and
Valdez.
dealing damage.
Yeah,
that's what he was built to do, isn't it, Prey?
Yeah. Well, Marin, he's looking to try and help things out as well as PYL, Hex Flash, fantastic double knockup in conjunction with MLXG, as well as we do have a mid lane battle on the top side. Egg versus Jace is looking okay for the Jace. It's a tie. Does actually get out of the Egg, but will immediately go to the Death Chamber. But the fight is already over, as the LCK had lost it. And yes, mid laner did die, but Pawn also to follow. Now Prey, Marta, and Ambition in the area. Marta, of course, is engaging. That's absolutely what he loves to do. Cataclysm gets him into position. Going with the double knockup from the Unstoppable Force, and the LPL smash back against LCK here. And they have a monopoly on the Drakes.
Somehow, some way, they're able to make this work. LCK getting a bit out of position, and the LPL immediately smacks them down for their transgressions. As you can see, Marin's like, yeah, they can't get this for free. PYL, perfect positioning. Hex Flash knocks up the 2 of them, and that's really what gets this started for the LPL. Pawn, of course, able to dunk the Anivia, but he eventually gets dunked himself here by these 2 guys, able to take him out, and then they don't end here. LCK getting caught in this spot. This is one of the most deadly spots if you are losing on the red side, because there's not much escape and you're all clumped up here. That's exactly what happened for them as they wombo combo them and get a couple more kills.
Well, there's also a tank issue that I'm looking at, Valdez.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Tank issue?
Tank issue. It's not quite Marin's toilet issue from Spo TV a while ago, but it is still a bad issue. Because Go-Going's starting to build up those tank items. Sunfire Aegis already put together. And yes, Marin has a gigantic CS lead, a Sunfire Aegis of his own. But the LCK's demise has been at the hands of Malphite every game so far.
He's just too good.
Yep.
We can't handle it.
Also, MLXG's Sterix Gage, Gore Drinker, Jarvan sitting at 5-0 and 4. He's having a very good game so far.
Uh-oh.
As okay. Ty puts down the wall as now Curtain Call comes in. Oh, the first bullet misses, but MLXG now tanking the next few. That is 2 missed from Prey.
If you thought that Jace had burst damage before, watch him with the Eclipse. He'll 2-tap you, essentially.
Yep. Now this, he's just going to leave the area as Ambition. He uses his stopwatch, but that's not going to keep him alive for too much longer. Wei Zhao being the beneficiary of that one as Prey says thanks for the leash. And now, Pawn is under the relative safety of a turret, I guess you could say, as there's the pole flash. The knockups galore. And yeah, the Jace is definitely going to be falling down. Marin goes golden though, as the LPL are just chilling underneath this turret. PYL tanking it expertly for absolutely forever. And now they're dogpiling on top of Prey. He's going down real low. Haven't killed him just yet, but Go-Going grabs him in the end with a wagon wheel. And the LPL have taken full control of this game, despite being still in a deficit.
I love the dive. They know they're so tanky. There's no way they're ever going to die to that turret. And they can easily just get under there and take down everybody. The LCK not playing as a team anymore. They're kind of just going in 1 or 2 at a time. They're getting picked off time after time, again and again. The LPL is immediately taking advantage of that, so that is a good job from them.
Yep, PYL is going to fall here as Ambition wants to be able to get into this Baron pit. The damage isn't quite there, but the Baron is taken from Wei Zhao, of all people, and he will also kill the Fiddlesticks. This is what we wanted. We wanted to see what the legacy of Wei Zhao really means, and it is stealing Barons from junglers.
Yeah. 2-tap there. MLXG is like, oh, looks like I'm in a bad spot. And then Ambition's like, hey, maybe I can sneak the blue buff.
Yeah. No.
And Pawn's like, should I go in? No, of course not. There are 4 guys here. He gets picked off. And then the LPL decides, well, Pawn was just up here. Let's just dive him. He'll probably think he's safe. We got a teleport coming in after Pawn dies. The both of them get knocked up. Mata comes in. He's like, hey, let's keep fighting, guys. 2v4. You'd think, hey, the tower's going to help. Nope.
And POL just played it so well, headbutting Mata out of there so that they could finish off Marin while still tanking the turret for the rest of his team. Really beautiful stuff as MLXG is, of course, just diving on forward. POL gets in there as well as Prey is just eviscerated. Not a chance. And now legendary is MLXG. 18 out of 18 kill contribution for this Jarvan.
He retired too early.
He damn right he did.
Come
Ambition,
back,
Crowstorm being channeled. No, actually it's not. Thought it was. Wasn't. Just pretending to be an effigy by the looks of things. And there it is. Finally does come on forward. POL immediately headbutts him out of there. And Wei Zhao hunting down the fiddlesticks, and he very much dies. That was very fast. And the Vayne is starting to become a problem as well. Kraken Slayer, as well as the Phantom Dancer, now building up to item number 3, which is where she's going to be really, really scary. As okay, some MLXG stuff happening here as he's decided to tank this for about forever. Gets himself a shield and escapes. Ladies and gentlemen, how the heck did that happen? As Prey does manage to stun up Going. He flashes. He's surviving for way too long as well. As MLXG decides to go in again. And it's Mata that dies. RNG Flare being thrown out. And yeah, I'd throw my respects over to MLXG after that one. How? By the way. I don't know. Headbutt Paul coming forward. Pawn's very dead. Marin might be dead as well. As Prey standing on the same control ward that killed him last time. And the LPL, they are not finished yet. Good slow to come through from Marin. Stun onto the Alistair is good as Prey decides that this life is not one he wants.
Yeah, remember Anivia?
It's the 7th one. That's where the real value comes in.
Well, he's a little bit ahead of the OPL for now, but still not feeling good at this moment in time. Okay, we're going to Crowstorm away.
It's not bad. Keeps himself alive.
Well, we just got to see the replay of MLXG surviving because it's almost like he did it on purpose. He's like, hey, can you kill me? Yeah. The answer ended up being no. Is he going to do it again?
I mean, there's no way that 2 people can kill him.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
He's fine for now. And he will get out of here.
All right, into the wall. Thumbs up. Wei Zhao's like, cheers, bro. I needed a drink anyway.
Yep.
Kind of wish it was the sports Gragas, so it's like, here, have a Gatorade, get out.
Having a tough time.
Indeed. Oh, Infinity Edge done now for Wei Zhao. Prey still trying to put together his next few items.
Yeah. The Gale Force is a good item in general, especially against comps like this, but it has not been helping him. Like, okay, he tries to stop the back of Mata in the middle of 3 people. Sterix pops, he gets hit by literally everything, and he's able to walk out scot-free. And he even goes back in, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Getting healed up as all this time is going by. And it's just totally fine.
Oh, so silly. That's only 1 Ocean Drake as well.
Yeah.
It's just the extra regen that he has built up for himself. Oh dear. He's, yeah. It's just...
He's the MVP, that's what he is.
He is. He is definitely the MVP. That is not under question. And now, the LPL looking in fantastic form. Big lead for Wei Zhao, bottom side as well. Solar Flare is going to land onto the Vayne. Fantastic explosive cast as well as Ambition. He dies on forward. They do manage to take down Wei Zhao, but Ambition going to be traded for it. And MLXG was back in base. These are the times where the LCK can win, when MLXG is nowhere near them.
5v4. We have a chance. There's still a chance.
Even then, it was a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Let's see how it happens again. The wall, pretty useful. but Fiddle can get over those walls, and Prey should be dead here.
Yeah. Go going. Just wanders up to him. Has the Unstoppable Force, gets on in there. Cataclysm as well. Go going secures the kill. Marin now trying to deal with these two. Go going's probably the target, more easy to kill, but MLXG just says, no, I don't care about you or your turret. We'll see whether he cares about 3 members, and I'm thinking no is going to be the answer. Doesn't quite find the flag, as you just saw. Sterix is going to be popped, finds his flag there, and gets himself successfully out. Now he wants to go back in. There, you saw it. Marin also going to be taken down, so Ty grabs that kill. This Jarvan is 100% immortal. There is just no way that he's going to die this game, I don't think. The caster curse couldn't be more attempted. And in goes Marta. Finds himself a stun, but he's not tanky. MLXG, like we said, immortal. Marta's dead again. Go going. Grabs that kill. Okay, Pawn trying to see what he can do. Decides just draws attention to Go Going, which was a mistake as the double kill comes forward from the Coral Reef himself.
8-0 and 17. He cannot die. He's just stealing your health, staying alive forever, essentially, it feels like.
Yeah.
And he doesn't just run away and back, he goes back in over and over and over again. And speaking of which, he's going in again.
Yeah, finds Ambition over the base gate, though, so Fiddlesticks is going to be alive for a little bit longer. Yes, it's just looking a little bit like the LCK doesn't quite know what to do from this point on.
Yeah, they're in a pretty rough spot. I mean, they were dominating so much in this early game, but eventually they could not stand up to the might that is the LPL at this moment in time. Marin looking for a face check.
Yeah, body slams. And that is going to be a very comfortable Baron take. Curtain call coming on in. PWL slowed down. You can see the LPL itching for a fight. As Marin gets himself out of there. There's the Cataclysm in from MLXG. Let's see whether he's at any risk of dying. Prey certainly is, his ambition. He flashes away. Marta trying to escape as well. We've got flares going out everywhere as Wei Zhao chasing after Marin. Now in the enemy base, headbutt pole, MLXG just there being a brick wall as it's a triple kill for the Chinese god of the bottom lane. Now Go Going just hunting after Marta. Thumbs up all around. Doesn't have Flash or Unstoppable Force.
He's really fast, though.
He is indeed. And the LPL, they have an ability to take down some turrets. And possibly a Nexus here at the same time as Marta just trying to take his chances with some super creeps.
Let him live.
As Go-Going's like, it's okay. I'm just here to show you around. This is our base. It's a very nice base. Yours has been destroyed. Nexus goes down and the LPL, after a pretty abysmal early game, had a Jarvan piloted by MLXG.
The amount of healing he was getting from, I guess, the Sterix gauge was just insane. Like, he would go in.
There was an Ocean Drake as well, and he did have Gore Drinker, so yeah, he had lifesteal, but he didn't seem to be hitting very many things.
He's lifestealing, he's building stacks on multiple enemies, he's got the Ocean Drake when he's out of the fight, and man, he just seemed to never die. He was super tanky on top of all of that, and just, that was insane. An insane performance. Even from the beginning when he was spotted on the gank at level 2, he was still able to make a really solid jungle game happen for himself.
Yeah. Real clean stuff. Absolutely loved it. That was a really fun game. You were mentioning it earlier on. It did sort of fall down a little bit. Marta having a bit of a for fun series post 11 minutes.
Yeah.
But it was definitely still fun. Marin not doing too badly. Ambition as well, you know, hopping onto his Fiddlesticks that he used to enjoy. But Fiddlesticks was quite different back then. And Pawn not exactly finding the success that his Jace has had in the past. But I just really felt like that game was a 1 versus 5 that MLXG won.
Kind of did feel like that. Prey still the only one laughing. Armada is as well.
Yeah.
He had a for fun game, as you mentioned. A great job on the Leona for the first 8 to 10 minutes. Certainly great work. You know, he won his lane, so maybe he was just feeling like, okay, I did my job. So anyway, let's run into the river and taunt the enemy and then die.
Indeed. The thing that's really cool about this, though, is it puts LPL and LCK on even footing. moving into our all-star matches that we will be seeing after the LPL 1v1s are going to go down. So we've got one apiece for LPL versus LCK, our underdogs of this year's All-Stars, as it turns out. But we are able to check out some of these highlights. I hope it is just MLXG surviving everything forever, because that felt like what the game was all about.
Just that one clip of him diving 2 turrets and getting out alive. That kind of tells the story of that game, amongst other great engages and just diving turrets and stuff like that. Certainly a fun one, pretty back and forth, but the LPL did come over the top really hard there.
Pong looking happy, as we saw, and the early game was all about the LCK. Playing really, really beautifully. Marin getting this gank to work so stunningly. But, you know, there's certainly scaling potential that you have to talk about when it comes to the Alistar and the Vayne. The LPL did manage to pick themselves up very convincingly.
And then stuff like this started happening where they were just wombo comboing with a lot of room for their backline. You mentioned the Vayne. Wei Xiao also had an awesome game here. And there were some picks like this, but then the LCK was like, yeah, we're fine. They stayed for way too long. They go in 1 by 1, and they kind of softball underhand throw straight to the bats of the LPL, and they were ready.
And Peiwei just getting Mata out of there. The solar flare going completely wide. Prey finds himself without any peel, because of course everyone was dead by this stage. And this was MLXG being a Titan.
Yeah. Notice he is attacking, he's using his item actives to all stay alive. I believe he gets a locket from the Alistar along the way, if I'm not mistaken. And then, of course, he goes back in. Able to help pick up the 1 kill here.
Also had Ocean Drake, for a few things helping out. As, Malphite, pretty good at these team fight scenarios.
I'm okay with another Malphite meta.
Me too.
Let's bring him back.
I'm okay with another Vayne meta as well. Wei Xiao showing us that she works out relatively well as you get further along in the game. But it was this gentleman on your screen right here. MLXG, don't know why he retired. He's still real good.
Yeah. It's a little bit sad, but at least we got to see him here in the Legends game.
Well, LPL junglers like to unretire as well.
He did the most damage by far on his team, more than the Vayne, certainly more than the Anivia.
Yeah, in fact, Anivia almost did as much damage as the Alistar.
The Anivia, I felt like Zatai was having a great game, actually. There were a lot of setups that he made that were very clean, and certainly he seemed on point with his Anivia play, but he didn't do much damage. I guess because a lot of those fights were just dominated by the Malphite and the Jarvan going in. And then Vayne got there before Anivia could even do damage, so certainly felt like the way the slow and steady graph, it was almost linear from the bottom of the LCK side up to the top. Pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, exactly. Just sometimes you find yourself with a Gore Drinker Jarvan, the Sterix that just can't die.
So the only thing that the LCK has won so far is the LCK 1v1 tournaments.
Well, we won that, but we also won the Q King.
Oh yeah, we did.
We managed to get that one, so we're even.
Okay.
1-1.
Okay.
Which makes things much more exciting after we get back from the break and once the 1v1 LPL tournament is concluded, which is going to be interesting because you shall see is in it, and he managed to take down 369 on his way up there. We'll have to see whether he's going to be able to best Casa, who was performing so well in yesterday's 1v1s. But I really like these Legends games because we get to see players like Wei Xiao performing. And speaking of these trips down memory lane, we do have the Spotify LOL Hub with another untold story. Episode 6 is now out. SKT versus the Rocks Tigers, one of the biggest matches, one of the most exciting matches that we have seen in a really long time. We get to hear from Jat and Ashley as we can hear this story and more like it, of course, exclusively on Spotify. That match was just one of the greats. We saw Hojin earlier, SKT versus Rocks Tigers, that final. Hojin was, of course, the jungler. Peanut hadn't made it onto the roster just yet. So certainly a lot of reason to go and do your League of Legends history lesson in that untold story.
Definitely check it out. Just, learn yourself a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right. And speaking of learning, we're going to learn who's going to be the king of the LPL 1v1s after this very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star event. We are getting towards the second half, as now it is time for more 1v1 action. Get to see whether You Shall See can actually go up against good old Caster. Caster, not Caster.
Carsa maybe in the future.
Caster indeed. But we do have Candace standing alongside with an interview, so let's throw to that just briefly.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是欣然。这场比赛结束之后，我们请到的是微笑和麻辣香锅来到我们的赛后采访。I'm Maris here, joined by Wei Xiao and MLXG. First of all, congratulations on the win. For Wei Xiao, you attended last year's All-Star as the coach of the LPL team, but this year you played the match instead. How do you think the experience was different from last year's? 那今天第一个问题，首先是恭喜你们拿下了这场比赛嘛。大王去年是以教练的身份参加了全明星赛，那今年你是作为一个传奇队的选手，所以感觉上有什么不一样的地方吗？
当教练的时候看选手打比赛，其实比我自己玩要紧张很多，压力很大。然后自己玩的话，就自己好好操作，然后就没问题了。
So as a coach, you felt actually more intense, more nervous than the players did. So as a player playing a match on the stage, I actually felt a little bit less nervous. So I just have to focus on my mechanics. My next question will be for MLXG. Before this match of legendary players, some people may have felt like your opponents seemed extraordinarily strong as they're all accomplished veterans of the game. So what was your reaction when you first saw the LCK lineup? 那很多人可能在今天这场对决之前觉得说你们对手可能看起来还蛮来势汹汹的，所以当时郭老师第一次看到这个对面的阵容的时候，对面是这5个选手的时候，第一反应是什么？
看到对面阵容的话，其实就感觉还好嘛，因为也之前还在意的时候，在赛场上也跟他们都交手过了，所以说还是没什么压力的。
I didn't feel extra pressure for when I first saw the LCK lineup because when I was a pro player, I have met them on the international stage, so I didn't feel super stressful for this. My next question is still for MLXG. It seemed like the LCK team targeted a lot during the pick and ban phase. Did you feel pressure before heading into the game? Also, how would you rate your performance today? 那今天感觉对方在 BP 的阶段好像是蛮针对你的，所以在今天进入到比赛之前的话，会不会感觉到有一点点紧张？以及今天自己这个表现，觉得发挥的怎么样？
其实他们办了4个打野的话，就有一个是因为英雄 count 所以办的嘛，其他的话都是办的版本强势英雄，也不是特别针对，然后。还有，因为今天比赛就是太早了嘛，然后很困，然后赛前就睡了半个小时，就起来之后还是感觉挺没有压力的，对。
反而是因为休息好了，就是半个小时，所以没有压力，是吗？
是的。
During the pick and ban phase, they banned out 4 jungler champions, but one of them was because of the champions' counter relationship, so it was okay, even though 4 of the jungler champions were banned out. And after heading into the game, I didn't feel extra stressful for this. Actually, before the game gets started today, I had a nap for around half an hour, so that kind of helped me to relax myself. My last question will be for Wei Xiao. How are you feeling about laning against Prey and Mata today in the bot lane? They have never played together before, but both have amazing careers. How do you think you and PYL did? 那今天这次大王是跟平野绫在下路是碰上了 Prey 和 Mata 嘛？就是对线感觉下来怎么样呢？
对线的话，其实就正常嘛，没有什么压力，因为他们其实打法也是那种偏团队的，就是跟队友打配合、打运营这种，对。
I felt just alright when we played against with the bot duo of the LCK team. The synergy between me and PYL just okay because our enemy bot duo was playing a style of more macro play. They will have more synergy with their team, so it was alright. We didn't feel too much pressure for this, and that's so much for the interview here. Thank you again for joining us. 那这也是我们的赛后采访的结束，我们稍事休息。
Thank you so much, Candace, for the interview with Wei Xiao and MLXG, the unkillable Jarvan himself. Absolutely ridiculous. But now, let's get back into the 1v1 swing of things. Valdez,
sure.
Casa versus You Shall See. This is, I
I think
This
it's
is
going to be
unexpected.
A quick one. I think it's going to be a quick one. I'm going to call it now. I think 2-0 Karsa. I don't think that's a very difficult prediction. You shall see. He did defeat 369 in a best-of-3 that went to 2-1, but they were mirroring champions. They were trying really hard. I don't know, if they do the same with Karsa, maybe, especially if they can get a Darius game in there. Perhaps our one-trick pony, you shall see, could be able to take that one game from Karsa, but I think Karsa is performing too well at this event, and I believe that he will take the win.
I agree with you. I think that you shall see. I mean, remember, he had a bye into the first round, taking down NA pretty comfortably. But the 369 match was all mirror matches, agreed upon matchups like you were talking about. You mentioned the Darius. That was the one game he lost. So, maybe that helps. He won the Riven game and the Aatrox game.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about those sort of mirror matchups, I think that Karsa just, picks Rumble and wins. I don't know.
A Rumble mirror matchup sounds like fun.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Sounds very fiery.
It does, yeah.
Sorry. Just, it would actually be pretty close, though, because it's hard, like both of them are just going to put on their flame spitter and
saying
sit
it's a
next to
pretty
each other.
equalized matchup? Is that what you're saying?
I definitely did not say that, but you did say that, so...
You said it was going to be a
we'll
fiery
leave that
matchup.
there.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether the Rumble will get through. Of course, we do have bans on either side, and I would suggest banning something like the Rumble because it looked absolutely terrifying from Karsa yesterday. He got the 2-0 in the semifinal himself and was looking like probably our best performing mechanical player on the day in the 1v1s. I think even including the LCK games, I think Karsa just looked ridiculous. The Lee Sin game where he just built all magic resist and just stood there and destroyed his opponent in that sudden death was some pretty interesting stuff,
Yeah.
to say the least.
He seems really on point, and I hope that only means good things as well for next year, Seems to be performing really well, so that is pretty good for him. Maybe he can pick up another title as the LPL 1v1 Red Bull Tournament champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could happen today. Or
very,
maybe
very
you
scary.
shall see, and maybe he, he pops off on a stream or something,
Yeah, and maybe joins a team. We've been calling out for some unretiring for a lot of players. MLXG, I think he was a bit too quick on the trigger finger when it comes to the retirement, because that last performance was fantastic. Karsa just looking good, but he's looked good for how many years? Most of them.
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
Yeah, since at least 2015, Karsa has always been synonymous with victory in whichever region he's playing in. Just an absolute beast. So, you shall see going to have a lot to deal with.
Yeah, Karsa, a pretty popular player too. Like, I have some friends out here in Korea that are just, just normal fans of League of Legends, and a lot of them are Karsa fans. Just straight up like, hey, this guy is my favorite player.
Yeah.
And good reason, I suppose. He's moving up as well. We'll see how he does in next year as well.
Exactly right. Sticking around on Top Esports as well, so very much looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to achieve with the team in their sort of next efforts in 2021. So just looking to get into these 1v1s as quickly as we possibly can, because, of course, we're champion at the bit. We want to get towards our LCK versus LPL true 5v5 matches
Showdown.
as we do get into that one.
It is like a showdown, right? Because we have the fan-selected champions, where each player can only select one from a pool of 3.
Yep.
That'll be one Summoner's Rift match,
Indeed.
I believe. And then we go into Nexus Blitz, 5v5, between the All-Stars from both the LCK and the LPL. And then if we need it, just one regular Summoner's Rift game.
Yeah.
For the third and final game of that best of 3. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sure who to predict anymore, because really it just feels all over the place.
Yeah, exactly right. Just a reminder, guys, you can go to priceless.com/ASC. We have a whole bunch of things that you can bid on in the silent auction. Thank you very much for MasterCard on that one. All proceeds will go to charity as well. And you can get items, experiences, even a one-on-one sort of intimate conversation with our Riot CEO, Nicola. It's some exciting stuff. Some opportunities for you right there to get some really cool things that benefit charity.
I think I would want to win that one and just ask him as many possible questions about the new MMO. Just what can you tell me?
Can you
when
tell
is it
me
coming out?
everything?
What year range can you give me?
Have you been building this for the last 10 years? Is that why there's been so much focus on lore? All of this sort of stuff.
Is it 1 to 2 years, or are we talking like 4 to 5 years? I just need to know where to set my expectations and my excitement
Didn't someone say
level.
something about 2021? And I was like, that can't be possible.
No, someone was just like, I'm really excited for the future in 2021. But I don't know if that means like, oh, it's going to come out then, or they're just excited about development of this game in 2021. So,
sure.
I think the hiring process, if they're looking to hire some more extra people now, maybe they've been doing it and now they're ramping up. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe they're looking to get like community managers and they're going to release it like March 2021. That sounds good. I like that idea.
It's like the most excited Valdez has been for his entire life.
We've been waiting a long time.
We certainly have.
For this. A lot of people have been waiting.
We've been waiting and wondering whether we should be waiting.
That was the other question. It's like,
it's the if.
In what universe will this happen? Will they do it? And then it got announced.
I'm glad it was our dimension
that answers that question.
It was announced.
But we're just all kind of impatient nowadays. A lot of game developers are like, I guess we got to push this game out now, or otherwise, fans going to be really angry.
Cyberpunk, perfect example.
I wasn't going to mention any names, but Max took the words right out of my mouth. But that's a good example, right? Yeah. They're like, 'tis the season. Let's throw it out there. I hope it's ready. It was not.
Speaking of ready,
yes.
I think we are ready to jump in to our finals.
Seems that way.
Best of 3, 1v1. You shall see on your screen right now.
Now, you shall see did recently lose in the Q Kings matchup.
He did.
See if now he's angry and pulls it together for the 1v1.
Well, Casa looking to try and get one together for the All-Star squad. Deft versus Beryl was, of course, our LCK matchup, if you guys weren't tuned in. And Deft was able to reign supreme in a 3-game series. And let's see whether Casa can do the same thing. It's pretty cool that we've got, as far as our All-Stars, a jungler, AD, and support. When oftentimes, the only 1v1 lanes in the game are top and mid. None of the top laners or mid laners managed to get to the final. I don't know. Interesting. Apart from you shall see, of course, who is the top laner.
It is funny the way that works. Pretty interesting. But we'll see. We'll see how he does. Maybe junglers are actually the best laners in the world. Maybe that's the way it goes. I'm not super surprised that an AD carry could make it all the way through.
Yeah.
But a jungler, I'm like, interesting.
Surely this shouldn't be how it works. But no, Casa, he likes to bend the rules.
Did Casa ever play another role professionally? Do you know? No, he played jungle all the way through?
I'm pretty sure, unless we're talking 2013 when he was 15 years old or something like that. Not actually sure how old Casa is, but he was playing jungle professionally in at least 2015.
Yeah.
Probably 2014. So that's a long time ago.
Yeah. Some players, they are a little bit more focused on their role, and maybe someone's just a really great jungle pather or something like that. A lot of the top, I think especially Korean and Chinese players, they play so much solo queue, and you just got to be good at many roles if you're going to be top ranked in something like solo queue. Because you never know what you're going to play. Maybe you're going to be thrown down into support. Maybe you're going to have to play jungle all of a sudden if you're a you're a lane.
Faker has famously played mid-jungle his whole solo queue career, basically, ever since you could choose a couple of roles. So.
He also, gets filled into the top lane and plays Kled for the first time and stomps his opponent. It's like, what does this ability do? Oh, okay. I guess I'm just going to beat him.
It's a kill the opponent ability. Oh, cool.
Yeah. I guess I just run at him and attack. Oh.
Well, that sounds like Kled, to be perfectly honest. Let's have a look at how the bans are going to evolve here as we jump into game number 1 of our 1v1 best of 3 for all the marbles for charity. As Gragas to be taken away, the champion that Deft lost on and then won on.
Yeah.
And that Casa is very, very good at.
Gragas does seem to be pretty good in this 1v1 tournament kind of a situation.
Is it going to be Darius, Riven, Aatrox? Is he just going to ban 3 of them? That would be hilarious.
I wouldn't mind it. Go ahead, do that, and pick Rumble or something. We'll see if Xiaoxi just bans the Rumble. I think that's probably a good idea.
Yes,
maybe you want to go ahead and
idea.
ban Lee Sin as well. I think those are a couple of safe bans if you're playing against Karsa.
It depends. Like, do you want to ban the safe bans, or do you want to ban the OP champions in 1v1s? You know?
That is the question. Pantheon does get taken away. So, yeah, we're just not really going to see Pantheon too much today.
We saw it, the 1v1 mirror match, and it was kind of boring. That was in one of the highlights. Oh, there's the Rengar. That was the other thing that Karsa was dominating.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
This was a real scary one. You enjoyed that one a lot. I
think it's just really strong. Rengar on the Howling Abyss, and it's gonna be Graves. Okay.
Oh god, I feel like Graves can get totally trolled though. There's always a minion wave. Graves' worst enemy.
He could also clear it really fast though.
That's true.
And he's
but he'd have
a great
to do that.
skirmisher, you know, with his I think it's his passive.
Oh,
right?
now he's gonna get put in a baby cage.
Builds up the grit, and
really, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen some Yorick. But I feel like whenever there's like a preseason or something like that, then a lot of these champions can come out and abuse some of these new items, new ways of building.
I mean, we see the Singed ban, right? I think that kind of tells you about
yeah. And with all of the
possibilities.
Omnivamp, like it means that champions like Yorick become really, really good.
It's true. Also, level 6
would be really, really ridiculous.
Level 6, it becomes 2v1. That's not really fair.
That's true. He has to just bring his girlfriend with him.
Yeah. Who decided on that being fair?
Well, I'm sure Karsa, as Graves, is going to be like, well, it's all right, bring it on, you know, and all that sort of stuff. He has a lot of confidence in both Karsa and Graves thematically. Does make some sense. Let's see whether the Graves is going to be completely trolled by the minion wave, or whether he's going to be able to find some success.
This is going to be interesting. We have our picks, and we're just about ready to jump into Game 1 of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
Indeed, I'm just worried about the Graves. Very worried.
I mean, it's strong nowadays, but I'm not sure if it's strong in, you know, like some of the reasons it's strong is some of the item changes, the way the jungle works right now in Summoner's Rift. But what about here in the what's it called?
The Howling Abyss.
Showdown? I saw it yesterday. Something like that.
Yeah. For you. Well, I mean, Xiaoxi is also playing Yorick, so he can make his ghouls as well, which can also, I believe, block auto attacks from the Graves. So that's not great if you're a Graves fan.
This is, I guess this is Karsa's idea. Let's clear the minion wave.
He does certainly want to do that. Xiaoxi should be able to tidy up the wave underneath the turret. We'll see whether Karsa can get any work done to said turret. Of course, that being a win condition. 2 kills, guys. A kill in sudden death, or take the turret. Not take the turret shot. That's bad news, Bears.
His AoE auto did hit Xiaoxi twice.
Yikes.
Took aggro twice by accident. But he does have some lifesteal.
Yep.
Got the Vampiric Scepter.
And we got a Bramble Vest collected by the Yorick.
Oh, God.
Oh, my.
Come on.
See, like, it's getting turret damage is going to be a roughie. That's absolutely true. As now he's getting put in the baby cage. Good night, sweet prince. The Ignite is down, and yeah, the Graves, once the good old Bramble Vest Yorick gets on top of you,
yeah,
not a lot that you can do about that one. Still has the barrier available.
All right, go next.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the next one.
I mean, there is a big why about the old Graves. Because, yeah, we're talking about, like, being able to fight in a minion wave. Being able to hit a turret is also something that's really good in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
He's just not quite able to do so. Boots pickup to go alongside is Doran's Blade and that Vampiric Scepter that you mentioned earlier.
I'm watching the CS. Oh, he got every single one.
Nailed it.
He's got that going for him. But he Yeah, this is, you mentioned the Bramble Vest, that's gonna be key. Now he's picking up Tiamat. He's just gonna be crushing this Graves.
And in goes the ghouls.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. There's not really much analysis that goes into that. He took 3 turret shots prior.
This is not the same replay, by the way, guys. This is the Maiden chasing down Casa as well. Baby Cage comes out, quick draw, just in time. As maybe move the Maiden, because she's just, yeah. But now he can sort of hide behind it. Because remember, you know, Casa's going to struggle to get those autos around it. Collateral damage coming out. Just to try and take down the Maiden. Gets the extra 50. And the 2 from the ghouls.
Great.
Yeah. No refillables left for either player.
Yeah. And it feels like Xiaoxi can just wait. He doesn't have to force this.
Ooh, doesn't quite find the E though. And the cage goes down, and now you shall see on the wrong side of it. Minions also playing a part. Smoke screen.
Oh, you can still win
this. Going to go into the wall, but the end of the line, not going to land either. No mana for the Graves.
Yeah, he was able to hold on to that, actually dive into the brush just on time before Karsa could just continue autoing him down. So actually pretty well played after taking a questionable trade.
Ooh, there are a lot of ghouls on the ground. Needs to land that E, and he does so. Karsa in a bit of trouble. But no, it's going to be fine.
I shall perform your right.
Yeah, and he'll be able to just push this wave in. Looks like Karsa's not going to back just yet. Doesn't want to take too much damage and lose any of this gold.
Yeah, couple of Graves set up here. Oh no. That was not intentional, I apologize. For you shall see. 3 sitting there. Possible burst opportunities, but he needs to land the same combo that was successful earlier, which is that ability, as well as this cage. Ghouls come in. Whole bunch of them right here, as you can see. Casa with some AoE auto damage. Able to collect up a bit of the gold delivered from them. 52 CS to the 41. You shall see who's looking to try and grab another cheeky back.
Yeah, although he will be able to set up some more of these Graves. He's just going to let the wave push into him, handle it under the turret for now.
Yeah,
and he can kind of regroup from here.
Yep, see whether Casa can take a few extra turret shots.
Again!
He does.
And now maybe that's Karsa backing.
Yeah. I have a feeling that taking the turret is not going to be the win condition for Casa this game. No. However, he is winning.
Just don't even attack it anymore. All right, this is going to be a bit of a better back for the Yorick, as if he needed any help. Looks like shield bow picked up here for Karsa. And that's going to make it even more interesting because he will build up those armor and magic resist. The shield will help him out.
Yep.
And I do like the item here.
Sort of works with the burliness of a good old Graves. Yorick will make it towards this turret by the time the minion wave arrives, so not going to miss out on any experience. Titanic Hydra completed.
It's like the 5th turret shot he's taken.
Yeah. He's pretty good at it. As,
number 6.
Take a 6th. Yep.
Yeah, might as well.
No problem. Oh, we're getting towards sudden death.
Yeah, looks like he wants to get that back in.
UJRC just hasn't been able to continue the aggression since his, okay, never mind, I spoke too soon. There's the quick draw, perfect timing, but collateral damage is going to be the last bit of maneuverability that Casa needed.
Now he doesn't have it for sudden death. You shall see is up towards full health, whereas Karsa is about 60%.
Yeah, both summoner spells available, but the Maiden of the Mists is here for You Shall See. Should he require her?
I think he should have pushed forward and denied the back. I think letting Karsa get full health here is just going to give him a better chance compared to just going back and buying the plated armor caps for You Shall See. I don't know. I think denying the back would have been better value, but either way, this is the safe choice, I suppose.
Having extra movement speed definitely going to be good for the melee character. However, Casa does have it already built up. Elixir there as well. You may as well pop it, Casa, because you don't have that much more time. As the Maiden comes out.
I think we can pop it mid fight, and it gives you like a little bit of extra health.
Oh, potentially, yeah. Well, Kasa is going to do it now as he gets taken down to about half health.
Oh, boy.
Ghouls, the maiden, all sorts of stuff. The entire menagerie.
Lifesteal.
Yeah. Kasa still just trying to dance this one around. Quick draw now on cooldown. The Ignite coming on in here, as you shall see. Still has his barrier. Kasa now uses him, gets out of the cage, but he's running the wrong direction. And that's going to be 2-0 and a sudden death victory. 2 win conditions completed at the same time for You Shall See.
You Shall See is just like the master solo queue player that's just great at every laning situation. He's able to pick up Yorick and show why it's so strong. Again, as you mentioned, the Graves pick, I think we can shelve that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that again. I didn't really see too much of the value. I know the idea behind it, but...
He's good at drawing turret aggro.
Sure. He's got mobility, he's got resistances, but... And he's pretty strong right now, but at the same time, like...
Yeah, I mean, if there was no minion wave and no turrets to deal with, I think Graves would be fine.
Yeah, just a circle.
Yeah. The sudden death, assuming there's no minion waves. Perfect. But I think Yorick was genius, actually. I don't know whether You Shall See knew that the Graves was coming, but the Yorick worked out relatively well. Liked it a lot. But now he has to do it another time to win. Kasa, he can get back-to-back victories here to take home the victory for himself.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think it really does come down to the champion choice as well. I think Karsa, he's on his last legs. This would be a good time to, you know, go in there and pick one of your big champions. Go ahead and pick up a Lee Sin or a Rumble, something like that. No more fooling around with the Graves.
Yeah, I think that, just shelve the Graves. No thank you on that one. Didn't like it. That's why Graves isn't used in a lane a lot of the time. As we're going to check this out one more time. These were just, to be honest, the execution was very good from You Shall See. But a lot of it has to do with being Yorick versus Graves.
Certainly affects it here. And we saw that this, if you can call it a mid-game, I suppose, was, again, pretty one-sided to You Shall See. He had a lot of resistances himself, just through the items.
Yep.
And able to trade very effectively. He's the Yorick. So, nicely done. Able to pick up that first win here in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
Yep. Can be the tournament champion with one more victory in our next match. You can see how relaxed he is as well. Look at that, just chilling back on his chair. No worries at all. As Kasa just he can't stop smiling. He's just having a great time. Him and Beryl, man, they're just they're just loving it. Loving it completely.
Yeah, this is what the All-Star event is about. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Playing some great games.
Giggling once again, banning Darius.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to go ahead and ban Graves this time. I think we can leave that up. I don't think they ever did ban Graves, but you can just leave it up again.
Indeed. All right, You Shall See. What is it going to be? What will you be removing? The Olaf to be taken off the board. Pantheon, understandable. None of our real, mainstays, sorry, in like Heimerdinger and Callista and Lucian and things like that. Very melee focused. As the Renekton, the final ban here from Kasa.
Maybe Kasa will whip out the Callista. That would be fun to watch.
Callista, I like it. I think the Rumble's probably supposed to come in here. That's what I'm hoping. Kasa getting serious. We'll see. He could have played Rumble last game. Decided not to.
Okay. That's kind of how I feel about that ban. And
is that Insta-lock Kane?
Yes. In fact, it is.
All right. No worries. Let's see whether he can actually activate one of his forms.
Let's go ahead and pick Yorick again.
Oh dear. Not sure how we'll whether we'll get any evolutions or anything like that this game. Don't know how it works, to be honest, on Howling Abyss, but we'll be able to learn. Valdanalis, do you have any information for us?
No, I do not. I feel like Karsa is like just trying to put on a show for his fans. He's like, let me play a different champion every single time. And he's done that, you know? He's given everybody a taste of all the different things he can play.
Well, Volibear going to come out once again. He didn't work out so well in our last 1v1 final. The Mordekaiser absolutely tore him apart, but this is Kayn this time, so perhaps this is going to be the Bears' time to shine.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a pretty easy matchup for the Volibear. We'll have to wait and see about the transformations.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know whether
if you
he'll
get
have
one
access. I think Kayn is really strong on this patch, assuming you can get Rust. The Rust form Kayn is kind of bonkers.
Uh-huh.
Especially with Gordrink existing, right? Like, Rust just has so much extra lifesteal. So, you know, could be a thing. But, look, I'm only speculating right now. As we'll see whether the Kayn will actually ever get any sort of an evolution. Maybe that's not what Karsa wants. Maybe he wants to travel through this match with just base Kayn.
Yeah. Well, Rost is like A- or an A, and Kayn is like a D-.
Hey, but he landed his first Q.
Great.
There we go.
Good work.
The dream.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah. Dashing on through, trying to get aggressive. You shall see. Just massive value. As the Karsa may just be dead. Barrier comes out, Ignite comes in. And, yep, Karsa loses that trade pretty extensively. So the Valdanalist certainly doing some work here. See Karsa starting to charge up that form.
I think
see whether he can do it in time.
If you're the Kayn and you're trying to actually win this 1v1, after, you know, unfortunately being in the situation, I think you got to try to poke down the Volibear a little bit, but you can see that with the refillable, he's already up to near his total health, whereas Karsa says he's both, and he has little rejuve bead, and he's still only at half health after that unfortunate trade.
Indeed. Pahage put together here by Karsa. But at least he's able to approach this minion wave as, you know, 6 to 11. Not doing too badly when it comes to picking up these extra resources to purchase some items. Heads into the wall nicely.
Hey, that's, you know, he also missed the cannon. This is something that Kayn is really good at, running away into the wall on this map. That's something we learned. He's got a couple of walls.
Like, off the bridge? I haven't seen Kayn on Howling Abyss before.
I think it would just force you back in, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just floats. Walks on
sit out there.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I'm just going to wait for sudden death, and then we'll see.
You can't stay out there, of course, but not sure how the interaction works, as Karsa is going to look to stop the back. Will he be able to survive, though, as he misses the Q, dashes on through the Volibear, and, yeah, Karsa realizes that maybe he should have just let him go home.
Yeah.
Circumstance.
The Volibear now.
There's the ulti.
Oh.
As you shall see, just wanders on out, takes one of the autos after, you know, disabling the turret for a moment or two.
Yeah. I was going to say Volibear doesn't have much execution power until you get level 6, and you can essentially execute by diving the turret. Yep. Kayn has nowhere to go, but he didn't use it very well, so.
Well, there's the turret shot. Karsa, happy about that one. Bit of his own medicine there being given over. As Karsa looks for a back as these lanes will neutralize. And the Volibear, what is he going to do to augment this Bramble Vest? Waiting, actually.
He's waiting.
For a little bit of extra gold.
Maybe he's got, oh, okay.
We need to regroup.
Okay, just a bit of a bow. No, decides to sell that. Never mind.
Okay.
That's a lot of AP.
Interesting.
Maybe the AP volley is coming on in here.
Now, what do we got for Mr. Kayn? Kindle Gem?
Kindle Gem. And a cloth armor.
It's got a nice shirt.
Them steel-capped boots going to be built out of that shirt, I believe, somehow.
Good for his funeral. Put on the shirt.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's a little bit sad here for the Kayn.
Yeah, well, he hasn't died yet. He's just really behind.
Yeah, there is that.
Now you shall see he's got heaps of extra AP. So look at this Storm Strike is actually just going to do that Umbral Procession situation. It's that ability I always forget the name of. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's Umbral something. Umbral Trespass, that's it.
You got there.
Yeah, got there in the end. Did I say procession first?
Yes.
It's the Yorick on the brain that's the problem here, as you shall see. Once again, going to connect with a bit of damage. Casa, we're still trying to figure out why the cane exists. As the Ignite comes in, he's just going to run out of bounds. Can't die if you're there, as it turns out. As you shall see, doesn't quite have his ulti available, so won't be able to turn off the turret. However, I think he'd just be able to kill him and then walk out of range if he'd like to. Doesn't, though.
Yeah, he'll be able to just push this and probably get even more damage to the turret if he feels like it.
Yep, and there's the booties, but this Volibear does a lot of magic damage.
Oh boy.
Is the tower just going to die?
He'll get it low.
Casa is the happiest person really losing a game by a lot I've seen in a long time.
Uh-oh.
That's okay, you shall see. Oh, he actually goes into the Storm Strike as well. Oh no. Casa now down to 100. There's no Ignite, but he is able to run out of bounds. Not sure what that was about, but First Blood does come in. Not the end just yet. Yeah, he probably could.
I think he could have just whacked the turret, but he's like, nah, you know, let's give some more.
How many win conditions does he have right now? The turret's almost about to fall down. Sudden Death's coming in, and he has his first kill now under his belt.
He's got a Gnasher's Tooth.
Oh god.
I can't wait for the next fight. It's going to be so one-sided. Yeah, pretty easy there.
Was that 2 turret shots as well?
Yeah, Volibear's not counting.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
Not too worried. We were counting the Graves once, not so much anymore.
Get him. Yeah, just get him.
Cast it down to half health. Will, you shall see, lose health. He's lost about 100 or 2. Umbral Trespass comes in. It's only going to buy a small amount of time, though, as there's the ace. And you shall see the 2-0 over Casa. Now, we expected a 2-0. We did. However, we didn't quite expect it to be this way around.
We didn't expect Graves, and we definitely didn't expect Kane. But
no.
Karsa putting on a little bit of a show. I'm not sure how enjoyable the show was in terms of actually winning performance, but congratulations to Yu Xiaoxi. A great player in his own right. I believe he hit Challenger last year.
Yeah.
Certainly good at the game. He knows what he's doing.
He was considered, I believe, rank 1 Darius as far as like Darius score in both Korea and China. So he's a great player. But with how Casa was playing yesterday, it just looked like he was going to outperform. But he decided to pick Graves and pick Kane. And I feel like we didn't quite get what we wanted. And I'm a bit sad.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I mean, we still had Yorick on one side and our first successful Volibear. You know, so you shall see. Certainly, he's not. It's not like he's using the OPs to go against Casa or anything like that.
No, it's good play.
Yeah,
overall from him. Like the Volibear in that matchup. Like the builds. Good job.
Indeed.
But yeah, so he'll get some money to donate to charity.
Yep, it's all just more money to charity, guys, which is just the best. So even if you're a massive Casa fan, you shouldn't feel worried, especially not judging by Casa's face.
No, he was having a blast.
Having the greatest time ever. We're about to see him as well as we move into our best of 3, but it's not really a best of 3 because we'll play all of the games. Regardless, our final Summoner's Rift match will go on, regardless of whether or not the LPL or the LCK have won all of the games. We'll just have to see whether it's a 3-0 or a 2-1 or a whatever it's going to be. And we'll check out some of these highlights now of Casa. Look at that. He can go into the wall and die afterwards.
Yeah, this is it's not a very fair matchup. You know, if you're playing against your friend who's never played League of Legends before, go ahead, throw him onto the Volibear. And you pick up the Kane. We'll see who wins. Might be an even matchup.
Well, perhaps. I think the Yorick versus Graves was even sadder, to be honest. Because that is going to mean the 2-0 for you shall see. No slouch in his own right, that Casa just not able to quite allow his eclectic picking style to get him across the line. I would have liked to have seen some of those mirror matchups, like up against 369, but Carson not having any of it, too much of a hipster to allow himself to do something that somebody else is doing. He's the only Graves and the only Kane that I've ever seen in 1v1 play. And I've, you know,
seen your fair share.
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that does it for the Red Bull 1v1 tournaments. We had a couple of them. We crowned Dept our champion on the LCK side, Yu Xiaoxi on the LPL side.
Yeah.
And there's only one more block to go, but it's a big one. It's like the grand finale, essentially, of the whole event over here.
And we also, the first one that is going to be coming out as well is going to be the fan-voted champion pool. Each player can pick from one of 3 champions that have been voted for them. I don't have the list in front of me of which champions have been chosen. So hopefully we will have some more information about that one for you. Because, yeah, I just want to know. I want to know the weird picks that we've told these guys to be putting together.
I hope it's really weird stuff. Like, I want to see Faker play Tryndamere, and we just get, like, a Heimerdinger in the top lane, and all sorts of fun and wacky stuff. That would be the ideal.
Yeah.
And, you know, see who can win from that scenario.
Yeah, well, we have Yu Xiaoxi alongside with Candace, so let's throw it to the interview.
Yu Xiaoxi 来到我们的最后采访席。Amaris here joined by Yu Xiaoxi, winning the solo king of the LPL. First of all, congratulations on winning the solo king of the LPL. How are you feeling right now after beating so many strong players right here? 首先恭喜你是拿下了我们 solo king 的一个称号嘛，在击败了众多强敌之后，现在赢下来感觉如何
？4个字，非常开心。
I feel extremely great right now. So next question, it seemed like you came here very well prepared. Did you plan some special strategies after knowing that your rival in the finals will be Karsa? 那今天明显感觉是有备而来的嘛，所以在知道决赛要面对咖哥之后，是不是特别准备了一些新套路、新东西？
因为也是，毕竟打到决赛的话，肯定是要稍微准备一下。昨晚的话，稍微练习一下英雄，以及说对这地图有自己的理解。比如说刷圈之后的话，用什么英雄比较好，这样子。
So definitely after I knew that I could make it to the finals, I had some practice, also planned some strategies for today's finals, especially like some champions or my comprehension about the whole map. Also, what would I do after sudden death? So basically about these things. Last question will be, many fans are familiar with your Darius, which is one of your signature champions. Then you used him in yesterday's semis, but unfortunately lost to 369. So would you feel it's like a little bit pity that you didn't win him into this finals? 那昨天的话，其实我们有看到你在4强赛里面用了一手诺手嘛，但是稍微不是特别的满意，可能输给了9宝。那诺手也是你的一个成名英雄，你的一个代表英雄。今天在决赛没有用到他，会不会稍微有一点点遗憾呢？
遗憾的话是有一点，但是的话，之前有跟咖哥的话就互相尊重嘛，我们2个的话都互相帮了一下，至少就是互相觉得就比较强的英雄嘛，尊重了一下。
Yes, it's a little pity that I didn't use my Darius in the finals, but to be honest, me and Karsa, we respect each other's a lot, so we banned out the champions that both of us are good at. So I banned out his champions and he bans out mine. So it's like a each other's respect. And lastly, is there any words for your fans? 那最后的话有什么想和粉丝说的话呢？
重铸斗鱼荣光，我便义不容辞。
It's my duty and obligation to bring the glory back to 斗鱼是吗？ Back to 斗鱼 and that's so much for the interview. Thank you, Yu Xiaoxi, for joining us. 那我们的赛后采访也到此告一段落。
Thank you so much, Candace, for that one. Great to hear from Yu Xiaoxi, bringing back the glory, as it were. And speaking of glory, ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we have the real all-star battle. We've got Nexus Blitz, we've got your choices of champions, and it's all right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the all-star event. We are on the eastern side, and we are ready for our grand finale. It's a sort of a best of 3, but not a best of 3, because we're playing all 3 games. It's maybe it's like a what do you call that?
A 3-game series? A 3-game.
It's a special BO3.
No,
I have
but it's
confirmation.
Not
I have confirmation
of
from our
3.
producer. It is a special best of 3. And
Let's call it a
theoretically,
special 3 games.
we might also not even need to worry about clarification because we could have a 1-for-1 on our hands, and then we do just call it a best of 3 at that point in time. So maybe we should have had this argument a little bit later. However, our first match is going to be a fun one. This is fan-chosen champions for both sides of the Rift. Every player that's here gets to choose out of 3. 369 with Ornn, Fiora, and the Jax. Ornn, Jason, Camille, Canna.
Where are the Tryndamirs?
Oh my god, there's a Master Yi.
And there's a Zed for Faker. That's a good choice, okay.
Nunu.
They're just picking like champions that the players are famous for and they're probably gonna play anyway.
I like how Def gets to play Samira if he wants to.
Yeah, or he might go crazy and play Ezreal. Like what are these votes?
No, we're gonna need a Ezreal mirror matchup. We need a LeBlanc mirror matchup. Oh, we need Zed versus Yasuo, actually.
Yeah.
When it comes to Faker versus Rookie, that's what it has to be. If Rookie's playing Syndra, look, I don't have a keyboard in front of me, but if I did, it would be broken.
Yeah. At least, okay, so we have Nunu for Faker. So that's like the one weird pick out of all of them. Mastery, I guess.
Yeah, I think Barrels is very standard. I think it has to be Alistair or Pantheon.
Yeah. It's literally just the fans being like, hey, we acknowledge that you're great at these 3 champions. So play one of them.
Yeah, if Balan plays anything other than Nautilus, I'll spit my tea. Because that is by far and away is our best champion.
I think he'll probably play that.
I think
he
because
voluntarily played it
after,
in their last match.
After the 1v1s, I'm imagining Casa just plays Master Yi because he's just picked whatever champion he feels like. And I hope that that's what comes in.
He probably will, I would imagine.
Yep. There is 369 and Casa on your screen right now.
We can have some fun mirror matchups too. Like we could have LeBlanc versus LeBlanc.
Yep.
In the mid lane. I think there was double Fiora up top side, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe double Camille.
Double Ornn. Because it was Jace, Camille, Ornn.
Oh, great.
Jax, Fiora, Ornn.
Yeah, you're right. It was Ornn, actually, out of the 3.
Yeah.
Well, that's one that I don't want to see. Actually, never mind. I rescind that about the top lane. But the other lanes, let's, I'm down.
All I want is Casa's Master Yi. That's actually all I want.
Master Yi, maybe Faker's Nunu.
Yeah, Jackie loves Draven. That would be the dream. We need Zed Yasuo in the mid lane, and we need no junglers to ever go mid. And actually, we just need it to be played on Howling Abyss. And sorry, everyone, I just want to watch Rookie versus Faker playing assassins.
We should have just done 5 1v1s, and maybe that would have been a bit better.
Yep.
But
oh, man.
Okay.
Oh, I need it. I need it so bad. I guess Faker's LeBlanc is, one of the greatest things to ever exist in League of Legends. But
you can go to his stream and watch him play it like 8 times a day.
Yep. Deft and Faker were both in the same game, where Faker lost as LeBlanc for the first time. Game 5, 2015 MSI. So a lot of history there, but you can see Faker trying to deliberate right now.
That's
trying to work out what he wants to play. Is that a Nunu face?
That's just Nunu face right there.
No, that just means he's like, that's the first sign that he's heading towards Dad Gamer. You can't do that. No.
Deft is like, I am playing Ezreal.
Or is he like, do I have to play Jinx? But it's Deft, so maybe he just plays Samira because he can.
Yeah.
She's really strong.
Barrel's like, oh, great.
Well, Barrel's like, oh, nice. I get to play the one champion that's been permabanned this whole tournament.
Should have been like Warwick and Rumble and some weird stuff for support, especially.
Yeah.
Maybe give him like one champion as a shout out, like Pantheon, Warwick, and Rumble.
Barrel is one of these players that does have 2 distinctive best champions, which is like 2019 Alistair and 2020 Pantheon. So, I mean, they had to be there. And I don't even know what the third champion is, and it doesn't actually matter what it is because he's not going to play
Leona?
that. Yeah, I hope he doesn't play that. That'd be boring. As far as like duos are concerned, though, I mean, Deft has Ezreal, Samira, and Jinx to play, and so if you're thinking about like the best possible duo, what would you put down there given the options?
Ezreal Pantheon?
Yeah.
Samir Pantheon?
Samir Pantheon actually sounds pretty good.
Sounds good.
Sounds all-in-y.
Yeah. You can make a lot of work happen with that. Are we going to do it like a draft? Where like they get to see one of the champions at a time?
I think it's blind pick. I think it is blind pick. Because otherwise, 369 picks on, and then Canna's like, why can't I pick on? As Faker's already hovering the Zed. Beryl is going to play Kled, which is obviously what he was told to play. Rookie, please don't. Please don't. You're not allowed to do... Rookie, come on. Rookie, don't do this to me.
Zed or Bed is pretty clear.
It has to be Yasuo.
Right now.
It has to be Yasuo, Rookie.
Karsa is playing Lee Sin.
Beryl, don't do that. Don't do that, Beryl.
Jinx Leona.
Oh, please, Rookie.
Canyon. Okay, so the junglers have locked in. Okay. Graves versus Lee Sin. We are back in, what was it, 2019?
Yep.
We got Jax up in the top lane. Yes!
Oh, Faker, you massive troll. I love it. I love it. Rookie has locked in the Syndra as well, so the mid lane matchup could have been amazing, but instead it's balls. There's a lot of balls in there.
It's true.
And Deft and Beryl did go with exactly the combo that we were talking about, but on the other side, Baolan and Jackie Love with the Thresh and the Draven.
That's a good lane.
That's a real good lane. So Baolan sacrificing his best champion in order to get the lane that they wanted. The lane so valuable for the repositioning of the old Draven. And yeah, I didn't actually look at the top lane. I was too busy focusing on whether Rookie was going to play Yasuo. And so now I'm too busy focusing on being sad. As Karsa playing the Graves once again. We'll see whether it works out better than in the 1v1s.
We can just keep our camera on the mid lane. Thank you very much. I think that's where we want to watch.
No,
Nunu versus Syndra.
I'm done. I'm done with that lane. No.
That's all I want to watch. Baker
my God.
has played some Nunu. If you watch his stream regularly, as I do, he
we got actually the worst possible
Nunu.
matchup. We got the worst possible matchup. Yeah.
No,
It could have been
one.
the LeBlanc mirror matchup, which would have been so hype.
Hey, see, look.
Now Faker's already getting first blood, so the mid lane's ruined anyway. He flashed over the wall to predict. The Nunu mechanics are out of control. And I agree with you, Valdez. I have all along. We need to be just watching the mid lane.
He's got one stack on his Dark Seal. That was an interesting idea from Karsa. I think he actually could have survived if he ward jumped northwest, top left from where he was, because he actually faked them out. The flash came out into the red buff pit, but that's not where he went. So he could have actually faked them out by flashing up and then ward jumping top left. So let's take another look. The snowball is going to come in.
And Karsa is going to die.
Watch the vision. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, see? Like he could have just gone top left to the Syndra, who could have taken E.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But I think actually it's all just about Faker knowing more. So that Dark
He's a
Seal,
knowledgeable guy.
Extra stack like you were talking about. There's an extra sword on Canna. This is a fun matchup, actually. We shouldn't be looking at the mid lane because Jax versus Camille is one of the better ones.
We have two different goals here.
Yeah.
You're like, look at these awesome players. They're so cool. Okay, we gotta fight.
Yep, Deft going down really, really low. Jackie Love, lots of damage. Heal having to come out. And yes, it feels a little bit like the LPL has already won the bottom lane. But we're building a snowman.
Yeah. So we do have some awesome matchups. I kind of just wanted to see the trolley stuff, but this is good too. It certainly is. I mean, we do have some trolley stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
I
mean, Faker doesn't want to be in the mid lane at all, by the looks of things. He's heading up top lane. There's the flash from Baolan as Beryl. He's relatively tanky, has himself that stun onto Jackie Love, looking to try and get underneath the turret, but the whirling axes are real dangerous. The flash forward, the adoration coming out so early. Doesn't even get him that much more money, but still, that's a very early kill for Jackie Love.
Baker just... he looks so trolly there. Nunu versus Syndra. And yeah, he's able to sustain pretty well against the mana pool so far of the Syndra. The bottom lane, as you mentioned, is pretty much done. The second they landed anything onto Deft and made him use summoners to get away. That's
Deft
kind of
also
started.
All of that farm, unfortunately. So 4 to 18. An extra pickaxe now available as we're going to have a look at this flash forward from Baolan.
Yeah, Beryl just not respecting it. Thought, oh, there's no way you can get onto me here. I can just stun you. Well, that's not going to help too much.
Well, in comes Canyon. There's the slow. Oh, Rookie. He was blinded. Unfortunately, it isn't going to work out. Now Cast is going to turn up, try and protect his mid laner. Beryl, X-flashing over. Lands the spear, but otherwise not too much more. And that was a little baby snowball from Faker, but not actually going to land onto anything. As Baolan and Casa now trying to contest this Rift Scuttler. Does go over to Canyon in the end. So dust settling, still very, very close. Although Faker, not a lot of mana, not a lot of health. This Rookie had teleported back in. Now just looking to try and get this lane in order.
He's gonna struggle there. Feeding some of that farm over the Graves always not gonna be a bad idea. We got no flash. Oh, we have flash on Deft actually.
Yeah, Beryl does have the Hex Flash as he goes in and he's very dead. Mega dead. As dead as possible. More adoration. Going over to Jackie Love.
Uh-oh.
As far as like LPL versus LCK is concerned, I have some flashbacks that I'm not enjoying of Jackie Love playing Draven. That was a different matchup.
Now,
can the Sona Tarek or Sona Tom Kench?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should just not talk about it because still.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit too scary.
Yeah. Good stun. Ooh, the flash forward from 369. Kanna gets the physical shield. Now looking to try and walk it out. Wants to be able to hookshot when he can. And Faker turns up with a big frozen orb. And 369 is going to get stunned up. There's the snowballs coming on in. And Kanna doesn't have flash, so can't actually close the gap. As, yep, not going to die. But 369 will. I actually thought he was going to survive. But no.
Yeah, what a what a plain kill.
Yeah.
Not very flashy, just hops in and ignites him.
I mean, that's the power of Nunu. He got himself, I believe, some stacks also at the same time, so feeling good about that. Harvesting without any lights on.
Here's the Axe replay. You can see that 369 begins to get a little bit aggressive, but Faker right there on time. Able to help out. You can see he's chugging the corrupting potion stacks, but still eventually does go down.
Yep, Kanna, he's going to get game played by rookie Syndra.
What excellent mechanics there.
I know.
I wish I could press R just as well as he can.
Well, you can't, Valdez. That's why you're on this desk. And
yeah, it's true.
Yep.
And we'll have to see how that all started, because obviously Rookie was able to get him low somehow before throwing it out.
Yep, Deft does finally have some farm to his name. Not as much as Jackie Love, but it's more than 4. That is definitely a good sign. As Faker just looking to clear out the minion waves, throwing some snowballs around, having a great time on the Rift. Good stun there onto Rookie as now Canyon comes through and easily finishes that off. Damn. You know, you barely get to see the extra CC from the little snowball throw out of the Nunu, but it works pretty potently if it does work. There's 369 looking to try and clear out some of these creeps.
Baker's on the way.
Yeah, that's a great stun onto Casa actually as the Hextech ultimatum comes in. Special delivery over to Nunu and Willump, and they do just take down the Lee Sin. 369 going to fall as well, and this is, I guess, why Faker decided to play mid Nunu, because apparently it's just completely overpowered.
It's just a really great pick. So good right now. I can't believe it. Oh, 3-0-2. He's got 8 stacks. And Canyon needs to get out of here. Ooh.
Oh, the interrupt is so beautiful out of Rookie. Collateral damage does get Canyon over the wall. The gameplay button wasn't available again for Rookie.
Yeah. He wasn't skilled enough to have it just yet. And Rookie did die, by the way. So he lost his couple of stacks that he had. And they're just going to wait for this one. I don't think they know They're in the brush here.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. Jackie Love is going to get the flash out. Stand aside comes in, Deft makes it to the brush, and Beryl finishes off the kill. He's the true carry of this lane. I thought it was going to be a double, but they don't want to go for it as Deft just throws down the ultimate just to allow themselves to clear out the wave. Actually, no. Never mind.
Take a look at this. Faker just says, what? You got this close to a Nunu? I can't believe it. Also, Canyon was here. An absolute 0. Puts him to absolute 0. Nice job by Kana, by the way. This is perfectly played in the 1v2. And then Faker, of course, the positioning is right there to get the double stun, the double root, and is able to pick up the double kill.
Yep. Kana versus 369 up here. Kana doing absolutely fine. Now sitting at 2, 1, and 2. Feeling fantastic by the looks of things.
Uh-oh.
Okay. We're looking to try and dive Faker.
Who's ganking who?
Well, Canyon's ganking the blue buff. And Faker just wants to build a snowman. And does so beautifully. It's a pretty good hook shot. There's 369 without a flash, of course. Still down from that last attempt at all in.
All right, we have started up the Rift Heralds here. Let's see if this can actually work. They're trying to get Faker. It's not going to actually work out. Barrel's here, and Kana's going to get here first, so...
Yeah, inside track for the Camille. So it's going to be a bit of a smite fight, as it is going to be secured by Can. You can see Kana looking for 369. Collateral damage does so much work. In the meantime, Casa falls to Faker, as now Beryl looking to keep Rookie in position. His double buffs are looking real juicy, and Deft wants to collect them. Flash comes out from Rookie, but the flash to follow from Deft, and easily tidies up the kill.
Yeah. Jackie Love nowhere to be seen, as he's just going to be farming down on the bottom side. Actually, probably better for him, at least. But of course, the double buff's pretty nice to get onto the Samira down on the bottom side. And yeah, it's exactly what we were talking about. Just first roam from Kana. Faker did have to give up some of the stacks that he had built up, but he actually got an assist after he died as well. So
yeah, it's real good stuff. Beryl now looking for Jackie Love. Puts up the shield, but I don't know whether anyone can get here in time, as Jackie Love's just decided, well, I guess if you're going to give me a free kill, I'll take it. Rookie comes down here as well, as there's the dash cannon. Faker gets a bit of extra damage onto Rookie, but now Lanton's getting thrown out. Baolan trying to get everyone in there, but Faker, he's just wandering his way home. And he will make it out to safety, and it's Deft's turn to start moving Rift Heralds towards turrets and cleaning things up for the LCK.
Yeah. By the way, in the meantime, definitely doing a good job there. And you can see that 369 just going to roam on down after that one. This Nunu currently has 5 kills. Shout out to all the fans that voted for Faker's Nunu. This is exactly what I wanted to see. The pro gamer styling on champions you don't normally see. As this fight, yes, Faker did get game played, as you put it. But at the end of the day, it was all LCK's fight to win. Nice hook here from Baolan, just doing the most he can in a desperate situation. But Deft at least makes it here to follow up for the kill. But again, it does stand to mention that Jackie Love the entire time was getting a bunch of farm down on the bottom side, so it does trade in terms of monies.
Yep, and he's already massive, having picked up a couple of kills already.
Got another
Beryl
one
to stand aside, and he absolutely did. Beryl dies again. Yep. Canyon will find Rookie. Rookie tries to do the gameplay, but good sidestep on the collateral damage, but can't sidestep the buckshot.
Yeah, he's clearly a good player.
Indeed.
Who knew?
I think all of us. That was real close, yeah. Okay. Shield bow through for Deft. Does have that one put together. I believe that's a Gale Force on Jackie Love. Extra repositioning power, always valuable for the Draven. An understandable pickup. And we have the Divine Sunderer already put together for Cannon. So one of those other choices. We saw Trinity Force picked up by Jisoo earlier on and was always the Camille item of choice. And now you've got a few others that do have more on-hit amplification. So Gale Force is what Cannon is going to do. We'll see where he goes from there.
Beryl has entered the non-laning stage of the game for him, as it always is.
Oh, wow. Somehow managed to get him. Even Canna wasn't expecting it. Because now 369 just going to be taken down so easily. I guess that's why you pick up the Divine Sundra. It's real stupid damage. But also, sometimes you accidentally land a hookshot.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting flash, but it was still a great read from Kana. And clearly the guy is very strong. I think, you know, some people, when they saw Kana's name, well, actually.
Yeah, Faker looking for Jackie Love there as the Whirling Death comes through, and Faker just eats him. These Nunu mechanics are out of control, Valdez.
Yeah, he knows how to play his Nunu. There's a reason the fans voted for his Nunu.
Yep. You thought that we removed Blood Boil from Nunu's kit. However, Faker playing Nunu into Jackie Love, you saw Jackie Love's blood boiling after that one.
Yeah, he wanted it. He wanted to kill Faker there in that moment. Look at Faker on the cam. He looks so calm as well.
Yeah.
Just another day at work. This is what he looks like when he's stomping solo queue as well. And yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, Beryl did not have a very good time there.
And you can see the snowball misses, so Jackie Love's like, oh yeah, okay, easy kill. Nope. Later.
Consume is one hell of an ability.
Yep.
And Jackie Love just not with quite enough damage. Let's take down Faker there.
Yeah, and that's a Fed Draven too. I mean, he's gotten a lot of money
Fed Draven, is that better than Fed Nunu? Is my
Apparently
question.
not.
And hell no, it's not.
Well, he did have the help of a turret, and I mean, yes, there was the Thresh Lantern to help with the little shield, but still, Nunu did miss the snowball, so it kind of all evens out.
In comes Beryl, looking for the Draven.
Gale Force.
Yeah, Canyon closes the distance very comfortably. There is a real dead 369. Don't know whether the Hextech ultimatum was necessary, but it was fun. There's the flash into the Flays, the kickback onto Deft. Will CC him for a long time. Flashes out though, and now Canna's going to make his way in. Balan goes golden. Jackie Love trying to get out the back, and Canna just eviscerates the one after the other. The Samira collecting a kill for herself at the same time, and the LCK are really starting to run away with this one.
Yep, they're up 10,000 gold, and every lane is getting pummeled now. Turns out that, I suppose, on some of these champion picks, the LCK does move ahead. As it looks like Kana is just out of control right now. They cannot put a leash onto this Camille, and he is everywhere. He's landing every single hook shot as well. And I think that Jackie Love could have been a little bit more aggressive, honestly, onto Deft, but he was playing way far out. I suppose he didn't want to be close to the Camille's teleport, but at the same time, that teleport's going to get you anyway. It's Camille. And you can see how this Gale Force on the Graves does do a lot of work, because it gets you in range of Graves' relatively short ranges. We got another fight here.
Yep, absolute zero there from Faker, but he just flashes his way out. Isn't able to kill Rookie, but that's fine. Limit testing there just a little bit. You can see the slight scratch to the back of the head and a wry smile from Faker in the player cam.
It's like, oh, I should have gotten that kill 1v3.
Yeah.
Oh, messed up.
Dang. Terrible. Well, 369, I don't know whether you're even safe there, buddy. This is a very, very frightening 2 levels ahead of you, Camille, with Ignite. And a Ravenous Hydra now, put together. On top of his Divine Sundra, giving him even more stats. Frightening. Definitely frightening.
Yep. He's out of control now. There's really no way they're going to have any chance against this guy unless they 4v1 him.
Yeah, I think 4 people might do it, but he's going to take one of them with him. Jackie Love's going to come in, so I guess this is another 4 versus 1 that he gets to participate in, and that time it's not going to work out quite so well. 10,000 gold continues to be the lead, but Canna has been put down. Kill didn't go over to Jackie Love, though, so not the worst news for the LCK. Drinker put together here for Casa, who's been very quiet this game.
He hasn't had much going on. He had that one good kick onto Beryl. But other than that, kind of just hanging out. The Lee Sin not really making too much of a dent in the early game, so it's kind of just been silenced. And let's see how this one goes. We do have the Ocean Drake coming up here. It's been so much action already that I thought it was later on in the game. And I thought, you know, we had already had more dragons, but only the 2. Canyon just gonna get control of this Ocean Drake bush.
Ooh, Rookie. Scary position, but does turn around at the right time. Faker just sharing a snowball. As Beryl being as sneaky as possible. Rewarding that brush for the LCK. Is Canna gonna get kicked back, but hook shot. Oh, the buffering. Great stuff there. And after that, the LPL not wanting to try and contest this one. LCK will get themselves to Soul Point uncontested. And continue what looks like absolute dominance. Oh, the macro.
Yeah.
All right.
That's clearly LCK style, right? The perfect rotations.
Yep.
The timings on that one. I suppose this is damage numbers. Looks like Kana's up there at the top.
Yeah, should have been in the last team fight, I believe. Potentially, no? Not sure.
That would be
damage
insane
numbers. Maybe we'll get confirmation of what that was. Otherwise, cool numbers, I think. Rookie standing on a ward, Canna taking a bit of damage, but Scatter the Weak not going to connect. Hasn't been able to find too much joy with that ability. Outside of the really cool interrupt onto Canyon. Uh-oh. That's a big old snowball.
It's actually scary.
Oh my god, the damage. Carson now trying to run for his life. Collateral damage to be able to take him down there. 2 kills already for the LCK. Canna gets into the fray. The whirling death is only death for Jackie Love's team. And Faker, I'd say limps away, but I think that was more of a swag walk.
Yeah, you know, calculated. Makes it out of there perfectly. Doing the most amount of damage whilst also not dying and soaking a bunch of damage. LCK, I thought they were actually staying. I'm like, that's not a good idea. 0-6, 369 has rolled a 3.
Yeah.
And he is not feeling too good about this one.
Big teleport from Rookie. Looking to try and take down Faker and Canyon. Faker grabs the blue buff though, so that small mana total is going to increase. And Rookie, I don't know whether you win this one, mate. You don't have too many friends. 369's coming in though, as Faker gonna build his snowball.
Don't underestimate the Nunu.
Yeah, I'm scared already for 369. Counter-Strike lands, the gameplay button, not enough gameplay from Rookie as Canyon's just gonna hunt him down, grabs that kill comfortably, and the rest of the LPL turn up a little bit too late. Beryl's gonna turn up here as well as Valland. Decent flay to try and get him out of there, and he is real dead, Valdez. You are absolutely correct. Oh no, not quite yet.
Not yet.
Jackie Love, he's the one that's gonna sacrifice himself for the good of the colony, as now Casa diving on in, wants to kick something. He did, but it didn't really do anything. That's going to be a clean ace. That's going to be a legendary Canyon. That's going to be a 6-1 and 13 mid-Nunu being piloted by Faker. And I think the LCK are going to win.
Yeah, and I think the fans win as well with the Nunu showing up big time here. Just really excellent start of the fight there from Faker. Great snowball straight onto the Syndra, who actually does begin to have a bit of trouble. And watch this fight. The second the Scatter of the Week goes wide, it's all over for LPL. It's 369 jumps in at the same time, and that's when you know that it is not going to work out for them. I think even without Kana, probably would have eventually gotten the kill onto the Jax. And then it's just the, it's like the chase. The Acme Sax begins.
Indeed. It felt a little bit like an inevitability, though. As, Carson going for the disengage kick means that him sort of dashing into the backline here, not exactly going to do anything whatsoever. Baron was taken in the meantime. We'll have a look at the Red Bull Baron power play to see just how much further ahead the LCK are going to get. Remember, Barons were actually the detriment to the winning team, or at least the Baron taking team in our last LPL versus LCK.
Yep, Q Kings.
Yep. Or in the first one, anyway.
Yeah, the first one. And, well, that one didn't have a Nunu, so maybe things are different this time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we have a Nunu.
Run away.
It's the scariest Nunu I have ever seen in all my days. He's got a dead man's plate now, so he runs even faster than he already did. And Steric's Gauge is done for Canna. This is a huge Camille. As Faker's just wandering these orbs into the base. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way as Canyon does so much damage. 369 standing on his friendly box, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Hextech Ultimatum, the flash is a little bit too late. Now to Jackie Love. And he is going to fall, counter tanking 2 turrets for what feels like forever as Casa falls to the very large snowball that Faker put down. Exactly. And Rookie finds himself alone on his fountain. Can I come back to Korea? No.
No.
And he doesn't want to either. It's too good.
Yeah, I think he's fine over there.
Indeed. As this Nexus is going to fall down.
Get him.
Faker delivers the snowball. And Rookie gonna flash on top of Deft. He was trying to give himself up for the good of the colony, but LCK strikes first in our best of 3, but we play all 3 games series. And choosing the champions, it was not, like, initially, it wasn't what I wanted, but afterwards, it was exactly what I wanted.
It was perfect. We got Faker playing Nunu, and that turned out to be the highlight of the entire game. Able to crush them there at the end. And at the beginning and the middle.
Well, I mean, not at the very beginning. Jackie was destroying the bottom lane. I was getting some flashbacks.
Yeah.
2018,
well,
I believe it was.
Thankfully, it didn't last long. For the LCK, at least.
Indeed. That was fun, though. Some good choices as far as the champion picks. I think, Camille versus Jax is always a fun matchup that we like to check out. Not necessarily in the way it worked out, because 369 got a bit dominated by the end, but you have to say that the huge rotations from Faker's Nunu were largely what accounted for that. In fact, I think that this Nunu was what created that entire game. He got that first blood, kicking off Casa, flashing early, predicting that Casa was going to flash over.
I mean, it turned out to actually be a good pick.
Yeah.
You know?
And I mean, that got an extra longsword for the Camille, which totally skews that matchup in favor of the Camille. So let's check out some of these highlights, and I do hope that it is all just snowballs.
Mostly. Certainly, there were a lot of them. And it all started out with this one. So you come in here, Karsa. He went the wrong way. Keep in mind that Kano's also coming over the wall there. Thought they would see him, but they actually didn't, and he had a chance to escape. Faker comes in, picks up a double kill casually.
Just Willump slapped.
Yeah. And that was actually 3-0, I think, at that point.
Yep. This was the accidental flash into the stun range of the hookshot. It's pretty unfortunate.
All calculated by Kana, no doubt.
Obviously. See,
I think Jackie could have stepped forward and attacked Deft a couple more times, but I think he was just too scared about the Camille coming in, which eventually did actually lead to his demise. But
indeed.
A little bit late. This was also a fun one with Faker getting it was kind of like the 180 no-scope snowball around the corner. And he hit the Syndra, and it ended up being really nice.
Not gonna lie, there was some absolutely insane Nunu mechanics on display in this game.
Look at him not even look at the kill that he was getting on 369. He was already running at the other enemies.
You know what they say about cool guys, all right?
They don't look at the guy that's dying behind them?
Yeah, exactly.
The explosion of the Jax body.
They're looking for the next one, and he found it as well. That giant snowball delivery. Damn, having a look at the damage, it was all about Canyon, actually. Faker doing a bit, though. But also, Canna had a great game as well. The bottom lane, basically absent, apart from Beryl having a bit of fun in the Death Chamber at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And, Deft was there for a bit.
He existed.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on the Rift.
And he didn't die. It was all Beryl dying.
That's true.
To Jackie Love. So, shout out to Deft. Just playing for the late game. But never really got there because the game ended in 23.5 minutes. So,
very quick one.
Yeah.
So that means that we can get to Nexus splits even faster.
Exactly. And look, I'll be honest with you. I don't have a lot of Nexus splits experience.
No.
But
not too much.
I think it's actually better that way because it means we all get to have a pretty insane experience.
Yeah, it's fun though. I played it when it was first released, and then it left us, and then a lot of people were like, "Hey, we liked Nexus splits," and then they brought it back, and it's a fun mode. You just don't get to see pro players playing it very often. So this is our one chance right here at the All-Star event.
Exactly right. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it will be that Nexus Blitz that we've all been waiting for. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star event. It is almost time for the Nexus Blitz. I know you've all been waiting for it. That is exactly what we're here for. I'm excited to learn about it because Valdez is, in fact, the Nexus Blitz expert and knows everything about it. So I'm just here along for the ride, basically.
Sure.
The Vald analyst will be able to take us through. But ladies and gentlemen, first, we do have a compilation, a super play by good old Faker's Nunu in our Cisco Every Seconds Count, powered by the Cisco Network. Of course, that will be coming up. And we'll be able to relive those glorious moments of gigantic snowballs cascading towards his foes. Yeah, I think this is the dream for any sort of compilation, is to have a Nunu super play compilation.
With Faker, of course.
Just glorious. Absolutely glorious. Faker, he could have played his world-famous LeBlanc. He could have played Zed, the champion that he got, all of his fame for in that classic play against Ryu. But instead, he played Nunu. And
it was the right choice.
So
and
glad.
We should have had more picks like that for the other players, but the rest of it was pretty much standard.
Yeah.
From everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't like the fact that Deft had the option of going to his world-famous Jinx as well and decided not to go for it. His Ezreal as well, and then decided, no, I'll just pick Samira.
Yeah.
Which, I mean...
She's relatively new.
It's 1 out of 3, right? And we had 0 Ornn. So...
Great.
I guess we're happy with that. We're happy with that.
Yeah.
It's no worries. But now we have the opportunity of staying on the topic of Faker. So we can actually check out his story with his Mercedes-Benz icons of the league.
전 세계를 통틀어 최고의 프로게이머는 단연 LCK의 자랑스러운 슈퍼스타 페이커입니다. 2013 LCK 스프링으로 데뷔하자마자 엄청난 센세이션을 일으켰고 LCK 우승만 9회, 월드 우승 3회, 각종 국제대회에서도 그랜드슬램을 달성하며 최초, 최다, 최고 기록들을 모두 보유한 그는 e스포츠 역사에 없던 진귀한 인물로서 그야말로 살아있는 전설입니다. 현재는 T1의 구단주로서 각종 광고, TV 프로그램, 국제행사에서도 러브콜을 받으며 대한민국을 빛낸 스포츠 스타로서 e스포츠 발전에 많은 기여를 하고 있죠. 7회 연속 올스타전에 출전한 그는 단 한 번도 투표 1위를 놓친 적이 없습니다. 2017 올스타전에서는 LCK 기준 역대 최고 득표율인 88.7%로 1위에 오르게 되었는데요. 그만큼 페이커는 독보적인 존재로서 그 가치를 증명합니다. 어딜 가나 그에게 열공하고 존경하며 사랑하는 마음을 갖고 있죠. 뛰어난 실력과 승부사 기질, 그리고 겸손한 인성까지 두루 갖춘 페이커. 별 중에 별, 스타 중에 스타 페이커가 과연 이번 국제 이벤트에서도 우리에게 어떤 즐거움을 선사할지 기대해보죠.
So, ladies and gentlemen, confirmation that Faker is the most popular player of all time and the only person to ever not choose Faker, given that sort of situation, is Trevor Henry. If you guys have watched the most recent Champion Select, I am still salty about it.
Yeah.
Faker deserved to win. I felt like my arguments were solid. However,
he's biased though, so
yeah,
clearly,
obviously,
the LCK has still not won.
Yeah.
On that show.
Yeah.
So we did it a lot of times.
Yeah.
3 of us.
We've tried really
Actually,
hard.
4 of us, right? Didn't Wadid do one time?
Yeah, I think Wadid did one time as well.
Yeah.
So,
what
are we going to do? Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to play some Nexus Splits.
Yeah.
We're going to prove
Okay.
again that Faker deserved the vote. Sorry. I actually thought it was hilarious and honestly the right choice at that point in time. However, looking forward to seeing whether the LCK can wrap it up with this Nexus Blitz match. Comes down to this, Valdez. Can they do it? Is going to be the question. And what champions are they going to use in order to abuse all of the crazy mechanics in the Nexus Blitz?
Yes, and it's not a real best of 3. It's a special 3 games. So we are going to special game number 2, which is, of course, the Nexus Blitz. And we'll have to wait and see what are they going to pick in this. It's just going to be blind pick. There's not going to be any bans or anything for Nexus Blitz.
Yep. Deft is already hovering the brand, which I'm very excited about. Jackie Love's Ribbon would be so fun. Faker should play Yone to pair up with Canna again. That would be a lot of fun. Callista is an interesting one.
369 going to play quote-unquote top Alistair. Maybe he's just really enjoying Alistair nowadays.
I mean, I'm not sure whether we're allowed to actually say that anyone's playing a specific lane anymore.
Yeah, well, there are some lanes, but it's kind of very non-standard, as you would imagine.
Well, we do have the lock-in of the Anivia, the lock-in of both the Ornn and the Riven. Canna is going to be playing the Yasuo. We've got Canyon on one of his old favorites in the Aatrox that he used to play in the jungle quite a lot. Deft is on his Gragas from his 1v1s. That's what got him over the line there. Beryl's real sad, and Faker's thinking about being a blob, but no, he needs to be brothers with his T1 alumni, Canna.
Brothers. Do it again.
It's happening. It's all locked in. The Amumu, I believe, was nerfed on this patch, was completely out of control prior, but not doing as hot, but is still very, very strong. And let's see whether the sad mummy is going to be able to get Beryl across the line in this one. Not too insane, but Anivia existing is a lot of fun. We saw Zatai earlier play very, very well on the Anivia, despite the result of the game.
Yeah, Anivia seems pretty good. I think just thinking about Nexus Blitz, I would imagine that she should be pretty good. There are a lot of little corridors that you can abuse your wall in, so that's pretty good. I think that Shaco also is a top-tier pick for Nexus Blitz. A lot of different walls and stuff that you can hop over, and you can be really annoying with your clone.
Yep, watching some of the rehearsals, you know, Shaco doing some pretty silly things. I always called him Shaco. I was a Shaco
Yeah, me
guy.
too. But then everybody I heard after that started calling him Shaco.
Yeah, I don't know whether people
so-
were more angry at Shaco or Sharko or Shaco. So I'm Australian, so I like to say that it's an Australian accent thing, but I'm going to go with Shaco alongside you so we keep it all unified.
Solidarity.
Yeah, one of those things.
In the Shaco.
As the thing that I want to draw everyone's attention to is just how good Nexus Blitz looks. It is real pretty.
The Observer wanted to show us a Mumu there, I think.
As Rookie's got a lot of friends hanging around here.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we're friends.
Yep.
Although he's mocking them.
It's like the only Koreans allowed area. As 369 joins, so never mind. That wasn't the agreement.
Hello, welcome. So we're going to start off by leashing in the jungle for Karsa. I think this is where the red buff spawns. Those are the
That's
are the
Merc
wolves.
wolf.
Okay.
I could have told you that, of course.
It's been a while. You know, I don't play this mode every day.
No, that's okay. We're not judging you. As there's a cheeky little headbutt there. This is a very classic bottom lane, the Ornn Alistar.
Of course, yeah.
Versus an actual classic lane in Canna and Deft on the Yasuo Gragas.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's almost like they actually picked for Nexus Blitz.
Yeah.
For lanes. You got Yone in the mid lane. You got a Mumu jungling alongside of the Aatrox, I would imagine.
Yep, double jungle. The course, on both sides. Everyone understanding the Nexus Blitz meta. As Canna may just die here. Double flashes! That's the coordination that we like to see from the Bruise brothers that are coming through. Rookie comes down and Deft. Oh, the great escape. Is it going to happen? Blue buff getting frustrated as Rookie demonstrating the newly buffed auto attack. Coming out real clean as he takes down Deft for the second for the LPL.
All right, the clear on the side of LPL looking a little bit faster, so...
Canyon introducing himself beautifully there with the raise of the top hat.
Hello. Good evening. We need a gentleman Cho'Gath.
Beryl just jumps on in here. He's looking to take himself a blue buff.
Yep.
Same to be happened.
Cannon's on in. And now everybody's grouping up down on the bottom side, it looks like, a little bit.
Yeah, Ward dying there. Well, Canna is off to a great Yasuo start so far.
Scuttle Crab fight. It's pathing over to the LPL side, but that was a very aggressive move by Canna.
Here's the big pile in as everyone getting smacked around. Faker drawn back as Deft is going to draw first blood in this particular team fight. Caster going to go down as well. Rookie having to flash, and the LCK are coming back after the early deficit. A double kill for Faker, who's having one of the most ridiculous days here. Day 2 of All-Stars. Doesn't matter who he's playing. He's just looking impressive.
Second that team fights, hello? Hello?
Oh dear. Oh, Faker thinking about it back, but Rookie says no. As once again, you've got Beryl bouncing around.
Do more damage to the target dummy than your opponents can in 20 seconds.
All right.
So we're going to have a target dummy fight. Deft is
the nimble chubby man, seeing what he can do. There's the exhaust, 1 versus 4. Can Deft do it? The answer is, of course, absolutely not. 5 seconds before we can check that DPS, and Deft not going to be doing very much, at least in the next 7 of those.
That's a nice little buy there from the LCK. All right, get on the dummy.
Yeah, the LPL already starting this one off very, very nicely. Beryl, can he get in there? Curse of the Sad Mummy is available as Canna. Once again, by himself. Doesn't have flash or anything like that. He's going to go down as the LCK will bought some time with this target dummy. There's the barrel causing a ruckus
Look up
in
top.
the back line.
Look up top, by the way, for the damage number.
Yeah. It's a fair bit of it here for the LCK
Beryl.
thus far. Oh my god! Canyon with the exorbitant amounts of AoE! Oh no, that's why you shouldn't be focusing on the target dummy. That doesn't fight back. The LCK absolutely does. And yeah, Canyon gives this one the okay as they get far more damage than their opponents.
That setup was so cool from both Beryl and Canyon, of course. Going hand in hand, and this is going to be an easy win, of course, on the target dummy to the LCK after winning that big fight. But, man, they looked pretty far behind after that fight, after Kana got caught again. But they were able to turn that one around. I don't know if we get replays here in the Nexus Splits match.
I think things are too fast, Valdez.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Everybody has Guardian Angels.
Rookie doesn't have his life.
Brothers unite.
Yeah, it looks like breakfast here. Okay. Now there we go. Faker is able to pick that one up in the end, but he'll have his Guardian Angel popped, but he got courtesy of that target dummy, and immediately it is going to be exhumed. Exhumed is absolutely the wrong word. It means absolutely the opposite of what that is. It was fun to say, regardless, and this is Nexus Blitz. It's all about having fun, rather than saying the correct words.
You mean I can play League of Legends without worrying about my LP? I don't know what that means.
Well, you can't, Valdez. You always
If you know
care
me,
about your
that's
LP.
actually correct.
Yeah, you would min-max Nexus Blitz the entire time.
Yeah, I'm like, how can I get my Nexus Blitz MMR, my hidden MMR up?
Yeah, exactly.
Very curious. I want to play with the best of Nexus Blitz.
Yeah. These opponents are nowhere near the level that they need to be to face off against me. As Rookie trying to escape. Good cleanse on the exhaust. As Faker looking after him, but he's going to snap him back. Oh, as Beryl, pretty tanky right now. You can see already with his Sunfire he just purchased. And the Gore Drinker is the real problem, as Beryl, once again, getting on top of Baolan, but maybe this time he's gone a little bit too far forward. Curse of the Sand Mummy comes out, but he's still definitely just a Sad Mummy. Canyon gonna go down as well. Faker gonna try his luck, but just pops back to that E pretty comfortably. Kanna gonna do some Yasuo things here. And by Yasuo things, I mean most likely die, as the stun not going to connect. That's a great ulti. Picks up a couple and he's dead. But it looked cool. So all those Yasuo players out there are like, respect.
Yeah. They were all looking at that. They're like, yeah, that's why I play Yasuo. As he dies 1v4. Classic Yasuo players. At least on my team.
Yeah.
Of course. This was, okay, we actually do have replays here. So take a look at Beryl. Nice knock up here. Okay, so this is before it all starts. The 4-man curse. And then Canyon says, hello, my name is The Shy. Welcome to my realm. Gets in there. It's not the same because they were all rooted in place, stunned, but the spirit is there.
Well, Canyon may not be, as he's going to get taken down. Jackie grabs that kill, immediately followed up by Kanna falling down, but I shouldn't talk about that because obviously that was going to happen. Beryl now diving on top of 369. Not sure what that flash was off in the distance, as 369 is once again going to fall. Rookie putting up a lot of walls, as Deft thinking about contesting this red buff. As Faker's Yone lays some wards down, a popular ward position by the looks of things.
All right, race your Scuttle Crab to the finish line. This is happening in 23 seconds.
Does it feel like a three-legged race? I really feel like we're at a festival.
We are.
It's
that's I think the spirit of Nexus Blitz.
I love it.
It's just a bunch of events and they're random, and you got to work together with your team.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're at summer camp or something. You know.
Well, that Scuttle Crab didn't make it to the finish line. However, I think it's still okay.
All right, get to your everybody on your mark.
Start your engines.
Yep. On your mark.
Okay, well, that's a huge ulti out of Beryl. They're just fighting. It's not about the Scuttle Crabs by the looks of things, as the ribbon already falling down. Jackie didn't last very long, as, okay.
Ooh.
Seeing whether or not the Shaco is going to survive, I believe he did. Gets a double kill in the meantime. Phenomenal knock-up as the Ram comes forward. And the LCK, too busy, I believe, focusing on Scuttle Crabs to be able to get this one to work, as the LPL's...
Look at him go!
He's trucking it all the way forward. Although there is still time. I mean, they don't move all that quickly.
I like the drawings on the ground that represent the Scuttle Crab.
All right, Beryl starting to get that CC. Oh no! Get the knock-ups. Kanna, can you get your knock-up? Yep. Do we have a barrel coming in? They are going to be able to kill it at least. And we are going to have at least another team fight over this.
Yeah, this is...
Deft? Oh no, not going to be able to do it at all. But now the ensuing fight might be in favor. Great triple knock up there from Canyon with one of his Qs. Barrel comes down, brings the egg a little bit closer. Breakfast for the LCK, but can the LPL find more? Jackie down relatively low, but still able to get a fair bit of damage in this one. No, he's just going to try and bail out of it. Casa has been discovered as Faker going to take down Riven and snaps back to that E very comfortably. So, the race was won, but the battle was lost by the LPL.
Yes, but the LPL can cannon back into the action.
That's true.
So when they respawn, well...
Yeah, they haven't cannoned yet.
We got Ornn. Okay, Ornn's going to do it. Yep, he's got the spirit. It's a festival. You got to use the cannon.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
What are you doing?
Canyon grabs himself a red buff. Kanna is going to do the classic Yasuo thing. 0 and 7 now. Perfect play.
How's he died so many times?
He's playing Yasuo. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. And now Faker is going to take a lesson from his brother, and he's going to fall to the Glacial Storm. Good exhaust here under Canyon, who does have his Gore Drinker, so he can 1v4. Beryl definitely can't. And we'll see whether Canyon can actually get this one to work. But no, it's just a little bit too much CC. As you can see, Deft, a lot of AoE. As in goes 369, and yeah, it's a ragdoll, not a Gragas. As Kanna, he got a kill! Oh, fantastic. He just needed his teammates not to be there because it's been their fault this whole time. And, yep, grabs that one as well. Cool guys not needing to look at those explosions.
He's just doing the golems.
He's hit his power spike, ladies and gentlemen. The 7 deaths were what did it.
Finally. He will not go reverse legendary.
Ooh, close. Faker looking for Casa, but he
Only
deceives.
828 gold. Not bad.
No, not at all.
Uh-oh. Brothers? No. No brothers.
Well, Balan says
Brothers?
maybe he just wants to be brother food. And yeah, that Bellows breath is not going to be enough to deter the LCK from taking down the On. In goes Faker, just holds a close gap. Takes down Casa very comfortably. 369 trying to buy some time. But I don't know whether it's the time he really wants as Rookie. I don't know how much he can offer either. He puts down a wall. But looks like Faker has other ideas. 369, mincemeat of him. Def throws in the barrel. It's not the drink that they wanted. Jackie Love dies as an afterthought. Is the bandage toss not going to connect? Looks like the LCK are doing it once again.
They're pushing in. Kana, he's looking for his 8th death.
Oh, he might find it as well. Great knock-up, goes far higher than I was expecting, but no. Last breath comes in. And Kana, I think, is still tanking the turret and does eventually fall down, achieves his goal as Canyon dives on top of the unsuspecting Shaco.
Are they just going to win before the duel? Before the prize fight?
No, we need the duel.
Are you?
No way! 20 seconds on Balan and Casa.
Just dives.
This is a disaster. Come on, Jackie Love. That's a triple knock-up, triple stun, flash out to his death.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah, perfect. 369, he's a scary cow. Oh, what? He got so angry.
Yep. All right, we have started. Stop what you're doing. All right, 2-on-2. 2-on-2 to start.
Yeah, let's see who can reign supreme. Casa trying to be useful as these minions blocking him.
He didn't have his ult for the prize fight.
Super sad. Unbreakable will might be broken here today, as indeed that is what's going to happen. Balan and Rookie now facing off against Kana and Deft. The bottom lane that began now coming to fruition. Kana just desperately wanting to fight. Deft saying, no, please don't, pinging him back. But there's the flash forward. There's the ulti combo. That's what we're looking for. But it doesn't really matter. As Rookie able to get the kill onto Deft there. Flash forward from Balan. Kana, can he do it? No, of course he can't. It is going to be a 1-for-1 in the end, though, and now the decider between...
and Jackie Love.
This is exactly the 1v1 we've all wanted, as the Rift Scuttler seems to be the priority. Ulti comes through, so much CC here as Faker flashes into the brush, back to his E. Jackie Love lying in wait, but it doesn't matter, and Faker still the greatest player in the world.
Look at the smile he's got on too. Oh man, the 1v1 was the most hype. That was so nice. Okay, so red team now has Chain Lightning. So basically they build up, you know, a slow shiv, you know,
well, it
effect.
does a lot of damage.
It does. It's pretty good. It's very good against minions.
All right, well, the LPL are in position. Right. Kana is in position as well. This is where he thrives. Not this time, but you just wait. You just wait.
Hey, he picked up his 10th kill. This is what he was looking for.
Yep. The dream. Rift Herald going to be taken here. We are neck and neck, by the way. 28 kills apiece. That's all you have to look at here in Nexus Blitz. Don't look at the 7,000 gold lead or anything like that. No, 28 to 28. Canyon now diving on forward, trying to get that 30th. Two of them coming in already here for the LCK, as Balan's going to be the lucky 31. Now the LPL.
So scary.
Yep. Now trying to keep this Nexus alive so it does not get blitzed. But that's the game mode. It is going to get blitzed, ladies and gentlemen. Jackie Love getting exhausted. And Faker looking to make that 1v1 happen once again, but this time with the help of his friends. 369. He's a cow. He's aggressive. He wants to get the CC happening. Oh, he does it! But the flash exists.
Oh.
And the Nexus, no, not going to go down this time. We can get trolled in Nexus Blitz just like we can on Summoner's Rift. As Kana,
kind of going.
He's just trying to take down the Nexus. They're getting real angry at him. He's the best Yasuo
Hey, he did a lot of damage.
ever seen.
He knows exactly his role.
Certainly does. He certainly does. Canyon's health bar is going up like he was in his own fountain. Apart from now, he's just going to get obliterated. I'm not entirely sure what's happening in Valdez.
They're going to let the Nexus live. Or
Faker?
What are you doing?
Bouncy Castle.
What?
I think Kana told him all the fun that could be had. 1 versus 5.
All right. Now we have Eevee has joined the fight, and she's selling items, I guess.
Okay.
That was zoomed in by our observer.
That's cool.
Not sure what that was. And
do you know what I'm sure about?
Well, what's that?
I'm sure the Canna's going in.
He only has one direction.
Exactly.
That's one mode.
He's a big fan.
Take a look at that damage. You only get it after moving, so you got to build it up, and then you attack something.
Might be Casa this time around. Flashes out of the way of that one. Definitely a good flash right there as Canyon trying to charge up his Qs. Glacial Storm going to dissipate. That's not real Casa. That's fake Casa. I was like, oh my god, it's squishy.
Yeah.
He is squishy. So maybe his health bar would do the same thing. Sudden death. Pretty close.
Kill the walking Nexus. You're probably like, what the
yeah, what? I think I understand roughly what that does. I've seen a couple of these games.
You know about the sudden death too. We've done a lot of Snowdown showdowns.
Yes, we have. So there's a good rocket in from Casa.
All right, here we go. Start walking.
426 health.
Yep.
On the LPL Nexus.
It's exactly what you thought.
It does at least have 1,300 this time, but 36,000 is far more. By 1,300, I mean 13,000.
You got there. Okay.
Oh, Shelly! What are you doing?
Where are you going?
Oh, she's in the wrong neck of the woods. That's not what we wanted to see.
Now, that's a lot of health, actually, for both.
Yeah, a fair bit of it. We'll see one more team fight before the Blitz is out. But the LCK, all they need to do is bide their time. Infernal Chains are going to land. Beryl trying to get in position for a big Curse of the Sad Mummy as Faker smacking down 369. Brilliant CC. Caster bites the dust, and now the pile-in is going to be complete. Oh my god, the juggling! The LCK getting ripped to shreds. But Canyon went from 0 health to about 6,000 in the blink of an eye. Aatrox, ladies and gentlemen, he is pretty dang strong. As they're just going to juggle Jackie Love for a moment and see what he can do. But, you know,
they're like, oh, wait, what? You do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's got some stuff as well. Caster's making his way in, accidentally gets himself knocked up, but that's fine. Deft is going to go down. Faker now in trouble. The Yone falls. And I don't know what these Nexi are doing, but they're battling one another. Canyon is still here. Valdez, can you take over?
No, it's all you, man.
All right, well, the Nexus falls down. Thank you so much, Valdez. Yep. And the LCK reign supreme in the Nexus Blitz. Can we have next year's LCK just be on Nexus Blitz?
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
So we do a best of 3, and if it goes to game 3, we play on Nexus Blitz.
Yes.
How about that? That sounds good.
You know how everyone was super psyched about Game 5 blind pick?
Yeah. No, what?
What about Game 5 Nexus Blitz?
I enjoyed it.
That's the decider that I want. Because that was a lot of fun. I don't think I've had a lot of fun casting, you know, a for fun series since Hexakill existed back in the day. Pastry Time and I just screaming about a 6-person shockwave that existed. The only time I've seen that one. Faker winning his 1v1 against Jackie Love there. So demonstrating he deserved his video.
Yeah. Faker was just smurfing on the Yone, and Canyon was kind of doing the same.
Yeah. I mean, Aatrox is pretty dumb, just in general at the moment. Yeah, with the Gore
It's
Drinker.
pretty good. We saw like a lot of those melee bruisers building the Gore Drinker. We saw the Riven.
Yeah.
From Jackie Love, I think it was. That was the highlight, I think, the 1v1 between him and Faker there. That's my favorite part of the Nexus Split. So you get to that showdown, the duel.
Now,
yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what happens here because I've had a few mixed messages, but I'm hoping that we now go to a Summoner's Rift match. But I will get confirmation.
We do, after
theoretically,
a break.
the best of Fake 3 is done. The LCK have reigned supreme, but we could make it a 2-1 if the LPL are able to take down the LCK in standard Summoner's Rift for all of the marbles for charity.
We did it. We did the Nexus Splits, but we do have that one last match. As you did say, the Summoner's Rift, but we do have to take a look at some of the highlights
Yeah.
And boy, were there a lot. There was
I
a
hope
lot
it's
of
at half
Atlas
speed. That's what we need.
play-by-playing. We should just get half-speed Atlas play-by-play for this.
And Canna's dead again.
There you go.
I hope Canna had a lot of fun in this game because he was definitely just going in with
like he was
regular
having
advantage.
fun. And, yep, hello. Ooh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, pretty much just dunking everyone. Kind of finally got a chance to do some killing and some damages.
Yep. Angry Golem gets angry at Rookie as well. And Canna grabs his first kill of the game. Well, I guess second, but it was the first instance of kills for Canna in this game. This was sick, though. Faker playing with vision very nicely. Win slash not enough. Still very, very close between these two superstars in Faker and Jackie Love.
Great job by Barrel there once again, but Faker teaming up with his bro, Yone and Yasuo, but then amazing knockups there from the side of the Riven and Alistair. 369 Jackie Love getting in and doing some fun stuff.
Yep.
And then they let Jackie Love live. And then the game continued because the Nexus has got their shields. And yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
I would like to see that more often, actually. That was enjoyable.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. So hopefully we do get to see more Nexus Blitz in the future. But now we get to go back to Summoner's Rift and have a look at it all full serious mode. And you know what that means? That means one final chance.
Yeah.
Faker versus Rookie, Yasuo versus Zed.
I hope it's not a draft. I just want it to be like a blind pick and just pick random stuff, you know. No fan picks and no Nexus Blitz. Just have them pick weird stuff. But we'll see. We'll have to wait and see, Max.
That's exactly right. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, that deciding game. See you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star Championship event match. This is the deciding game. Ignore the fact that the LCK already have a 2-0 under their belt. This is the true deciding match in this best of three.
One game of Summoner's Rift, we had our fun, and now let's have more fun.
Exactly.
In the third game of our special 3 games.
I really hope it's draft and they ban Nunu because he's legit strong. That's what I really need. That is absolutely what I really need.
Or we just play blind pick and we play random stuff. Maybe Faker can play Master Yi in the mid lane.
Ooh, I remember when he did that. That was when Master Yi scaled on ability power, and that does not exist in the game anymore. So it may not happen, but we'll have to see. Before that, though, we get to lead to our Mercedes-Benz Icons of the League. This one featuring the LPL's Jackie Love.
鲜衣怒马少年时，用来形容如今的 Jackie Love 最恰当不过。从最初因年龄不够无法上场的蛰伏，到出道即巅峰，豪取世界冠军的惊艳表现，再到入选英雄联盟全明星赛阵容，他用实力书写着自己的传奇故事。17岁的 Jackie Love 刚出道便冲进了全球总决赛，8强对阵 KT 时，他闪现向前，紫色的暴风雨刃划破了对手的最后一道防线。
Jackie Love! Jackie Love just found everybody, and that's gonna be a triple for IG.
这一幕成为了英雄联盟历史上的经典瞬间，而他最终也捧起了所有职业选手梦寐以求的召唤师奖杯。2020赛季，为了寻求新的挑战 ，Jackie Love 加盟滔博战队，并在夏天与队友们一起斩获 LPL 冠军。加冕时刻，他长舒一口气，这是一位被质疑的复仇者重获枷锁后最真实的情感流露。随后的全球总决赛，Jackie Love 在遭遇对手疯狂针对的情况下，快速调整打法，率领队伍完成了让2追3的壮举。
Finds a solo kill to 369. Jackie escapes, sidesteps everything and does not go down. Top esports for the first time will pull off the reverse sweep.
征战赛场3年之久 ，Jackie Love 凭借出众的实力收获了大量粉丝的关注，但少年并没有迷失方向。首次出战全明星的他，肩负起了赛区的荣誉，也即将让世人再度领略到来自 LPL 下路的恐怖统治力。
LPL 80 carries are always just a joy, to be perfectly honest. They have produced some of the best of all time. We saw Wei Zhao earlier. I think a lot of people wished that they could see Uzi one last time because he was also one of the greats. I feel like, you know, the LCK and EU known for mid laners, so many fantastic players, but the LPL will always be one for the 80 carry. So JackieLove, welcome to All-Star for the first time, certainly turning around a top esports that now look better than ever with him alongside them. So really fantastic to celebrate a lot of these players that are making it to All-Stars. One of them being Faker, who's been at every single one, and another one making his debut in JackieLove. So really, really cool stuff. And now we get to see them in the final game of the day. Summoner's Rift. Will Nunu be banned? Will it be Zed versus Zed in the mid lane?
Good
Probably
question.
not. I think it'll be a draft.
I think it's blind pick, based on what I see here.
It does say
what I see right here on my.
It does say blind pick, but sometimes we like to throw some shakeups into the works. Sometimes spanners exist in some of these situations just to make things more fun. So to be perfectly honest, ladies and gentlemen at home, we are on this ride with you, and we're excited to find out where it's going to go. Because there's so many questions to be asked and answered. With the amount of crazy matchups that there could be with all of these players. I mean, JackieLove versus Deft is a really fun one. Faker versus Rookie is a matchup that I've always wanted in every stage of my existence.
And we got to see Nunu versus Syndra the last time.
I know! Super hype matchup.
So what are they going to do this time? Is it going to be similar feel, or are we playing LeBlanc versus...
Syndra versus Orianna?
Yeah. Orianna versus Galio.
Yep, please no. Azir mirror matchup. That might actually be fun, but we can't do that.
Well,
unless it is blind pick. But we're blind as well, so we don't necessarily know which it is going to be as of yet. And I like to keep it that way. Keep us all on our toes. His castle looks like he's getting a little bit tired, maybe just charging up.
He's had a long day.
He certainly has.
To suffer through the beating that he took. New Xiaoxi, or a little bit earlier on in the 1v1, the Red Bull 1v1 tournaments that we did have.
Indeed. This is the last chance saloon, though, for the LPL. This is now where it all becomes standard once again. Back on Summoner's Rift, no restrictions on the champions that you can play. And this is where they put it all on the line. This is the closest thing to a regular matchup between these two teams. So expect that the LPL will come out all guns blazing. And if they win here, there will be a lot of questions as to whether that particular victory means more than the other two that were a little bit memey. You know?
But they were fun.
I know, and it's also 2 wins in comparison to just the 1. So we'll allow you guys to debate that back at home.
I think Faker won the series when he picked Nunu.
I think Faker has won the entire All-Stars so far. How he's done it, 7 years in a row, still manages to be the center of attention with the most craziness ever offered. It's very exciting. So we are banning and picking in this one. LCK starting off on the blue side. And by starting off, I mean they will remain on the blue side. It's not like halfway through the game we'll switch their colors. It's just one game.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You're so used to saying that because it's the beginning of a best of 3.
Yep. Well, Malphite going to be taken away. Of course, the LCK needs to ban that one.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with Malphite anymore. Pantheon is good in general, but you're also playing against Beryl, so just don't let it through.
Beryl would never play it, though. He's too busy playing things like...
He's going to play Warwick.
Warwick and Maokai and stuff like that.
Yeah. And we saw that the LPL, when they did come into their matches against the underdogs, they just picked wacky stuff. I mean, we had Ashe with Imperial Mandate in the mid lane for Rookie, going 0 and 11.
Yep.
And, of course, Alistar top from 369. The LCK, they weren't playing 100% seriously, but a little bit more serious than that.
I mean, sort of. They did have the Ivern Rengar bottom lane.
Yeah.
But that worked.
It was actually good, and then they lost anyway.
Yeah. They got Malphited, though.
Yeah.
And we all know that Malphite is the god tier
good
late game carry.
Good bans there from Canyon and Faker.
Yep.
Yorick and Nasus, of course.
You do definitely need to remove the Nasus unlimited scaling. That can be a real problem, as Talia is going to be taken off the board, something that Casa played, but Canyon can also pick up. Faker also a fantastic Talia player. Is team.
Good pick.
Yeah, this is predicting the obvious Garen because of his level in competitive play at this particular point.
He saw 369's amazing Alistair top, so he's like, ooh, maybe I should get ahead of that.
Yeah. Speaking of getting ahead of things, if Pyke does that, he stuns you, which is pretty cool. And he's going to be locked in. Not sure who that's going to for now. Because, to be honest, this is the final game of All-Star. You could imagine that these two teams definitely wanted to have a good time.
Yeah. All right, what's it going to be? Well,
Jackie Love, if you play Misfortune, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Jin? Oh, okay. Graves. How about a Rammus? Let's play Rammus and Singed.
That sounds okay.
And they'll build that, what's that new item? The chem tank. I think it's called something like that, and they just run around real fast.
Yeah. Canyon going to play Sejuani in his final All-Star match. I doubt it.
That one's for Beryl, of course.
This is the 100% Canyon pickup. I believe was buffed a little bit on this patch. Wasn't faring very well in the preseason. It was good old Arthas. Lilia.
This is, okay, Swain. I saw him typing right at the last second. I knew he wasn't going to just play Lilia. So
that's likely to be the bottom lane.
Swain Pyke?
Yeah, Def did like the Swain when the awesome dudes were a thing, so that's a possibility. But actually, I probably shouldn't talk about where these things are going. The Aatrox comes in, I expect that to go to Canyon, but Canna's probably playing it. Nah, Beryl's probably playing it, let's be real. Rookie, let's see what he decides to pick up here. Might just iron out the bottom lane. Or could just lock in Xin. Okay.
Well,
that's a bit of a riddle. That's a riddle to be solved, Valdez.
All right, can we guess where that's going? I think maybe top mid lane?
I mean, if you manage to win your first all-in, Xin is a very, very good top laner. If you don't, Xin does nothing forever.
Yeah. Maybe it's a rookie pick. Maybe he picked for himself. All right, good ban on the Ivern. They could have picked Ivern Rengar for their last two picks, of course, to round out their composition.
Yeah, remember, the players could be going into all sorts of different lanes as well. So
true.
They've already tried this, you know, Faker in the bottom lane earlier on in yesterday's matches. So still, everything's up in the air. You expect Graves to go into the jungle, because Casa made the mistake in the 1v1 of messing with Graves when minion waves are involved, and it didn't work out. As Master Yi to be taken off the board.
Good ban.
Oh, Garen, that was really important.
Yeah. You gotta make sure that Faker doesn't play Garen mid.
Yeah.
That is way too strong.
I've watched him win a lot on credited Garen mid lane, okay? It happens a lot. As Skarner misses his kind, but at least we see a picture of him in the ban phase.
When are we just going to replace his face with Captain Flowers?
I think it should happen.
It'll happen eventually.
I mean, he does have a majestic chin.
Yeah.
So,
maybe after he's been casting like 10 years, maybe he can get a skin.
Victor.
All right, so that's definitely in the jungle.
That is, it's got to be jungle Victor, doesn't it?
I think it's obvious at this point after seeing the other picks.
Well, Casa's already Smid Ignit, so I think that means that the Graves is going into the jungle. As Lilia being considered once again and locked.
Okay, that is mid Lilia with...
So, it is Swain, Pyke bottom lane.
Maybe that's for Faker.
Aatrox top, Aurelia mid, and Lilia jungle. Balan's going to lock away the Rakan, and that's going to mean 369 is, in fact, going to be playing Xin Zhao top. That's
I think Faker's playing Aurelia.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah.
Oh, is it going to be the Beryl Aatrox is the real question. That's what we truly need to learn.
Aatrox Swain sounds like the Swain is going to pull him and you're going to miss the sweet spot.
I mean, I'm thinking in terms of being a T1 top laner, top Pike is not something
Maybe
that
Barrel's
they
just going to
remember
go top.
fondly.
Maybe they'll just swap again.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That could be a thing.
Kind of just goes bot.
Canna might have just had more practice on the Pike, although he's the one that has teleport, so... I mean, the time's ticked down, so... That's how the cookie has metaphorically crumbled.
I think this LCK comp is going to roll. This LPL comp, just looking at it. I don't know. They just have so much stuff that's going to just press all their buttons and run at you, essentially, outside of, I guess, Lilia.
I think it has a lot to do with Jackie
Lilia
Love.
too.
If Jackie Love can just kite them out, then he just wins. Although Aurelia had a second removed off her Q and is therefore all that much more sticky.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought you'd like that.
I can't believe they've done this.
Really? Because I read it in the patch notes. I believed it pretty quickly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she was struggling a little bit. There's Swain. You don't get to see him too often. He's got a nice little monocle.
Yep, and it looks like we're just going to have Swaytrox on the bottom side of the map. And it will be the top Pike. So this is some T1 revenge against top Pike. It's a
top Pike
2.
30 seconds until minions
All right,
spawn.
Balan. Not like this.
Yeah. Well, he's just going to get skewered. Grand exit. And that's what you get for spamming your emotes. Still plenty of time. Not going to be wasting anything.
Yeah, everybody took what they were normally going to take, so it doesn't really mess anything up. Except, I guess, Balan.
Yep.
Minions have spawned.
Barrel playing Electrocute Aatrox.
Wait, he's actually going top lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Electrocute, Ignite, Aatrox, and I guarantee he's going to crush them with it, and then everybody's going to start playing support Aatrox for a day. Until they lose like 2 games, and then we'll never see it again, thankfully.
Look, I know he has a lot of influence, but I don't know whether Aatrox support is going to be the one to really catch on, personally. But I mean, that's only one man's opinion.
All right, here we go.
It's audacious, but the Bone Skewer stops good old Xin from getting anything done. This is what we came here to see, though. Faker's Aurelia. Ooh, does manage to get that. Flawless duet. Another charge comes in as Canna electrocutes the Xin Zhao. And gets dabbed on, unfortunately. Because now Barrel looking to try and chase down this LPL bottom lane. Look at how menacing he is.
They're just so tall.
Yeah.
Both of them.
That's our analysis. Another Bone Skewer, 369, very close to turret range. Once again.
The Monk and W Union.
Yeah, the Monk and W Union. Oh, that was very, very sneaky. Flash immediately comes out, but the reset was already there. There's the bowling ball, but not going to find Rookie. Flash forward from Canyon. He gets exhausted immediately, and Rookie will fall. Faker getting first blood, and Caster going to flash on over. Faker being careful to stand behind Canyon. And there it is, the flawless duet and a double kill for Faker.
And a steal of the Raptors while you're here. Don't mind if I do, says Canna. Or not Canna, Canyon. And yeah, there we go. That's the start we were looking for from the LCK side. A double kill for Faker's Aurelia in the mid lane is, you know, generally, I feel like your chances of winning go from maybe 50% to 90% after that happens.
Yeah, let's check out the Axe replay, see how Faker did this. Swirl Seed not hitting the mark, but then Canyon saying, I don't mind, I'm flashing on you.
Yeah, he's played some games of Lilia. Yeah, definitely very practiced. And gets right in there for the perfect amount of damage. Says, don't mind if I do. Do some damage to those Raptors. Bot lane just seems a little bit like a slugfest.
Yeah. That's exactly what Beryl wants, is Rookie going to get tagged. No secondary Blade Surge to come through here from Faker. As he's got a Vampiric Scepter in this lane. in response to the brown bags that Rookie was able to put together.
Kind of missing that last range minion. Faker says, no, you know what? Never mind. Not going to kill the ward.
Ooh. Okay. Knockups. Ravens getting themselves into position, courtesy of Swain. Oh, I love
Calm down, Yumi.
Yeah, I love the Monkey W Yumi. It's just so good. It's all right. Canyon gonna watch out and eep on these popcorn chickens. Another electrocution. As you could imagine, that 369 in a standstill and battle situation is going to do okay against the Pike. However, it's pretty difficult for him to keep him in position, especially after the Audacious Charge is used, especially on minions. As Grand Entrance onto the Swain. See whether he can pull anyone back. The answer is no. The LCK will push this lane in. Look to reset, get themselves some vision down. There's the tug back onto Baolan, and Beryl wishing that he had a little bit more range, or that maybe he was playing a support champion.
Hey, man. Aatrox he's well-versed. He knows what he's doing. He has not only one. You think about Alistar. Alistar has, like, what, 1.5 knockups? Aatrox has 3.
That's true. That is true.
3 knockups.
Do you know what I like to think? I like to think that this is Aatrox.
Yeah.
And he's currently in Oshag Hennessy's office.
Okay.
And Swain in this picture is Oshag Hennessy. And you don't attack Oshag Hennessy. As Jackie Love just found out. Takes a fair bit of damage there. Karsa, not with the ability to really do too much. However, he is able to help shove out that lane. As you can see, 369 taking a bit of damage there. That Bone Skewer would have possibly been the end of him. As another Flawless Duet comes down onto Rookie. Gravity Field in a decent position, but the reset's there, and Canyon will pick up the kill. This mid lane is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're bullying him. It's not fair.
Ooh, okay, there it is. Ulti comes down. Canna just goes underwater, though. Flashes forward, straight up misses, but there's the ulti. And Canna wins the 1v1. Grabs himself a bunch of extra gold as well.
Yeah, 369 is, you know, he's trying too hard to get that kill to be flashy under the turret, but he gets punished for it. That's why the lane Pike is so annoying. Even when he doesn't have any items, still able to maneuver so well and be super annoying under that turret.
Well, Balan gets a knock-up onto Canyon here. He's going to be able to put people to sleep as the Drowsy will come into effect. There's the Watch Out Eep and Karsa. What the heck? That was a pop.
Yeah.
Just went down. No time to extinguish the cigar in that particular instance.
Pop Blossom and Pop Graves.
Yeah.
Yeah. He went down real quick. And that's the power of course, support Aatrox, because that was, I don't know.
I'm getting ready to eat my words.
Alistar.
And actually, it's been a while since breakfast, so I'm ready to eat basically anything. Words are the first thing, then maybe that's what we'll do. Is Canna looks for the stun, gets it. Gravity Field is good, but it's not going to get the stun up onto Faker. Chaos Storm is mainly just chaos for Rookie, as Faker will take him down. That's the killing spree.
Look at his flash, just came off cooldown.
Oh god,
just now.
Not a good time.
Perfect gank timing.
This is exactly what you wouldn't expect the LCK to do, and that is pick Pike top, the champion that was such a bane to their existence a couple of years prior. It's a dope skin as well.
Looks like a volleyball spike.
Yeah, it did.
And I think he could have got him if he used his ultimate early, pushing Zhao. Here's the pop. Just pops like a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
And poor Jackie Love is like, wait, I thought we were fighting. What happened?
Well, Canna trying to go underground, but he's just dead. This is what happens, you know, if you don't have your dishy dashy, you're probably gonna die. To the old Xin Zhao. So, evens things out here.
Yeah. You know, it's rough to fight that Xin Zhao just straight up in the lane, but you can do some weird stuff. Ooh, speaking of weird stuff.
Exactly.
You see that synergy right there?
Beautiful.
The Aatrox knock up into the pull from the Swain. This lane has got potential.
Well, it is currently even in CS against a very well-established lane of Ezreal Rakan. So, look, I can't doubt you just yet. As Canna making his way in. Control vision here for the LCK. He's now underwater. Brilliant knock-up. It's now Jackie Love trying to escape. You can see Charm is pretty good as Canna doesn't have his flash, so can't actually get in the way, but it doesn't seem to matter. Casa coming on forward. Are we going to get the resets? The answer is no, as that one goes a little bit wide, but the pullback from the Swain. This combination of the support Aatrox and the Swain, absolutely beautiful. And in the meantime, the LCK also take down the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they're just going to send Faker top to soak all of that CS, so they're not just losing that into the void. LCK 4,000 gold ahead, about to get even farther ahead. More plates, more CS in the top lane. Feeling pretty good. Let's see what Rookie can do for the first time this game.
Yep, Death Ray comes down. That's the Chaos Storm as Beryl finds the Infernal Chains. Very high value. It's going to slow down the Chaos Storm as well, and it looks like they're going to make their way out as Faker is teleported in. Yeah, dashing around 3 people with 0 mana probably isn't the optimal choice, but Canyon in the meantime is just going to take down the mid lane outer turret.
Yep, not wasting any time as, okay, Jackie Love being annoying. They've done their fair share of diving turrets today. And yeah. They're like, well, why not more? Well, they don't have any summoners or ultimates, but they'll still be annoying. As Lilia, Canyon here, is just going to go ahead and take away the red buff. That's her red buff.
Indeed, right on top of a control ward there as well. Decides not to get rid of that. Just wants them to see that he's taking their stuff. As I didn't see Canyon use the dash before, but obviously didn't have it available in order to escape.
369 must have seen it.
Yes,
was
indeed.
The important part, I suppose. Kind of did not have to get charmed there, but I suppose he wanted to get that right angle. Again, Jackie Love, this ultimate here, not the best from Kana. Wanted to just use it before he dies. But either way, looks like Faker killed the turret in the meantime.
Yep.
Just casually here.
Lost half of his health bar, but he's 31 CS in the lead on this Aurelia, who on this patch is definitely a carry threat. Even our friend LS said that Aurelia might be a decent champion on this patch, and he's generally not a fan of Aurelia as a champion.
Interesting.
Well, this is also interesting, as this could be a rough time for the LPL. Casa coming on in, though, to try and support Jackie Love. Most likely going to go down as Deft just explodes. That's a Demon Flare, and that's going to do it as Faker. He's elsewhere. He's up here towards the inner turret, and he's going to grab a double kill for himself. 5-0-1 for the Beast.
Wait, why did Rookie step up?
Because he just wanted to get the Chaos Storm onto Canyon. He is going to live. His Chaos Storm goes through the wall, and Canyon is pretty squishy at the moment. We'll still be able to take down Sir Grobulus. Okay, not going to get the stun, but that does get the flash out of 369.
That's the power, the one power of top Pike.
Yep.
One of the best things he can do, I suppose.
Divine Sunderer on its way here for 369 by the looks. It's going to help him stay relevant on the damage. See whether he continues to put items together of the offensive variety as we have a look at this replay one more time.
Just going to go ahead and pretty much straight up dive here. Deft able to get in there and ult and take out Jackie Love after sucking all the health out. And then Rookie's like, hey, wait, I want to play more. Let's go. But he ends up not dying, but also not getting the kill.
As we come back to live, I have observed that no one is dead, so we didn't miss anything. Definitely good news. Deft farming up very nicely here on this Swain. Can be difficult with the range disadvantage they have. Flash forward from Canyon. Watch out, Eep, indeed. As Jackie Love down to about 200 as he burns down. The Swirl Seed not going to connect, but Jackie Love no right to be in this lane right now. On a ward as well, so the LCK understand that they can push this one up very comfortably. Canyon even going to wrap around. Oh my goodness, did that Swirl Seed actually hit him? Must have been something else. Ooh. It's getting real dicey.
Yeah. This is looking pretty comfortable for the LCK. 11-1 in terms of kills. Faker's 5-0 on Aurelia.
And Deft has his Leandri's Anguish. Or is it Lament? Or is it Torment? Not entirely sure. Faker going to go in for this. 1 versus 4, but Beryl's going to try and turn the tide. Great double knock-up. Canyon coming on in here as well, and he's got a lot of damage available to him. As now, Canna looks for the Bone Skewer, doesn't find it. 369 now going for his fight. The Vanguard's Edge goes completely into the wind, but is it going to mean that the LCK can lose the fight? The answer is no. The resets come in. A triple kill already as Rookie's trying to run. Swirl Seed will connect, and there is the ulti. Canna isn't going to land it. That was a little bit of a whoopsie, but it's still going to be the ace for the LCK.
They get the ace, and support Aatrox is 2-0-9. What a pick. But actually, the top Pyke coming in huge there in that one. Not sure why LPL decided, hey, this is a good time to fight. Let's do it. We're only down, what? They were probably down like 8,000 gold at that time. Now that's a bit more, about 12,000. 369, he wants a bit more himself.
Oh, the bird. Is that giving away his position?
Uh-oh.
369 spots the Deft, is now lumbering slowly away. He lost his walking stick, did the Swain. But still, looks like he is going to be able to back
me, bro.
Yeah,
Too slow.
Yep.
Too slow. Triforce picked up for Faker, and he could probably 1v5 them now.
Yeah.
He was getting close to like a 1v3 situation, but now I think it's like a 1v5.
Well, Canna is looking for 369, cancels his own Bone Skewer by pressing E. That was cute. There's now Casa taking a lot of damage from Beryl. Support, by the way.
Yeah.
Gore Drinker completed.
He's got better items than the Jungle Graves.
Oh, God. He's almost got better items than 369, dude. It's a rough situation. As we're going to have a look at this team fight once again. The Vanguard's Edge uncharacteristically goes wide for Faker, but it did not matter.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to have a look at the bottom lane as Rookie picks up his first kill of the game.
Yeah. Canna has died 3 times. Nobody else on his team has died at all. So he's, he's trying to buff up those numbers, as you mentioned, with the triple-double.
Yep.
You got to get the double digits in the middle column as well.
You thought Yone was Yasuo's brother. Actually, it's Pyke.
Yeah. He's proven that here today.
Yeah. Yone was adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Well.
Baolan.
Baolan.
It's okay.
Well, looks like we got Shirley in the meantime in the top turret.
Faker is about the biggest ever right now. 163 CS at 16.5 minutes in. Going back to base casually. We're going to have this one once again. We just wanted to watch Faker miss that Vanguard's Edge one more time, apparently.
But then Pyke grows up. He was the little brother. Now he's the older brother. He does miss this one, but that's okay.
Does not matter.
He baits them into staying for a split second longer. And this was just mean. That's just mean.
He didn't even come back down. Actually, no way of avoiding that whatsoever. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he needed a ward.
Indeed. Well, LCK now lying in wait. Faker saying that actually he needs to get all of this farm. To continue playing even more aggressively.
He's freezing.
That's actually so much harder as Aurelia because it's so fun killing minions.
Yeah, dashing around.
Yeah, man. Kudos to Faker. He eventually sends a few minions over there, so the freeze wasn't actually something that eventuated. Ludens to be picked up here by Rookie as Canna has found Baolan. Gets him a cute little stun. Electrocute does a fair bit of damage there as well as Baolan down to about half. As the ulti used from Canna to get himself out rather than in, as Canyon just goes and steals a dragon. Will die for it, but now the rest of the LCK are here. That Vanguard's Edge is going to land as Beryl grabs that kill. And now Casa looking to go 1 versus 2. Canna is going to escape. He's very squishy, but Deft isn't. He's got the Demonic Embrace, and he's going to be able to take down the Graves very comfortably. And now Rookie and Baolan find themselves as the last men standing. Deft not going to be able to get the CC, but Baolan is just going to get thrown back into the waiting arms of Faker, who will just walk past this turret and try and take down Rookie. Beryl is going to die.
Get him!
And how many more is he going to be able to take with him? As Deft is going to get exhausted. This is a 1v1 that Deft isn't going to win. And Rookie now 4-4-1.
Look behind him. Canna.
The Sharks are circling, but I think that there are some anti-Shark people coming on in. And in the end, it just wasn't exactly the greatest of dives.
But it was the thought that counts. Just like when you're giving out presents for Christmas, guys, it's the thoughts that counts. So they went for the dive. I appreciate it. It didn't work out. That's okay.
Well, Carson not able to steal his own blue buff.
Baker can just kill him.
Oh my god, so much damage.
He is going to die.
Yeah, picks up
Wait,
one.
is he?
Can he actually dishy dash this one around? Does have the stopwatch. Canyon makes his way in exactly on time. The Drowsy will come through, and that's two flying in wait, immediately taken down. So much money over to the Pike. That's the double. Special delivery. 9-0 and 9. Faker in the mid lane on his Aurelia. There's 369.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he doesn't even really know what's about to happen right here. It isn't Faker, I guess, so that's good news. No stun. Will land onto the Zen as there's the ulti. Canna just says, I'm getting out of here, Deft. You finish it off, and he will indeed do that. As Beryl, he's just getting work done. He's alongside Shirley, taking down inhibitor turrets.
Smart idea. We don't want to give them minions to freeze. I can't even get the sentence out of my mouth. Yeah, so this is the nice little dive that they go for. They're like, are we doing it? And Kana's like, wait, no, actually he was the other direction. Just trying to cut him off, but didn't exactly work out. We see Baker against 2 in live.
Yep. Well, see whether he can actually make this one work. Yes, he picks up one of them. That's the flawless duet. Almost gets a second. But 1 for 1, we take those. LCK are going to be able to take down the Baron at the same time. It was all a masterful bait. Although it is 1,000 gold going over to the LPL. As Canna has spotted Karsa out. That was a very early ultimate. However, Karsa will still die. Oh, Jackie Love now looking for more Mike.
What is
Damage is insane. He's 8-3 and 6, Valdez. He's a really big Pike.
He has so much lethality right now that,
yeah, man.
that Ezreal with no armor is just getting chunked.
Well, I mean, he's going to die. However, it looked really cool prior.
Yeah.
Let's keep our eyes on the Red Bull Baron power play to see how much further forward the LCK are going to get, because we didn't even watch the Baron go down. There were more interesting things.
Beryl is like, I want a piece of the action. He actually is 4-1 and 9, so he has seen a bunch of action himself.
Yep, himself.
Not trying to, send you to Home Depot. But, yeah, we got 15,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes. I'm just sad that Faker died.
Yeah, me too.
Senpai.
Still has a 400 gold bounty, even after the death. Now, Steric's Gauge completed also. Needless to say, he's a big deal. Canyon also, quiet achiever. Right this second, has himself his Banshees complete. 2-1 and 13. Stopwatch in hand as well. And let's have a look at this one once again. Faker trying to outplay.
He actually messed up his stun. Might have given him a better chance. Eventually realizes he has to try to turn. And he does actually kill Baolan. So there's that. He goes for the flashy play, but he gets zapped.
That was so close to being amazing. Without the ward in the brush, maybe it would have been different. No, actually, Cast was in the brush, so never mind.
Yeah. Also could just Chaos Storm the brush and be like Pikachu.
Faker 2 levels ahead of Rookie. Completely. Canyon, next highest level in the game, is, I guess, something that happens. Because, I mean, it did happen.
Yeah. 369, he has 1 goal and 1 goal only, and that is to take down this top tier 2 turret. He doesn't want to fight, doesn't care about the Baron or the Infernal Soul. He just wants the turret.
Well, maybe he should care about the Infernal Soul a little bit. Does the LCK already have that Baron like you were talking about? 40 seconds before that one does wear off. Not the hugest of power plays, though. As you can see, only about 500.
Yeah, just a little bitty one. And, ooh, Kana. No, not this time.
He goes very fast. As you can see, those Moby boots boosting him past. Ravenous Hydra completed by 369, so he's a big deal in a 1v1. Problem is, it's not going to be 1v1s a lot of the time, and he's the kind of guy that wants to get in amongst it, and the entire LCK team comp wants to get amongst it. And so it's sort of playing into their hands just a little bit, unfortunately for the Xin Zhao.
All right, we got the split pushing going here. Kind of looking to take down the turrets. Wants to go for the tutorial victory. see what he's got. Well, he does chunk these turrets really fast as well.
Yeah, he does.
The entire team is looking to jump him.
But he's 60 CS behind, so loses lane, unfortunately.
But he wins game. 8, 4, and 6.
That's the Pyke way. He's going to go back. See what he actually puts together. Edge of Night now completed. Just as much lethality as possible.
There's 14,000 gold.
Oh my goodness. 3,000.
Over,
it's close to 4,000 ahead of Rookie.
You don't really see those numbers in regular, pro games.
Yeah.
Until, eventually.
It's like a bloodthirst worth of money ahead.
Yeah. Just early on, nobody's usually 10, 1, and 9. Kana was getting in there. He's looking for action. He's like, nothing's happened for 1 minute.
A Swirl Seed did
so
much damage. What the heck? Okay. Kana's going to regen a bunch of that health. Goes underwater again.
He's pretty fed too.
Yeah.
Good old Canyon.
There's also even more money on Faker than just the 10, 1, and 9. Because Kana's been scooping up all of these kills. So the assists are worth like 300 each anyway. It's nutty. Well, why is that Swirl Seed hitting for so much damage, Valdez?
Well, it's also burning him for a lot.
Yeah.
With the passive, I believe, and the Demonic Embrace.
Yep, of course, Lilia's passive does do a lot of damage. But dang.
Here comes 369. First team fight.
Here we go. Can he do it? No,
never mind. Wrong way.
That's the Wonder Bite. He went down to the water, dipped his toes in, and it was just a little bit too cold. See what season it's going to be next team fight. As our Rookie starting to do a fair bit of damage, but trades it back for almost his whole health bar. Doesn't have a lot of magic resist right now, so Canyon really does rip him to shreds.
They're just pushing. They're like, we got to end this game.
Yep.
And then they immediately back off. We do have the Baron soon, 22 seconds.
Well, Valdez, it's a 15,000 gold lead, which is a lot of gold. As Canyon comes through.
This is so fast.
And yeah, 369 falls asleep. Does have that ulti running, but Deft, yeah, he's a big demon Raven monster, and that is very frightening. Now it's a 4 versus 5. They've completely encircled the LPL as Rookie's going to go golden. Jackie Love is going to die. Canyon may fall here, but no, he's still walking. Does eventually fall down, but Baolan is also going to die. And the LCK should be able to finish it off right here.
And it looks like they will. They're not going to waste any more time ending this game. And let's see. I mean, they have the Pyke. They could probably wait and fish if they wanted to.
That is
Pyke
true.
Swain, come on.
You got to pull him back a really long way.
Oh, they're just going to kill a Nexus. Well, you can see. Okay, Kano's got the right idea. Yeah. See? Oh.
Well, 369's going to join him. He loves it. He's on the ground for a really long time, and the Nexus is going to fall before 369 does, so maybe that means that 369 did actually get the last laugh in that one. But I think that game was all about Faker, and I love celebrations of League of Legends when they go as the story should. And I think that the greatest player of all time demonstrating that he's exactly that still to this day is a real beautiful way to end our particular day of All-Star 2020.
Yeah, nice little game there. LCK 3-zip here in the All-Star game. So when it comes to fun and entertaining matches, I suppose they take the cake this time around.
Yeah. So it hasn't been a Rookie's tournament, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We know that Rookie's a fantastic player, but has, unfortunately, got the rough end of the stick a couple of times.
Well,
these ones.
Sometimes you pick Ashe and you build Imperial Mandate and you're in the mid lane. And other times you just, you get ganked a little bit too hard by the World's Finals MVP Canyon, who got in there and made his life pretty hard there in the beginning. So He eventually was nuking people with his laser, but it was a little bit too little. It was like, when they were 18,000 gold behind. So
I mean, Canyon was nuking people with his swirl seed. Those bowling balls don't generally need to be respected quite that much, but he was very, very far ahead. As was everyone on the LCK team. I felt like it was only Def that was really moving a little bit slower, but it is, Swain. He's an old man, left his cane at home, and he's the demonic embrace and all that sort of stuff was actually a lot of fun to watch. And it was just cool seeing Def back on Swain after quite a while. It's been yonks since we've really seen him play those awesome dudes on the bottom side. So Def also having a bit of fun.
That's part of the fun, right? Just play random stuff that's not too trolly. Like, if we had, like, Tryndamere support, I'd be like, okay, like, you're just going to lose, right? That's not exactly fun. But, different stuff, like Aatrox support, it's actually... I mean, it is pretty bad, but, in this game, it was pretty good.
I felt like you sold it to us. But I think you were, like, used car salesman style, and really...
I rigged the game so that it would look good, and then I sell you, like, 100.
Yeah.
I probably put, like, 100 extra solo queue games out there for 100, well, I guess maybe 400 unhappy teammates that will join those teams.
You sold the car, and the engine's going to fall out halfway back to your home.
But it was Barrel's fault. He started it.
I guess. I mean,
he produced it, I sold it, and he sold it as well. We were a two-man team.
So, for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, a best of 3, 3-0.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a pretty iconic moment.
Great best of 3.
Indeed. It was actually a whole lot of fun. I actually really, really enjoyed this. The Nexus Blitz was a whole host of craziness.
Yeah.
Loved it. And also, a lot of the champions that you guys picked at home for these guys were really cool to watch.
Nunu.
We wouldn't have got the Nunu experience without you guys voting for what Faker should play. So that's super duper cool.
Yeah. The Nunu, I had seen him play it before the change to the items, of course, but he's played it a bunch in solo queue back when they were testing out the new Nunu when he had just got changed. And
Exactly
pretty cool
right.
to watch.
So speaking of watching, let's go check out Faker again in his Mercedes-Benz drive to victory. These highlights will largely be the greatest man of the mid lane to ever exist because he took real control of this game. Canna was there as well. Was landing a bunch of those ultis, but I don't know whether it was all about him.
No, not entirely. Canyon gets in here, starts this one up. Cool flash. Karsa doesn't actually work in the end, and Faker picks up the double kill. And that's when you knew this game was going to be one-sided. Even Canna with his own highlights here. Spikes the volleyball down.
Yep, I like that he missed the bone skewer. What if that had killed him instead of the ulti? Would have been terrible. Miss out on the monies.
This is where Xinjiao pressed E and killed him. Wow. Number 3. And then he tries to hook the guy that has flash. They both have flash. And he baits him in for the ace.
Exactly. He utilizes all of Jackie Love's mobility so that the resulting dive is going to work. Is this a highlight? Or is this just a guy being murdered?
This is a highlight.
This is. This was Rookie really running him around. And Def's like, wait, where'd you guys go? I thought it was 3 versus 1. Oh.
It was 4. Faker and I think Canna just didn't even join. But they were here for this one at least. Canyon super fast, eventually does go down to Baolan and the Spether.
He survived for far too long in that situation. But I'm glad that Beryl kept his smile throughout the entire tournament. Deft as well. Able to take down his lane partner in the 1v1. And then they were also able to keep their synergy together. So it's a really, really fun All-Stars. And I'm really glad that we could do this together, Valdez.
Yep, we made it. The Vald analyst for 2 days. I don't know if I was analyzing much, but...
this is All-Stars. I think
it's
all
All-Stars.
about having a good time for charity.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah.
Giving some money.
That being said, I couldn't have done it without you when it came to Nexus Blitz.
True.
Your encyclopedic knowledge of that game mode really did get us across the line.
I have played about 6 or 7 games back about a year and a half ago. So, I did know a bit more than you.
It's infinity amounts more than what I could possibly comprehend. Yeah. So let's have a look at how this game went. I want to have a look at these big damage numbers. Was it actually all about Cannon? Is going to be my question.
Nope.
And the answer is no.
It's all about Rookie.
Well, I mean, he gets the last laugh there, I guess. You can see the gold lead definitely was very linear in favor of the LCK for this one, but I hope the LPL players still had a good time. I think Nexus Bliss was probably the most fun, because that was the most competitive as well, weirdly enough. I guess that's one of those things that happens. 369 on the Xin did manage to get a kill, but ultimately it was about those team fights in the end. And that was all about the LCK. The Lilia, absolutely fantastic from Canyon.
Yeah.
I think what we learned as well is that Canyon is just plug and play into the best team you can possibly make. Just sort of works out like that. He's just that good.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's why he was MVP, because individually he is insane.
He is. And speaking of him, we are going to throw to an interview with the man himself right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason, joined by Canyon. Congratulations on your win. You guys managed to pick up a clean 3-0 victory up against the LPL All-Stars. So, how are you feeling right now? 네, 인터뷰를 위해 캐년 선수 모셨습니다. 마지막 올스타전 LPL 상대로 3대0 완승을 거두셨는데 오늘 승리의 주역 중에 정말 한 분이셨어요. 완승을 거두신 소감 어떻게 되나요?
일단 오늘 컨디션이 좀 좋은 것 같아서 게임이 좀 잘 풀린 것 같고 돌격넥서스도 재밌게 이겨서 좀 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Well, I was feeling quite well today, so I was able to perform even better. So it's really great that we were able to get this win. And in addition to that, I think we all enjoyed playing the Nexus Blitz as well. Well, today I think you solidified your title as the best jungler in 2020. So, well, yesterday it seemed like you guys were all here to have some fun. But what was your mindset going into the matches today? 네, 오늘 정말 멋진 활약과 경기력으로 2020년도 새체정의 타이틀을 좀 더 굳히신 것 같은 그런 모습을 많이 보여주셨는데 사실 저번 경기 날에는 많이 다들 즐기는 듯한 그런 모습이 많이 나왔는데 오늘은 어떤 각오로 경기에 임하셨나요?
일단 오늘 경기 1세트 하기 전부터 이제 디스코드 방에서 베이커 선수님이 이제 그래도 오늘 픽 어떻게 할 건지 서로 얘기했는데 그래도 이기는 게 가장 재밌다고 말해서 다들 좀 그래도 진지하게 임한 것 같아요.
So yeah, before game number 1 of today's match, when we were all gathered up in the Discord channel, well, Faker, when we were discussing our picks, Faker mentioned that winning is the best entertainment. So we were going a little bit more seriously today. So moving on to the next question. Well, was there any special moment or an episode among with the LCK All-Star players, or did you guys get to know each other better because we saw better teamwork today? 그러면 오늘 이벤트에 참여하면서 가장 좀 기억에 남는 순간이나 아니면 통틀어서 일화 같은 게 있었는지 또 오늘은 굉장히 팀워크가 잘 맞는 장면들이 많이 나왔는데 갈수록 좀 호흡이 잘 맞게 되고 친해지게 된 건가요?
오늘은 다들 그래도 약간 말장난 같은 것도 조금씩 하면서 좀 재밌게 했고 그리고 기억에 남는 거는 전 돌격넥서스가 제일 재밌었습니다.
Yeah, today I think we were feeling more comfortable. We were having some jokes together. And the most memorable moment, I would definitely choose Nexus Blitz because it was so fun to play. So, lastly, well, there were a lot of LCK fans watching this event and supporting for you guys. So is there any message for the fans? 그럼 마지막으로 이번 올스타전을 지켜보시면서 LCK를 응원해주신 LCK 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저를 뽑아주셔서 엄청 감사하고 재밌게 플레이했고 팬분들이 항상 응원해 주시는 거 잊지 않고 그 응원에 걸맞게 더 좋은 실력으로 꼭 보답해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting me and also voting me. So I was able to have a lot of fun and blast here at the All-Stars. So, and also I will never forget the amount of love and support that I get from the fans, and I will do my best to pay back with great performance. And this was Kenya from the LCK All-Stars, and back to you guys. 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 여기까지가 캐년 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Canyon. I'm glad that we were talking about him as soon as we went in there.
Yeah.
We just have segue powers, Valdez.
The interview and translation, by
Indeed.
the way. That's difficult.
I
Very
know.
difficult.
I mean, Ji-sun, I think we probably should just say it again, that she is extraordinarily talented. And speaking of talented people, we are going to head over to the LPL side and get another one of these interviews.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是欣然。我们请到的是 Jackie Love 和 Rookie 来到赛后采访席。I'm Iris here, joined by Jackie Love and Rookie. First of all, since it's All-Stars, fans are really looking forward to seeing you guys picking some creative champions that are not often used in formal games, and you actually did. And in Game 1, we finally got a chance to see Jackie Love's Draven again on the international stage. So how did it feel to have Draven in your hands today? 那首先，因为是全明星嘛，大家都很喜欢看你们玩花活，所以这两天确实也是看的挺多的。今天在第一局的时候，你是终于我们又见到杰克德莱文了。那今天德莱文手感怎么样呢？
就好久没玩过了，就突然玩一下，感觉还行吧。
It's been a long time since I played Draven, so if it's alright to play this champion, my second question will be, well, you guys play a lot of different champions these 2 days, and there have been many changes in this new current meta. So this question is for Rookie. Could you recommend several champions that are really strong for climbing in solo queues? 对，问题就是给 Rookie 的，就是因为这两天嘛，就是我们也玩了很多不同的英雄，然后这个版本也是很多更新之后，大家也在探索不同的可能性，所以能不能给我们推荐几个上分好用的英雄？
好像我也在适应过程中吧，所以就是也没有状态恢复的好，所以到现在还没有很确定这个版本吧。我希望就是接下来就是好好适应一下。
I'm still getting used to the new meta too, so I'm not really familiar with the new patch, so I'm still trying hard to return to my form. My last question will be that the Master Cup will take place right after the All-Stars, which means the spring split is around the corner too. What's your expectation for the new season? 那在全明星结束之后嘛，其实紧接着就是德杯，然后呢，其实春季赛也就不远了，所以新赛季的话有什么期待吗？两位都是可以说一下。杰克先来吧。犹豫。
其实没什么期待嘛，就希望自己能赶紧把状态调整好，然后去以最好的状态去参加后面的比赛。
Rookie 呢？
就应该职业选手都一样吧，就好好训练，然后就为了拿冠军就好好准备一下，然后这一次也加入了不少的小朋友们，一起玩一下也挺好的。
For Jackie Love, he said that I really want to get adjustments and return to my best form, then to perform better in the upcoming matches. And for Rookie, he said that as pro players, I think most people are thinking the same thing. So we wanted to adjust our form. Then also there are so many new players that join our IG, so it's great to play the games with some new players. And that's the end of the interview. Thank you guys again for joining us. 我们的赛后采访也先到此告一段落。
Thank you so much to Rookie, Jackie Love, and Iris there, of course, for the interview translation. We are blessed with a lot of fantastic translators,
aren't we?
Throughout whichever league that we're in, whether it be LCK or LPL. But I think that has almost brought us to the end, Valdez. These are the results. LCK managed to take down the LPLQ Kings. Deft managing to take out Beryl until the LPL finally found a win against the LCK in the Legends 5v5.
Yes, they did, and we also did have the LPL win in their 1v1 tournament, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
That is
of course.
True. So the LPL did win.
They only lost after that. Unfortunate for the LPL. And yeah, fan-voted champions was fun. We had Nunu next to Splits. I think more of that, you know, every once in a while, maybe some kind of show match or something could be fun.
Yep. I think that it felt like we were watching a Faker highlight reel, to be perfectly honest. But this is coming up in about 8 hours or so. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 7, something like that, if my math is correct. Probably not, because I don't really have the time on me right now. But this is going to be as we move to the other side of the pond. LEC versus LCS Kings. Basically the same as what happened here today.
7 hours.
The Red Bull 1v1 tournament will continue as well with the finals best of 3s for both the LCS and the LEC. And then the Legends 5v5, and then we get to do it even more. Nemesis Draft, Nexus Blitz, Summoner's Rift. Exactly what you guys want to see, because the LCS versus LEC battle is one that wages ever on, and I think we'll continue to do so despite the results of what happens
and it
tomorrow.
will never end.
Yeah.
It's tomorrow for us. It's today for a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, I think
suppose.
Time zones I'm not very good at. It's been 4 years that I've been in Korea, and I still just I'm just not very good at it. I know that my mum and dad are 2 hours ahead.
There you go.
I know that.
That's really the only one that matters, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's the phone call that I really get chastised if I don't make. So that's the one that matters. Otherwise, it's just more difficult to figure these things out. So thank you so much, Valdez.
Of course.
We did it. We got to see some extraordinary play. We got to watch this best of 3 that was 3 games long and a 3-0 and felt like a Faker highlight reel. And if that doesn't make you happy, I don't know what does. We'll see you for more League of Legends coming up in a couple of days in the Kesper Cup. But until then, good night.
이겼다.
Kills to her. Speaking of rhythm, that's a knockback from the dunk down from Buipo. Solo kill in the top lane. Welcome to the LEC, baby. A deadly flourish from downtown. Turkey send their regards before Buipo sends them back. Buipo will get taken out now by Japoni. Not enough. The shield is enough from Valor. Will he be able to survive the ignite? That's a big move.
Will he see it? 4 is a big enough number. He needs 5. He needs it. Pentakill. That's what you like to see, folks.
A little Warwick action. Okay, the flash in. Is it going to be enough? He gets 1. Looks for the dunk. Gets 2. Oh my word, it might be enough. He's trying to run away though. He's singed. He gets the 3rd dunk. Robo is on the board.
Now welcome to the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Unlike in years before, this year's All-Stars tournament has solo queue competitors. He's just going to kill him.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I can't fight. Knife Cat does knife this.
Yeah, I kind of lost the fly halfway through that one.
But that's it. He won. That means he's going to go toe-to-toe with Buipo.
Called that one another 2-0, even taking down Professor Akali on his namesake champion, and Licorice will move on to face High in the finals on Sunday.
If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. Lot of wannabes, only one of me. They try to put me under pressure. pressure put me under siege. Yeah, I'm a champ, I'm a legend, I'm a beast. Used to be the underdog, I got off the leash. I'm done barking, I only bite. Drop the roof for the night like it's only right. Hold it tight, both hands on the holy grail. Come and get it when you fail, you can hold the hell. Run it. Yeah, I'm ready, let's run it.
And welcome to Berlin, Germany, as we're about to kick off the last day of All-Stars 2020, the Superstar Showdown between the LCS and the LEC. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dracos, Foxtrot, and Vedius. And in the not-too-distant future, our friends over from the LCS will be joining the broadcast as well. Before we get to the games, and before we introduce the North American talent, let's talk about what we've seen so far. Let's go back to Friday's show. Dracos, setting the tone for All-Stars. We started with a bloodbath.
Yeah, very much so. Starting with the bloodbath, starting with a little bit of role swapping, kind of the insanity that we're looking forward to in an event that is for charity, where players can play for a bit more style and a little less, let's say, strategic intelligence, I think is what we saw. And very much what we saw, of course, in our second game when the LCL absolutely smashed the LEC. We got so bodied.
Yeah, we really did. I mean, look, there's the underdog uprising, of course. We did see the TCL get taken out by the LEC, as well as the CB LOL being dropped by the LCS, but then the LCL, as well as the LLA, stepped up to reign supreme. Now, just quickly before we move on with the show, 1v1s. Vedius, you had the pleasure of casting all of the rounds up to and including the semi-finals. Are we expecting some more fun stuff today in the BO3s?
I mean, naturally. I mean, it's No Way versus Bwipo, as Foxtrot said on Friday's broadcast. A clash of styles, perhaps mage versus top lane. It's bound to be a banger.
Well, we'll have to see. Now, before we get into the schedule for the day, one of the All-Stars that we did not see on the Rift on Friday, however, was comfy, cozy, warm at home, at my home. She's an All-Star to me, and I can't wait for you to meet Appa in the Oppo at home camp.
Turn up!
I'll give you a treat. Give me a paw. Give me a paw.
What a good girl, Appa. Now, if you thought that was impressive, look what I've trained my analysts to do. Gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1, catch the treat. Come on, catch the treat. Good boy, good boy.
Did you do it?
What? They all did it?
Let's go.
I cannot believe they all did that.
Praise us, Trevor. Praise us. Take that, traditional sports. We are coordinated.
What?
I'm
such a good boy. Good boys. Good boys you are. Now, I can't believe they all did that, actually. A reminder that you can bid on various league experiences at the MasterCard Silent Auction, where your bids not only nab you one-of-a-kind experiences, but all of the funds go to a worthy cause. Make sure you're donating throughout the day. You can bid on things like games of Summoner's Rifts and conversations with your favorite personality. Like me, conversations with the founders of Riot Games, Mark and Brandon. I'm currently smashing Vedius when it comes to bids, but there's also merch bundles from teams like G2 and more. Vedius, why is no one bidding on you, dude?
That's because I play so much solo queue already that everyone already gets to play with Vedius.
It's a low-key burn. That's a real low-key burn.
It's because you never play the game, Trevor.
Just because some of us can play Cyberpunk on PC. Nevertheless, visit pricelist.com/ASE to get the full list and leave a bid of your own. If you're not interested in buying that date night with me, which I know you are, there are more ways to help. Keep in mind that 100% of the proceeds from the sale of the Elderwood Ornn skin and other related emotes, borders, and chromas will go to support the Riot Games Social Impact Fund. And there's a look at that skin right now.
It's a baller skin.
It's a great skin. You've been waiting forever. Ornn was a part of the 1,000-day skin club for so long. There was the release skin, the Thunderlord, and you had to wait years on years
He's also
on years.
Just super fun. He's actually a really fun champion.
Fun tank. I know you would think that those words don't go together, but it's true. It's not just a Mumu being OP in the preseason. Other tanks are allowed to be fun, Ornn being one of them.
And if you can't decide what style champion you want to play, if you don't know whether you want to be an assassin, mage, tank, fighter, bruiser, AD carry style champion, just pick Ornn, because he does it all.
Prowler's Claw Ornn. That's what I want to see from you.
That would be really fun. Now, the event wraps up with a mix of European and North American action plus the 1v1 finals. We're going to start the day off with the Q King Kings with some of the biggest stars from our Twitter and YouTube and content creator sphere will be doing battle. That'll be followed by the 1v1 European Championship, Bwipo versus Norway, followed by some old geezers facing off in the Legends of North America versus EU. Then we're going to hit the North American 1v1 finals, and then a show match best of 3 between the European and North American All-Stars. We'll have Nemesis draft with the teams draft for each other, Nexus Blitz, and a classic Summoner's Rift to wrap up the day. Foxtrot, what are you most looking forward to?
Oh man, that's tough. There's so many cool things coming up. I think the Nemesis draft is going to be really cool because I think people are going to absolutely troll their opponents and pick awful things.
All-Star?
I think it might just happen, Trev.
Well,
it might just happen.
I certainly hope so. Look, while you guys are watching from home, keep in mind that fans watching on lolesports.com have a shot to win a very special surprise from Mercedes-Benz, something later in the day. If you want to receive a potential drop, make sure you're logged into the webpage and checking out the stream from there. We don't know what that gift might be.
Could be a whole Mercedes.
Please don't make promises you cannot keep.
Probably not a whole Mercedes, but something maybe
tell me about the players who we're starting here from Europe.
Yeah, so we have Civ HD, one of my favorite players of all time, alongside Overpow, No Way, none other than the German sniper, Don No Way, Karabazar coming in from France. Great influencer. No one knows what his face looks like. Maybe you can see behind the mask today, as well as Elwin. It's going to be a fantastic group. Are they going to win? I'm skeptical, but are they handsome? Hell yes.
Foxtrot, North American representatives?
Yeah, Tyler 1 in top. Well, I'm not sure he'll actually be playing top, but we'll see. We've got Yasuo, Trick 2G, and Star Smitten as well. I'm excited to see this clash because we've got a lot of kind of 6'9" Chads on the side of the NA side here.
Are you predicting an NA win? Is that how I'm understanding that?
I'm not 100% sure, because at the end of the day, they are from NA.
Well, Voyboy did play on Misfits for an entire season, so they basically have an LEC player on their lineup. That's a meta joke. If that doesn't make sense to you, it's because you don't think Ender's funny. So that's all I can say.
So Vedius, more ammunition here, because your predictions were so good on Friday.
It's true, they
Who's going to come out on top in our Q Kings?
North America. Largely because they've signed a T1 player, and T1 are on the upswing. I don't know if you guys saw Faker's 1v1 against Jackulov. The clip highlight on the other day was very impressive, and, you know, it's just the caliber of the organization.
I mean, there's T1 representatives on the Rift, right?
Exactly.
So that sort of boils down to.
I mean, like, No Way's great and all, you know, but German League versus T1.
Because, well, there's T1
you know,
Faker, and then there's T1.
Yeah.
And that's like...
Yeah.
That's next level. That's double the T1.
That's double the T1.
I mean, this is going to be his first international event, too, so you know he's hungry to prove himself. That's one of the biggest things.
Look at this. A lot of bias here for Tyler 1. To get us into the action on the Rift, let's send it over to Freaky Boy and Crumbs.
Wait, T stands for Tyler?
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I gotta say, I think the most intelligent analyst I've seen so far has been Dracos. 1, he had the really banger line during the cold open, and 2, correctly identified that no one thinks Ender is funny, and take it from someone who no one thinks is funny. Dracos, you're right. No one finds Ender funny. I'm with Mark Z, by the way.
Hey, nice to meet you too. Yeah, I agree. You know, if anyone knows not funny, it's you, and you're the king of that.
That's true.
Yep.
I just wanted the awkward silence to make this as horrible as possible.
I knew you were going to do that to me.
Yeah.
You're so brutal.
I have a question, though, because this was brought up by production when we were doing our rehearsals a few days back. Now that you're casting European games, should we call you Mark Z? Is that something that we should be doing here?
If you want to, you know, there's only one way to say it wrong, and that's Marks.
Yeah.
There's Mark Z, there's Mark, there's Mark Z. Yeah, that's the only way is a soft S sound for the Z.
But that's not how you pronounce it. Oh, I guess Marks instead of Marks. Okay, I see it. Either way,
some people say Marks.
We have managed to bungle through this game intro, and we are ready to go. Koro Bizarre. Man, I feel like he should just be on G2 because they already wear that samurai mask all the time. Like, it's the easiest signing of all time. It's as easy as T1 that everyone like was so excited about that it happened. It's like, just give him a G2 mask. I know you're watching, Carlos. Like just do it.
I like the like more low-key version though, which just looks like it's cut out of like a white piece of reused cardboard.
It's like he's on Hollywood Undead back in like 2005.
That's a deep cut, man. I don't know if people know Young or any of their other stuff.
Hollywood Undead still makes songs, by the way. They showed up on my YouTube feed.
What are you watching that's still getting recommended to you for Hollywood Undead?
I listen to both rap and rock music on YouTube, and that's what they make now. They basically just kind of switch back and forth in the genres. Also, I did go back and watch like some of the original songs, like from their first album. So that's probably the mix. Either way, of course. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, please.
I was going to say, I also have to say, I disagree with, Vedius about who's going to win this match. I think it has to be LEC favored. I mean, they have 3 former pro players with competitive experience, so I don't think it's going to be that close. We only have Voyboy, for the LCS, so I think LEC has to be favored here. No way, if he gets his Xerath, it's going to be a beast. I hope he goes for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen Trick play in the LEC. I've seen Trick play in the LCK. I think he may even play in the LCS.
I have some bad news for you.
Yeah, different Trick.
Yeah.
I know. But it was fun the first time around when that happened in like 2015 or so. Either way, we're going to have the first pick come through, and Varus going to be locked in. I am curious if we're seeing on-hit Varus, we're seeing lethality Varus. Champion got a minor rework a couple packs ago where you could reset all of your cooldowns off of popping blight stacks, and actually it's a reasonably solid champion, so I want to see where it goes.
Yeah, I hope especially in the preseason we're not seeing like safe bot lane farming.
You want to see Yuumi as real, bud?
Yeah, that would be really fun. Luckily, Yuumi already hit the ban table. LEC's team doing a big favor to all the viewers out there, knocking that champion out.
Yep.
And luckily, we got the Draven already for Tyler 1. I'm glad he's going for the signature pick. I hope we get to see people on their, what they're most known for.
Yeah, totally agree with this one. It means we might see, the Akali. We might see, Ghost for Void, but I think he's most known for just picking the summoner spell Ghost at this point. I think it's his #1 thing.
And building tank on random champions.
Yeah,
that's the Void Boy special.
Yeah, tank whatever. I can't wait for Tank Vayne. Who knows what's coming through into this one. Gragas locked in, great champion as well. Curious what the last pick will be here for LEC. I kind of pin Civ HD as a LeBlanc player. I think it was just from his 5-row LeBlanc video. It was the one that sticks in my head. But Malphite also very outstanding. So ton of engage, really good front line. LEC picking a lot of strong champs.
Yeah, I always see the brushy, whatever that video was way back in the day that is just synonymous with him. But he's got a lot of different champs he's done whack videos on of weird builds and ways to troll your opponent. So I'm excited to see whatever he has cooked up in the preseason.
I mean, Malzat coming through, so more tanks, and honestly, right now in preseason, tanks tend to be, if you're going to pick one class that's kind of performing the best in the preseason, it is tanks. There have been consistent nerfs to the really OP tank mythics, all the Sunfire upgrades. But I would say if you're going to pick a single class to be OP, yeah, it's tanks. That said, there's a lot of strong performers that aren't. I know Udyr, if you don't go Prowess License Reaver, is actually really, really good. You don't have to build a tank, you can build full fighter. Renekton's really solid up there. There's plenty of good AD carries like Tristana and whatnot as well. So, we'll see what the comp actually ends up being. Right now, LCS probably needs solo lanes. I'm guessing Star Smitten's taking Lulu down to the bot lane. Lulu Draven is an incredibly abusive lane that's really hard to deal with because you can, fully peel all the damage off of him, and then if he's ever ahead, you give him move speed and he just runs you down.
Yeah, how up to date are you with builds? It was funny because when I was watching the first day, all the color casters were all like, "Hey guys, we don't know the builds." They all had this big exclamation point over asterisk over their head about we don't know what's going to be built. So how good are you about bot lane builds? Because you're kind of the math guy.
Yeah, I'm in a pretty good spot. A lot of the builds I will just know off the top of my head just because I've played a bunch of leagues since the first patches hit. But also I have access to the internet and I can just look up both what's popular and successful. Yeah. I didn't have to look up the fact that Prowess Call Udyr was wrong, but there's still other possibilities. We got Fiora and Pyke dropped off the table, so some more defensive bans to keep the top lane safe, although with Malphite locked in. I mean, to be fair, I think Overpower did play a lot of Malphite mid back when he played pro, but still, Fiora can be quite strong. Nasus is banned away from the top side as well. I think Pyke is a very good ban. There's no real escapes for either Lulu or the Dravens. If you get hooked in, you're kind of just dead, so I like the ban as well.
The Rel ban surprises me. Haven't been super impressed with her so far. She's really fun, and I like watching her just because she's kind of a badass, but not been super impressed with her ability to make impactful plays in team fights. I think she's something that people are still figuring out how to use, and she seems really important with coordination, just with her kind of vacuum ability. Any of those is going to work well. Oh, there you go.
Good.
Prowler's Claw round 2. Here we go. No. Electric Boogaloo.
I am happy though Trick is on the Udyr. When Zach got locked in, I was kind of sad because but he's the Udyr guy. Yeah, Swain! Dude, Swain's so good.
I love Swain. I love drain tanks, and I love the dots that have come in over the preseason. I assume
Embrace, you're all about it.
Yeah. I love Demonic Embrace, Leandry's Anguish as your mythic. I mean, I just love being this annoying ball of stats that just kind of burns people down. And Swain's my dream. I played a couple games on him.
All right, I like the EU lineup. It's just a whole bunch of meatballs. Just ton of huge front line, ton of engage. Everyone's got hard CC. Then Varus has backline, and Swain is kind of in between the two. But I mean, the more crowd controls you have, the more Swain can yoink. One of the best things is Gragas can cast anyone in any direction, and Swain yoink can just make sure that they're not going away from your team. It can make that follow-up pretty easy. So I like this a lot. This is going to be a pretty solid team comp. I mean, plenty of engage. Decent mix of damage. They're a bit physical light, but that can be okay. Silas comes in as the last steal. I love Silas into Swain.
Yeah,
you pop the ulti and you're really, really unkillable. So we'll see where everything goes. But I think, Void's up in mid, and we'll see where the rest of the swaps go.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting is the support situation for the LEC. I assume that will be Swain support,
Swain,
which is... It's actually, I think, I could be wrong, you can correct me, but I think it's actually the most played role for Swain right now. Might be the support position. Yeah, so maybe not going to get to see the full build that I was hyping up if you're in the support position, but we'll still get to see some cool stuff out of him. And yeah, this is not going to be fun for Tyler 1. This is going to be the Dive the Draven comp for the LEC, and LCS doesn't have a ton of peel for him besides Starsmith on the Lulu.
Yeah, and that dive's going to make it really, really tough. I mean, thankfully, there's other champions who can carry. I'm expecting, Fighter Udyr to be really solid up the top side. I'm expecting, honestly, Silas to do really well also. And it's one of the nice things about Lulu, and I think Riot's done a good job over the last several years of letting the supports buff more than an AD carry. It's like, well, yes, we're giving you attack speed, but don't worry. It's like move speed is good on Silas as well, and the shield's good no matter what, and don't worry, it's still going to be useful. You can obviously index into, instead of Zeke's, you can go for the AP version of that one. I'm actually blanking what it's called, but there's basically just AP Zeke's just gives you ability power
when
you buff them, so that's all going to be pretty solid.
That and I mean just Lulu's W as well, being able to speed people up and give AP and this kind of stuff. A lot of the buffs start to help with that as well. And Silas is a drain tank, so if the initial round of burst all goes on to the Draven, you one-shot him, but then Silas is able to keep getting Kingslayers off to get the healing back. He could be really tough for them to deal with as well.
Yeah, we do have a small delay right now as teams are loading onto the Rift. Once that delay is resolved, we will be into the game. So you'll see our faces for a bit longer than maybe you've wanted to. I know for some cases that's 0 seconds. Too bad. Sorry, deal with it. But yeah, champs locked in. We get to look at pick order once again here. I am kind of sad that Yasuo is just playing Zac jungle. I feel like just, of all champions to go from full edgelord to round green guy, blobbing around, that feels like a letdown a little bit.
Yeah, there's the aesthetic loss, and then there's also the gameplay loss. Like Yasuo has some pretty nice mechanics on the champion. He actually plays it super well. I forget which event it was, but he was playing it, and I was in a green room with a bunch of pros, and everyone was just like, man, he actually makes good decisions on the champion. So I'm a little bummed to see him relegated to Zac duty, but maybe there's some sick tech that we don't know about, and he's going to bust out.
I think he'll just camp top for Udyr, tower dive for the guy, then camp behind the turret, the old Trick 2G jungle style, and it'll work out that way. We'll just get the camp going on. Yeah, I'm ultimately just kind of curious how the lanes are going to play out. I'm looking at Varus Swain. It's going to be pretty rough. There's a lot of positive things with that lane. So Varus lands E, that slow pretty much guarantees Swain lands the claw. And you're just gonna have enough time to get 3 autos into an empowered Q off of the Varus there. That's a really good combo. I want to see if we can get a bunch of CDR on early somehow for Swain. I know the standard build is just Leandry's Demonic, so you're not gonna get much going on. But if you're in a full build Swain and you max W, the reveal duration is longer than the cooldown, and the cooldown is shorter than recall, which means endgame Swain can perma-stop recalls for the entire game. If you press B, he will press W on you. It'll reveal you. You press B again, he can already hit it again in time. And you never get to play League of Legends. You're just stuck outside the base the entire game. Until you walk all the way back.
The only solution is get Baron buff. Shorten it. That's how you beat it.
That's how you beat it. Just get Baron when they can reveal you forever. Yeah. So that'll be the hope. We'll see if that one works out well.
The other thing I was going to say too is when you're talking about bot lane, anytime there's a lane that's supposed to be more dominant, like the Draven Lulu, that means usually pushing, and this is not the most coordinated environment. People aren't tracking junglers super well. Wards aren't always being coordinated in optimal positions, which means easy ganks as you push the lane. And I always feel like in the streamer modes and like the more fun ones, people hard target someone and just try and tilt them. And if we talked about going top for the LCS squad, I bet the LEC squad's going bottom. And they have a lot of, like you said, not much mobility. So Draven could be an easy target.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's Lin I would camp as well, and I think you can get a lot of gains out of that one. Now, as we are waiting for the delays to be sorted out and as we fix our technical issues, we're going to hand it off to our EU friends in the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Freak and Mox. Apologies, got the wrong name in the prompter on that one. Look, we're working through the technical issues as, of course, we're going to get both our North American and European players onto the Rift. We have been able to at least see the draft and see the champions that are locked in. I'm going to go straight to my draft one trick, Vedius. What do you make of what you've seen so far, and do you think Overpower is going to go full AP?
So I think that what the LCS squad have done is stick to comfort. You know, a team that has usually when you're new onto the stage and you're feeling a little bit nervous and you're going up against really strong opposition, one of the best things you can do is just pick your comfort champions. So something you've played before, something you're familiar with. We see Trick on his very fabled Udyr, right? Very terrifying Udyr. He became famous off that champion, right? You also have Tyler 1 on his Draven. So you can see that they've gone for their comfort, so they have that security. Whereas the EU squad gone a little bit more creative. We saw the set that we saw yesterday, not in bot lane, up towards top side of the map this time around. We also have No Way in the jungle. In my opinion, the best player on the team, controlling the map, the macro master, you know? And I think that what we're going to have is just a lot of R smashing from things like Swain, from things like Varus, from things like Malphite, you know, just ultimately a lot of just ultimates going in, wombo combo, team fighting. We're professionals, can we just...
Do you think the smashing will play out the way Venice has just framed a Foxtrot?
Well, I would love to see a lot of that smashing, to be perfectly honest.
Why is that funny to you?
Just stop, bail out now. We should just bail out right now. More seriously, Swain bottom with the Varus. Yeah. What do you make of that?
So Swain as a bot laner, I think is pretty strong. Now, it has to be mentioned as well, though, that is a Varus support, right? And Civ HD, if you're familiar with him...
Wait, are you sure?
I mean, he could just build carry.
Sure.
Yeah, he could just go bot lane and then take all the money.
Okay, well, it's Civ HD, and he tweeted about Varus yesterday. I can't remember what he said about it, but he did something about...
Is this a classic Civ HD? Is that what you're telling me?
I genuinely think Civ HD has trolled the entirety of Europe and picked Varus support for this match. I genuinely think that's what's going to happen. Now, I'm not 100% sure whether or not that's...
What do you think he builds then?
I think... Oh, that's a... Mate, I don't know. What goes through the mind of that man? Who knows? But I reckon
that is true.
It's some kind of poke-based thing, for sure. I don't know whether you can even go AP...
For the record, so I had a lot of fun in practice tool on Varus because they introduced a bunch of changes where you can reduce the cooldown of his abilities when you proc blights now. So if you go Kraken Slayer into Runans and you apply the Runans onto just 2 people and then you land your E, the cooldown of your E already comes back up, just proccing 2 blights on 2 different, so 4 blight stacks, right? It's really overpowered in a team fight, but it drains your mana like nothing. So the mana issues is that, but at 2 items, I think Varus can be really strong in team fights. But then again, I've only practiced it in practice tool.
So let me turn my attention to...
I had so much fun playing by myself in practice tool against 0 competition. It was frocking 4 blade stacks.
I mean, LSC is playing versus 0 competition now as well, isn't it?
So. Now, it's Freak's favorite analyst, Dracos. What do you make of what we've seen from the draft? And maybe expectations on the players as well? Because as much as Venice was memeing the intro in terms of comfort to some
What are you talking
degree.
about? I'm saying that they pick comfort picks. That's a big deal.
I think that picking the comfort picks is a big deal. I think Voyboy is the guy that we got to keep our eyes on. Memes aside, there's a Malphite ult for him to steal. So if the other enemy Malphite isn't going full AP, Silas still gets a full AP Malphite ult, and that's pretty nutty. I'm
just really excited when things start going wrong for the LCS team for Voyboy to sit on the stairs again and start telling people.
This will be over in 6 to 8 minutes, is my prediction.
For whom?
Oh, I have no idea. But someone's going to run it in lane and the game will instantly end. That's the problem, is that I don't know who's going to run it.
I mean, so the thing that really does concern me is T1 is on a comfort pick, and he is quite good at League of Legends. He has achieved Challenger, or at the very least Master in multiple different roles, right? And he's going up against Koro Bizarre and Civ HD.
Yeah. And, okay, look, I haven't watched a ton of Koro Bizarre streams. I haven't. And I've watched a lot of Civ HD videos that are admittedly 7 years old. But based on the 1v1 footage I saw of them, Decision making, maybe not their strong suit. Read on the meta, also not super good, so I am worried for that bot lane.
So we're pretty much all leaning towards a little bit of LCS, right? To a degree. There are ways in which LEC can win. I think. Can I dive really deep, a little bit deeper quickly on this Udyr pick, right? Because we saw Udyr yesterday and it sucked. It was awful, right? It just didn't work. Prowler's Claw, Udyr, I think it went 2-14-2 on the LCS side. I don't want to see that again. I know that AP Udyr is a thing, and there is
According
a Lulu.
to him, he saw it that one time.
There is a Lulu in the game as well. So, like, can the Udyr be effective? And it's tricks Udyr as well, right?
Yeah,
you're the jungler.
All right, you stick that Whimsy on Udyr. He's sitting there with his Lichbane. He's got his Sork shoes. I can't remember what else. What did I get bodied by? I think he went... It was
on my head. On paper, right?
Phoenix
with the Whimsy, with the Glitterlance, with the Wild Growth, and then the kit, right? Like, I can see it. But then, how the hell do you get past Gragas, Swain, Malphite?
So
like,
here's another thing as well you've got to think about. What I learned, one of the very first things I learned when I was doing business studies at school is the concept of opportunity cost. Right. Now, if you're putting your stuff when you're playing Lulu onto the Udyr, the cost of that is you're not putting it on someone else. Now, you have a Draven on your team who will run it down and leave the game if you don't use your spells on him.
That is true.
So that's something you got to bear in mind.
Yeah, but also, if that Draven is dead because of all of the champs on the LEC side, well, then you have to put it on someone.
Well, that's the only time.
Quick update. Players have successfully reconnected to the lobby. They are busy remaking Champion Select with the same picks and bans. We should be on the Rift shortly after that. I anticipate that being around about 5 minutes time. So while we're waiting for that one to play out...
Can we just address the fact that Yasuo did not pick Yasuo when it was not banned? His name is literally Yasuo.
And he's actually good at it.
Right? There's an extra... But so
There's
why
an extra
didn't he?
S, yeah.
Why didn't he?
Well, someone has to take the bullet.
Fear.
Fear?
Fear?
Okay, so...
I don't know.
where are you going with that?
What was he scared of?
You can't just drop fear and then expect me to accept
I mean, he
that.
sees a Malphite locked in, and he's like, nah.
That's not playable?
That's not playable. But
I mean,
like,
it does look pretty unplayable for Yasuo. There's a lot of champions
Yeah.
who do not care about his win wall and will just one-tap him.
Okay, let me pivot the story for a moment. We will get to gameplay. I know Freak and Marks will look after the gameplay for us in a moment, but now this is the first clash in our Superstar Showdown, North America versus Europe.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing the players that were selected, that were voted for by you at home from the LEC and the LCS a little later today. How important is this game for the mentality of an entire region? Yeah, you did expect that one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very important, he says cautiously. No, so here's the thing is I feel like I finally understand what it feels like to be an NA fans at Worlds, where everything in my body says to lower my expectations so I won't be disappointed. And that's kind of how I feel today about our influencer team. I'm just going to lower that as far as we can so that when they get a kill in lane, I'll be like, yes, boys, we did it. We earned it.
Do you think it's fair to say we like the draft from Europe, but we have less faith in the players piloting the champions?
That is something. Well, yes. I'm going to have a short answer. I'm going to give you a yes.
Why are you giving me so much sass?
No, I'm just like, it's just like, nah.
Let's
I mean, like the draft is literally very much about we're going to use our ultimates in conjunction with one another. Yes?
And what was the term you used before? That was a pretty good...
The wombo combo. Wombo combo. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not go back to that one.
Okay.
Please, let's not go back to that one.
Okay, I mean, whatever. The point is that, like, when you are very focused on team fighting, it relies on having neutral to slightly positive laning phases. And that's just why I lose confidence in the LEC team. Like, Europe's not really known for its laners. Do you know what I mean? We're more of a, like, we're just,
excuse me?
We're more of a, like, when you compare us to people like...
Even if we sold to North America, what are you talking about?
I mean, like, compare them to Yasuo. Do you know what I mean? Like, this guy...
To be fair,
how many Yasuo players do we have?
Rift Rivals are the last All-Stars. I did watch Yasuo beat like 3 different European pros.
Thank you very much.
Yasuo 1v1.
Yes.
So there is a bit of the music video for Rise. Did you watch it? Do you know
Rise?
Yeah, the music video. Rise from League of Legends, from our music team.
Yeah.
It was a World Championship theme.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which player was represented as Yasuo in the music video?
And who won that 1v1?
And where is he now?
Retired
jungler. That's a good point. We'll take that.
As you can tell, we are having a lot of fun here at All Stars, but there's a lot of bragging rights on the line. I'm genuinely nervous at the tone that this will send. And I'm also nervous about the Fnatic and Friends All-Star team that'll have to represent LEC later today. If our streamers, if our players here in the Q Kings let the side down, then the LEC All-Stars have to overperform to bring the score back.
No, it's totally fine, because no matter what happens, nothing can redeem TSM. So we're fine, guys. We're totally fine. Nothing will be good. You don't have to worry about bragging rights, quick shot. We're fine. If we lose this one, we're going to be like, oh, good job.
Okay, I'm hearing the cue that we're about a minute away before returning to the game, so let's get back into a slightly more serious mode. I'm going to start us off with Vedius, and I want you to give me a little bit more of a legitimate prediction of how this will play out.
Okay.
And I've heard you said laning and then team fights.
Yeah,
right?
I legitimately think LCS players have comfort picks and they have stronger laners. The bot lane is very good. I think that Sylas into Malphite is a very winnable matchup for Sylas. And they also have a dude who's very comfortable at Udyr, who has a way faster, actually, I assume it's faster than the Gragas clear speed. Yep. And I imagine that he can gank a lot faster than the Gragas can.
Top lane, though.
He is top lane, though.
Wait, the Udyr's top?
Yeah,
I thought the Zac was top.
Well, there you go. You see, if somebody was paying attention. Foxdrop, give me your predictions how this will play out.
Yeah, Draven Lulu is going to roll all over EU's bot lane, and that's a lane you can't stop unless with skill discrepancy that I'm predicting.
Closing thoughts on Dracos.
I think Yasuo is a tryhard. I think the Zac says it. Like, I think he's just going to perma-gank a lane, and I think while everyone else will be like, ha ha ha, we're having a great time, that man's going to be like focused in. Like, we need to be bought in 30 seconds. I'll be down by Scuttlecrab. We need to be ready to go.
One word answers, LCS or LEC, who wins?
LEC forever.
Next. Quick.
LEC.
LCS.
There we go. Players are locked and loaded. Let's hand it off to the casters.
All right, welcome back. Typical high-quality EU analyst desk. Just mentioned TSM, they're not even in the game. Good job, Vedius. You're really, at least you got the Eltis going to win this game correctly. That's good.
I mean, he's just keeping with the tournament. I mean, there's the TSM XD bands from the LCS, and I think it was the LLA one. I don't know. So I think it's right on par. And I'm also a big fan of the LEC analyst test strategy of just making fun of their own region and like, oh, we'll never win. See, look, we're not biased. We're making fun of our players. It's like they have 3 former pro players on their roster. How are they not favored? Their comp is easier. It's a press R comp.
Well, it's because they have
meatballs.
That's either half of it. Is you have some good players, then you have platform masterminds. So it can be a bit tough. Sorry for the Civ flame, but I'm just trying to get Twitter impressions, Someone tweeted about me mentioning Hollywood Undead, so I'll do that again. Tweet me a second time, go for it. I'm just going to build rivalries with every YouTuber I can, and then they'll just tweet me angry about it, and it'll be great. That's my new social media strategy.
You're following the makeup community
on
YouTube. They all just start drama and talk about the drama.
Perfect.
And no one actually makes content. They just do makeup while they talk about drama.
Yeah, and then I'll post an apology video later, and then it'll be all fine. So we are onto the game, though, and we've got real League of Legends to play. It is going to be support Varus after all. Civ HD indeed is going for that one. Not sure about Lethal Tempo with support Varus. I feel like Comet would have made sense.
Yeah.
I will say Farm Swain bot lane is incredibly strong, though. So that's going to be really nice. You're also going to spot the fact he's getting evaded on. Is there a body slam? No way.
All right, here we go.
And then someone didn't kill the ward.
Seeing some semblance of coordinated play. Maybe could have got that ward there. But the 4-man invade, but the LCS having a proper point defense to get it. They didn't go for a counter invade.
There should have been a deep ward there from the LCS bot lane. Like, absolutely, there should have been one.
The only defense I would give for it is if you're expecting to get hard targeted on ganks and it's going to be a topside clear down to bottom, you'll get more vision coverage potentially if you hold your wards, but I agree.
Yeah. I want to point out, Yasuo, I think not a challenger level jungler or a master jungler. He's sitting there hatching the ward that LEC put down over the wall. He should have just stayed in the brush, not given away that it was a red start too early. Yeah, they can figure it out eventually, but you want to get that info as late as possible. But didn't play in the brush, so really minor mistake there. It's going to be Tyler Wynn and Starspit trying to pull a freeze initially.
No.
But what if he gets it, though?
Oh, I love it.
But what if he gets it, though?
I love it. This is exactly the kind of thing Civ HD would pull off.
All right. Is he getting it? Is he getting it? Is he getting it?
Oh, no!
Oh, he's not getting it.
And he committed the flash.
Yeah, they know. They know he flashed. Like, hey, by the way, Varus flashed him. Yeah. Boy's going to take the fight.
He saw the ward, too. He telegraphed. I forgot. Oh, no. Oh, that is a disaster.
So, okay, I need to back up a second. Yasuo is the most galaxy-brained player I have ever seen play League of Legends. He knew what Civ HD was trying to do. He's like, look, I'm taking the camp on the ward. Look, you can see me. I'm just hitting it. I'm not leashing. Last second, I'll pull it back. Flash for so too far back. Sorry, bud. That is galaxy brain.
You know what? I think you called it. Yasuo just knowing exactly what goes on in the mind of another content creator. Like, you don't think about how you beat your opponent. You think about how you out-troll them.
Yeah,
and then
how are they getting their clicks? I know how.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And on the lethal tempo point, I think I understand where Civ HD's headed. So Froxtrot referenced a tweet. I went back and found it. It is talking about support Varus and being a cull. And I think, you know, with the changes to the blight stacks, I think you want lethal tempo to be able to attack faster, to get more blight stacks on people for faster cooldown. I assume that's where his head's at. He's just going to go full attack speed to spam abilities or something with the Ginsus.
All right, well, there's a Zac. He's going to go for never queuing onto the minions until the very end, but he's going to find Overpower with a flash. They're going to flash in to chase it down. And first blood to the LCS Yasuo. He burns Civ's flash. He killed the mid laner.
Civ burned his own flash. He goes mid. Yeah, that was a really good gank. You know, Malphite pushed up a little bit in the lane. Not going to have any way out of gank. So the fact they got the flash out of that too is really nice. Void did have to burn his ghost though, his favorite prize summoner.
Yep. So Corvazar, being, I believe, a support primary player normally, is already out of mana on Swain, so it's not much of a threat, but no way's coming down to the bot side. That's a really good yoink back. And Tyler1, this is going to be a tough one. Going to get some autos off, going to run as fast as he can. No way out of this one. He's going to drop down, pops the barrier, still going to die. Civ HD gets the second kill of the game.
He's like, I don't have a flash, guys. I need this kill.
Yeah.
Good for him. It's going to need that. He is going to support, like we were saying. He's got the scythe.
The spectral sickle, I believe it's called.
Tomato potato scythe.
Yes. I'm a fan of tomato potato, by the way. I know it's intentionally dumb. I'm a really big fan, though.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah.
So also speaking of, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. I wonder if the top lane will be interesting at all. Because here we go, the repeat gank real quick. And like you said, sick yoink back to actually just set this up so it was free and there's no way out. Well done by Corvazar.
Yep. And then, you know, get the barrier, doesn't really do much. This was actually reasonably close. It was maybe winnable if Star Smitten did stay. I mean, she had heal available, but that was going to be tough. It's like maybe you get a kill, but you're going to lose two if it happens.
Right, and I like the idea of just holding sums. You know, they did pop the barrier, but otherwise they held flashes, held heal, and just said, all right, you got us. And now you're down summoners, and we can take a fight.
Yeah. It is Phoenix Udyr on the top side. Temporary CS deficit for Trick 2G is running Ghost. By the way, Voyboy is going Ghost as well. I called that one. But it is TP.
Ghost TP.
Yep, I'm a fan. Big stun, good damage, big punch, good turtle shell.
Yeah, so I'm not super up to date on you know what the tech is for the Udyr because I played top Udyr a lot back when it was the red pot start with double tiger procs on people and it was absolutely broken. But that was like season 4, so not the same thing here. And D-Ring Star, we'll see if Elwin can actually pull this dive off.
I'm not sure he's going to die. He's going to pull out. Nice punch. He is going to get it, and Elwin's going to walk away. Beautifully done, Trick. I think should have completed the recall the first time around, but a well-played dive all the same. And Ghost didn't get him very far into that one. He also going to look for
it's definitely one of the downside of the Ghost Summoner is when people try and dive you, suddenly running a little bit faster is not optimal for dodging, say, that Haymaker.
Yeah. True facts. Lethal tempo proc for Civ HD from landing the Q. Can't get much more. No way on the bottom side. Another yoink. This is going to be decent damage. TP in the flank as well. Good luck. It's a 4v2, but now Tyler1's in the chase. Does have flash. Not going to be able to burn it in time. Nice kill picked up. Civ HD has 2-0-0.
Is off to the races with this build. We'll see if he ends up going for the attack speed build like we were talking about. He's already got a pickaxe in his inventory. And this is the beginning of the Tyler1 focused dive bot lane comp that we saw the LEC craft, and I saw on that screen there, looked like a little bit of tilt already setting in.
I believe it, you know. As someone who has, you know, played both with and against Tyler1, I mean, he is a man where if you don't pick Janna, he would have dodged your champ select. And then
I feel like Lulu's a suitable replacement, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
The Lulu.
But, you know, if you want to pick Mage, you're just not in there. Yeah, another yoink, but this one's not going to land for the W. Decent damage back, and they've got Yasuo coming around as well. Flash chase down. Corvazar does not have escapes. Give him the kill. They pick it up. Finally, Vengeance. Nice gank. Yasuo's gotten 2 on the board, but now Udyr, he is in a bad spot. Trick 2G is Trick 2 gone. 4-2 so far in this game. Right now, it is a lead to the European squad.
Yeah, but a even gold situation because of the CS difference in mid lane. Looks like Voyboy actually got a pretty nice freeze off potentially in mid lane after they got that gank, and Overpower had to play it pretty defensive. Yeah, Malphite's a bit of a disaster to have to play on in a frozen lane. You spam Q a couple times, but then you're going to be out of luck. So tough in the mid lane, and they're going to actually convert that into the first drink take of the game at 7:30.
Yeah, good to see a Yasuo player capable of more than just playing Yasuo, you know, able to get ganks off. Oh, this is Civ HD just dying. He is a dead boy. Give him the kill. No, Voy's going to take it away. He says, no, thank you. I would like some more cash money. And this is the LCS squad up 200 gold and a dragon. Trick 2G trying to run away. He's going to be okay.
Yep, not too bad there. The Draven didn't have a ton of stacks, obviously, after dying twice. So on the kill he got on Civ HD, the first, or excuse me, on Corobazar in the bot lane, didn't get them that much. And yeah, I think Trick might need to hold back on opening the gates a little bit. I don't know if he needs to be behind. Behind him, behind the inner turret. Yeah.
Gold like his skill level. Got him. Overpower. Under the turret. Gotta get stunned up. What boy? He was. Okay, he steals the ult. He's got it anyway. It's gonna be an easy pickup. But no!
Whoa.
No way! Over the wall. Takes him down. That was beautiful. Yasuo's got to burn the ulti to run away. What a counter gank.
Yeah, sick timing by No Way there. He was up on the top side counter jungling because of the Drake take. Cleared out the top side and then was in the perfect position. Well done by Overpower as well on his decision to end up running towards him. So after this gank came in, you know, he knows where his jungler is. He's heading straight to the left side. It was a good ult steal by Void to take the Malphite ult, but just not nearly enough. So super well done by No Way.
Yeah, Miya's forced to burn the ulti to get away. That is a meaningful cooldown gone for a while. Gold difference back to 400 lead for the European squad. Corobazar back up in the lane. Had burned the ulti. Yeah, that was off of, I think, a potential dive that didn't quite work the rest of the way down. But that's now back on a cooldown. So another fight in the top side. Elwin comes over. Farm lead for Trick 2G, and he's going to run fast as he can just get away. Easy blast.
Yeah, it looks like he's... Yeah. Oh, he's actually going back. I thought he was heading for that minion wave coming up between the turrets. Playing with a little bit more respect here, especially with the bot dive going on.
Yep. All right. Well, it's another 3v3 potentially. Corobazar does not have flash. Is knocked up. Q's going to land on both halves. Elo picks up a kill, and now Voyboy has come down as well. And goodbye, Civ HD. Void busts it out and gets his second kill of the game.
Oh boy, this is we thought maybe some attention going in the bot lane. They tried to do that, but just too much laning pressure from the Draven and Lulu.
Nice by Udyr, completely bypasses. Hey, look, I've got 2 fists as well, okay? My pajamas look cooler than your weird outfit, so able to get a lead up at the top side despite being 0-2.
Yeah, here you see the dive again, just pretty much straight through the turret. Flash fall there by Star Smitten to land extra CC for Yasuo, and just 2 easy kills. I mean, Voy, nice roam down, nice 4-man dive, clean. Didn't take much to get it done with all the summoners down, the ult already popped from the previous engagement.
Trick 2G getting some early ability haste there as well. Of course, Iceborne Gauntlet does not exist in League of Legends anymore, so Sheen plus Glacial Shroud is no longer a build path. And this is going Zeke's. That's a Frozen Heart eventually, which is still a very good Udyr item, so I can hit on that one. But components for now, likely to go for something like Divine Sunderer. That would be the most likely pickup for Udyr up there.
Yeah, I assume it's mostly for ability spam, just get a bigger mana pool and from the component items instead of trying to rush for completing Triforce or anything like that.
Glacial's incredibly efficient as an item. As long as you want mana and armor, you're pretty happy. And yeah, you're casting a bunch of spells in lane up against a set. That's going to be pretty reasonable. Yasuo looks for the 7th gank now in the bottom lane, and it's time to run away.
Over.
Flash gets away from all of it. This is a pretty easy knock-up chain if he wants it. Pulls them both in. There's the ulti, and Corobazar is trying to run away. Another kill onto the Varus. Civ HD is dead. Great Lulu ulti, and that is Swain not getting enough damage. Yasuo gets the second kill of the game, and bot lane camp is working well. Poor Udyr on the top side. He's trying to run away. He's going to get pushed right back towards the turret, and I am sorry, Trick 2G, you are going down.
Yeah, no fancy footwork there can save Trick. No highlight reel of running around the entire map, just taken down. But for the LCS squad, you're still pretty happy getting a 2-for-0 in the bot lane. Our predictions have been flipped a little bit. LCS is going bottom now. LEC is swapped to the top side. And as a consolation prize, No Way is going to take down this Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's going to be in time to get turret plates, so at least there's going to be some money going back in. But you can see a 1,400 gold lead. The second Dragons in 45 seconds, or I think in LCS gets even more of that going on. Gold lead getting shrunk a bit thanks to Elwin shoving down the top side and finishing off the first Mythic before too long as well. So maybe we do see Set kind of carry this game up. mid CS difference. Only at 20 now, so Overpower's managed to catch up some farm as as Boy went on some roams. Attempted smite steal is gonna get it. Yasuo down a level, gets it anyway.
That was sick by Yasuo, able to convert the bot side dive, get back up to the top side, and contest the Rift Herald. And like you said, yeah, he's been giving up some farm in you know, he's down 20. He's the only real counterpart for the LCS that's down, but it's definitely worth it with all the ganks he's been pulling off and objective control as well now. They've gotten everything on the map.
Well, time for Wave Clear. Time to get killed in a 1v2. Trick, this was not going so great for you, bud. You might, I don't know what you're supposed to do about this, but die less.
The classic Korean advice meme, die less, top laner.
Die fewer
times. He's keeping it interesting. I'll give him that. I appreciate that at least.
All right, Civ. Round 3. Nice try.
I think it would have worked if he flashed this time.
Not even sure they had wards. I think it was a full blind attempt, but it was
full blind. That was actually kind of close.
Yep. Ooh, top lane is dead. All 5 plates and first turret gold. So Elwind, with his Stride Breaker, is going to be the 1v9 champion. That's the pretty easy Herald summon. That's going to be bot lane turret falling as well with all the plates. But Trick2G, you know, I was going to make a joke, Trick2G more like 0-2-0, but now it's 4, so it's not even close anymore. Hilarious.
You got me. I think the one nice thing is against the enemy comp, Elwin can actually turn into a bit of a beast for his team. If Trick2G is just stuck under his turret like this, the whole split pushing angle's not going to work. Oh, barely able to live.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's fine. Tiger Sand, or Udir's really good.
Yeah, the shielding, the heal, always going to be okay. But Udir's not going to do anything in a team fight. So if he's stuck under his turret, he's not going to be accomplishing much for the LCS team comp.
But you know what's good? He didn't go Prowler's Pleasance Reaver. So, you know, at least he'll get more durable. And once he finishes the first
But maybe he should have.
Oh, yeah.
It's not looking that much better, you know?
Yeah, we're just going to measure purely on KDA and nothing else.
What do you think I do for a living? I look at the KDAs and I say that player played bad.
Great.
That's the extent.
Wonderful, and this is the level of cast that covers Worlds. So exciting times.
That's me.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's looking pretty good though for the LCS squad. A lot of the members who you want to be fed are for their team, and they have good gold leads. So 20, 30 CS, almost 40 for Voyboy actually. The gold is in their pockets. They got the double Drake so far. I think. At this point, I'm getting more on Vedius's train as much as I was flaming him for just kind of like taking the haha, I'm voting for the LCS.
You can still flame him though.
True.
Yeah,
I guess that's.
You can agree with like the results. Oh, okay, Trick2G's down another 1v2. He's running fast as he can, but none of the CC's up anymore. Now a TP flank. Oh, this is winnable. This is winnable. Claw's not gonna land, and now the LEC's on the wrong side. Voyboy is here, and he is also slain. That's gonna be Corobrazar dropping down to CivHG. That was a flash that didn't accomplish much.
He's got some buttons to press, and he says, if I'm going down, I'm going to press all my buttons, and there you go.
CivHG has managed to land a lot of very, very ineffective flashes this game. And I say this as a very bad player myself. I'm not better than CivHG necessarily, but I can certainly say those flashes were not good.
Yeah, I don't think your ability to flash better means that you can't notice that these flashes are suboptimal.
Yes. He's rooted. Actually, that one's on Swain.
Yeah.
As a frequent Swain player, I have yoinked a lot of people out of skill shots. That was one of them. That one's not on Civ. That one was actually a good shot.
Yeah, and then at that point they chase past the minion wave, so that the TP is basically a guaranteed kill. If they can land the chain CC before then and maybe pop him as the TP's coming in, maybe it works out. I don't actually think the idea of the play was all that bad. And Corobrazar, to his credit, has landed a lot of his roots on people. He's actually looked really good on the Swain.
I just like that CivHG has managed to out-earn his carry and already has his Mythic done, and Koro's still waiting to finish Leandri's. That's a rough look.
I mean, he did steal a bunch of the kills.
Yes.
When there were like 4 people and you could give it to anyone. Somehow, Civ kept ending up with them.
He's really good at kill securing. I think that's really appropriate. We mentioned that maybe Varus really is going to be the carry of this team. He's not getting the farm, but he's certainly doing more so far in the game.
Yeah, and he's got the Kraken Slayer. There's a couple targets that he'll be able to whittle away on, assuming, Trick ends up with a decent HP pool. Yasuo's going to have a big one. Could be good.
Yeah, it's reasonable, all things considered. I mean, they're getting some armor on a couple of different people as well. Moonstone Renewer is done. That's nice. Mythic's done for almost all players. Waiting for Swain, Malphite, and Udyr. Nice. Gets away with most of it. Gets the entire camp, and Yasuo ults to walk slowly away. Nice bit of cannon juggling, though. 1,700 gold difference. Third dragon spawns in 40 seconds.
It's that defensive play you love to see out of a first-time Zac player. Just, get out of there, don't die. Here's Voidboy trying to 1v2.
He's got the set ult, he takes one down, but now Elwind is on the chase. You're not going to live through that one. Wait, he heals for 7 million health. Doesn't matter, Elwind wins anyway. Wits End.
Wits End to get. Also, the heal, not quite enough considering the rest of the team was still collapsing down. The Voidboy taking notes from Trick 2G. Both of them just pushing too far up in the side lanes.
Ooh, nice ult. This could be a lot of damage. Yasuo can try to run, but does not have ult for a while. He's going to pull 2 in, but they still got to disengage this one. Draven will get some damage. This is a 4v4. It is fightable. It could be winnable, but with most ultis gone, they're going to decide to give away the Drake. LEC off a nice ulti out of Civ. Oh, I like this.
Try the flyby.
The flyby smite. He's out of time. Round 3.
Flash gets it, though.
Oh, let's go! Jungle difference. He's dead, but worth it. You take those every time. Trick 2G is here, but he's just going to die. There's no way out of that one. That's another second kill coming across, and now Starsman has to flash away from the slows. No way still on. Nice little snipe from Civ. Nice Glitter Lance slow, and it's time to run away. Not sure about re-engaging the fight at all, but at least you got the steal. No ways here. What a flash! What a slow! The yoink back as well. That was outstanding. And now can they get the 4th one? No. Tyler gets to flash away. Voy is in. He finds 1. They're going to find 2. Time for a 3rd. Uh-oh, Elwind. Elwind's ready to go. He's found the slow. He's found the kill as well. But the re-engage means a 2 for 2.
Civ HD playing great this entire game. 4-4-3 as support Varus.
Second best player in this team by far.
That was a sick Drake fight for the LEC. LCS did manage to steal, which sets them up for potential 4th Drake Dragon Soul next time around. And I like Yasuo's idea of going for the flyby. I also still kind of like the flash commit, but at this point, I don't know why Trick 2G goes hero mode to try and save him. He is buying time for the Bloblets to reform, but there's so much AoE, they just wait till they're close, and they kind of one-shot them with Dragon Soul and Haymaker. So really easy to pop the Zac with that much AoE. That also kills off Trick, and now there's no real front line, and it's an easy chase down to Star Smitten. I kind of appreciate the turn. I always want to see more scrapping, and if there's one thing you say about Voidboy, he's a dreamer. He believes that it's winnable every fight, and a nice Varus ult to set it up makes it look like they could actually pull it off, but Elwind, the guy that we were talking about in the top lane, so strong this entire time. I think that's the first time we've really seen him across the map. Maybe the LCS players had kind of lost track of how stacked that set was getting, and now they're going to have to deal with him because he's off to the races, already working on his 3rd item.
Yeah, he's a real big boy. Nice little sidestep on the Swain W. Trick 2G still on the side. There we go. Divine Sunder is complete. 10% max health sheen damage, basically, and you heal for damage dealt. That's a really big upgrade, so we needed that one. Trick's going to have a much easier time actually fighting people. Now that he's hit his first power spike, yes, he's still behind basically everyone else, but that was a necessary pickup. The rest of the items coming through as well. Of course, Leandry's picked up finally for the Swain. Ludens means more burst damage. So Overpower is, of course, playing full-on AP Malphite. Bunch of flat Magic Pen. We weren't really surprised. That was the expectation of the mid-lane Malphite pick. But, is kind of coming at this one from, a 30 CS deficit, which would be tough to deal with.
So in any of these games, it's oh, here we go, never mind.
Voidboy is in, he can be Swain, he's going to be taking a lot of damage, heals back up, pulls a Zonia's, and now the re-engage going to look really good. Overpower running out of health, that's an ulti away. Big Varus ult, Trick 2G is in, stuns a red buff, turns back around a Koro Bazaar, that should be a kill to Swain, a dunk over the wall. Swain pops him, Voidboy gets 1, Voidboy gets 2, a double kill without an assist. Nicely done, and now it's time to turn right back onto Baron. Starsmitten kills off a ward, and suddenly Elwind and Overpower have the 2v5.
I mean, I don't think they have any chance. Looks like they're going to sack the dragon. Elwin's going to focus down on getting this turret with the Rift Herald. Can maybe grab one more, but there's going to be the Empowered Recall, so he has to be careful about overstaying. And a sick fight for the LCS. Void getting in there, using the stopwatch, I believe it was, super effectively to bait the LEC into this mad retreat. And then he could wrap around from the red buff to get another re-engage. I'm sure we'll get a look at it here. Just
Swain's
hops onto the Swain, gets his ult off, and then Overpower. Overpower's going to get caught out of position, has to use the Malphite ult defensively. And as AP Malphite, if you're not ulting aggressively, you may as well not be a champion. And I think it's almost like if you're caught out of position as AP Malphite and you're just going to ult away, just ult in and sack your life anyways, because at that point you're a Q-bot.
Yeah, which is not exactly strong. You slow one person's move speed for like 40% for 2 seconds, and then you do nothing again. So Bear Buff's going to be on while the 4th Drake spawns. Yasuo has to kite back. Be careful. This could be an easy knockup, easy pullback. A lot of damage, but Lulu's here. Here comes the re-engage with a Malphite ult. Get ready. Watch for Voy. Jumps in onto 2. A double kill for the slam. No way, has to run. Voy's going to find the stun, and it's time for a bit more fun. Where's kill number 4?
Kill number 4 is running up towards their red side jungle. Elwin's not playing nice. He's actually going to turn onto him.
Turns on to Tyler 1. Tyler 1 gets dunked and he's done. Yasuo's going to be picked up as well. Yum and Elwin. It's time to go for another one. The Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. Star Smitten is running away, and that's going to be enough. Trick 2G, guns for the turret, and time to turn around.
Elwin, the 1v9 top lane, the struggle that everyone in solo queue can relate to.
Big stun, flash in, punch is 700 true damage. Dunk back, be careful. He's got so much, but it's not going to be enough. 1,000 gold, a clean grand goes over to Trick 2G. And it's time to turn away for this dragon. No Way is alive. Yasuo is not, so Smite Steal is potentially doable.
That was a big shutdown as well. He was at 8 kills at that point, so a lot of gold handed over there to the LCS. And with him dead, I don't know if they have the strength to contest this Drake. LCS are slow playing it. TP's coming in. Tyler and Starsman heading from the base to try and get there. And I think, you know, with the 5v4 and also lacking the strongest member, LEC are just going to have to go for another Civ HD Flash Q steal.
Boy. What? Over the wall? Nope, that's not the way you're supposed to aim that one. No look chains. But here comes Yasuo, easy knockup, great ult by Overpower, but it's just not going to be enough. Yasuo claims the kill all the same, still has his smite up. This would be Ocean Soul. No Way is waiting in the brush.
No Way, yeah.
Theoretically possible, can be done, but can it be? Goes in, kills picked up, and then this might comes in afterwards. Ocean Soul and 2 more kills. The gold stayed close the entire game, but this one is nearly unlosable. NA, so far so good, greater than EU.
So far, I think we can. This one's going to be.
There are no other
NA
versus EU games for the rest of League of Legends. This is it. This is the epitome. This is the pinnacle of competition. Look at this. Elwin's going to try. Come on. You thought? I mean, he's got some damage. That's a barrier though in time, and indeed, it's just the LCS
Main flash. You can at least brag about that one. And if there's one thing the LCS in North America hangs their hat on, it's being the more entertaining region. It's the one thing we have, because it's definitely not the competitive angle.
How dare you?
And here we go. Our stream team. Yeah, I mean, our stream team is winning the entertaining match. That's what we have.
Yeah, NA streamers greater than EU streamers. NA pros are EU pros in a lot of cases. Yeah, just are. I know, that was definitely what the joke was meant to be. Boy takes down Civ HD yet again, and he's going for a bit more. Overpower is gone right in front of the turrets. Zhonya's popped. Yasuo's taking the turrets. He's going to be fine. He's going to be blobs. No Way is here. Casts him back. Blobs taking some turret shots. Trick 2G. He's going to find some damage. There's a squirrel. There's Elwin. Yasuo, he's going to drop 450 gold picked up there. And the LCS gets to turn back around to the bottom side. And it's time
they're
to run.
running? No, it's not. It's time to end the game.
Nope.
You got double Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul. Yeah, I don't know. Just get in there. Sit in front of their base.
You got to pat the KDAs. That Malphite ult, not the best, by the way.
No, the last one, even though he was dead, was a sick interrupt on the Zaki. Not so much there.
I more meant Boys. He just like airballed it.
Okay.
Like Overpower to run, I get Overpowers. Like, that's reasonable. He got caught, but whatever. Boy just airballed, but it's okay.
All right. You know, when you're 16 kills, you can whiff some shots.
Yes.
You know. And definitely the standout player for the LCS this game got that first Yasuo gank. They actually worked really well together to get Voy fed, and we kind of talked to Champ Select about how many good ults there are to steal, how LEC's team comp doesn't necessarily have the tools to deal with a Yasuo if they're not coordinated. And he's been wreaking havoc all game.
Indeed. And this is going to be a tough one to turn around. I mean, it's you know, theoretically possible, I suppose, for the European squad to get through, but it's a rough one going. Swain down in items is just never threatening enough. Like, doesn't have another stopwatch active right now. Needs to finish Zhonya's, which is probably about 1,000 gold away still, depending on what he still needs. So that's going to be a tough one. Top lane's about to be attacked. You know, credit to Elwind, hasn't lost his lane turret yet, and the bottom inhibitor's already gone. That's that's when you just kind of ping. If you ping your KDA, you know, you ping every death timer for the Swain, and you're like, I mean, I
warm
want
up
my
that
lane.
question mark.
Yeah,
you just keep it warm, keep throwing those question marks around anytime your team does anything, good or bad, so that way you can play it off as trolling and not, you know, having negative gaming experience.
Nice. Yep. Ooh, that's another soul taken away though. Okay, here's a big stun. So much damage. Overpowered. Be careful. It's a flash to get away. Yasuo's around as well. This is going to be him pulled back. He's got to ult away. He can't ult away in time. Goodbye. And another kill picked up with Baron available.
Yep. LCS streamer squad is playing this one sweaty, going for the Baron buff. Make sure that they have all the tools they need to close the game out cleanly. No fun allowed.
Eventually winnable though.
They are baiting it though.
Elwind in no way. Voyboy checks one. Not pulled back just yet. And they're just constantly out of reach of all these plays. Yasuo shows up. Great body slam. Blobs are down, so Yasuo can die very, very quickly. But Lulu ult over the top. The team re-engages. Big dunk, but is it going to be enough? Instantly, the kill comes back onto the Swain. Just cannot survive. They knock down Elwind as well. Doesn't have the sustained damage to make it work. And now Civ HD, he's getting chased down by a Zac. It's a 4-level difference. He can burn just Sunfire Cape. Honestly, Yasuo not even auto-attack him and just Sunfire the guy.
They're giving Voyboy one extra, though.
Yep.
Pad that KDA. The Boy Wonder, the Genius, the Silas main.
Yeah. 8,000 IQ Ghost. And, you know, this is a lesson I think we need to teach the other NA pros, because so often teams from the LCS, teams from North America, fail to win against teams from Europe. But I see Voyboy has Ghost, and I see Trick2G has Ghost. And, you know, maybe Voy was onto something. 2 Ghosts, all it takes to beat Europe.
For the European takeaways, you can look at Civ's game and say, I probably shouldn't just throw flashes at walls quite as frequently. That was definitely a bit of a struggle for the squad in the bot lane.
Yeah, true. Support Varus, also maybe not the ideal pick, but you know, who can really say? I think
everyone who watched this game.
Yeah, we need like 10 more EU games at Worlds of support Varus to be sure if it's actually a bad pick. So I think I want to, you know, I want to hold out hope for that one.
Trick2G giving a little charity death over there. He's 1-6 now. There's no difference between 1-5 and 1-6 in my eyes. So
Sure.
you know, just keep throwing him away.
Yeah, because you didn't pass 3rd grade where you learned what numbers are. I don't know why that's in 3rd grade. That's way
No, I
sooner.
told you I only look at KDA for analysis, and as far as I'm concerned, you know, like what's
It's
one
greater
extra
than
kill,
1, so
definitely.
whatever.
You're the feeder. I've already identified.
Okay. Meanwhile, big fight. Oh, my word. The double kill from the ultimate out of Draven. And now Elwind is on the run again and again and again. He can find the stuns, but he cannot quite find the damage.
Whoa.
Gets one, gets Star Smitten. And now, actually, you got to be kidding me. Does pick up a couple kills, but Voyboy will not be stopped. He's one man alone, and he TPs in a bot lane. Whoop, down he goes. These Nexus turrets are gone, and Voy by himself will end the game. We'll get a TP in from Trick. The gates have been opened. The gates have been shut. And the European squad will drop.
One more time into the fountain.
Goes to 7 just for good measure. GG.
Well done to the LCS streamer squad, able to step up. Voyboy in particular ended with 22 kills. He had more kills by himself than the entire LEC squad. Absolutely popped off. Well done by Tyler1 and Star Smitten as well, absorbing a lot of pressure in the early game. Trick2G made it interesting. Yasuo stepping in, playing jungle, actually had really, really good ganks the entire game, and a lot of great objective control, so hats off to all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the basically one NA retired pro in Voyboy did incredibly well. All the E retired pros, I mean, they're just actively in the LCS still, so, you know, I don't know what's going on. But the ones they could pick up for this one are, you know, they couldn't quite hold on to it. Overpower definitely got pretty beasted down there. He blinded Malphite into the mid lane. Unfortunately, the mid Silas came out and worked really well. The early gank came out, of course, on top of that one. You know, support Varus tried his hardest. Civ HD, honestly, was, to be clear, actually one of the better performing players on the team. Like, realistically, there were some weird flashes. You know, he was limit testing. It didn't quite work, but like, the actual output was pretty solid. Just, you know, wasn't quite enough.
He really pressed W and Q on low health targets really well, you know, for the Varus snipe to pick up the kills. Super well done there. I got to say, Korobazar did great. Actually, on the Swain, if we're talking about bot laners, I was impressed by how many times he was setting up those early ganks that punished Tyler1. You remember, they were 0-2, 0-3 in the bot lane early on. Some ganks, but a lot of it was off the setups by his Swain, pulling people in. I actually thought he had pretty impressive skill shot accuracy and just couldn't deal with the snowball going on in the mid lane.
All right, well, either way, well done once again to the NA Streamer Squad. We are stepping away, but on the other side, we hear from the winning team. And as we go, make sure you're checking out all the League of Legends content available on Spotify. You're listening now to the All-Stars Anthem Run It, featuring Cal Scrubby and Thutmose. You can listen to this and all of our pros' favorite songs in the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to All-Star 2020, and I am here with the victorious Q Kings. Of course, all of the incredible NA players that managed to completely and totally dismantle the EU squad, much to my dismay. That said, one man clearly stood above the rest. I'm sorry to everyone else on the team, but I got to go to Voyboy first. Voyboy, how did it feel to 1v9, buddy? I feel like you just murdered every single person across the map just over and over and over again. All right, Voyboy, we're having a little technical difficulty here, so I'll move on. Oh, man, I was like, yeah, he's doing it right. He's going. We'll just assume that the people at home can hear it. You might be hard muted on your microphone, Voyboy, but we'll check in. I'll check in elsewhere. So while Voyboy, it felt like he was mostly left alone in the early game, kind of got to do his own thing. I feel like bot lane and top lane, super camp. So T1, I want to go to you first. Instead of Voyboy, talk to me about being camp bottom lane. Is this what you're used to in the solo queue experience? Did you expect?
Absolutely used to. Everybody is a huge fan of me, right? It happens all the time. We see it all the time. Solo queue, any competitive environment. So, you know, coming into this, I expected them to gank me level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, use all TPs, and you know, it worked exactly as we planned. Voyboy got ahead with all the pressure they spent bot lane, and we were able to take home the W.
Starsmitten, when you were getting ganked over and over again, were you surprised to see T1 constantly running forward instead of away from the action? Was that your strategy? Were you like, sacrifice yourself for me? Were you like, please run away? What was the communication like there?
No. I think he just wanted me to save my sums for a better opportunity. So he's just like, just leave me be, and he just like took.
He just ran, so. Honestly.
Yeah.
First night at trouble, he just ran. He just took off.
No, you told me.
Oh, brutal.
Not even true.
Making the rounds, Yasuo. It feels like everybody got to play their signature champ. We got Trick with the Udyr in the top lane. We got the T1 Draven. Voyboy busting out the sides. He's obviously been playing a lot of that in solo queue. But you got stuck on jungle Zach. Now I know preseason is a better time for tanks overall, but why not the Yasuo today? Was it like drawing straws and you got the short straws? Why did we see the Zach?
So I was thinking on our best chances of winning because I know we didn't want to lose bragging rights to EU, and I was like, okay, Tyler has to go ADC because if I'm going ADC, me and Celine we're gonna feed, like straight up, we're gonna feed different countries. It's gonna be really bad. So I was like, I gotta go jungle. I'll play the tank. I'll absorb some pressure. I was trying to help out the team, you know, just get Voyboy and Tyler ahead. You saw Trick running it in the top lane. He was on an island, straight up. Like top lane's usually on an island. Trick's on a deserted island. I don't know what that place is. So I'm sticking to mid and bot, and Void carried the shit out of the game.
All right. Once again, shout out to Voyboy. I'm sorry we don't get to ask you a question due to technical difficulties. Maybe just a thumbs up, just so everybody knows, because you did hard carry that game. On the opposite side of the coin, Trick, I'm sorry, man, but the gates did not feel open today. Was the set just like a hard counter?
I was not breaching. No, he's not. The guy's dog. Let me tell you something. I had 100. I got 1,000 ping. I'm sitting there hitting the minion, and my guy swings. 5 seconds later, I'm like, what am I doing? I right click here, and it doesn't go, and then it goes. And you know, you tell me. It's impossible to play. Please, let a boomer play on 30 ping. I can't do this 160.
All right, man. Well, good context for all the 2G fans out there. Obviously, if he had 30 ping, easy matchup versus this set. No question whatsoever. Thank you so much, and congrats again on the win, guys. When we return, it's the EU 1v1 final. See who gets crowned champion shortly after this.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Today starts off with the North America getting the very first win, but we'll see if the EU Legends can find some redemption for us later on today. They'll have to dig themselves out of a big hole after what the Q Kings did to us. I'm joined by Dracos and Foxtrot. Before we get into the 1v1 finals, we need to take a moment to take a look at our Cisco last second save, because when you're trying to steal the red buff from the enemy team, you know that every second counts. This replay is powered by the Cisco network, and Dracos, set this one up for me.
Yeah, so what we have here is Civ HD looking for redemption. And as many of you know, the process of making YouTube highlights is one of determination. many attempts over hundreds of games till you finally land that. This was not one of those games. This was the outtake where if you had done it a second earlier, maybe you steal a red buff, maybe you disrupt Yasuo so completely that he can no longer play the game.
How tilting is that, Foxtrot? If you were a jungler and it were stolen.
You know, the worst thing is that the NA team had a ward there. They didn't see him try and steal it, but they saw him do the walk of shame afterwards. That was the worst thing about it. Like, just... Of course it's Civ HD though, right?
Yeah.
You knew he was going to do something like that.
And the rest of the game pretty much looked like that. Now, let's turn our attention to the Red Bull 1 versus 1 tournament for the finals. It is a best of 3 between Bwipo and No Way. Quickly explain to me how the game's played.
Yeah, so if you're a follower of 1v1, you know it's been updated over the year. This year, there's no longer a 100 minion win condition. You can get first tower, it can be first to 2 kills, or in the event that the map goes to sudden death, which will happen, I believe, 7 minutes into the game, a big red ring of fire will slowly collapse. At that point, the next person to get a kill, regardless of how many kills you've gotten before, regardless of how much damage has been dealt to the tower, will then instantly win the game. So mostly the same, but we've won kind of the scummy farm win condition is now gone.
Now let's zoom out and look at the players, of course. You can see Bwipo and No Way. They took down Selfmade and Elwind respectively in the semifinals and made their run through the bracket. Bwipo has played some great games on Shen. He's a bit more action heavy. He likes to get into the faces of his opponent. On the other side, No Way, the German sniper, a little bit more cool, calm, collected, playing those Skillshare champions. The mages is Anivia, has looked particularly good. Now, Foxtrot, clash of styles is what we said at the top of show. Which style do you think will reign supreme?
Ooh, I always want to put the hand into the aggressive person, and for me, that's Bwipo in this matchup for sure. Like, he's the one he's fighting more. You know, he's picking those more aggressive picks. And as you say, No Way's more like a control mage player, and he's done very well on it. But I'm not quite sure you can tame the beast that is Bwipo. I think he's just going to be too much.
Bwipo's also the champion, right? He won last year, not just against EU players, but against everybody. He beat Uzi in the finals, and a lot of that was because he figured out the metagame. Yes, watching him play Hecarim wasn't a lot of fun.
Nope.
But it was very good. Yes, would you have preferred him to see Vayne versus Vayne, or Vayne versus Vayne up against Uzi? Yes, but the Hecarim was better and ended up winning the day for him, and that's the thing that you have to keep your eyes on is how much more ingenuity do we see from Bwipo, because I would love to see honest 1v1s, but I think, as you mentioned, given the clash of styles, given the way that both of these players like to approach it, it should be different picks. The Rengar taken away immediately. No Way knows exactly what he doesn't want to see.
I was listening to the YouTube VODs for the full games in the earlier rounds, Drakos, and you were pointing out that when the Ring of Fire comes in, that the bushes are still there. So if that Rengar's still in there, Knifecat does Knifecat things. Was that the call I think I heard on Friday's show as well?
That was Vedi, yeah. And I think Rengar is one of the ones that you just have to respect, because the champion, as we've seen in this map as well, seems to get his leap a couple hundred pixels outside of the bush.
Yes.
Whether that's intended or not, it's hard to say, but it definitely makes the champion look stronger overall. Pantheon makes sense, but it does seem like both players are very firmly set in their ways.
There's the Anivia. I saw it as soon as the ban didn't go through, I knew it. No Way's thinking about it. He hasn't quite locked it in, unlike the Olaf, which was bam.
Now you start at level 3, if I recall correctly, in this game mode, right? So that is going to help Olaf out a little bit, most specifically because the access to level 6, you're really going to look for that Ragnarok if you're going to go for the all-in, but then you got to get through the egg as well.
Well, it's true, but I also think that in this case, starting level 1 might be stronger because Olaf's level 1 is so solid with repeated axe spamming over and over again. His passive is very good, but when No Way gets to start at level 3, he gets to go, okay, if you don't hit your snowball, I throw a wall up, and Olaf's natural enemy, walls. His ult, yes, great, you're immune to CC, not immune to a wall. You cannot walk through that. He's got a flash,
but
he's got a
snowball counters a wall.
Yeah,
if
but
you
if
have
he
it
whiffs
available.
the snowball, then it's trouble, because you can trade flash for flash, and that's going to be a big deal. The good news is, and the thing that I love about having snowball is that the cooldown is so short that if you get anything for snowball, if it's an ulti cooldown, well, less so in the case of Anivia, if you can get passive, if you can get flash, if you can get a barrier off a snowball, it's a huge, huge win for you.
Foxtrot, what do you make of this?
I think it's really hard for No Way to keep Olaf away from him. And he's going to struggle. He's got the wall, yes, but that's all he has, and he has to do it perfectly. And I think it's just much easier for Bwipo to execute this, so No Way's going to have to pull something out the bag to win this one.
Yeah, I think we may end up in a situation, though, because when you look at No Way's previous VODs, you'll be like, oh, he's just a PvE gamer. But that's mostly because people couldn't fight him and couldn't contest him on the wave. So if he does get ahead of Bwipo, we could see a situation where Bwipo has to play as conservatively as possible to sacrifice tower health without actually losing the tower so he can get to the Ring of Fire stage where maybe he stands a better chance at the individual 1v1.
Oh, Ring of Fire. I wonder if we'll get that far if no one can control it. Because one of the things I find interesting about this clash of styles is that theoretically both styles could win, right? If they execute their style well. And then it comes down to how well do you time your skill shots until Ragnarok is available, or if it's on cooldown, can you manage to get that stun from Anivia's Q or not? And Bwipo already bush control. He's pushed all the way forward. Got himself that Null Magic Mantle and the double Doran's Blades, as we talked about, level 3 already on the Murder Bridge.
Yeah, and Bwipo's absolutely no slouch. He's a player that is going to be really smart about how he controls the wave, about how he tries to set this up. Because one thing that No Way got away with a lot in the previous rounds was spamming abilities to try to push out the wave to get a good time to get that lost chapter. But if you can disrupt that, and Anivia at any point is in a position where she either has to sacrifice creeps or tower plates, she's honestly going to be in a lot of trouble.
I think the most important thing to look at as well, right at the get-go, is the skin powers. Because there's a lot of purple I'm seeing coming through from both of them, but I think honestly, thematically speaking, Anivia does have an advantage here on the Howling Abyss. So that's something Bwipo is going to want to bear in mind. Though I do like the option that he's gone for here. Is that like a Dragon Slayer?
Yeah, so it is a
maybe?
Dragon Slayer, but you know, Anivia,
I think Glacial would have been better in hindsight, but
yeah,
you know what? I'm not going to argue with Bwipo. He is the reigning champion. He knows what he's doing.
And you would assume that, like, by Monster Hunter rules, there would be some fire damage imbued in this skin.
Sure.
And so that would naturally be a counter.
Right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Physics 101.
Roast chicken. If you can get that bird down. We had some nice duck actually today at the studio. I wouldn't mind some of that.
Some classic German food, ganze Essen. Ente actually.
Ente. Yeah, no geese this time.
By the way, take a look at this. So immediate shove from Bwipo, undertow after undertow. Mercury Trade's picked up as the first back, pushing No Way all the way under the tower. Was it Wanda's interview, I think on Friday, we was talking about how wave management is crucial. I think Ender spoke to him in the explanation of the, the 1v1 rule set. But you already see that Bwipo is back into lane. And remember, no 100 CS victory, thank goodness. 2 kills with the tower, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I like the early Merc Treads pickup. Bwipo knows what he's about. It's just a DPS check here, and if you can get into melee range, he's just going to RuneScape duel down No Way. But No Way now in a bit of a rough spot in that it's hard for him to approach the wave, despite so many creeps there being in his favor, just because he knows he will get stat checked, inevitably.
Yeah, No One needs to get this under the tower ASAP, but Bwipo's going to hit level 6 soon.
There you go. Wall's already down. He does walls off cooldown. That's going to be Egg immediately. No, doesn't get Egg.
That
sucks.
That's big.
Flash lost. Ragnarok is just unlocked now as he's digging 6th. And obviously the snowball will come back in just a few moments.
Yeah, it's not. The big thing is you want the egg cooldown there.
Yep.
Because you're not going to. It's very likely that you die if you try to full commit and dive him under the tower at that point. But getting the egg cooldown does make it that
but surely no flash on No Way is going to be a bigger concern here.
And again, you're trading up.
Trading flash
snowball
for flash. Also,
ignite.
Yeah, overall, his snowballs come up. That ignite's going to take a little while still. But I mean, if you're No Way, if you're playing Anivia, it's hard enough to keep Olaf away from you. All you had was your wall and your flash, and now one of those is gone. So you've got to really make sure you do a good job with your wall. And
Ragnarok walks it down, Axe is coming in, undertow to follow, and it's just going to back off. And that's the thing. The second you burn wall at all in a way that isn't saving your life or keeping Olaf off of you, it's instant snowball, get to walk away. And normally I'd be like, oh, just dodge the snowball. But this is a no-boots Anivia. She is so slow. She cannot dodge axes. She cannot dodge a snowball. This is very difficult.
Yeah, and plus, you don't even need to land the snowball on Anivia specifically. If you can land it on like a minion that's close to her, that works as well, because you're going to be far enough that you can just throw an axe and then just run her down. So it's really tricky for No Way on Anivia. He now has to play with like 0 error, because as soon as he makes any kind of error, Bwipo's going to be all on top of him, and that's not going to be good for Anivia. She's definitely going to go down if she gets caught out here.
And there's a lot of these incremental advantages that are going to add up. Without a timer, it's hard for me to be certain. Bwipo healing through most of this damage. No Way running out of mana, but could try to find the kill. Bwipo going to back off. That's big, actually. No Way should have enough mana here to push this next wave with ult, and should get a decent back here.
If memory serves, between levels sort of 10 and 12-ish is when that Ring of Fire starts to come in, so we're getting close to that time frame. Egg is not available for No Way. Backs have been interrupted multiple times on Bwipo's side, but he's farmed up a good chunk of minions, and No Way's going to once again try to interrupt, not this time around.
Doesn't know. And as you mentioned, the egg, it won't be available in Ring of Fire, which is big. Obviously, that would be very, very potent in the 1v1.
Yeah, both these champions you're seeing as well have really good wave clear. So getting these recalls is actually like really crucial because you don't have a big window to try and get it before the other players pushed all those minions under your tower. So, you know, no way, especially now that he's reached level 6, we're far from that point. But Olaf spamming Q, and Nivea just uses one rotation of spells. And it looks like as well, Bwipo's just kind of playing the base damage game, where he goes for defensive items and then just relies on his base damage to be enough to fight the Nivea, which I think is a pretty smart option because the only way you can really lose this 1v1, at least in like fighting, is if a Nivea bursts you down. Like,
yeah,
and you're not going to be able to do that if you've gone for these items like this Heteron.
Yeah, there's the world where you can keep them at arm's length and kind of slowly burn them down, but I think it is very difficult. And part of the reason why we see Ruby Crystals as opposed to something like a Vamp Scepter is because while sustain is going to feel good, there's a certain amount of that built in naturally to Olaf's kit, and more raw health is significantly better in the 1v1 in this case, although
Snowball found his target. I'm literally just waiting for this Ring of Fire to start doing. Dracos, what happens if nobody's died yet in the Ring of Fire? First to die?
So it's first to die, so it's sudden death, so whoever dies at that point is gone. And Bwipo is right now in trouble. Remember, he can't afford to die, but there's going to be no egg here, no way flashing out. Patience with these summoners is really solid.
Ooh, I think that might favor Bwipo still, though, because, you know, that's, well, obviously that favors Bwipo. There's no flash on No Way and no Ignite. Bwipo still has his flash. I think when the Ring of Fire comes through, like, he's going to be seeing it. Oh, he's flashed forward. That's a great start.
He can get this kill, and that's great, but it's not going to win him the game. At the end of the day, it is still going to be the sudden death. That massive influx of gold, though, is big. He needs to back immediately. He gets the empowered recall, so it's only 4 seconds. Gets to buy an item, too. That's pretty much the best-case scenario, because now he gets to walk in. Well, he could have gotten Spirit Visage. Instead, it looks like Gore Drinker.
That's a Maw.
Oh, it's a Maw.
Yeah, so this is the point, right? Sudden Death's coming in. He's got to outrun that Ring of Fire, by the way, because that's going to be coming on his back pretty quickly.
There it is.
He's coming in.
But this is exactly what you expected to happen, Foxtrot. You're talking about that style, like, No Way's trying to keep Bwipo at arm's length. He's down 17 CS. He's already conceded a life. And you see the last second swap there, by the way.
He did go Visage,
He did indeed go Visage. So wants to just survive a little bit longer. Look at this Ring of Fire shrinking in. Game 1 of the finals. And No Way's already down a death. And obviously the fight's coming in with sudden death, Dracos.
Yeah, really big deal here. Obviously, the trade for Bwipo is he got 600 gold for that flash.
2 level up as well.
Won't have the flash in the fight. We'll have an XP advantage, although catch-up XP, again, massive in this mode, so No Way's already ticked over to level 11.
Anivia wants space when she's fighting. Ring of Fire takes that space away. So this is going to be really, really tough for No Way to be able to take
there's a graphical glitch as well, at least on my screen. I can't see the Ring of Fire on the screen. There we go.
It's
Slowly making its way in.
making its way in.
Yeah, there we go. Slowly catching up. But No Way's going to get done.
There's just,
Yeah, nothing you can do about this at all.
He's just got a Spirit Visage. Gives himself a little bit of space. I don't think so. There's no way. This is it. Bwipo takes it down.
No way. No way he can pick that one up. I mean, good pick here. Bwipo, I think, maybe anticipating the Anivia, good counter pick in the Olaf, and Foxtrot played out sort of as you'd expect.
Yeah, he left the Anivia open, and I was questioning whether or not that was a good idea, but he instantly had that answer in the Olaf. And I think because No Way has had the longer 1v1s, you know, like he's won through taking towers, he's won through these Ring of Fires. Olaf is like the worst person to be put in a Thunderdome with if you're a control mage. Like you cannot keep him at arm's length. You know, you can't do what control mages want to do. And like you saw there, like you're just forced to go like toe to toe with him, and Olaf is gonna win that every single time.
Does No Way change his style here?
Can he change his style?
Ooh.
Yeah, because I think he's kind of forced into it, right? Because in the event, Anivia is, of the control mages that he plays, one of the most solid options into Olaf in terms of it has a wall. Whereas like if you're trying to Vel'Koz, go for the snare, or in the case of his Xerath, go for the stun, Olaf just instantly Ragnarok's his way out of it. Whereas the wall, while less immediate hard CC, does give you a little bit of room to work with. So it's going to have to be a very big adjustment. And I would say banning Olaf feels like a solid bet to me overall.
But there's a lot of champions that really
the thing is like, how many champions can just stat check an Anivia? There's a lot. Like, there's a reason that the Set and the Pantheon were banned, because exactly the same thing would have happened, maybe with a bit more lethality instead of a Spirit Visage, but just leap over the wall, hit him, knock him out, stack some MR. Her base damages are high, but not enough when you've got all that MR.
I think, plus he plays quite tanky champions, Bwipo does, right? And so he will itemize into magic resist, and he tends to win those, like tanks tend to win those base damage checks against mages in these 1v1s. So whatever he bans, like whatever No Way decides to get rid of, he's going to go up against something he doesn't want to play against. So
I just think that generally in this format that I think AD champions are champions that champions that can rely reasonably on an auto attack damage is really big, because at the end of the day, if you can make it to the Ring of Fire, in a 1v1, maybe you get one round of cooldowns. If it goes really long, you get 2. But once Olaf is out of cooldowns, he still just hits you with an axe. He just keeps hitting you, and that's so much damage. Whereas what, a Nivea auto attack's like 60 damage.
But then also when you think about the entire kit, Olaf's passive, etc., it benefits you in every single regard when you get into that Ring of Fire. So, no way. Back against the wall. If he loses this one, he's done. Bwipo will be the back-to-back 1v1 champ in a gigantic grin as soon as that Olaf is banned away. Pantheon was the last one that we saw in the last round, as well as that set Cassio following the Heimer from Bwipo, but now he's got a life to play with. Even if whatever No Way throws against the wall sticks, we go down to the wire, the last game. So Foxy, what are you anticipating here? Do you think we see another control mage from No Way?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think so. They both pick at the same time, right? And this is why I think the last draft we saw No Way laughing because Bwipo just insta-locked his champion. I don't know whether this is like a blind thing or not, but
this is rough.
Yeah, it's like this is the thing is like this now is I think this is better for No Way than the Olaf was. So I think this is an easy one to win because Pantheon is squishier. And so you can actually, especially with this Ignite, have more kill threat. Because there were a few times in that last game where Olaf got really low, really close to dying, but just didn't because it was a little bit too tanky.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of this is going to feel like, to a certain degree, a survivability test for No Way and a DPS check for Bwipo. And that I think Bwipo gets to jump in. He's going to get his full combo up just about every time. How much damage is that? And does the E, which takes him out after he leaps in, is that duration long enough to get him out to safety before Nivea can throw a wall behind him, throw the ult down, stun him up, lock him up? So a lot of this one will be a lot more technical in terms of execution. I think the last game was a lot more about like wave control, not overstepping, not letting the Olaf get too close, and Olaf not overcommitting. So there was a kind of like, it was a game about caution. It was about committing at the exact right moment. Whereas I think this one is going to be a lot more about like actual mechanical execution in the trades.
And on the same token, you cannot disregard all of those stylistic choices, right? Because like Bwipo had to time when he went in. You talked about like the snowball, you can tag an Nivea, you can tag the minion, but you've got a little bit more safety, as you mentioned. With Pantheon, once you jump in, if you don't have the numbers to get the egg or something, it gets a little bit scarier.
Yeah, this is great seeing from No Way go for the Seekers, because this is exactly how these trade patterns are going to go down. Bwipo's going to jump in, and then he's going to run out of cooldowns, and he's going to walk away. That's the time when No Way gets to bot Bwipo back. He gets to throw some spells back into his face, and then he gets to try and make an even trade. So all No Way has to do is survive that kind of first initial burst, or make that first initial burst not too painful for him, so that Bwipo doesn't think, you know what, I'm just going to stay here and I'm going to kill you. You know, and I think the Seekers helps him do that.
All right, stun trade for stun.
Just like this. There you go. That's all right. No Way will take that one.
Thing is that No Way's going to need a lot of time. Once the Seekers is fully stacked, I don't think he needs to go for the full Zanyas, but just stacking the Seekers is going to be pretty time consuming. People were really excited about the changes to this item because they're like, think about how much armor you can get, but you have to kill a lot of creeps before it actually has all of the stats.
How many creeps did No Way get the first round? It was like 60 or 70?
Yeah.
Was just chasing with the
He's got time.
Look at that damage. That's already inked.
I'm going to be honest. Like, I hate this champion so much right now. I just think Pantheon, I understand there is counterplay, but playing whenever I play against him, it really doesn't feel like it. He leaps in, he does so much damage, and that's in support. I have to ban this game or ban this champion every game because I feel like he just one taps me without his 80 carry. When he builds damage, when he's not in support, when he just gets to go full lethality early on or early hex drinker here, this one feels a little lost in draft to me.
Yeah, No Way has to land that early stun so that Bwipo can't just like combo him down fully, and No Way can get a little bit of space there. On the plus side, as a positive, because I'm thinking this is looking a little bit rough here for No Way already, but if we are going to draw a positive out of it, No Way has an ultimate, and Pantheon doesn't really in this game mode, so at level 6 things will get easier for No Way here. He'll have an easier time of putting some
He
damage
might not
back.
survive to level 6. Did you see the damage that Comet Spear did to No Way? Just chucking that one up. I mean, it's just the longsword that was picked up, despite the minion wave. Bwipo's just looking for the sun, but as soon as that Q is down from No Way, Bwipo steps forward. Like he's just squaring up to him, saying, "I dare you to fight me."
Yeah, and this is this issue right here. As you see trades like this, he's got the snowball as well procced on, and he can just leap right back in. That's a barrier. No passive to block, and there's creeps here, but they're not enough.
Oh! That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful from Bwipo.
He's not taking anything, is he, Whipper, right here? He just decides he wants to win. He's going to do it.
Massive creep wave, too.
Yeah.
And he said his ult doesn't do anything, but he can, with the wave pushing into him, back by items, come back, and then Anivia has to walk at him.
Anivia has to take the peasants way back.
With the whole tower to chase that Anivia down. So if he walks back into lane, no boots here. This man is going full for damage. He's not worried about drawing this one out at all. If he lands a snowball now with the wave pushing towards him, No Way is dead.
Hex Drinker, 2 long swords, 2 Doran's blades, and Bubba was already chunking, what, 15% of his HP per Comet Spear?
Yeah, and there's no, and the Hex Drinker passive up too. I mean, it's just...
Jump behind him, come on, do it for style points. Grand Starfall right behind him, and then jump onto No Way. But I guess it's a pretty, like, relatively easy
Whippo's just such a 5-head 1v1 player. Like, every move is calculated. Like, he's just not the kind of guy that'll go, oh, for the memes until he's absolutely knows that he's won it.
Yeah, now No Way has to be extra careful because this was already a difficult matchup, but there were ways for him to win.
Snowball.
Exactly.
Stun, good trade, blocks it. Wall's good from No Way, but look at his health bar.
It's... Oh man, I thought this would be easier, I'll be honest. I thought this would be easier than the Olaf matchup, but my goodness. It's just not fair.
He's just like, you can't bully him off the wave. Your poke damage is not enough. He's hit both halves of the Q on every single trade that they've had, and it's just dealt like almost 0 damage. And the thing is too, is that Pantheon isn't even like old Pantheon. You just pushed Q on people over and over again, but at least you ran out of mana. New Pantheon 1 combos you, and that's like 20% of his mana to do 1 combo.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough here for No Way, not gonna lie. And he's gone back. Are we gonna see the Grand Starfall? You know, that I want to see it. You know, I
really want the stylish finish. The last kill in the final. No Way's got his back against the wall. I mean, there's nothing.
Look where he's standing. No Way, no.
And the thing is No Way's the German aimbot, but Pantheon just point and clicks. So like, what's stronger in the end?
Yeah, but then again, we also heard Trick to G complaining about 100 ping playing Edit. So I feel like these things, there's a little bit of leeway in them.
Okay, so what's this? Level 9, level 7, no flash for Whippo. He's got the snowball still, and the wave is pushing towards No Way. So is there enough AD for Whippo to one combo?
He can one-shot him.
For sure.
He can for sure.
Now he definitely can.
Like that's a charged Comet Spear. And the big thing is if you can deny Pantheon access to the wave, you can stop him from stacking his passive, which is massive. Those empowered spears are going to be a big problem. But right now, No Way cannot do that.
No, he's got his egg back, but honestly, at this point, egg really means nothing for Anivia.
Flash is almost up here for Whippo, by the way.
Yeah.
It's going to be big. He can just keep fishing with snowballs until sudden death. Ooh. And then he should guaranteedly, at this point at least, win in sudden death.
Yeah.
Flash in, looks for the big damage. Of course, barrier now going to be used. The good stun fall from No Way buys himself a bit of space, but you can see trade still not favorable. And again, that's barrier. Traded for flash, so overall positive for No Way. Timing will be important here, though. Does he get barrier back by the time he needs it for sudden death?
See, that's the kind of trade that No Way wanted to do about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know, when they were level 4, level 5, or level 6.
Oh
you know,
my god, and now he's got Merc Treads.
He's just... It's a little too little too late at this point. And I'm still waiting for the Grand Starfall. I mean, No Way doesn't have to stick around for very long to clear this minion wave out, so... I'm not sure... Oh, he's thinking about it.
I like it from Whippo.
He tried it.
He just wants to cancel the recall.
I held my breath.
30 seconds.
Starting.
There's really no reason to get cheeky at this point. If you're Whippo, I think you wait for sudden death. You know it's an inevitability. It doesn't look like Burial will be up in time, so take your time, get as much gold as you can back in a timely fashion. At this point, I don't really know what you buy. Red pot, maybe. You can sell your refillable for it.
I mean, Whippo is just styling, you know. Like, he's played on the front foot. He's played in the face of his opponents this entire bracket.
Again, just class countered here. Just like, what does the bird do? In this, there's just nothing to be done.
Yeah, No Way needs more space, and he's not being given space.
In 2 years,
he's like a really
when I hope they rework Anivia so that she's on the same level as Pantheon. Obviously, no predictions here, but then maybe they can balance. But Pantheon was reworked this year. You can't battle a champion that was reworked this recently. They're just too strong.
That's fair, honestly. But the Anivia, you know, she did get changed. She did get the buffs. But here comes the Ring of Fire. It's slowly working its way in.
Whippo debating, waiting,
trade.
buying some time, actually keeping the ticking going down. But oh, it's a lot of damage. And the E is still up. It's important to know. There it is.
No.
That's going to be it. Ignite ticking away. Whippo, there you go. Will be your 1v1 champion. No Way for No Way to close it out.
Ring of Fire in both games, but a 2-0 from Whippo, and frankly, just outclassing No Way. Stylistically, it played out as pretty fucked up.
I thought some of the aggression from Whippo was just too much. No Way couldn't take it.
But also very clever. Like, he does time his engages correctly. He didn't bite off more than he could chew. He didn't go for the style points that we were looking for, but he didn't need to. It's about the crown. It's about the champion. Back-to-back 1v1 titles for Whippo.
Man's very good at 1v1s. He understands the meta. He's not afraid to play what is good. And for No Way, he stuck to his style, which I respect immensely. But at the end of the day, Whippo got to spend all the OP champions Whippo's playing. So No Way's spending 3 bans on OP champions in general, and Whippo's spending 3 bans specifically on No Way. And I just feel like that's always going to be a positive.
Do you think Whippo boot camps for these?
Whippo absolutely tryhards. Him and Hillsang both played Shen, and I guarantee they played each other a million times. When we were in Vegas last year with the EU players, they only talked about 1v1. Every other mode, they were completely unconcerned about.
But there's so much ego tied to it, right? It's like,
absolutely.
And I love the fact that also before every single show day, when the players are sitting on stage and they're getting ready for the games, they literally 1v1 both their teammates as well as the opponents. You know, you'll be sitting in the caster desk looking at the banter and the drama that's being chucked out just from these 1v1s. So congratulations to Whippo. After the break, we'll actually hear directly from him. Then we'll turn our attention to the European and North American legends facing off. Before we go, MasterCard wants to recognize one of our special fans. This is Cristeo, born in the Philippines but raised in Guam, sporting a really sick Fnatic jacket. His absolute favorite moment was the world's 2019 group stage match between Fnatic and RNG, where Reckless broke into tears after breaking through the RNG wall that attempted to breach for so long. I nearly did as well. I was casting that game. We'll see you after the break. You NA Legends.
It's a really sick jacket, though. Shout out to you, buddy. That's fantastic.
And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I'm joined by Foxtop, Dracos, and Vedius once again as we're about to jump into the EU versus NA Legends lineup. Dracos, who are our EU Legends?
All right, we've got Vizichachi, you Mrs. Poppy, I Mrs. Poppy, and I certainly hope he plays it today. Amazing, Exile, Samux, and Mithy. Really a who's who of players turned coaching staff. Stacked.
Absolutely stacked.
Yes.
Definitely legends, no doubt about it. They are raising money with Empower, Engage, and Educate, which puts its efforts towards giving computer literacy to impoverished regions, specifically in Kenya, so they can set up the young generation for the future. Now, this is a little bit of a pivot here for the Legends. We'll see if they can redeem themselves for their horrific losses to the UOL representatives. Can they take on NA? Yeah. Now, let's turn our attention to the NA Legends lineup before I get you to chime in. Voyboy, Meteos, Shifter, Sneaky, and Bunny Fufu. They're raising money for Give an Hour, a charity focused on mental health efforts. They raise funds, equips local communities with professionals to help those suffering from trauma. The hope is that when disaster strikes a community, Give an Hour can swoop in and be there for those in need. So again, All Stars, all for charity, great causes that these players are playing for. EU versus NA Legends.
And both charities are going to get money too, so it's cool. So it's really just giving all around. But more importantly, I want to talk about the man that I am most scared of on the Rift, and that is Voyboy, because he has demolished our influencers, and now he doubles as an influencer and a former pro player, and I'm afraid that he will also demolish our former pro players.
Rewind. Okay, gonna have to smack that button right now, Daniel Dracos, because before they were going up against some retired pros. Now they're going up against legends. Okay, these are not just players that are just, you know, couldn't compete anymore. These are players that in their peak were performing at a level that we would even consider perhaps international level.
Well, okay,
Voyboy is going up against none other than, as you rightly called him, the poppy god, Vizichachi. Okay, this man is a former Unicorns of Love player. Okay, let's not forget Unicorns of Love, only team to be able to beat Europe so far at this tournament. And I think
Voyboy's team.
And
Voyboy's team.
We'll ignore the Q Kings for now.
I'm just saying that Voyboy's level of competition is just elevated by like 7 times. Okay, minimum.
Okay, all right, I'll give it to him. And but there's some room for interpretation, because the thing is normally in the past you're like, okay, but where's our weak point? Is it Samux Mithy? That'd be the question, because Samux pretty good laner, was top 3 for, you know, in his prime, kind of for 80 carries domestically, but did it work out for him? But Mithy, normally I'd be like, ooh, Mithy gonna be a weak point, but the way Mithy played 1v1s, this is Mithy with hands. You guys might not remember this because he kind of played without them for most of his final split there with OG before he became a coach, but he is very good right now.
For the record, no, finish point?
No, I was saying he was smashing in-houses. This man was an absolute man
That's
unleashed.
it. So I cast some in-houses with Cadril, okay? Mithy joined for 1 session for, as he says, because I was bored. And he landed a 2-man Rakan taunt into 3-man knockup that ended up hitting all 5 players. So the 2 at the first, the 2 separate ones, into a 3-man. Like, the man is playing like a god.
I need you to jump in here because obviously Jokers and Vedas are very excited, but are you as hyped for the EU Legends?
I feel like there's a bar that's been set for excitement here that I really don't know if I can match. I mean, obviously this game does demand a lot of excitement. You said a lot already about the EU LCS/LEC Legends. What about we've got over on the side of NA? Voidboy, you've already mentioned, had like 22 kills in this previous game, but we've got Meteos, the superstar jungler himself. What was his KDA in that first split of his with C9? Something like 6,000?
It was insane. It was over 9,000.
It was a lot. Sneaky is fit, by the way, but also a really talented League of Legends player still. I'm expecting big things from them.
I mean, yeah, it's great to see Meteos and Sneaky back on the Rift together.
Yes.
I'm just saying, you know, like, as talented and as great as their friendship is, can it really overcome that of love?
Have you never seen anime, mate?
There are 3 former Unicorns of Love players on one single team. Love tends to triumph over friendship. It's just the plot lines don't work.
Do you think everyone's going to stick to their core roles? Do you think everyone's going to stick to it? Because we had some shenanigans on Friday with some role swaps,
I
right?
think so. I reckon.
Full tryhard, full bragging rights. I mean,
I just don't want to see Amazing on Lee Sin.
Well.
If Amazing locks in Lee Sin, it's over. We can't win. It's actually impossible. Statistically, mathematically.
Unless they swap to Wild Rift, because in Wild Rift, Lee Sin's W is just a dash. You don't need to ward hop, so it's 1 less button for him to push, and then maybe his
I can confirm that's not going to happen today, right?
No.
Because Wild Rift's not yet available. Wild Rift's not yet available in North America, so it wouldn't be fair, right, to play a game that they.
This is when we have our edge. It's like Season 1 Worlds when China and Korea didn't compete. This is when Europe strikes, Trevor. We need to get in there.
What do we actually think about Samux versus Sneaky? Because, you know, back when I was casting in the good old days, Samux was a top laner. Did you know that? Did you boys remember that?
Yeah, but more recently in the recent days, he was an AD carry.
It was before the meteor hit Earth and killed all the Leopleurodons, right? Okay, that's how long ago it was. But now, genuinely, like, I mean, do you actually think like the skill disparity here could come into effect?
I'll be honest, I don't know, because Samix always had insane stats, but it's unclear if that's because Samix was like a monster laner or if because Hylissang was going so absolutely nuts in lane that you could not walk up to CS, so we always had like a 15 CS
also,
lead.
what do we expect from drafts? Because when we had the Underdog Uprising, we had like kind of like traditional draft on game 1, but then when...
We don't talk about drafts here,
but when the LCS
drafts
like,
aren't that
I want to see
important,
the beef balls again, the 5 tanks, right?
I too want to see the beef balls, Trevor. But I think Sneaky Jin would be a treat. Eclipse got obviously nerfed, but still Eclipse plus Collector Jin abusers are my favorite
what I
people to run
think
into.
is that they agree to play only Season 3 champions, because that's when they roll in the
to be fair, right, that's Zac, Jarvan, Elise, and occasionally Lee Sin.
That's what I'm saying.
Amazing and Meteos have 100% overlap in
Imagine
their
that we see
pools.
a Zac versus Lee Sin matchup, Copenhagen Wolves Amazing versus Cloud9 Meteos. You then also get, Sneaky was famous for his Ashe back in the day, right?
It was Ashe Zyra bot lane with old elimination.
Yeah, so he has an Ashe versus Samux. Well, I guess if he was a top laner back then, he could play like Set. I don't know.
Set?
Malphite, sure. And then
You
what,
didn't
you
play
got
much top in Season 3.
I played Malphite. His E used to slow your attack speed back then.
Still slowing your attack speed. See, the thing is, Venius is an incredible analyst, but he can't read. That's what we've learned. Like, what do items do? What do abilities do? No idea. Team
Ezreal's
comp,
W
rotation,
still slows your
wave
attack
pressure.
speed, right?
What you don't know about Vedius is when he's
Used to be
looking
a
up
heel.
abilities on LoL Wiki, an interpretive dance troupe comes through his front door and just expresses the abilities through the medium of dance.
Yeah, I know more or less what it does.
All right, gentlemen, just a quick pause because we do have a slight delay with the players loading into the game. In the meantime, we are going to admire some top-tier plays from our State Farm Assist of the Week. Let's take a look at what that'll be.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. The World Finals was full of amazing plays, including this one from Suning Gaming's Bin. Down 1 game in the final series, Bin kicked it into overdrive on Fiora and diced up Damwon, delivering a Game 2 victory.
Sends him Penta! Goes, gets caught out, that's the Quadra! Looking for it! Bin will pick it up! Get the pentakill for Bin! And Suning Gaming in the World Championship Final!
That felt really spiteful and personal because not only did we watch Bin beat the team that G2 couldn't, Bin was also the man who robbed G2 with the Gangplank double. That felt like a get in line, EU. Don't forget that in this For Fun tournament, you might stand a chance, but really on the stage, you're nothing.
We're still down 0-1 today, so it might stand a chance. It's up to our legends to at least balance out the score against NA. It's going to be full draft. Do you think they ban Voyboy's Silas?
Mate, Voyboy is a multi-talent.
That
man
is true.
can do
You
it
can't
all.
actually ban him
You
out.
can't ban him out.
He can play literally everything.
Yeah.
His Lucian's also pretty savage, I would say, but I'm mostly afraid of the Silas. But to be fair, the big part of the reason why the Silas was really strong is that the AP Malphite on our side of the table was quite weak, whereas
not
the
as
Silas
overpowered as one
They
would
got
have
our
hoped.
AP Malphite. That's basically
Best
what
Malphite
happened.
in that game wasn't playing Malphite. So it made him look very good. Honestly, I don't know if this is possible, if we can ping our producers, actually, because I think this would be pretty nice.
They should be listening to you.
Producers,
Right? Like
if you're
we're
listening,
live right now.
Is there any chance we can revert Akali and make Voyboy play that?
I can tell you that won't happen. I can tell you that won't happen. Do you know how long it would take to patch everyone's clients? Right?
I'm just saying. We're already sitting there.
That's the problem.
You just undo a lot of patches.
Here's the thing, Trevor.
Control Z.
Control Z.
Control. You go into the patches folder and you just press Control Z like what? 10 times?
As a group
No,
of
probably a couple
people with
more.
no technological understanding of the code of League of Legends, we can ask for anything
Just
we want.
right-click it.
Because ignorance is bliss.
Open Akali in Notepad and type rework equals false.
Yeah,
and then
that's
Control
coding.
S and save
that's
it.
coding.
And like that would be a great throwback, right? I'm sure a lot of fans would enjoy that.
I remember his Game 5 Akali. It was Curse versus when the Curse was perma finished fourth.
Yeah.
He whipped out Akali in Game 5 because they were going to get reverse swept. I think this may have been against LMQ in Season 3, by the way. Yes, I'm that old.
Yes, nice.
a bit of dust there on me. Isn't that yours, Trevor? That should be here.
Thank you for that.
And he fed his buttocks off. So I want to see more of that, actually, because I want to see
It would
EU.
absolutely help the EU
Yeah, it
legends
would.
in that regard. Let's talk a little bit more about how much Amazing sucks or doesn't suck. Because he's a name that's kind of got a little bit under the radar. Maurice, I do love you. Outside of his Lee Sin, is there anything you'd actually like to see him on?
Let's talk about Maurice's career, okay? Because we're close friends with Maurice. He was on our broadcast, which will be a part of his career timeline. So let's look at this. He started off, I believe, on the Copenhagen Wolves. That's where he really made a name for himself back in 2013. Yeah. Then
story time's over.
No. Because then he went to TSM, and I forget how long he was on TSM, or whether it was 2 years or 1.
No, it was just 2014, because then he came back to OG 2015.
It was 2015 OG, yeah. So he actually, he kind of only went up and up. And then in 2016, that's when the fall happened. And then I thought, what did they do in 2017?
That's a great question. Mysterious Monkeys? Was that 2017?
That was 2017! Mysterious Monkeys!
It was mysterious how they stayed in the league for as long as they did, if we're completely honest. But we're in Champ Select. It'll just be me and Vedius taking over this one as Foxdrop and Quickshot step away. But Sejuani going to be banned away. Makes a lot of sense. Again, tank champions, kind of what we know Maurice for. Most recent highlights from him obviously goes to Mitch Fitz, but before that did take Schalke No Fear to a finals up against Fnatic, where they sadly were not able to win out, but that was his champion of choice at the time. Nuno going to be banned out as well. And here's the thing. I can keep up with a lot of streamers, but I can't keep up with this many former pro players. And also, Vizicachi has dropped completely off the face of the earth. I have no idea if he streams. I don't know if he's just like mad chilling. Maybe he's playing League of Legends for 100 hours a week or not at all. So like, that's kind of where my questions are at.
Well, right now it looks like they're just banning out tank junglers. With Jarvan being taken off the board. Oh, they're actually going to remove the Akali, so no reworked Akali today. The Volibear taken off the board as well. Like, they're just removing all of the easy junglers. They're saying to Amazing, you are not allowed to play anything that is just...
He's going to play Skarner. That's my prediction. Playing Skarner is the ultimate sign of I have conceded that I am just here to support the team.
Just throw Flowers under the bus like that. I mean,
in this case, wow, yeah, sorry, Flowers. Wasn't personal.
Hey, he could play Nocturne. I heard that only really skilled players.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Oh, they LEC
missed a
don't
ban.
even choose to
I've been
ban.
told this was intentional. An intentional missed ban for some strategy that we're not aware of yet, but maybe we'll find out shortly.
Thank you, Dracos. You were in the wrong seat, so I needed to move you.
You could have kept talking. We didn't need to let the whole world know that you like need an entire couch to yourself. giant ego over here.
It's not. Listen, it's the producers, okay? It's the producers.
Okay, well, here we go. We'll focus back up. We got Bunny Foo Foo Thresh, which, frankly, I love to see. Now, on the opposite side of the map, potentially Samira going to get locked in here. Again, this is a champion that, similar to Pantheon, I find completely and totally oppressive and must ban every game. So if you're keeping track, I have to have 2 bans reserved exclusively for me just to be able to play League of Legends. Those are Samira and Pantheon. And if LEC locks in Samira and Pantheon bot lane right here, I'm feeling pretty good about their chances.
So we do have to bring up the ping thing.
Oh.
Samira, I don't know how easy she is to play on high ping.
But surely if you mash your R button, it will come up as soon as it's available.
Yeah, but the problem is getting to the R button. You have to actually do combos. I don't think all the combos are really hard to get, but you do need combos to be able to get your ult.
That's true.
There have been multiple times where I've gotten an A and it just couldn't give me the S. And I'm like, well, I don't have an ult. So maybe. Fiddle, though, really good high ping champion. Very good high ping champion.
Absolutely.
Because you don't even have to press a button to fear anymore. If you're, as long as you're hidden, come out, fear.
Yeah, instant potential 5-man fear is super sweet to watch. Shifter taking the Echo into his hands. I like Shifter Echo. It's something that's always good to see.
A lot of AP right now, though, on the side of the LCS.
Very true.
And I do think that Alistar quite good into both these champions.
Yeah, definitely the case. Of course, Flay can mitigate a lot.
Don't.
No! Come on, Maurice! Leave. Oh, God.
This is not good.
There's a chance for vengeance, though, because you remember towards the ending years of Meteos' career, there was like that 70-minute game where he like finally, like after waiting for in a bush for like 3-4 minutes, found that miracle Lee Sin kick to win a game. Maybe Amazing can do the same thing.
Yeah, but so for those that don't know, in the 1v1, Amazing did lose a Lee Sin mirror matchup against
One
Mithy.
time on camera, 3 times off camera.
Yeah, that is true. And he's playing on higher ping.
So maybe Mithy will play the Lee Sin. We'll have to find out.
I hope so. I sure do hope so.
I mean, Mithy Alistair is legendary. They banned Vizichachi Poppy.
Wow, that's just disrespectful.
That's just so
also,
rude.
it would have been a very good pick here too. So, I mean, I understand it.
Oh, wait. I figured out what the bans are.
Wait.
NA space what, Vedius? XD, baby.
NAXD. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. They also got rid of some of the power picks in Xerath and Draven.
I mean, Xerath was definitely not getting picked, but the Draven is a possibility. Sneaky, a very savage Draven player.
All right, wait, what have they gotten rid of? S, J,
V.
V. No, I don't see
PR.
it.
It's just they're banning out Amazing Vizichachi. There's nothing fancy here.
Yeah, there are no clever words being spelled here.
I think you save last pick for Vizichachi, personally. Exile is a bit of a question mark to me. If you remember him in his heyday, he was kind of the god of Rise, but it looks like instead...
He actually was a big Anivia player many moons ago.
No Exile Yasuo, sad.
I don't know if it's great into this comp, though.
Yeah, I don't really know how you interact with dash champions as an immobile
I
mage.
just feel like Fiddlesticks just kind of has a field day.
That's the Jhin. Give me the Jhin, Sneaky. That's what I want to see.
Why?
Because, like, that was, like, his thing, right? Like, there's a lot of debate as to who busted out the Jhin first, if it was the Sneaky Jhin or the Reckless Jhin that came out first. But
oh, yeah, because I remember Reckless Jhin and an IEM.
Yeah, that was the IEM where they played Jhin Lee Sin every single match.
And it was the first time Jhin was really played competitively, too, I think. That's where the debate comes from, right?
Who did it better? Who did it first?
Some
Yone?
I do love some Yone.
All right.
Is it top Yone, though? Maybe they can still flex it.
It's got to be top Yone for Boy.
Don't know that.
Do not do this.
Don't, Mithy.
Don't
Come
play
on,
this
man.
champion.
Don't do it.
So if you didn't watch any of the tournament so far, if you haven't seen any Rel yet, what we've learned about Rel is that she does no damage. She has a ton of utility, but does no damage.
Vizichachi Shen. There were 2 very famous Shen players back in the day. Soaz was one of them. Vizichachi was the other.
Well, and you have to remember, he won MVP in a season where his team didn't end up winning the split, where they were like 2nd overall, you know, and individually Unicorns Love really suffered, but because he had such 1v9 performances on Shen. He was the only guy who could win his lane, win another lane on the map, come mid, win that lane too. Vizichachi Shen, certainly legendary. I don't love it as much as I love his Poppy, but it is a power pick in his hands, and I think it's going to have a pretty solid matchup in into the Yone as well.
I mean, yeah, definitely, especially early laning phase. It will get harder later on, naturally, as most matchups do versus the Yone, but yeah, early game, I think it's going to be pretty favored. I think later on, his whole purpose is to try and keep the Samira alive, and I think that the Samira will be that late game insurance, you know? I think that one of the things that Samira does struggle with, or can struggle with, is being able to successfully close the gap with her opponents, because while she does have a dash, she relies on either an ally or an enemy to actually utilize it. But then she wants to get in your face, use both her melee and her ranged attacks to stack up that combo, and then she can throw out her ult. But she obviously has to close that gap. The good news for her, a lot of dive champions. Yone wants to get on your face, Fiddlesticks wants to get on your face, Echo wants to close that gap as well. So I think that depending on how that ping issue kind of revolves around. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun, Drake, being like, was that a ping play or was that just an old age play? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, big ping or bad hands? That's the question. We'll find out here, All-Star 2020, seeing which of our legends could come out on top. And really, Vedius, there's a lot of question marks for me. The Samira is one of them. This is the first Samira that I think we've ever seen, we've ever casted, most certainly.
Oh, yeah, we haven't cast in a while, have we? I've seen a lot of Samira.
First Yone as well, I believe, for us.
Oh yeah, we did see one yesterday though, didn't we?
We did.
But I don't know if we got to cast it.
Oh, wow, this is classic.
This is actually a Fnatic level 1 strat prepared by former coach of Fnatic, Mithy.
Well, actually, that was young. This was a SOAS Young Buck?
I mean,
level
like,
one?
it's been
from Fnatic. Come on, Betty.
It's
What's your
definitely
history?
Fnatic. But yeah, I mean, it was said that Youngbuck came up with a lot of the level 1 strategies. But Fnatic were always very creative when it came to the level 1s, and you do have 2 former Fnatic players on this roster of the LEC with Mithy and Amazing.
Oh, coaching. There you go. I'm with you now.
Wait, did Amazing ever actually play for Fnatic?
Remember he got benched by Broxa.
He did, yes. He did get
Welcome to the old men trying to remember history.
Back in my day.
Here we go. The ultimate test of a
Remember
Fiddlesticks
that young
player.
man, was he Bjergsen? Oh, what a
Bjergsen.
great Syndra he was. Oh, yes. Back with that Deficio. Yes.
Yes, the Zyra one trick. Yes.
Yes, the Nami player. He was
the Nami player for
the
that
whoosh,
one game.
yes, the whoosh. Haha, the good old days, yes.
The Nami was a champion.
You'll to this day tell you had a good KDA, but he was a silly old bean, he was.
Yeah. If someone tells you they had a good KDA, they're officially washed up at that point. Trading back and forth here, bot lane. Obviously, always the early fight for Prio in the early level 2. I kind of expect this one to go over to Bunny Fufu and Sneaky. Bit of a range advantage, and similarly, Samira is one of those champions where it's very feast or famine. She's either absolutely dominating trades or she's doing very, very little.
Maybe getting the early push-up against the Echo. Something that you can see on Anivia, she can be a bit of a lane bully, especially against these melee champions, taking advantage of the phase rush, bit of mobility, and I expect to see the Shen in a very similar situation up towards the top side of the map as well, seeing an early tier come out from the Anivia. And these are the kind of trades that you'll come to expect from the Shen versus Yone. As we mentioned, he's going to need a couple of items before he can really start winning that 1v1. But it also depends on what itemization Chachi chooses to prioritize. I imagine he'll go for the Sunfire Aegis, but we may see some shifts depending on his preference.
Something to keep our eyes on, most certainly, is Exile. Getting small positive trades here, but again, the big struggle is making a larger dent in Echo's health bar to stop him from poking or harassing you.
So, I have a fun story for you. Boots on Jhin. Right?
Yeah.
So I spoke to a couple of pros about this way before Worlds during the regular season, right? And one of the main reasons why you do it is because of a health advantage. So you get... Oh, hang on. Nivea, that's going to be
passive proc.
Yep. That's
poke at him.
He's probably going to have all of his cooldowns up, so he can't actually get the kill. So he's just going to walk away from that one and then push in the wave. But yeah, so Jhin, the reason why you do this is because he gets so much power just from his basic attacks and like the forfeit crit. What he tries to do is trade as often as possible with you. Hang on, Chachi.
Wow, getting
because the E, one more auto actually probably would have killed him there. That was a good trade from Boy. NA coming up with some good trades. Now
Samix in trouble. Meteos on the way in. They can commit for the flash. Good knockback from Mithy. Is going to be forced to flash away. Phase Rush procced as well.
Okay, so LEC losing all 3 lanes. Very cool. Love to see that.
Classic.
I told you, LEC not known for their laning, Dracos. It's just, yes. I mean, what good laners do we really have? Do you know what I mean?
Oh my Betty.
Anyway.
I can only follow you so far into the abyss before there's no turning back. All right, well, obviously complete control across the map right now for the LCS.
I'm going to get to tell my story because NA keeps beating us in all of our lanes. But basically, the point that I wanted to get to was that I know I've lost it. I've forgotten it. It's gone. Never mind.
Great story, Chief.
Yeah, great story.
There it is.
No, I really do feel like
anyway,
an old guy,
boots on Jhin, yes, really solid for trading early. Also, you get more effective health with the pots as long as you're not all-inning, which their bot lane doesn't really want to do against the Samira Alistar anyway. This is something we've actually seen in the past for Jhin. He's gone through multiple different phases, but at times during the lethality build path, you'd go boots first because Swifty's rush very early on was powerful for him. So one of the few AD carries that can get a little bit more creative with his build.
Do you remember when just boots and pots used to be the standard on AD carries?
I do. It was a good time to lane against Brand when you got to start boots. Now,
yeah, but it was also like
so
everyone
much.
started boots. Like mid laners started boots.
Yeah,
No one ran
boots 4
Doran.
pots.
Wasn't
Or
that
was
because
boots 3
Doran
pots?
was 500 gold, so you didn't get a pot? You just had to spend all your money on...
No. You definitely got at least 1 pot. But I
Wait,
think
I swear
boots
with
used to be
Doran's
way more
Blade, you
powerful.
didn't get 1 pot. I swear with Doran's Blade, and then the Doran's Ring.
Again, we really got to stop doing old man shouts at Cloud segments where we're just like, in my time, I swear, on patch
it was difficult.
1.3.
A support back in my day didn't even get gold, Dracos.
No, you bought like maybe a Reju bead, 2 pinks and or 2 green wards. I have to hold that doc because he's absolutely getting totally smashed in the all in here. Goodbye, Exile. 1 more. Good wall though. Really good to close that one out. And Shifter just gonna snap back, dropping tower aggro, and that's a rough one.
See, back in my day, Shifter would have been killed by the tower before it even had a chance. Like, they were like, you know, really tough back then.
To be fair, Exile's history was one of feast and famine. There were games where he would go in and you'd be like, this is the most 5-head engage I have ever seen. How did he pull it off? And there'd be times where he flashed in by himself looking for a kill and you'd be like, why did you flash there? You're never going to get that kill.
I will say that Exile was not known for his laning back when he was a pro.
No. Good Rise. Good Vladimir, good Kassadin.
Very good Rise. Yeah,
conveniently, all 3 champions that were banned against him by G2 in the finals that he played, so he never got to play them.
He played Talon, though. I think he won that game in the finals.
Talon.
All right, here we go. Maurice, amazing Stuckenschneider.
Come on, Stucky. Do it for the boys.
He doesn't have level 6.
Against Sneaky Money Fufu, he's just going to get flayed.
They're aware of this. It feels like, you know? The spidey
There's a red buff there. And Fiddle's topside. They have no vision, so they have no idea what's going on.
But they can assess the fact that Fiddle is taking the top scuttle, the fact that Shen has just gone back to base. There's enough information on the map to believe that he is on the bot side of the map, especially with the blue respawning, you know what I mean?
True.
So they use jungle camps to infer his location. Also, one of the reasons why they can't go aggressive is because their jungle is on the top side of the map, which means that in the event of a potential gank, there's
Mithy.
no cover.
That's the setup. Hook now going in onto Mithy. Phaser's may be able to get him out of there, but if he takes too much tower damage, he's going to be in trouble. He has no flash. Remember that one. It will be 1 for 1.
That's worth it, though.
Absolutely worth it.
Because Samix is going to get that kill. He's going to get all this XP. Amazing will help him push it in. But notice how Samix didn't actually get the S there. Only an A. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to get an S.
But he's only level 5, so would S have really
Yeah,
done
I know
for
it
him?
wouldn't have mattered, but it's hard, okay? It's very challenging. All right, let's watch back how he actually does this one. So, Bunny Fufu goes to clear out a ward. The classic, is this, you know, is it the support's fault or is it the AD carry's fault? Do you know what I mean?
This is definitely Samus could have pushed W on that hook, and this would have looked like a very different play. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, I think Sneaky overextended, you know, and shouldn't have been in a position where he got all in by the Mithy.
I mean, sure. Absolutely. I'm saying Mithy probably should have lived if Samix had the cooldown available to block projectiles.
Yeah, but you can't block tower. Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm talking about the hook. I'm less worried. The tower, would have been bad news either way.
Yeah, Mithy probably just assumed that his AD carry would save him there. Yeah, great point. That is a great point.
Hard, though. They don't have that unspoken bond that so many Mithy lanes do. Hold that thought, though, as Vizichachi could be in trouble here. That's the Ghost getting procced. That's going to be 1 knockup, 2 knockups. Still only got a few seconds, though, until he gets pulled back. Now it's all on Meteos, and that's going to do it.
Nice. No. But worth, that's still worth.
That's a great trade. That's a fast recall timer.
Yeah,
that's all that
is.
is.
Going to be an advantage gain for the Yone. He's now going to get a bit ahead in this 1v1. Very valuable. Ooh.
Try to steal with
Smite,
okay. All right.
Yep.
Amazing.
So cross-map play happening from Amazing. sticking to his fundamentals, relying on the macro.
Oh, here we go. This is big. Boom. Shen on the way, and it's going to be hand-delivered. They're going to get the auto attack stun to follow up. Not quite, actually, but there's the other one. Samus can now go in. Once he starts to spin, it's going to be bad news. But as you said, hard to get that S. Smithy now running for the hill. Sneaky going to grab one kill. Amazing going to grab another one. What else can he do? Oh, the thumbs up! Stands still and just lets him die on the spot. And here comes Shifter. Okay, Samus trying to block some projectiles. Stun is going to come through. Dash and Vizichachi will get dodged here. Shifter playing this one nice and slow, not overcommitting.
So, missing everything, but that's okay. As the LCS came out on top at the end of that play, and like, look at all the extra farm they're getting on the top side as well. Voyboy, you know, Quickshot talked about it. Is he a player that the LEC team need to be afraid of? And he's definitely shaping up to be just that. Across the board though, NA just dominating in all their lanes, in the mid lane, top lane, bot lane. Even their junglers actually showing up, so like, everything just going in the favor of the LCS.
True. And now that Sneaky has Gale Force, we got to go back to the question of ping. Because if Sneaky has slightly higher ping in a Gale Force, or slightly lower ping rather in a Gale Force, he will never get hit by a Lee Sin or Alistar combo ever again. That said,
bad ping.
And Gale Force is useless. Gale Force is useless. There is a bit of a cast delay on the item, so you can't instant react. It's not as comfortable as, let's say, a Tristana input buffer jump.
Sneaky has 3 kills.
Yeah.
On Jhin.
He's honestly, he's earned some, and some have, in the case of that bot side play, been just donated into him.
Oh, I mean, definitely. But this is a worrying trend, one could say.
It's Shane Balls isn't in this game, so we get the full history experience there with that one.
And there's going to be so many young players that don't know, because again, they're not old like we are.
Shout out to Jat, coach now. There you go. Vizichachi, you're going to get knocked up. Looks like he's going to get taken down. Good trade of the tower aggro
Very
here.
Nice dive.
Wow.
It's like they're professional players.
They're so good.
Crazy.
Huh. Okay, so this is only 10% a meme. I low-key think Voyboy could come back to LCS. Like, I think Voyboy's actually really good.
Conversation now, if that's what you want to do.
I'm just saying.
What position, huh? Top, mid,
I'm just saying, like, at this point, y'all are going to have 10 European mid laners by 2021.
I want to put into context who his opposition has been so far in this tournament. Overpow and Vizichachi, neither of which have actively played League of Legends probably in the last 2 years.
Okay, fair. You don't have to just kill his height before he gets on stage,
also,
though, my dude.
His jungler is literally capping his lane, okay?
There you go. Amazing now going in.
Oh, amazing.
Q-flash?
Yeah.
No, he's going to kick him out.
Oh, amazing.
Not quite the cleanest, but doesn't make it work. Voyboy now coming in. That's going to be a big deal. Voyboy, no, Voyboy.
Okay, tell me you can come back to pro now. Tell me. Tell me right now.
It's my fault. I cast or cursed him.
Or nice that was TP, Voyboy. Stick to streaming.
That was the Kobe teleport right there. That for sure was a Kobe teleport. Oh no.
You can see though, Voyboy was feeling it. He was sitting there like, I'm up, I've taken the top tower, I dominated on Silas earlier in the day, I can outplay here.
Oh, that's going to be big damage going into Exile. Shifter now trying to chase it in, but this is the thing, that Shen, that semi-global, Vizichachi, finger on the trigger, always ready to go in with that ult.
Are they going to chase? Looks like they are. Mithy diving into enemy territory. Oh,
good block from Samus, but now he has no way to block further projectiles. Is going to leap in, trying to get onto Sneaky, but damage now being responded back to play over the wall. That's going to be huge. Samus, so they managed to get one, gets the reset, can't leap through. Now can ult. Good damage coming in, but the cancel. No more S, needs to get a few more stacks up. Meantime, Vizichachi needs to buy a bit more space. Voyboy is going to be forced to snap back though, leaving Bunny Fufu all on his lonesome. Will get taken down. Vizichachi, good base damage still. Voyboy trying to find it. Voyboy fishing for the setup here. Is going to have the tornado in just a moment with the taunt. Can they finish the job? And they get it done, but that's the fear. Meteos, this is going to be hard. There's too much CC. He can't get a full channel off. And now Samus gets the ulti down. Meteos taken out. Vizichachi on a killing spree. And just like that, LEC pulling themselves back into the game.
See? LEC team fight players, not lane players. Dracos, that's what it's almost called. Dramatic there. That was could have been awkward. Yeah, really good Drake fight in favor of the LEC. I think one of the problems for LCS was that they were a little divided, and when we have a look back, you can see that Shifter spends the beginning of this fight basically running away. Really good block from Samex, and now the fight is on two fronts. Bot lane versus bot lane. Meanwhile, a 1 versus 3, and Meteos is trying to decide what he should do. Actually chooses to use his ultimate on the 2 low health targets, which initially looks promising, but then the egg comes through, buys a little bit more more time. And again, the LCS are winning on the top side, but they're losing on the bot side of the river, which means that now with a numbers advantage, this is where the LEC is able to turn things around. Samix showcasing good patience, and because the ultimate has no cooldown, as long as Samix gets another S, he gets to throw that one up once again. Look at all the life still coming through.
And Maurice Stuckenschneider are going to grab another dragon there. Good on Amazing. But also, got to say, credit to the LEC team for layering their CC, or not layering their CC as well. They did stacking it, chaining it, so that it actually did not give any opportunity for that tornado to come out until Voyboy was already dead. One of those plays where you look back and you go, did he need to ult the Anivia egg? Could he have saved that? Was that potentially the opportunity for him to turn?
I think it was mainly just to close the gap, right? Because his E, I think, was in use, and you want to get as much damage down as possible in that window. So I think you can make an argument that yes, but of course he did only use it on a less than optimal target. Regardless, LCS still hold the gold lead. They're not in a terrible position. Yone has completed his first major item. The Night Harvester also been completed for Meteos. So like, while there currently isn't what I would imagine will be a proto belt on Shifter just yet, problem is Night Harvester, proto belt, both exactly the same build path. So you don't actually know until it's built in. I think the LCS is still in a perfectly fine spot. The next Drake fight is where things really start to get tense.
Yeah, getting Cloud Drake's going to be pretty important, especially for the likes of Vizichachi. Samix doesn't care about it at all, but the Fiddle, as well as the Yone, would love to have reduced all cooldown. Actually, frankly, everybody on the LCS squad. Samix, very fed, 304, 131 CS. So I would say...
what Immortal Shield Bow. That's the name, right? Yeah. That is such a great item on...
Yeah, it feels like a one-stop shop for every stat that you need as a first item. And especially going to be hard for Sneaky and Bunny Fufu to get a lot done here.
There it is, the follow-up CC. There was that small change to Samira, where now it's not all CC, it's only knockups, but a little dash to CC targets will also extend that knockup as well, so it's just pairing with it.
This is going to be second Rift Herald, or rather a late pickup of the first Rift Herald, which means that it will not get power plates. So not nearly as powerful as the first one in terms of the overall gold value, but maybe can be a pressure point. I think big things we have to keep our eyes on, Vedius, are the usage of ultimates in the mid game coming in from this LCS squad. Because when you have a Fiddle and you have a Yone, there's a lot of potential for you to get fights kicked off on your terms. And if you can blow Samix up, because even with Shield Bow, he is still relatively squishy, things are going to look really, really good for you. But if essentially that DPS check doesn't work, or you whiff a few of those abilities, Samix will kill everybody.
It's true. It's true, it's true. We're just waiting for the next fight. Dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes. Gives us more time to reflect on the glory days.
Voidboy eating a lot of damage there.
Yep. German champions were simple, Dracos.
Yeah, I do.
None of this Yone complex passive with crits. And
you know what was hilarious, though? In the era of simple champions, like, there was one champion ability that I always just thought was, like, so randomly unintelligible, and it was Taric Stun. Do you remember when, like, it would do more damage the closer you were, or stun if you for longer if you threw it from further away?
Wait, is that how that worked?
That's how that worked. It was so randomly complicated for an otherwise incredibly simple champion. There you go. Meteos, though, stepping forward. Amazing. Now has to run for the hills.
Shen ultimate going to keep him alive. Taunt comes through from Vizichachi. Simply a message to say, don't come near my jungler. Meanwhile, Samix continuing to just push in that bot lane. Needs to be careful, though. There is an entire LCS squad that has their hungry eyes on a tasty AD carry.
Sneaky ultimate could be big here. Looks like they want to turn it back, though. They've got Vizichachi on the way in. Bunny Fufu definitely overextended. Is forced to use the flash there. Mythi had a cooldown, so there is no follow-up. And a minute 30 to Drake, so they're not really going to get a whole lot here. It looks like Shifter can't really get any mid-prio back in response either. That's the thing. He did very well early in the lane, but now Anivia's at that AFK push the wave in its entirety with ult kind of state, so pretty hard for him to get mid-prio.
I was thinking about it. There's a lot of old school champions in this matchup with just a lot of changes, right? We think about it, Shen, completely different champion than what he used to be. Remember when he used to throw his Q and then you could heal based on the amount of damage that you did to that target? Then there was also
no, it wasn't even based on the amount of damage. It was so awkward. It was like it would hit and then it would give you like life regen over time.
Wait, did it really have life regen?
Yeah, no, but it was like you would gain like some amount up front and then the rest would be over time.
And his W just gave him a shield, and it was just a flat
it was just
shield.
Key barrier.
Yeah. Yep.
He was
and then
taunt.
Fiddle, of course, with the rework. I think Alistar hasn't changed. No, his E.
No, he's changed completely.
Yeah, he's a completely different
He used to just heal with his E.
He used to just heal, and his passive What was his passive?
I don't even remember.
I don't remember.
We're so old.
Oh my words. Thresh hasn't changed since release, right?
His Lantern used to shield 5 people. His...
Yeah, but ultimately his kit hasn't changed at all.
No, functionally no. Just worse than it was on release by a significant margin, as Funny Fufu is experiencing now. He has to run for the hills, but big ult from Meteos on the backside is absolutely massive. That said, they do not pass the DPS check, and that means Samix is absolutely tearing through the entire team. One more time on that ult, baby! Let him show you that supreme display of balance there. Samix is now going to move his way out. Double trigger no longer up and available. Inferno trigger, rather, excuse me.
Ends up being a fight in favor of the LCS, though. We talked about how they needed to win this fight around the Drake, and they're going to do just that. Voyboy coming up with a really insane ultimate during the fight, landing onto multiple people. Very well executed by him, but the question is, can they actually get the Drake? Because no junglers are alive. Both teams just buying time right now. LCS looking to get that bot priority, pushing that wave. Taunt does land.
Good taunt. Doesn't really have any follow-up damage, though, and that's going to be the big thing here. TP, though, coming in. They do not want to concede this third Drake. They'd like to set themselves up for that point, and Nivea going to be very good at controlling the space here, and not too bad on health bars, not too bad on cooldown. Sneaky holding on to that fourth shot. Would love to get it off before he has to reload. Ready? Ooh, good hook over the wall. Can't quite pull him over, though. That's a bit awkward. Rest of the team now focusing down the objective. It's Meteos' time to shine. Can he get in the pit?
Ooh. No. That was an awkward smite, Maurice. We all saw it. Here's the ult.
Good ult. Visitachi now running off. Shifter not going to be able to find the stun. Drain now coming in. That is going to be a big shutdown onto the Shen. Pulling back as Exile tries to get a bit more damage down. Exile has the phase rush, though, so gets to zoom his way out to safety. Amazing. Needs to create a bit more space. Waiting, pulling back. Gore Drinker healing him back up to full health. And Samix now backing off. Not waiting for any skill shots to come through. The silence, the snare, the root, Shifter. Almost able to finish the job. Samix still alive. Mithy just in time with the lock into the Iron Solari, and that's going to be Exile finding the kill onto Sneaky in the meantime.
Wow, a bit of greed on both sides. Exile, I thought he was throwing away his life, committing to that kill onto the enemy support, but he just barely gets away. It then puts Samix in a bit of an awkward position, though. And if it weren't for Mithy, he may very well have lost his life, but as you rightly identified, the locket of the Iron Solari coming in clutch there. Very well played by the LEC squad to punish the mistakes. But again, LCS still in command of the gold lead for now. They start off the fight by getting a pick onto Chachi. Yes, they do not get the Drake, but they're able to walk away with a couple kills. And this is where we see Exile overextend just a little bit. Voyboy's like, all right, I think I see my opportunity at a kill. But of course, Exile still has the flash. Amazing's kick is just about to come up, but that's when Shifter changes priorities. Let's go for the dive here. Samix doesn't have anything, but he does have his exhaust, which he then drops onto Shifter just as the shield comes through. And it looked like Sneaky was going to get that final kill. But then the tower killed him. Quite have the damage thanks to the shield bow and the locket. So well played by the LEC again, just punishing some of the overextensions coming out from the LCS squad.
Hard to kill that Samira. We'll see if it gets any easier as they push further into the game. Of course, shield bow for Voyboy, as well as I believe the Warden's Mail and a bit of healing reduction. So is kind of split on the build path here. We'll see what his next item is going to be. What options he wants to go for. Hard to know these days. Crit Cloak builds into literally every item that he would want. Dagger makes it a bit more obvious, but this is in a game where I feel like PD would do him a lot of favors, so we'll see what the option is.
Yeah, he might just have a lot of different components. We have seen the Infinity Edge second. I think we saw it from Selfmade when he played the
yeah, true.
Yone mid, but I think you kind of have a couple options depending on your preference as the Yone player. Right now, LEC looking to push down the mid lane. Surprisingly even game. I was expecting a little bit more chaos, but both teams repeatedly going back and forth.
Looked very grim in the early game for the LEC, is what I will say.
Oh, Voyboy, 1v2 now. You're against a ninja.
I have so caster cursed Voyboy, it's unreal.
Let's see. This is your moment. Prove you can come back.
As long as they chain the CC, he really won't be able to get a lot done. He does have the shield bow, though. The Ignite's going to be big there.
Are you sure about that?
He can just pull back at a moment's notice. He's going to come through with the ultimate. This could be a big change, but Samix is now on the way in. He's going to be forced back now, and he goes down.
Yeah.
Takes three people, though.
Honorable duel for him. Shifter, though, cross-map play, will secure the top tower. Going to keep that gold lead for the LCS, keeping pressure across the board. Amazing, recognizes something is amiss. Will get CC.
Good route. Sadly, not a lot of follow-up damage there.
Shifter needs to be dealt with. Someone has to go and answer his pressure. It looks like Samix is going to be the person that catches the wave in top lane. But all LEC need to do now is play towards their final soul point. Now, admittedly, when we think about the Cloud Soul, not really that valuable for the LEC. Only really good on the Shen, which, you know, when you get later into the game, it's pretty much up for every team fight anyway, you know?
Yeah, but also, I can't remember, because you get the movement speed when you cast your ultimate, right? So during the channel of his ultimate, is that movement speed then gone?
Wait, I thought you just got flat movement speed with the Cloud Soul.
You do also get movement speed, but then you get an additional amount when you cast your ultimate.
Oh, right.
The movement speed will be good, and it'll certainly be good for Exile as well, who is going to need to basically just walk around Shifter and Void Boy as much as he can in these fights. Sammix, honestly, as much as like he's not going to use the ultimate cooldown reduction at all, he's just going to be very fast, and that's going to be very, very annoying to deal with.
True. The fast is annoying.
Hard to know where this game is going to take us, Viddy. It's kind of been an emotional journey so far. We've seen highs, we've seen lows. I think you could summarize every player's career in this game. You know, there's the high moments, there's the low moments, there's the absolute running it down, there's the sneaky how did you die to that tower moment.
Yeah. So you would say that this game has kind of encapsulated the careers of every player that we're watching right now?
I think to a certain degree, yes.
Yeah.
You know, I think right now the question is like who's going to be at their prime when it matters most, if that's what we're seeing here.
Right.
Because I think we've seen Mithy on Alistair very iconically.
Very iconic.
Make huge, massive plays. Splice G2 quarterfinal, best of 5, game 5, coming over the wall from behind blue buff, and finding a massive knockup.
Meteos. I mean, he's not playing Lee Sin, but everyone knows it, you know? Everyone was there.
You know, Fiddle, if he comes in from roll, he CCs 5 people.
Here we go. This is it. The Drake fight that matters most.
TP coming in. Amazing. Oh, can he steal it? He can just walk in. He can just walk in and try to take it, but the fight is entirely split. Mithy buying as much time as he can, but that could be a big stun. However, Sammix has been locked up off to the side, but that's good damage now coming in. The Shen buying a bit more space for Sammix to work with. The healing coming in, but not nearly enough as Bunny Fufu is able to back off. Two-man taunt coming in for Vizichachi, but does not interrupt Meteos. Crucially, he now still has a bit of health, but Sammix is on the hunt, and he has the Cloud Soul. That's going to be everything he needs to find a bit more damage, to find a few more kills, and LEC in total control after that one.
Everything and the kitchen sink was thrown at trying to kill Sammix, yet they could not do it. The Shen ultimate, the immortal shield bow, and just the inherent lifesteal that is so effective on this champion kept Sammix alive. With him alive, the LEC could look to re-engage and come out on top. Now they're looking to secure the Baron. Vizichachi keeping Shifter out of the pit, and LEC looking to take firm control over this game.
Just kill this one so incredibly fast. Easy Baron pickup alongside the Soul. Ooh. We could be looking at the victory lap here for LEC, Viddy.
Could very well be. Of course, they still need to go back. They need to reset. Going to push out that wave, and let's have a look back at this replay. So it is LCS that's on the pit first. But they, again, want to try and split the things up. The problem is, look at this ultimate from Meteos. It's not actually focusing on anyone, but keep your eyes on Sammix here. It's that ultimate from Void Boy, the kid, getting onto the back line. But then the exhaust comes through, the Shen ultimate as well, and now look at how he lifesteals it all back. He's able to just keep his distance, utilize the Alistair to maintain arm's length, and even Exile body blocking that hook for him as well. He then just relied on his front line to act as that shield, and then he was the sword that thrust through the hearts of all NA fans.
I'm going to be honest. I think after the lethality nerfs, from what I've seen in this game and the game where we watched Hansam versus the LCL specifically,
bad now, don't you?
I think Jhin is bad now. Yeah, because I just look at games like this where there's a beefy front line, and it's actually just unplayable because the only thing that this team needs to do is kill Sammix and kill Exile.
Yep.
No one else on this team really does that much damage. Admittedly, Drinker Lee Sin still pretty strong overall, but they just can't do it. Sneaky didn't even get into auto attack. That was entirely Void Boy's damage output and maybe like one empowered auto from Thresh.
It's true, Drakers, it's true. Perhaps we've learnt the truth. Jhin is not the strongest AD carry.
I mean, when you play the team fights out slow, it just doesn't feel...
It's a long replay.
Is this the actual game? I think this might just be the game. Is it a replay?
I don't know.
No, we're back in the game. We're back. We just forgot.
Yeah. we forgot.
We were okay. I've been told there was a pause in that duration, so it's just actually insane production value.
Oh,
we
cool.
just totally flamed unjustifiably. Sorry, production.
Our bad.
Yes.
All right. So recapping, LEC with a small goal advantage. Yone is the champion you got to watch. Level 16, 3 items. His build is a little bit all over the place, we'll be honest.
That's not bad. I think
here comes Fiddle to scare you away.
And then the stun, good damage coming through, but Force of Nature means Vizicachi is a fast boy. Sadly, maybe not a tanky enough one as damage starts to come in. But Sneaky doesn't do any damage, and he's taken half of his health from an Alistar. This is miserable. Oh, no. Oh, Sneaky, that is not what you want to experience. Vizicachi's going to make it out. Sneaky the only one to go down. And now suddenly Bunny Fufu finds himself caught between a wall and another wall. A hard place and a hard place. And he's done so.
Yep, that's 2 quick kills picked up by the LEC, and they just couldn't kill Chachi. They did not have the damage. I understood the idea behind the LCS's comment, you know, dive onto the backline, try and one-shot Samux, but the amount of peel that LEC was able to provide was potent. And again, mad props to Mithy, like you can still see, even though he's a coach now, mechanically, he still seems to have it. You know what I mean?
Still coming up clutch in the fights. Amazing, even coming out with 1 or 2 plays here, as much crap as we give him. Wish he could do it more in the games that we play with him, but you know, we'll take it.
Oh man.
And
we have a wall of shame in the office, and Amazing is on it.
It's true. How did he get hit by that Bard ult? We'll
I
never
don't know, man. Who knows?
Why did I throw the Bard ult's the better question, but we don't need to go into that. Yeah, and I think for Voyboy, I think that at this point, it's tough because early lane, obviously, he did pretty well into Vizicachi into Shen, normally a champion that I expect to be more of a bully early on, but hasn't been able to match the global pressure, and I think hasn't had enough damage on his own to one-shot Samux. And I don't think that's a crime, but it's certainly, if he did, these team fights would look a lot different.
For sure. For sure, for sure. Now let's see. What can the LCS do to turn things around? The Baron buff going to be wearing off a couple seconds. The Anivia does have pretty good siege, but Samira, relatively short range. We talked about this.
Anivia has some of the best siege in the game.
Relatively
it's beyond. You throw down a wall and an ult, and they cannot walk into
Well, no, what you do is you wall one side and then you ult the other. And so they like it's and you get like a period of time where you just get to hit the tower and they don't get to defend it.
I mean, the good news is that Samux is so horrendously short range that they can't. It's not like they have. Anivia has a lot of backup in the sieging department.
No, correct. Yeah, and that was the point I was trying to make. Of course, there is the risk that LEC could just dive. They do have Alistar, and they're also, you know, as industry professionals would say, giga-fed.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's a good one.
Yeah. But the question is, can they one-shot Samux? If they can, then there's hope. There's a chance.
I think there certainly is. And I think the other thing is that this is a very difficult team to tower dive.
Okay, Mithy. Very cool.
And that.
Very cool.
And the reset,
isn't it? Yes, it is. Mithy just trying to keep things in. He tried to do it again. We all know he did. Oh, Mithy. Always a joker. We got to hang out with him. All-Stars. Barcelona, 2016.
Yeah. He was great on the analyst desk.
He was very funny.
We really tried to get him to be a caster. He really wanted to be a coach.
Yeah. Well, no, he wanted to be a
pro player, and then eventually, I mean, yeah, sort of a standing offer.
Wait, that was 2016. In 2017, did he join TSM then, or was he still on G2 in 2017?
No, it was 2017. It was 2018 when he left G2. That was when the Yankos Wonder G2 started with Hjarn and Wadid bot lane.
Didn't they still win everything in 2017?
No, Fnatic won everything. Wait, no, G2, yes, won everything in 2017. 2016, 2017 were the 2 years where G2 won everything.
Yep.
Here we go. Big ultimate. They're going to be able to finish the job. There's no way he can survive. Are you kidding me, Samus?
Yes,
and he immediately gets the ulti. Oh, hooked up. Maybe. There's all the healing back. This is not fair. Oh, my God. All the cooldowns reset. What more do you need? Oh, Exile now unstoppable. Samux most certainly unkillable, and Mithy a mile away, already starting the next fight as Bunny Fufu gets caught by the wall once again. Double kill for Exile, and this is brutal.
I'm telling you, Samira is a late game champion. She doesn't feel like it, but she really is. She's
she looks like an every stage of the game champion.
Yes. Yes.
She looks like actually a level 3 onward champion.
I mean, the drawback is supposed to be she offers 0 utility. She's just damage. And that's
and she's short range. You know, it's supposed to kind of be this.
But like when you dive onto her, when she has this much peel, you can see how hard it really can be to kill.
Yeah, it starts to feel like there's no downside, right?
Yep.
Also, she's 6-0-11 and has Mercurial.
Also, in solo queue, teams just aren't coordinated enough to kill her. Like, you can try, but it just won't work.
Yeah, I also just, like, you know, hate that she has full circle wind wall. That upsets me. She's just better bot lane Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, also she has a full AoE Katarina ultimate, and she gets to
move and it's lifesteal.
Well, Katarina can lifesteal too, I think. You get reduced effects, but you do get to still lifesteal.
No, you can't. You can't. No. Yeah, but hers actually has innate lifesteal. Or no, they probably took that off. They took it off. They took it off. Yeah.
No, the reason why she got lifesteal. Sorry. Do you know what? The reason why I thought she had lifesteal is
because you built Gunblade for literal years, and it's not an item anymore, Vedius.
Yeah. Good times. Back in my day. Katarina, that's a champion that's seen a rework.
Let me tell you, Galio. Let's talk about old Galio. You were missing out if you never played old Galio. You weren't. It was a very boring champion.
The old Katarina. Whew. You know, there was a point in time where you would max Shunpo.
Wait, how old? One rework ago or two reworks ago?
Wait, no, the first iteration of Katarina you would max Shunpo.
Where W was like an active?
Yes, where W was an active. Because the bonus effects that you would get from the Shunpo. Because all the Q did, all it did was give you grievous wounds. That's all that did.
Little.
Oh, I think it also bounced more to more targets is what I think. Oh, wait, that's not true, because when you leveled it up, it would bounce to more targets. That's why level 9 Katarina in lane was really oppressive, because it would hit all the minions.
It's like, guys, what's the most useless information we could possibly give you? Oh, how League of Legends was 8 years ago.
Yeah. Good times.
It's like we call Trevor a boomer, but we're the ones up here talking about Season 1 champions.
Oh,
Maurice, he did it! He's got hands! There it is! Amazing. Moving through. Shifter now on the way, but Boy wants to turn it. That's a big combo, but Samix is just absolutely unkillable. He is just Beyblading his way through this entire team.
Yep.
Let it rip, Samix. Let it rip! There it is. One more. Burns him down. Elder Dragon 2.
He's going to have the kill stolen away from him, but LEC wipes the floor with the LCS. It was looking close, it was looking tense, but they could not kill the one named Samix. And the LEC come out on top.
0-14.
Wow, unkilled.
Monster performance. 1-2-21. Mithy as well. Absolutely showing up. That was brutal.
And the Legends will maintain onto their legacy to an established dynasty that will forever live among the halls of Europe.
Kings, truly. Narrative.
Emperors, perhaps.
What do we want to say? What's some good narratives? Let's do some throwbacks for you LEC fans. Exile finally overcame his demons of struggling in lane. Vizicachi remains the team player that we always knew him to be.
Being able to impact all the lanes. Mithy, the macro genius.
It's actually three of the people on this team. The main storylines we had for them were they were the guy who like led the team. Yeah. Amazing, Vizicachi.
All leaders now coming together. In a time when Europe
you
needs
want to beat us, North America? You need to bring 5 highs together. The only way to possibly win.
Good times. We had a great time down memory lane, and that's what we feel this Legends cast is all about. Unfortunately, we're not as well versed in the NA Legends.
I remember. Shifter was a part of the coast lineup that Scar famously said they're winning right up until they lose.
Was he also part of the Good Game University team that finished second?
I think
was he a part of that roster?
We'll find out. North America fans, you can tell us. We're had to do a break, but as we go, here are the Bose sounds of the game, which capture the best moments from the action all weekend long.
I'm down. Okay, I'm coming. Not bad.
No flash, Katarina. Jin no life, they just got 1v2'd.
Holy, self-made man in the mid lane.
Relay is still chasing me, by the way.
Oh. This guy is trying so hard to save me. I want level 16 and then I deal a lot of damage.
I want to get TP. No, look at this TP flank.
Yeah, I see it. I'm tipping. I'll go behind them. I'm Huang Feng, okay? Huang Feng. Okay, I'm coming. I can go behind them from the base. Wait. Enemy team is a bit mad at me. They're a bit mad at me.
Here.
I'm ulting. Oh, I didn't get my ult.
There is no flash. Close the wall.
Okay, closing.
Kansama.
Jin.
30% still fighting.
I'm chasing this, boys.
Next
okay, I was committed. Respect. Oh, double. I knew it. Talia, he was too good.
Hello and welcome back to All Stars 2020. I'm Dracos, joined by the victorious Vizichachi. Certainly a commanding performance from him and all of the LEC team. Now, Chachi, one, it's good to see you. It's been so long, but how did it feel stepping back into a, let's call it a competitive game, competitive for fun game with two of your former teammates in Exile and Samix?
I would say it was quite an interesting experience. I had such an adrenaline rush before and during the game as well. But I'm just happy it worked out so well. Everyone was communicating a lot and it really felt like a professional game. And I think we just managed to stay focused and win that way.
It certainly looked like the strategy of protecting Samix as they threw literally everything they could at him worked out very well. Now, for you, you're a guy that we haven't talked to or heard a lot from. Obviously, it was kind of a sad goodbye when we watched you retire from professional play. Can I ask, how's life? What have you been up to? What's been going on in the world of Vizichachi?
Yeah, well, what I mostly needed after retiring was a good and long break, so I can restore the energies, because I felt a bit burnt out, and I think that was because I just kept playing over the years all the time and hardly ever had a break. My mentality was always like, I just need to keep playing, need to play every day and keep in shape, because even losing one day can mean a difference at the competitive level. And that mentality doesn't really work in the long run. And I think after 5 years, it ended up in a bit of a burnout. And that's where I felt like I would not want to continue anymore. And yeah, ever since I'm living in Germany now and with my girlfriend, and I was studying German here, and I will look to study some other things after. But yeah, because of the virus, it's a bit difficult right now.
Yeah, I feel you. I've been taking German lessons myself. It's a bit, online class is definitely not the same experience as the face-to-face overall, but so excited for you, man. So cool that you get to kind of live this life. As someone who has experienced that burnout, as someone who was under that pressure to improve day to day, this wasn't necessarily what I planned to talk about, but I think it's super interesting. So I want to know, is there any advice you have to current LEC players or players aspiring to be in the LEC or the LCS or anywhere in the world really on how to avoid that burnout, how to avoid that pressure where it feels like you have to play every second of every day?
Yeah, I would just say having breaks is very important, and it also applies to the on-season, like during the season times, because I think you cannot just have all your days playing 12 hours of league, solo queue, and team games as well. That will eventually just result in the same burnout. And I think it's very important that you take breaks and know how to relax. And for example, I don't even think like the amount of solo queue reflects skills. For example, when I got into the LCS, I barely played any solo queue back then, and it was much more about thinking about the game and just finding the solutions yourself. I think that's the best way to improve and become better in the end.
I like it. Thank you so much for that wisdom there, Vizichachi. But speaking of breaks, we're going to take a break. When we return, Freak and Captain Flowers round out the North American 1v1 tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Chachi.
Welcome back to All Stars 2020. Here at the State Farm Analyst Desk, we are gearing up for our finals of the North American 1v1 tournament. I've got Mark Z and I've got Freak by my side to do so. But first things first, I want to take a step back, reflect upon the day, because at the very top, I was so deeply disappointed, Mark, that you did not have more faith in our LCS Q Kings going into that matchup.
I mean, I'm a pessimist. I don't know what you want out of me. I thought that, you know, the fact that they had 3 former pros all on the top side of the map would have counted for something, but apparently not. Apparently Tyler 1 and Voyboy are just too dominant and taking over the bot side of the map.
Yeah, anyone who's been watching what they have been putting out with their content knows they really like to come in with that Force Freak, and I'm very happy also that we got to see some of the signature picks from our favorite personalities.
Yeah, and you had Yasuo kind of taking the knee because, you know, everyone refused to play any other lanes. And he's like, okay, I guess I'll just, you know, I'll engage for the squad. Don't worry about it. Brings up the Zac jungle and I think did swimmingly. You know, managed to withstand the support Varus attempted buff snipe. Like, that's well played. Got the gank off in mid. And, I mean, Yasuo was a big deal despite, you know, normally being the guy who's going to play a flashy solo lane. And yeah, at the end of the day, Voyboy in mid got to look cool, but credit where it's due to the jungle diff.
And of course, I'm still hooked at that top of the day because it's where the LCS came out on top for RQ Kings. But, you know, LEC came through over in there, 1v1 obviously with Blippo coming out on top and then another victory against our LCS squad. But looking at what we do have coming ahead, because there's still a lot in store, specifically at the 1v1 tournament, the bracket that we've had thus far is pretty stacked. As tradition, it's a combination of pro players and personalities from the scene, and it's all led to this final moment between High and Licorice. Freak, you have been the one alongside Captain Flowers making the call throughout these rounds.
Yeah, and I'm going to say I heavily favor Licorice here. I feel like what we're seeing right now is fighters are in a really, really good spot. I know the 1v1 meta for a long time had been really exclusively control mages, a lot of Orianna or long-range marksmen like Caitlyn. And with the rule updates from, I think, 2019 onwards, you actually have a really large pool of viable champions, and so I like really, really heavily nod Licorice as a top laner, right? Play the Riven, play the Olaf, play the Pantheon, Renekton, whatever else you want to put in there. So he's my favorite for the Red Bull 1v1 tourney. I think he's very likely the winner here. Maybe High can step up, but I feel like, you know, he busts out Lucian and he'll just lose.
Yeah, I feel like the Lucian pick was good for, you know, kind of using range and trading patterns and being able to all in when you see the opportunity. But against Licorice, who has shown a wider champion pool, he'll have more direct counters to just someone who wants to play the range game. We saw what kind of happened to Noe when he tried to play the range game against the top laner who knew what to do against it with whether it was Pantheon or Olaf. So I expect a similar champ pool out of Licorice there.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, please.
Good. Well, I was just making a remark on that it was cool to see that mix-up of other champions brought here, too, because you're always expecting to see the Lucian mirror matchup at some point. A lot do favor the marksman, especially looking at some of the qualifier tournaments from the solo queue side that led to Darkwings coming and competing in this. But Freak, looking at this compared to maybe some of the brackets of past years, do you still see it fairly in line, or are there a bit more players here that are more towards the experimentation side as opposed to going with those tried and true picks?
Right, so I think this happens every time there's the 1v1 tourney. We had the Aphromoo versus Froggen, like Zillion no spells 1v1 a few years ago. Like, people do the, like, you know, handshake, like, we're going to play something really stupid. You know, we got, you know, there's the LL Stylish Presser Akali match where they, like, allowed you to play Zed and Akali. Like, I'm a fan of those things, right? Like, let the person play the thing they're famous for. And then you have tryhards who will, you know, just, like, ban Pyke away from, you know, like, this guy's a Pyke one trick. Well, your champion's gone. And I don't hate that either, right? Like, I'm okay with either side of it. But yeah, like, some players, like, it's for fun, whatever. Like, we're putting on a show, and then some players, like, really, really try to win. I am happy we had players like Bwipo and like Licorice who are just constantly going for the strongest thing available, who are just trying to outskill their opponents time after time. And lo and behold, they get all the way up to the finals, and that's well done. That's, you know, good job to you. And again, it's kind of why I favor Licorice, is he's taken all these games seriously. And I know as a player, he's one of the 5 best in NA in the first place.
That's just getting my excitement rolling. I think Mark and I need to go get some popcorn because, Freak, it is you and Captain Flowers that are bringing us into this NA Red Bull 1v1 tournament. So take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much. I am now joined by yours and my favorite military personnel. It is Captain Flowers. Raise your salutes. How you doing, buddy?
Hell yeah, brother. I am glad to be casting some League of Legends, despite your best attempts to mental boom me with Jin puns and encouraging random people on Twitter to post with randomly poorly shooped images of Jin's face on objects that are not Jin. We're here, and we're ready to get into it, man. It's the grand finale of our best of not our best of ones, no, of our 1v1 tournament, the best of the whole thing up against each other, High and Licorice. And hey, I don't know if you saw this, but High was actually tweeting earlier. He was like, what champion should I play? So he was looking for spicy ideas from people.
That's good. Well, yeah, I'm curious if there's anything that really does beat Licorice here. I'm actually just instantly surprised Licorice is banning fighters away. I know High did play that like half a season in jungle for Cloud9, but realistically, you know, a champ like Olaf, very good in 1v1, much more of a Licorice champion than a High champion. I mean, he's banning away things that Bwipo played. I'm curious if that's just like what the nod is or what. I'm trying to see if they're banning like their names. Like if High bans Aurelia here, it's Heimer, Alistair, Aurelia, and it's spelling High. Like that would be great. Like I'm a fan of that, right?
Yeah.
So yes,
I
was right.
That's
all
right. That is actually OP. That is the Chad energy right there. Spell out your own name. Just to let him know that you're more concerned about making sure you look cool when you win than you are about him even being able to beat you.
Now, is he banning OPL? Like, what's going on here? No, OPA?
No. only the first 2 letters matter, dude. He's banning the OPs.
Okay,
like Olaf, Pantheon, and Akali are all pretty busted. So just take all those off the table. Put yourself in a spot where you're feeling good. Looks like Licorice might want to monkey around a little bit here.
I like it.
Kai looking at that Tristana. This is one of those champions. I feel like there's only a couple champs, Freak, that you can actually, and pretty much they're all marksmen, that you can get the turret win condition in this with. And Tristana is one of the really good ones.
Yes, yeah, Tristana is absolutely stellar. Has really good interactions with Wukong in the first place. If you expect when Cycle comes in, you can start Rocket Jump. The knockup hits you, but then Rocket Jump finishes casting and you get out of there. There is some good interaction on the other side, though, because if you are aiming, let's say, Buster Shot or Explosive Charge at a Wukong, and he hits Decoy during the cast animation, it will retarget your spell onto the decoy. Like, the spell goes off. You go hit the thing, and
it just goes off on the wrong thing.
Right, it's really cool. So there's really deep counterplay there that you cannot do reactively. Like, just humans aren't fast enough. Even a robot, in a lot of cases, won't be fast enough. But if you're like, he would Explosive Charge here, or he would Cyclone here, you can hit the button on your keyboard, and then it'll work out in the end, and you'll get out of there. So there's a lot of predictive mechanics in this matchup, and it's a really big deal. Like, all of Triss damage is an Explosive Charge. So if that gets bricked, that's GG. If you manage to land the full first Cyclone Charge into Q smack, like, yeah, that's GG. Like, that one's done. So, you know, and curious to see how this one fights off. As a quick recap of the rules, first 2 kills.
We gotta do that.
Whoever gets a kill during sudden death when the ring spawns at about level 11, or first to knock down the turret.
Yeah. And remember that you get an empowered recall if you get a kill before the ring spawns, so you're able to reset, get back to base, and you don't feel like you're at a disadvantage for killing your opponent, so that's always nice. Also, I love it when these come down to Ring of Fire. It makes everything feel so much cooler and so much more badass. And why most people would probably think, okay, if it comes down to Ring of Fire, it's Wukong versus a marksman. The marksman's in a bad spot. I love to see people pick champions that have a yeet button in this mode. Because if you knock them into the Ring of Fire, they just get absolutely destroyed. Speaking of which, a lot of damage coming down into both health bars here early on. Barrier and Ignite traded 1-for-1 on the summoner spells here, but both players down to 200 HP, my friend.
Yes, indeed. So now it's time for the regen and double Doran's Blade. It has Omnivamp now, not just Lifesteal, so the Explosive Charge passive when you blow up minions, that works too. You get like 12 health back off of the minions doing this, which is pretty solid. Licorice, of course, trying to regen back up as well, plus his Doran's Shield, so he's doing okay. You can see the farm is fairly close. It is going to be a theoretical farm lead to Licorice, especially when he's seeing High miss CS once in a while. So see if he can lick his wounds well enough as they've chugged through all their potions. But yeah, Licorice, you're seeing, you know, fairly healthy, already level 5 here as well. And is there a re-engage? Yes, jumps in, big damage in a High, and then just, you know, hops right back out, only takes so much damage from the charge.
All right, Freak. I know you've done a lot of research into like the math and the numbers and the spreadsheets behind League of Legends, and despite the fact that you enjoy low-quality pun humor, I know that you're actually a big-brain guy. So I want to ask your opinion here.
Great.
How do you feel about the Sheen starting item? Because usually we don't see something like this. It's more about multiple Dorans, like you can see with the Tristana here. Maybe grabbing some extra base stats on Tier 1 items, but instantly going for the Sheen on the Wukong.
Right, so I'm immediately taking the line that Licorice probably knows what he's doing, right? So the logic here is the only way you ever win a melee versus range matchup is to push them out. If you're like, oh, I'm just going to like out-regen your poke, like, it's not going to happen. You're not going to out-regen the poke unless you're Set or Maokai. So you need to be able to threaten them. You need to be able to like threaten the all-in. And so Sheen actually works really, really well with Wukong's early game trading pattern, right? It's E in auto, W forward, auto, auto, auto. Then you usually get one more Q on the way out, or something like this, right? So there you go, and then into the instant Cyclone. And so in that case, you only got 2 Sheen procs. If you want to play it a little bit slower, you can E auto, chase, and then just Q after 1.5 seconds and get 2 Sheen procs really early that way. In this one, he went for the level 6 version, which was just Q right away. Second Q turns into ult, and that's just like a different trading pattern. But essentially, it's saying, look, if I can actually put damage onto High, which, hey, by the way, my Sheen does like 80 damage at level 4, you know, plus, like, well, that's enough to actually push him out. That's a bigger damage spike than anything else I can buy.
Licorice also picking up those plated steel caps immediately now. As soon as he's got the money for it, the Wukong needs some shoes to make sure that the enemy range champion cannot kite him out. I always love to see this kind of decision-making happening. It always makes me just cringe a little bit when I see somebody complaining about a range versus melee matchup and then they don't have any shoes.
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta not You got to change up that plan a little bit right now, my friend. That is not the sauce for your success right about now. But Licorice still has half the cooldown waiting on him on his ulti. High has the advantage in terms of tools available to go right here, right now. Licorice does go forward, hits him one time over the head there with the stick, loses his bone plating. Okay, so another thing I want your opinion on right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that if you're playing melee into ranged, bone plating is a noob trap. And I'm not calling Licorice a noob, but I'm saying that he fell into a trap that a noob would fall into.
So
because I actually think bone plating is terrible in range versus melee.
So yeah, if you're getting poked a lot, I agree. However, the way that these kind of fights work is like Tristana does want to layer like 4 autos into you really fast. Like her entire trading pattern is not auto once, right? It's not Jace where it's just like, here's a shock blast, haha, it's on cooldown. Like she has to explosive charge auto, and so you will get bone plating value. Now, it still might be that you really, really want that little bit of second wind poke and regen from that, but it does actually fit the combat pattern at least.
All right, Licorice, let's see what you got here, buddy. Still just farming up those minions, grabbing up the extra little bit of heal there. He's only 8 minions behind, and there's still 5 left to farm on the map, so the CS is essentially even here. Licorice going for the all-in yet again, but the fully charged explosive shot plus the buster plus PTA. Licorice is now down below half HP. Does still have barrier, does still have ignite. Cyclone's ready to go.
That's true. So Curiosity is, maybe you can make this fight happen. He's trying right there, right? Ian Q's backwards, hits the minion, unfortunately, but still goes to the decoy to dodge away. Big damage on a high, and he's burning with ignite. Is it enough? One more tick would kill, but it's not. If he hadn't Q'd a minion, Licorice would have found that kill.
Oh my goodness, dude. The smallest things. One error can be the difference between getting the kill or not in so many of these fights. And on that one, Licorice ends up just being one hit short of it. Got to go back to base now. Want to touch on what you said at the very beginning of the match. Remember when Freak was doing the table setting for the rules here? He mentioned that the Ring of Fire is going to show up about the time you see the players hit level 11. So considering Licorice is level 10, High just hit level 9. He was a little bit behind in the EXP department. You are going to see that Ring of Fire here in about another minute or two. So time is running out. We're seeing the end of this one sooner than later.
Yeah, you're looking at about 2 more waves. I think you can actually even track it based on when cannons show up, because I believe, like, as you get the 30-second warning, you finally get 1 more cannon to kill, and then you can take, like, the last-minute recall there, and, that's with, maximum money. So we are just a few waves away, but yes, if you really grind it out, you can get 12 as well. So yeah, again, we're like 4-ish waves away from that point happening, which again is just a minute and a half or so. Items still coming through, moving towards Trinity Force, I do believe, based on the components here for Licorice. Might be able to farm enough for it, so there's a sudden death. There's basically, 1 more wave coming in. You can't really greet another one past it, but this is the cannon wave you can push in for your last recall.
Yeah, the thing starts in 15 seconds, and even after it technically starts, it doesn't really begin moving for like another 10 seconds after that, so you do have a little bit of a grace period here. Licorice does not want to risk anything, because this Ring of Fire just deletes you. If you're in it for like a second, you're dead.
Okay, so wow.
Yeah, he can't afford to be caught out here at all. High is just going to stick around in the brushes. He does not get to go back. He will not get to complete his mythic item.
High doesn't know. Like, High doesn't know if Licorice is in that brush right now, right? Because Licorice recalled it in the brush, so High is like, oh, no, I can't get one shot. And he's like, oh, I see him. He went back. Oh, crap, he has Triforce. Like, oh, that's Trinity. Rough.
And here he goes. He's already starting off the fight. Licorice just immediately ready to go in with Cyclone number 2. Manages to force High to jump away. Now re-entering into the fight, and there you go. Licorice with the kill and taking the win in sudden death.
Really nicely done. High never got to get Buster shot off. Obviously, Licorice wants to go in well before they hit the ring, right? Make sure I can fight you. Make sure I can go in. I don't want to lose to getting Buster shot into the Ring of Fire. And that was the correct timing. I mean, again, a lot of it is, okay, I will take down half that cannon wave. I'll get my recall off in time. He had just enough for Triforce money. I think he sold Doran's shield and the refillable to make that happen. That's correct. Obviously, that's a huge pickup, and yeah, Ninja Tabby, aka plated steel caps now plus Triforce. He had a power spike, and High did not.
Yeah, I like Licorice's itemization the whole time through. You pointed out going in as soon as he got there on that Ring of Fire to avoid the yeet and delete win condition. His decision making for everything but the bone plating. I still don't like the bone plating. Everything past that. And that's just a minor detail, right? Bone plating versus second win. That's most of the time not going to cause you to lose or win the game. But The decision-making from Licorice here I really liked, and now I'm curious how Hai is going to adapt to this, because clearly the Tristana versus the Wukong did not work. Does Hai actually ban serious champions this time, or does he continue to spell his name? That's my big question.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he switches to Lamb, instead of Hai, right? Just get first and last name together. Like that would be at least one way to do the ban meta. But you're still not getting rid of things that are good, for the matchup. So I mean, it's what you want out of it, right? Again, I don't think Hai comes into this one like he can probably feel confident, but like deep down, I think he knows he's not favored in this fight. But he's also played exclusively marksman throughout the entire thing. And what's fun is Licorice even, like, he had some homie bans, Like, he's the one who banned Akali and Pantheon and Olaf and said, look, I will ban myself out to make it a bit easier for you, Hai. Let's try again round 2, and he's doing it yet again, right? Like, Licorice is giving Hai 3 bans, and Hai is going to be like, okay, yeah, we can stack this up. Let's go.
All right, Hai banning the Wukong immediately here. Does not want to play against that one a second time. Licorice is here. It's all business, man. The dude came to play today. Let's see if his bans stay the same throughout this one. The Irelia will stay banned, just like Hai banned it last time around. Apparently that wasn't just to spell his name. That was actually a serious one. The Heimerdinger was banned away last time by Hai. Yeah. So this time, Licorice will go ahead and take that one off the table. So we're going to see 3 champions the same from the first ban stage.
That's true. Licorice is giving him some homie bans, He's like, here you go. Don't worry, I'll get rid of them too. Obviously, yes, Heimer is a good 1v1 champ. Sure, Irelia is not too bad. Wukong, obviously, again, Hai banning correctly. I'm still really expecting this. So we got Wit. I don't think that's really that good of a spelling.
No.
And Oha. Yeah, Wit and Oha, I don't think it's right there. And look at just the insta-lock. Like, I like this. Like,
wow,
like,
they're
okay,
ready.
I think you're playing Trist. I'm going to go Poppy. He, knows the tier list. He's got the answers ready.
The Poppy picked up in this one. That is not a champion I was expecting to see. I hope it's Chad Poppy. I hope it's Poppy that builds a Sunderer or a Trinity Force and just goes in and smacks you around. This champion can surprise people a lot of the time, especially if she's not currently in the meta. People haven't seen her for a while. They forget how much damage she can do with the combo of hitting you with just everything after the wall slam. I'm excited for this. I feel like the speed that he locked it in means Licorice 100% has a plan here. Also, look at the summoner spells. No Ignite. We almost always see the Ignite here in the 1v1s, but this time around, he's opting for Barrier to survive the burst and Flash so he gets the angle for the wall slam, and I really like that.
I mean, the big thing, right? You instantly win in sudden death if you yeet him back to his fountain. If the ult lands full charge, it is over. You have won the Rebel 1v1 tourney, and the game is done. So
he automatically
always that condition. Now, the other half of it is obviously Hai can dodge it with Slice and Dice or his own Flash if he has it. Like, there's a lot of counterplay available. The Renekton stun will stop the channel. Then it's going to be too late for you. But if it lands, right, it's GG. There's absolutely no counterplay. It's done. I expect, though, outside of the yeet and delete, as you incredibly eloquently. I don't know how long you're holding that one, but I imagine it was a smart one regardless.
I just like to say yeet.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a good term. I like to say Jin, in place of the word in.
So does everyone.
We've got a new meme. It's great. But I expect Hai to be favored in the actual 1v1 battle. Now, maybe with Bramblevest it's actually really rough and it's not possible. Licorice may, in fact, just go full tank Poppy. But I don't expect full tank Poppy to win the straight-up battle.
Well, Hai is immediately jumping in here trying to trade against him. Procs the bone plating with his hits. And remember that Renekton's W is a 2-hit ability, so you instantly are going to get more value out of bone plating against something like that just because, hey, he's trying to hit you multiple times in short succession. Turns out you have multiple plates. Nice stuff. Licorice now getting himself stunned up yet again as Hai continues to use that aggressive Renekton trading pattern. Already getting to start at level 3 means you just get to play that ideal situation constantly. No level 1 or level 2 vulnerability. However, the stun into the wall. This is what I was talking about, Freak. If you're not used to playing against it, you're like, wait, that stunned me?
Yep, and the barrier got wasted as well. Like, Hai didn't get anything out of that one. Licorice is disengaged and chilled, and if he's got another stun, he's got almost the kill right now already. The Ignite is on, and Hai can't live. So Licorice pops the FlyQuest logo and takes down Hai for his blood.
He got him, dude, and he switched off the summoner spells, too. The they were barrier and flash in the lobby, but then he changed them before they loaded in. So the barrier is gone. It's just ignite. It gives him the kill pressure he needs, and there it is. You can't stop the Poppy, and Licorice gets his first kill. What, 2 minutes into this game?
Yeah. So, Flowers, I have a question, because Licorice is seemingly going towards tank Poppy, but, I mean, he's scrapping, he's brawling, he's killing highs. Does it still count as Chad Poppy?
He just solo killed Renekton at level 4 with an Ignite. Yeah, this Poppy's Chad. He wasn't backing away. Like, if he was only building Ruby Crystals and then sitting under turret waiting for a Ring of Fire so he could just try to one-tap him with R, I'd be like, no, this is not Chad at all. But building tank and then still going all in like that, I give him a pass, dude. This is the kind of Poppy I want on my team.
Yep. Same. So far so good then. Right now we've got the match level 5s though. High's got to be careful. One thing that's happened more than half the time actually is High goes in for the trade, lands a W stun, and he's still got Grievous Wounds on by the time he casts Q. And so the actual healing from his primary sustain tool, the ability he's maxing, is getting cut by 40%. So High does need to find a way to play around that, of just fully disengaging for 2 seconds before he gets the big heals off, especially if it's an empowered version. Licorice goes in, tackles a minion to get into range, lands double Q, and keep in mind, like, Flash R double Q is basically a kill, but High has barrier up.
Right. Well, I mean, the other option that High has is just you E, immediately Q, and then W him, right? Because Bramble Vest is only going to proc on an auto.
Correct.
So you either have to use the Q right after the first dash before W, or you have to wait, like you're saying, and let the Grievous fall off. But now you're going to be slammed to the wall. Licorice is going after the play, but he's stuck underneath the turret. Oh, you better run away, little Poppy. There's the barrier. There's the croc. But he can't get the kill. Licorice gets out.
Wow. I'm so shocked High couldn't get a kill right there. Obviously, Ruby Crystals pulling their weight here. Obviously, really, really close one. High was so close to knocking him down. Didn't quite have the move speed to catch up for one more auto or anything. At least shoves the wave down. And High is, yes, he's down that kill, but he's up CS right now. Licorice is going to try to catch as much of that farm as he can. Gets his own boots, goes for his own steel caps, and yeah, Licorice will try to finish his Frostfire Gauntlet in time, see if he can do it.
You want to see that item get completed, really ramps up the burn damage, makes it so he's that much more of a threat offensively, as well as just being so damn hard to kill. So the itemization from High is very defensive, very respectful here. Has the Phage plus Ruby Crystal, but also the steel caps already fully completed. Will give him move speed edge over his opponent. But man, it's easy to forget how much free defenses Poppy gets. Between the shield and the bonus armor MR on W, this champion's hard to fight, and High's learning that the hard way right now. Licorice just beating the tar out of him here in this 1v1.
And I'm a notable steel caps hater because you are paying so much. Oh, well, never mind. He's just dead. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, hey, he had steel caps and he lost. Freak hates steel caps and the champion with the steel caps lost. Justified. Results-based analysis. Ship it. We're good to go. And Licorice is now your 1v1 champion here at All-Stars 2020 in North America. He triumphs over High 2-0 and just stomps him with the Poppy.
Licorice didn't lose a game the entire time through. The North American Red Bull 1v1 champion came through everybody, and honestly, impressive stuff. He took down Darkwings from the solo queue run through. He took down High in the finals, no problem there at all. I mean, honestly, stellar player. I like the pool of champs overall. I think he played this one beautifully. Now, as we are headed to a break, we're going to go out for a bit, but make sure you are following Untold Stories on Spotify, where the most recent episode shows you what goes into the making of a virtual band like KDA. Hear how they found the artists to represent 4 of League's most iconic champions, and more stories like it exclusively on Spotify. Take a look, and we'll catch you here for an interview with the 1v1 champion. And then the script that was spelled ATAR, because podcast is hilarious.
Hello and welcome back to All-Stars 2020. Now I am joined by none other than the victorious NA 1v1 champion, Licorice. And dude, look, I gotta be honest, man, I gotta level with you. That did not look difficult for you. I feel like you steamrolled your way through your entire bracket. So from your perspective, how difficult was this? Like 1 to 10, and why? Like, what was your experience overall?
I mean, it wasn't super tough, I would have to say. Like, I'm not trying to like disrespect my opponents, but like I think, let me just like set some context. So in 2018, I went to All-Stars and I was like excited to be at All-Stars. It was like great. And in the first round, I was playing against MLXG, and he's like, "Oh, do you want to do a Zed mirror match?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Like, I'll do a Zed mirror match." And then he like clapped me, and I like lost in the first round. That was it for my 1v1 dreams. So then this time around, I came in and I was like, I really regret that, and I am gonna try really hard to win and like pull out everything that I know how, and it worked out. So.
I mean, it absolutely did. It looked like you were comfortable in every matchup that you played. Now, I want to know how much practice actually does go into this for you. I know a lot of the EU pros practice behind the scenes with each other. Is this something where you like called up friends, called up other high-level solo laners and said, like, let's practice, let's put time, let's figure out how to break this game mode? What did that preparation look like?
Honestly, I didn't do a ton of like in-game preparation. Like I didn't do 1v1s against anyone, but like as a top laner, I do 1v1s during the season, so I think I have a pretty good grasp of that already. Mainly, I just kind of like thought about like the gold and how the map works and like what starting items would be good, and like tried to counter pick people without knowing what they were gonna pick. Even though it's blind pick, just trying to guess what they're gonna pick. Like that was the Wukong versus Tristana, and like at the end it like wasn't close. So.
I mean, very clever. I like the rock, paper, scissors game of trying to like predict the counter pick before it actually happens. It seems high stakes, but since it paid off, hey, good strategy. Why not? Looking ahead, of course, coming up to the mixed NA versus EU matches, I think these feel similarly high stakes from what I've heard from the pros participating in them. On the side of EU, they're all looking forward to tryharding. How do you feel about that captain's draft coming up? How do you feel about the mixed rosters as well?
I'm excited to play. I think like I don't have much of an opinion on whether it was like captain's draft or like NA versus EU or whatever. Like I think I'm just excited to play. I think it's like it's gonna be fun no matter what, and I always want to win, so I'm gonna be there trying my hardest.
I love it. I respect the absolute commitment to competitive spirit, even when it's going to be crazy modes like Nemesis Draft or like, God, I can't even remember it. The most latest recent rotating game mode is like completely fun on it. Nexus Blitz. Thank you, production. As we send it over, though, thank you again, Licorice, for the interview. As we send it over to Latigris to get us into the Dream Team matches, let's take another Mercedes Icons of the League segment to learn more about one of our European stars.
It's the time of year where you, the fans, vote to create a ridiculously stacked roster that will represent your region at All-Stars. Here at the LEC, we are blessed with talent, and few players are as exciting to watch than Fnatic superstar support, Hylissang. The Bulgarian began his career at the beloved Unicorns of Love, a team where you could always expect the unexpected. It was there that Hylissang was molded into the explosive playmaker we see today. But it was at Fnatic where he grew into one of the best supports Europe has ever seen. During his first year on the team, Hilly was crowned a two-time European champion. He then reached the World Finals in a historic moment for the region. He has continued to shine internationally, bodying the top esports bot lane at the 2020 World Championship. Now it's time for him to step up and secure his own legacy as an all-time great in the West. He's an unorthodox support who can flank your entire team or take down your inhibitor alone to set up for a base race. Whatever it takes to win. Some consider him a genius, a player that is always capable of pulling off something spectacular. Make sure you don't miss his next breathtaking play at All-Stars 2020.
What a lovely look at Hylissang's history. Welcome back, everybody, to the State Farm Analyst Desk for the closing moments of All-Stars 2020. But we're entering the Dream Team competition. CoreJJ and Whippo will be drafting mixed region teams and then facing off in 3 separate matches. There's a lot to consider, so let me hit you with those facts. First of all, as I said, CoreJJ and Whippo will be drafting these teams from mixed regions, being that they are pulling from the pros from both the LCS and LEC, schoolyard style and all, and then they're going to be heading into a Nemesis draft as well as Nexus Blitz, and then rounding it all out with Summoner's Rift. But it's going to be a lovely day of action. I'm feeling a little bittersweet here, Mark, because it's great to end it on a high note, but at the same time, All-Stars is almost over, and so is 2020. Good,
yeah,
bad?
It's going to be a... it's on the one hand, let's put a bookmark on this year. It sucked, but at the same time, 2020 is awful. Let's get out of here. But I will miss seeing the last league event of the year.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
all
that's why
love
you
being
just
here to
play
celebrate.
solo queue, you know, just like play some Flex with your friends or whatever. Just play some League over the last week, you know, we're all on break, whatever. Just, you know, hang out. You're not going anywhere else.
And the one thing I'll throw in too is I'm really excited about the schoolyard format, like you said, because I love the pressure of who's last pick. I mean, just the shame that comes with it. I mean, it's something I'm sure is a favorite memory for everyone watching back home and here. Yeah.
Favorite memory, Mark? I think.
Yeah. How early were you picked for dodgeball, Mark? On average.
I was a mid-lister, all right. Like I
Okay.
definitely wasn't athletic, but I did okay.
You know, sometimes that's the ultimate win is just not being the last pick. And I want to find out who the last pick was in this. We're going to take a look at that draft that happened between Bwipo and Core JJ earlier this week. Quick shot, take it away.
Hey everybody, I'm Quickshot here with Bwipo and Core JJ. We're about to jump into our team captain's draft. I'm about to flip a coin, give Core JJ the option of saying heads or tails when it's in the air, and then we get to see who gets to pick from our pool of LCS or LEC players for our mixed team. So, Core JJ, when you see this thing fly through the air, give me a call. Heads or tails?
Head.
And you have lost, I am afraid. That is tails coming up on the coin, validating that one for Bwipo, which means Bwipo. From the pool of available players, who are you picking first?
I would say Hylissang.
Okay, that's not a surprise here at all. And of course, Core JJ being a supporter on the other side. If you play support, I don't know. Who are you going to go with, Core JJ?
I'll pick Licorice.
Yeah, okay, not surprised. Bwipo, you're next.
Need to secure.
Trying to think. I mean, I think I'll just get my. I think I'll just get my Fnatic Bros in and get self-made. Like, I think it'd be pretty awkward if I didn't get self-made.
What are you just building Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go
I was
wider.
planning to not picking Team Liquid.
Oh, really? I mean, okay, I mean, that's a bit awkward, but I feel awkward not picking self-made. I mean, maybe I should.
So, Bwipo, Hylissang, self-made. Core JJ, you get the next pick.
Then at least I'll pick Humanoid.
Humanoid, okay, stealing our mid laner. I like that. All right.
I like that.
Bwipo, are you returning the favor here?
Well, I mean, I think I'm going to take tactical. Like, why not? Why not?
Okay, there we go. So
Yeah,
let's go into the European squad. Core JJ, who's next?
I'm gonna pick. You say you have tactical, right?
Yeah.
So Hansama, Broxah, and Jensen are remaining. So Jensen's picked up the last two players, Hansama and Broxah.
Wait, there's going to be some off-roll mechanics here. Okay, how
Let's go. Yes, there will be.
I'm gonna pick Jensen.
Yeah, perfect. So we have Jensen for Core JJ. That means Hansama and Broxah, the last one's Bwipo. Are you going to betray Hansama and steal Broxah, or are you going to go with Hansama and give Broxah to the north?
And I think tactical will have more fun bot lane if we play. I think tactical will enjoy playing against Core JJ. So I think I'll give him a good AD carry. I think that would be more fun. So I'll take Broxah.
Okay, so Broxah picked up here for Whip, of course, and that means Hansama will go over to Core JJ.
Oh,
thank you so much. Core JJ, I'm not quite sure that was the response.
I got headshot.
I was looking for it. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Wait, what? Wait, oh, you didn't get a jungler. Oh, I see.
Jensen was supposed to be my ADC.
Oh, I see. You guys talked about it. My idea is just to put Hilly top, and then I'll put whoever wants to support. But I know Hilly will enjoy playing top lane. I know he'll have fun.
Bwipo has accidentally ruined the chances of the LCS. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, we'll see you on the Rift.
Oh no, I got headshot. That's Core JJ's reaction.
I mean, he got big brained by Bwipo. You hear him talking about how he was, going to put Jensen at the 80 carry so he could take a Broxah jungle, and then he ends up with Hansama. Now he's like, wait, now I don't have.
I gotta chime in. Core JJ headshot himself by picking Humanoid at all, let alone second. I mean, like Jensen is right there. Pick the. I mean, self-made, to be fair, is the better mid laner as well. That's why they role swapped earlier. But yeah, as you heard, there's no jungler on Core JJ's side. He actually wanted to pick up Brox at the end there, and it got sniped. So props to Bwipo. But we all know self-made is going to take mid and do just fine, and Brox is going to be just comfortable.
Yeah, well, it was all rigged right from the start as soon as Quickshot held that coin up, and he can't even tell what's on it. So for all we know, he was setting things up from the start. But if you're trying to keep track of exactly how these rosters came to be, let's first take a look at what Team Bwipo looks like, because he ended up with Hylissang, Selfmade, Tactical, and Baraxa. So actually, the TL bot lane broken up here today.
True.
Yeah, definitely the case.
And if it wasn't for Humanoid getting stolen, oh, sorry, please.
Oh, no, you're all good.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Humanoid getting stolen, he would have a bunch of current and ex-Fnatic players. Like, he just get the whole squad. And, you know, would have looked pretty decent, but, or that's Nemesis I'm thinking of. Sorry, for some reason I got that one backwards. Still, regardless, almost had the stacked Fnatic lineup, but, you know, got pretty close. He got 4.
Yeah, and he was looking for it at first, definitely, just by how the start of his draft ended up going, breaking up from there. But on the other side, we do have Team Core JJ, which ended up being Licorice, Humanoid, Jensen, and Han Sama. I'm not sure, though, Mark, where anybody is going at all, since it seems like those plans were originally spoiled.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Core JJ wasn't happy with his team, but I think the actual quality, I feel pretty great about. I mean, the only awkward thing is who's going to play jungle. If I don't know if any of them off-roll it, we'll have to see. I mean, like Freak was saying about Humanoid, you know, role swapping yesterday or on Friday, like maybe he'll just pick it up again and the roster will work out fine. I think the bot lane's actually going to be really strong for them.
Yeah, and I am happy that the point of displeasure was actually the fact that they were going for something very much in All-Stars fashion, hoping to get Jensen there in the bot lane. And we'll actually have to see how things end up turning out here, because it's Nemesis draft to start off. So Flowers, Mark, let's go ahead and take a look at Champion Select.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and get into our champion select here. My name is Captain Flowers. I am joined by Mr. Mark Zimmerman himself as we get into this. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you nothing about Mark, Zed, or any of that. To be honest,
thank you.
All I knew that Zed was a bad guy in Power Rangers until I was like 20-something years old. Somebody said it one time in college, and it confused the hell out of me for a good hour, even after they explained it. So
yeah, now he's a ninja and he's a musical performer, so there's enough of that.
All
we got the
works out.
draft on screen here, and it looks like a lot of supports picked up on the side of Team Bwipo.
Wait, they actually gave their opponents Master Yi and 4 supports to just let Master Yi run wild.
It's weird that they gave him a full comp, because remember, this is, you know, these champions that they're piloting were drafted by the other team. So that means Team Core JJ drafted 4 supports and a Master Yi for Team Bwipo.
Yeah.
The other team has 4 AD carries and 1 support, with an Alistair trying to keep a Sivir, Vayne. Oh, no, that's a Katarina.
Yeah, there's Katarina. But she builds AD
Katarina.
carry items now. Like, she builds Kraken Slayer and Bork and everything. So, okay, this is really weird. I'm really surprised they gave him Tarek Yi. Just in a general XD type of game mode.
Their lanes suck, for sure. But they actually have like a comp.
The lanes are dog, but
that kind of work.
This is... If they can get to team fights without just everything feeling awful because they're going to have jungle, or no, the jungle will be fine. All right, let's see how they play this. So,
it's funnel mid, right? Tarek Yi mid?
Yeah, you funnel mid, and then bottom is Nami Janna, and then it's top lane Bard, because Bard can kind of just build whatever. So you just top lane Bard, get him a dead man's plate, and just have him run around slapping people with meat.
Might be top Janna. I mean, she used to be a top way back in the day when her tornado could actually like insta clear waves. It's not quite as strong. They nerfed a lot of her like kind of ability to do that. But you're also not against a great top laner. So maybe just slap a shield on yourself. You go in there, start hitting. I don't know. What are you against? Vayne top? Probably.
I feel like Vayne top's the one that makes the most sense, right? Like it's Vayne top. It's Katarina mid.
No. Doesn't Katarina have to jungle? Because none of the AD carries can really jungle. Vayne can jungle? Okay.
I think. Like, it's probably not good, but none of these champions are good at jungling, so I'm pretty sure Vayne can do it. She has that W thing, so...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have no idea. I think that's the biggest problem that the Team Core JJ is going to face, is that they gave the other team a real jungler, and they don't really have a jungler. So someone's about to get gapped really hard in the jungle on the side. And they don't even have a jungler, actually. I just remembered. That was the problem. Is Humanoid's going to have to play jungle on that team, on a non-jungle champion.
Yeah, they have no, Core JJ literally said, oh, damn, I got headshot. And because he didn't get a jungler, so now he has a mid lane playing jungle on a champion that's got no business farming raptors and wolves and all this nonsense. So this whole early game is going to be a mess. But on the bright side, their opponents is playing all supports plus Master Yi, who's just trying to dig his way through the kitchen drawer and find the funnel and just start chugging down as many minions as possible. Like, wait, Mark, I haven't kept up on the current state of funnel because I'm not a degenerate.
A degenerate.
What is the current state of the jungle item and everything? Like after the rework, does it still have that super minion tax on it? I literally don't remember what we last did to funnel. I just know we nerfed it like 17 times.
It got nerfed 17 times and was still somewhat viable. I know in solo queue, people did still run funnel with Tereki in particular, and it was somewhat effective. It wasn't like broken like it used to be. But now, like you're saying with the item, because it goes away after 5 smites in the jungle, I don't really know how that functions. Is it attached to that item as well? Is the tax thing still involved? I think. I don't know. Actually, the other thing, too, is funneling actually requires some coordination. As much as it's memed as this terrible degen strat, like, you actually need to practice it just the littlest bit. So maybe they won't go for it. They'll just go more normal lanes.
Yeah, you do have to have good pathing. Like, everybody, including myself, memes on funnel as, like, brain off, eyes closed, sit on your hands, apply face to keyboard, and just, haha, Master Yi won. But you do actually have to know the pathing and make sure that people are in the right spot. Otherwise, it just kind of turns into a bit of an XD. So hopefully, I just want to see madness this game. Maybe the whole supports, they just stay in lane long enough to collect like 2 or 3 waves when they crash. Other than that, they just roam around with Master Yi. It's just Master Yi and the entourage.
I'm going to guess self-made is the Master Yi as well, and this is just his like dream. This is what he fantasizes going to bed every night. He's putting his entire team on supports, and he's like, give me the carry.
You just put them all on supports, and Master Yi bounces back and forth between each lane, just funneling everything into him. Maybe Master Yi doesn't even take a jungle item. Because okay, hear me out, Mark. Hear me out.
All right, I'm hearing you out.
Master Yi doesn't actually take a jungle item. Because if you take the jungle item, you get the minion reducer thing, right? You're just going to be farming 3 lanes anyway. So just say, forget it. I don't need a jungle item. And then you just farm every lane without the penalty, right? This is a 5-head strat.
I mean, let's just ignore everything that has to do with like farming efficiency and all that stuff and go, yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going for. As we're here on the Rift finally, we can see these guys running out of the base. Okay, we didn't get the no jungle item start, so apparently we were not ready for that next step in human evolution just yet. But they are invading. The support squad is chatting up, moving into the enemy brushes. Now let's see what they can find.
Yeah, I mean, the Team Core JJ doesn't really have a good jungler. You were right in your call that it is the Vayne jungle. The Katarina is actually going top and Alistar mid. Core JJ, the CJJ Jensen threw my head for a loop for a second. I was like, wait, who's playing mid? And Core JJ is playing his signature Sivir pick when he was in AD carry, and they're going double AD carry bot lane. So they didn't put the one support on their team actually in the support position, strangely enough.
Very interesting. Maybe it's like you just build ability haste and try to let Sivir ulti as much as possible so everyone else can run fast, because most of you are squishy, right? So you've got to be able to kite. Very important.
Yeah, I mean, we can go with that because nothing else makes more sense to me. On Team Whippo, it was the Janna top, actually. We'll
okay,
probably
so you
just
called
see.
that. That's good stuff.
I remember my
Janna
boy
top.
Zken way back in the day on his.
Oh man, that's a
spam
throwback
happy.
of it. That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jensen playing the purple Alistar. I think I've only seen this skin a couple of times because I just see almost no one play Alistar these days, and I've never seen this chroma used before.
It feels
I'm digging
like
the purple
it's
Alistar.
It looks like another Taric to me. It's going to confuse me probably.
It's
it's a big Taric.
It's just Cal Taric, the new and improved version of Taric. Taric's next gameplay update, if he ever gets another one, it doesn't change anything about him. Like, none of his abilities change, no cooldowns, no gameplay pattern, nothing. It just turns him into a cow.
As long as he keeps the hammer and like the leotard, I'm good with it.
Yeah, a cowl with a hammer and a leotard and like the deep V-neck. As long as you got that, you're in business. As Licorice is going in, looking to give Tactical the business, but what is this? Tactical has help nearby and self-made. Oh no!
No.
Not only the kill, but the fail flash too, and Jensen's in the bottom lane, headbutting and pulverizing and walking up
GG,
and
go
dying.
next.
Oh no, Jensen just beep beep boop boop beep beep boop. Hello sir, this is your Uber Eats driver. I've got your Big Mac ready to be delivered. 100% grade A beef.
Yeah, but he delivered it
no.
to the wrong team.
Yeah, that's Uber Eats brought right to the doorstep of your turret, man. That's not it. Oh, tragedy for Alistar mid on the roam. You hate to see it.
And doesn't look like Team Core JJ's backing away, though. They're keeping the pressure up. Humanoid's on his way down now. Why not give him a second kill?
Oh, boy, here we go. All right, Humanoid, let's see if they can get the dive in there. Whippo's got like 150 HP. Maybe they can make this happen. The turret shot's coming out. Core JJ's getting away. Humanoid going for one, looking for two, needs a little bit more, and he's got it. A double kill for Humanoid, but he hangs around underneath the turret and just sort of dies to that. Now, Brox is running up. He's got the hammer, and he's trying to bring it down. That wasn't the right way to aim that. Don't worry, nobody saw it. Go bonk him. Go bonk him. There we go. Late flash from Hans Sama. And Broxa picks up the 4th kill of the game for the Whippo team.
Okay, here we go. Team 4 supports getting bloodthirsty. You would have thought they tried to farm it out to their Master E's ready to go, but Team Core JJ is just hungry to give away kills. Some nice stacking there, actually, on the bot side of Team Whippo. Allowed the bar to dodge a couple of the skill shots, ended up going onto the Nami. And then Hansama, you know, just low health, good roams by Team Whippo, collapsing. You know, able to bonk him down.
I love the late flash. That's so good. Everybody is just going full throttle into the fiesta of this game, and I'm here for it, man.
There's no brakes. They cut the brakes.
Yeah, these cars weren't even built with brakes on them. You don't even have to worry about cutting the brakes. These things are just built to be destroyed.
They got one pedal.
Yes,
the gas.
And it just makes you go faster. This makes Demolition Derby look like a safety test. Like, these are not road-safe cars that these guys are driving right now. As Core JJ is going aggro here on the support Sivir, getting some poke down. Oh, man. Oh, and so it's the Noon Quiver on the Yi. So it's Kraken Slayer. I was kind of hoping for the Dusk Blade Yi, where he turns invisible after every reset just because it's more troll than even the normal version of him. But the Kraken Slayer is the stronger one right now, I think. So at least there's a little bit of try hard there. As Whippo dying in the 2v2, and look at that. Core JJ would have got another one if Hilly didn't flash out of the way of the second part of the Boomerang Blade. No summoner spells available. Oh, he killed him anyway!
Core JJ with the snipe on the Boomerang. They're in a little bit of trouble, though, because Selfmade wants some cleanup kills here, but I think he has to be a little bit careful. He has Purple Gun. He can get rooted up.
Oh, my goodness,
Nah, he's got it.
dude.
He got abandoned.
Okay, Hansama, I don't think you're long for this world, brother. Goodbye. See you later.
Apparently in the picture-in-picture in the top lane, meanwhile, Tactical killed Licorice in a 1v1.
Wait, Janna solo killed Katarina? Okay, Mark,
yeah.
I think you might have been onto something, my friend, about this top lane Janna thing. Because this is seemingly working pretty well here as Humanoid just gets jumped on. Selfmade does a whole bunch of damage. Humanoid's trying to walk away. The stun won't find him. But now backups coming in from both sides. Broxa and Jensen showing up here. A little bit more damage onto Humanoid would have sealed the deal, but they can't quite get there just yet. Jensen going for the Pulverize to buy himself a little bit more time. Has to use the ulti as Hylissang finds the CC. He just walks up trying to punch him one time, but now he hung around too long. Oh no, Jensen. Okay, all right, no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. He still walks away. The punch was worth. Let's take a look at the insane Janna mechanics here in the top lane. Let's see what Tactical does.
All right, he W's him, he Q's him, he autos him, and then Licorice realizes the thumbs up is thrown.
Flash auto W for the kill underneath the turret, and Tactical takes the solo kill.
I think we see why people don't try Janet top more often. The mechanics are just really difficult to pull off the target.
Yeah, you've got to be on top of your game. Like, if you didn't get a good night's sleep, if you didn't do your hand warm-ups beforehand, you're not going to be ready for this. And Hans Sam is not ready for the self-made presence in the bottom lane. 4-0-0 on Master Yi. Who would have guessed, Mark? in a game where one team has a jungler and 4 champions to enable him and the other team has Vayne, the team with the jungler would be able to pop off in the jungle.
I feel like there had to have been some sort of collusion going on for Selfmade to get Master Yi. I wonder if there was like a PayPal link, you know, in the chat, and suddenly Hans Sama or Humanoid's like locking in a champ for him.
Oh no, Humanoid might be in a bad spot yet again. The Vayne's level 4. Tactical's trying to run away. He gets the interrupt with the tornado. He wants to get all the way out. The flash follow-up from Licorice if he can just step on the knife, but no, Jensen will make sure that the cow gets paid today and will pick up the 5th kill of the game for Team Core JJ. 8-5. We got 13 kills in 8 minutes. It's a pretty promising sign. Hans Sama's in a 1v2 trying to hang on down here. Whippo looked for the binding there, but couldn't quite get it. Oh, but still no objectives taken. That's what we got to remember, too. Teams aren't playing for that because that don't matter. And Hans Sama, oh, no. The Bard and Nami are too much in the 2v1.
Yeah, nice little wraparound there using the tunnel to get back in range. And I gotta say, this is a fast-paced game, man. You're doing way more work than I am. I just sit back, throw out some jokes, and then you got to go back to Rap God mode.
That's what all these games at All-Stars are. It's just that every single time as Core JJ uses the spell shield, tries to get himself away. But Whippo with the 2-man CC coming through with the angles and the plays. Jensen picks him up after the fact, but still not a bad showing down here. As Humanoid standing melee range against Tarek, that is not generally the best way to go about playing Vayne, but now he's turning it around. All right, put a couple of more shots in there. There you go. Humanoid a little bit behind here in the jungle matchup, level 5 to level 7, but catching up. It's all good. No worries. All Gucci. Tumbles forward, sidesteps away from the stun. Jensen's here to bring in some backup, but here's Selfmade. It's more and more from both sides. The tornado chases after Jensen, but it will not find him. Master Yi, 5 kills. This is some scary stuff for Team Core JJ.
Yeah, it was who's baiting who there. It looked like, Humanoid was waiting for Jensen to collapse. But the thing with all these supports is you get heals, you get shields coming out of nowhere. The next thing you know, that Tarek's living with 20 HP. Jensen is going, looks like AP Alistar, but he starts with Moby Boots. We'll have to see if he's able to keep making roams happen.
River Cow. His entire purpose is to just roam. As Licorice wants to pick up a kill on Selfmade. No, he just wants to pick up his dagger. Okay, that's fine.
He keeps dropping them all over the place. What is he doing?
That dagger wasn't even close to Yi. I feel like he picked that one up like he was playing Skyrim or something. You just see some crappy sword on the ground. You're like, okay, I'll pick it up. I can sell it for 23 gold. And you just run over and grab it for no reason. Is Selfmade using the Gale Force here. Not Kraken Slayer. Instead wants to go for the Gale Force. Very strong item right now. Gives you an extra little bit of mobility. But here's Humanoid. Tries to go in there. Using the ulti. Staying alive. And there you go. Shut down for Humanoid. There in the jungle. Getting himself back in this game.
I feel like right now Selfmade's that guy who's got a squad. Hold on. Licorice might get a kill here. He's not giving up on it.
No, he's got this. He's got this. There's no way he misses out on that. All right. Whippo tries to get away through the wall, but Hans Sama grabs a kill on him. Core JJ's looking for another one here onto Hillisang, but won't quite have the damage to find it. Now, there is mana still in the pools for both of these champions here on the Core JJ side. There went your Boomerang Blade once again. Hans Sama doesn't have the green gun, so he doesn't have super range, but purple is going to be the CC. Hans Sama doesn't walk up to get the last auto attack, but the bouncing thing. Okay.
He tried to cool guys don't look at explosions, and he missed the kill.
There was no explosion. He just walked away. That's the gif that everybody uses on Twitter of the dude shooting the three-point shot, throwing his hands up in the air, and the ball just beats off the rim.
Nick Young, no!
It's like, no, dude, that wasn't it. Oh, Humanoid gets bound up by the Whippo CC, but Tarek is Tarek. He can't jump in there and help you. Now they just end up giving away a free Broxa burger to Humanoid and Jensen, and Whippo can't follow it up and get that kill either. I was giving Humanoid a little bit of grief for a rough start. His clear wasn't that great. I mean, he's Vayne. What's he supposed to do? But now he's sitting on 4-2-1, so he's catching up a little bit here in this game, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered from the position he was put in, it's not that bad for Humanoid. I'm still questioning Team Core JJ's lane assignments. I really think that Alistar probably shouldn't be there. But, here we go.
It's all good. Selfmade's going underneath the enemy turret, trying to do some stuff. He ends up trading 1 for 1 there, but as long as he's getting paid, I think he's doing all right here. Has the Berserker's Greaves now completed? Core JJ might just get dove on. Nope, he walks away. They didn't want to go super crazy just yet. Okay, let's see. Can the Janna win the 1v1 again? Okay, he interrupts the Death Lotus. Finding a little bit more damage here. But now back in the bottom lane, we got ourselves a 2v3. Tidal Wave coming out. CoreJJ blocking it down with a Spell Shield, but now he can't get away from the Bard ulti. So many more CCs coming through, and Whippo is the one getting the money from that one. What am I supposed to call them? Just Team Whippo and Team CoreJJ? Or
I think so.
Like more unique names than that?
Team Whips and
like
we.
Can I call them like Whippos Brawlers and
Whippo's boys.
Yeah, Whippo boys. The Whippo boys are making the plays down here in the bottom lane. The Whippo boys, they came to party. The Bubble's not finding the mark, but the CoreJJ crew keeps themselves alive.
Core's crew and Whippo's boys?
Yeah, Whippo boys and Core crew.
It sounds like a weird gym.
Yeah, no, it sounds like something they would advertise to you at Planet Fitness or something. All right, bro, you want to join up with Planet Fitness here today? We're going to get you on the Core Crew workout for only $129 per month. Now, Selfmade's in the bottom lane. He's making some plays. He's going after the Core Crew, brother. Picking up himself one, and he's looking to keep that six-pack a punching. Looking for even more. The boy's not willing to settle with a beer keg, and he's going right in for CoreJJ. There comes your six-pack. There goes your kills, and there goes Selfmade.
I wish I was witty enough to come up with a
I hope I don't get
gym-related pun follow-up, but I don't. I don't have it. They got a beer gut on that one. I don't know. You could go back to the gym, more work. There's something there, but I'm too stupid to figure it out.
Can't run it off when you're skipping leg day. Bam.
Yeah, see, look, you're clever and funny. I'm dumb and uncultured.
Hey, it's the only reason I can even think of this is because our call time was 6 a.m. today, and I've just been chugging coffee.
So I made the mistake. I didn't know we had another one to cast after this, so I've already got through my venti drink and a coffee before, so I'm a little wired, and I'm going to crash hard in the last game.
No, you got to stay alive for the last game, dude. Come on. Just chug another one.
All right, I'll get another one going. But yeah, this is another kill for Humanoid. I still think when you watch these two comps play, the biggest problem is what kind of went down in the bot lane there is the chain CC combo, whereas the other team is just damage. You know, I guess they do have some with like the Vayne knockback, you know, Aphelios Roots and Alistar, but otherwise,
see you later. Oh, here comes Selfmade again. The 8-kill Master Yi.
Look how many buffs are on him.
Is looking to get
There's like
I know,
7 buffs.
Frightening. The Master Yi is just full-on raid boss tier. No, he's not raid boss tier. He's the fully kitted out dude who gets all the drops because he owns the guild. And everybody else
by his entire team.
Yeah, everybody else just farms his buff potions for him. They make sure he's fully ready to go every single raid. Like, this dude is just hard carrying the whole game right now.
He's the streamer who has a bunch of fans who shows up and gives them all their crap so he can look like the world's first record
He's
setter.
a Path of Exile streamer.
Look, I got the world first after my legion of fans gave me all the gear.
Oh, for what it's worth, I know before somebody flames me and I end up on a Path of Exile subreddit, I know all the Path of Exile streamers don't actually do that, but I know some of them have done it before. So
and like other games have done it too.
Yeah, other games do that shit. I have to put my asterisk on there because it's 2020, dude. People have been stuck in their houses for 9 months. They don't got anything.
They're just
better
looking
to do
for anything to get angry
just
about.
try to start something on the internet. So I got to be careful about that. Nice shutdown on the Vayne. Selfmade swooping in there, getting it done. 9 kills on Master Yi. Oof. Scary boy. Oh,
yeah. He's hunting again.
I don't think he's done, dude. He's already firing off the Gale Force. Look, half of Katarina's health disappeared from Gale Force Q auto. And he's just in there.
Yeah, he tried to spin, just nothing happened. Just gets slapped down by Selfmade. I don't really know what you do from this position as 480 carries to deal with a fed Master Yi gunning at your face with invulnerability, a stun attached to him, enhanced auto attacks that deal damage and heal. There's Imperial Mandate on the Nami. It's a nightmare.
Oh, CoreJJ gets the kill on Whippo. Can they take down this turret? Okay, yes they can. Yes, they can. All of a sudden, we got ourselves some structures falling across this thing. Still only 1,000 gold apart, Mark, even though it looks like Master Yi is probably a 6,000 gold lead on its own.
There's one champ that matters this game, and he's fed as hell. All right? Yeah. That gold lead could say anything, and I don't care. It could be there. CoreJJ team's up 10K. I don't know. Selfmade's out of control.
Yeah, Selfmade's got 2,400 more gold than the next closest person, and that's his counterpart in the jungle that he two shots. So,
it's yikers.
Oh, no, man. All right, what do we got? What do we got? We got Licorice in a bad spot. We got a bubble coming through and Self-Made running out. CoreJJ's trying to chase him down. But the problem, he turns back and he taunts
Gives him the taunt.
Self-Made with the style points as Broxta tries to tank it up in there, but he's not tanking anything, man. Whippo boy's got to turn around and get the hell out of town because there is no way to keep on fighting in this one.
All right.
Oof.
So here's my pitch on how this actually works for Team CoreJJ.
Okay.
You have to basically bait a couple of the tools from Team Whippo. Self-Made's ult, most importantly. Oh, Humanoid going for the 2v1.
Oh, Humanoid, can you get it, bro? He's got the Immortal Shield, bro, keeping him alive. Needed a little bit more damage to get the kill onto Whippo.
Oh.
And so close on both counts, but the Whippo boys stay ahead and pick up the kill on that enemy vein. And remember, that's their most fed player. So that was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, definitely Humanoid's been struggling a little bit ever since the kind of like jungling portion of the game has broken down and it's been run through lanes and killed teammates, or enemies, excuse me. As, yeah, Licorice, you just got to stay with your team.
Oof. Okay, where's my... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, where's my action going to pop off next as I'm trying to just keep track
Where
of
isn't
everything
it?
in this game?
That's the easier question to answer.
Yeah, okay,
Who's not going to be dying?
And this game actually meets my criteria for... Oh, no, wait, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because I actually specifically have criteria for a Fiesta, Mark. Both teams,
really?
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Hylissang's going to get killed here. This is actually going to bring us closer to the Fiesta, Mark, as CoreJJ tries to get out. Whippo wants to run away. Moonlight Vigil over the wall, and Tactical shows up for a 1v1 against Hansama, but Hansama has the Reddit meme gun. Whenever you see the white icon next to his health bar, it means he gets to build all the chakrams. He means he gets to have all that ridiculous damage potential, and there you go. Tactical falls too. Oh, but the clock just ticked over. We were at a Fiesta, and now we're not. Licorice going right back in, looking to fight these guys as Broxta barely walks away. Jensen's ulti's not going to keep him safe against all the true damage from Self-Made, who wants to run all the way out. He doesn't even have the meditate, but it does not matter. 2 HP is enough.
Licorice trolled the hell out of Jensen there. Licorice waited until Self-Made Q'd him, then E'd back towards his dagger and pulled him out of range of the headbutt pulve combo. I mean, not like Licorice did it on purpose, but he trolled the hell out of him.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate. Okay, so Self-Made wants the red, but he's not going to get it. CoreJJ shows up to deny it, and Self-Made flashes over the wall to stay alive here. How much money does Self-Made even have in his inventory? He's got to have like a whole item ready to purchase.
Yeah, this is like for sure a 3K purchase.
Yeah, this has to be third item
here.
just right here. Whatever, like Infinity Edge
because
or whatever.
The gold too with the farm. He's at 200 farm, and I mean next closest is 126 basically. So he's 11K, and no one else is in triple digits, or excuse me, 5 figures, whatever.
Yeah. Team Whippo trying to chase these guys away. They don't really want to be fighting without Self-Made. And yeah, he went back. He immediately bought full Infinity Edge and a Ruby Crystal, and he still has 600 more gold in his inventory. Absolutely crazy economy here on this guy as they're going after even more. The whole support squad just ready to back up Master Yi whenever he wants to go ham. These guys are going to be right there behind him, and here it goes. What? He just he hit him one time. He didn't even bother having to queue him. He just walked up, slap. Wow. Okay.
Oh, God. The funny thing is, too, if you're Team CoreJJ, you're not really paying attention to the shop that closely. You last saw Self-Made at red buff running away like a little scared, you know, with 2 items. You're like, maybe we can still fight this game. The next time you see him, it's with an IE.
Yeah, he just one-tapped him. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that I have to do a lot more play-by-playing than usual, but I'm still thankful I don't have your job because I don't know how the hell to say anything smart about a fight like that where you just runs up, bonks the guy one time for 1,200 damage, and that's the end of the fight. I don't know how to analyze that.
You don't. You just don't. I mean, we talked about them actually having a real comp that gets to run in, and then like Self-Made just got so accelerated this game because they gave him a real jungle champ. Like, he's the only one who's really a legitimate champion in their role, minus the support. You know, Hylissang.
You give turns out if you give a world-class jungler Master Yi in a meme game, it's probably going to get pretty ridiculous pretty quick.
And you gave him fun, like, Tariq is a real thing. It's actually, for people who don't know why it's such a disgusting combo, is Tariq will put his Link onto the Yi. You channel the ult on top of him so it becomes invulnerable. And then his E, when he Qs, the E will come out wherever he's facing. So you just get an automatic stun on your target. It's actually the most broke combo ever. That's hyperbole. But it's the most broke combo ever. And then when you get hella funneled, it's so gross.
And then when you add extra backup to it in the form of Nami and Bard and Janna, all making sure you never...
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ring Around the Rosy. Oh, but things aren't so rosy for Licorice. Not no more. Man, he might have won the 1v1 tournament, but unfortunately, he's up against a Master Yi now. Broxah manages to get the ulti to work, but it's only going to buy him a couple of extra seconds as they pick up more money here in the mid lane. So Broxah traded for Licorice, Jensen, and Hans Sama across the map. Humanoid's on the wrong side of the river wall, trying to make something happen. Goes for some sort of a move here as Whippo flashes to the side to make sure that he doesn't get stunned against the wall by the Vayne Condemn. Humanoid's still looking to outplay this one. Bard's going to have a hard time doing auto attack trades with Vayne.
Where's Mr. Yi?
Yeah, Mr. Yi is down there in the bottom side river just hanging out in the swimming pool. I don't know what he's doing down there, but his team's in a bit of a rough spot here. Tactical grabs the kill into Core JJ. Selfmade has arrived, goes for the Q, looking to follow up damage. Instantly there.
Oh no, run on Sama.
Oh, Hans Sama, there's no way out, dude. 200 is not enough years. You're gonna need a millennium for this. He's got Tiamat too, so now he just pushes for free on everything. Licorice used the shut bow, but it ends up baiting him back.
Wait,
there
Core.
it is, Mark. There's your redemption
Jensen.
arc. Last time he might have baited him away from the Alistar CC. This time he brings him right into it, and Selfmade is taken out.
Better combination there by Licorice and Jensen, but unfortunately, the Alistar's the one who gets the 1,000 gold shutdown. I'm not quite sure how effectively he's going to use it. He's got the Protobelt completed, so he's going for even more mobility. You know, he just wants to be able to make plays all over the map. I mean, he definitely needs ability haste because you're like the only real shutdown, you know, option. When the Yi goes in, you can Q him.
Yeah.
And that's about like your only hope, unless you have Purple Gun for Hans Sama. Otherwise, the Yi is going to go nuts in every fight.
Yeah, it's all on Jensen. It's got to be Jensen from start to finish. Also, my initial assessment of River Cal was correct because he rushed Mobies and he has 67 farm at 24 minutes.
He's the mid laner, and somehow he's going to end up with the least in the game.
I mean, he's got less than Core JJ, who's his support. So, yeah, Jensen has been sacrificing self for the good of the team.
Oh.
He's a team player, man.
Airball by Whippo there.
That's all good. Sometimes you just got to shoot him out there and see if something lands. Hans Sama wants to run away, but Whippo is saying, no, sir, keeping him slowed down. Look at the damage from the Bard. Selfmade
won't be
chasing.
denied.
Gale Force plus Alpha Strike equals see you later. Goes after Core JJ now, too. You can't flash away from the auto attacks when they're coming out at the speed of light. Double kill for Master Yi.
Base race!
The base is getting destroyed. Oh, God, is this going to be KT versus IG Part 2, except it's with Master Yi and 4 supports?
I don't know why they recalled anyone. They're so far ahead in this base race, but
Yeah, like, you don't have to send anybody back for this.
you just end the game.
Like, I don't think Katarina's going to manage to stop Master Yi from taking this.
All right. Well, here we go. Humanoid's trying to make a play.
Okay,
Gets
so
the flash
bottom
over the
side,
wave.
yeah, Humanoid's actually winning this for now. Stun on the Bard.
Oh, hold on here.
So Humanoid's actually still alive. Humanoid's popping off. Selfmade has to back out now with Broxah. And it looks like our friends on Team Core JJ just might have made this a decent decision.
Can they deny
after
recalls?
all. Jensen's
Can they
going
get to
in.
Yi?
Brox is in a bad spot. Team Core JJ
Stop the
has
recall.
found their opportunity to strike back. It's a double kill for Licorice. Everybody that's not named Master Yi on the Whippo's boys has died. It is Selfmade alone. He must truly 1v5 now. Slammed into the wall there with the Condemn. Humanoid needs a little bit more. Humanoid 1v1s him. The
Humanoid
Vayne.
has put on the carry pants. He is 1v9ing this game right now in the bot lane.
He actually just 1v1 the Master Yi. The 19 kills Master Yi just got 1v1. Holy moly.
I will say the way Humanoid played that was smart. He funneled him into that little corridor there, so no matter where the Yi popped up, he would be able to get a wall stun on him, basically. Here we go. They're going to try to end the game.
Okay, Humanoid's dead, though. He overextends a little bit. Whippo's able to take him down because Whippo does have a very damage-heavy build as Licorice gets a kill and attacks.
Is this where the 4 AD carries finally shines?
This might be it. There's 10 seconds left on Master Yi. That's what the Core JJ crew has to remember here. Tidal Wave goes out. Everybody splits to the left and right to make sure they don't get hit by that. Licorice jumps in. It's a 1-for-1 trade there, which is better than he would have got by just running. So, hey, I'll take it. Boomerang blade backwards from Core JJ. Bwipo and Broxa still chasing after. Bard, of course, having a lot of chase potential. I don't know what that was stunning, but hey, sometimes you just want to use your abilities because the particles look cool. Now the red team's still in a good spot here. Broxa does land the stun on the follow-up there.
See you, Jensen.
Stuck in a bad spot. Everybody else is just saying, all right, Jensen, your new name is Speed Bump because we are throwing you under the bus. But now they're not. It actually was a bait. There was no Speed Bump all along. Everybody's working together on this road, and the road ends here. Self-Made shows up, and this boy is not happy. That's the second time this game people have fail flashed over a wall trying to get away from this scary Master Yi. You know, Mark, there's a lot of horror games out these days. Like the new Amnesia, there's like Phasmophobia, there's a bunch of other stuff. They need to just make a League of Legends horror game with a Dark Summoner's Rift, and instead of there being a horror monster or like Fiddlesticks or something, it's just a 25-kill Master Yi that runs at you with full crit items, and if he hits you, you die.
I want it to be a VR game too. I want to be on Summoner's Rift doing Raptors, you know, just having a good time, and this Yi rounds the corner and the terror sets in and you have to try and flash the wall.
He's just right there. Yeah, you have to use your flash to get away and survive and hope that he misclicks and alpha strikes a chicken instead of you. Also, this game has 75 kills and we are now on the 3rd dragon of the game.
That sounds about right. I don't know, was that supposed to surprise me?
Yeah, that's oh. So I never actually got to finish making my point earlier. The way
I've been waiting.
I define a fiesta, both teams have to have a minimum of 1 kill per minute. And we're well past that now.
Right, because otherwise it's just a stomp, right?
Yeah, because if only one team's doing it like earlier, it's stompy. So if they both have it, it just means nobody knows how to stop themselves from dying excessively, and that's the mark of a true fiesta. Humanoid steps forward away from the Bard ulti, but now he's in a bad spot, man. Oh, but a big Aphelios ult with the root onto 4. Jensen with the follow-up, but they're only going after the supports, and Master Yi has arrived. Self-Made invulnerable. Self-Made just cutting through everybody. It looked so good, Mark. In a normal game of League of Legends, you get that 4-man root plus the follow-up from Jensen onto the 2 in the front. You're like, oh man, we just won the team fight. It's over. But what they forgot is this is Master Yi and 4 supports. They don't get Master Yi, it doesn't matter.
They also forgot that they don't have any control mage. They don't have any burst damage. It's all 80 carry. So when you get that fat wombo combo and usually get like a Victor ult on top with the laser, yeah, you get a boomerang blade in this comp. But there you go. I mean, Team Bwipo boys, they're going to run this game out now, or they're going to not end it.
No.
Maybe.
No, looks like they might not. Self-Made's... Okay, Self-Made gets it. It was all calculated at the very end. How could we ever doubt them? Self-Made takes the kill on the Nexus, and with the hard carry on the Master Yi, can't imagine how Master Yi with 4 supports would end up being the hard carry of the game. No idea how that would work out.
Especially against four marksmen and an Alistar, you know? I just like, what target is he going to be able to go on?
3 marksmen and Katarina.
Sorry, Katarina. I keep saying that. Yeah, Katarina was there with all her great peeling tools and hard lockdown CC to stop the Yi from popping off. Yes.
So,
yeah, that was a tough game.
That's 1-0 up for the Bwipo boys here in our 3 rounds of competition. Remember, it's not just a best of 3. If Team Bwipo wins the second game, we're still playing the third one. So we've still got Nexus Blitz coming your way next after this, and then once that's all wrapped up, we'll go on to the final game of the day, which will be full 5-on-5 Summoner's Rift that is normal to my knowledge. If that's wrong, somebody will correct me on it.
And it'll be really weird watching that game after this one and Nexus Blitz, where there's like a billion kills, weird champs, all this stuff going down, and then you go back maybe to normal. We'll see. I bet there's still role swaps, actually. These guys are taking some time to experiment and have some fun.
Well, there's going to have to be some degree of role swaps, right? Because Core JJ's team still doesn't even have a jungler. So maybe they do a gentleman's agreement because there's going to be 2 Summoner's Rift games between Humanoid and Jensen. Just be like, hey, we're both mid laners. Nobody wants to jungle. I'll do it first game. You do it second game. Everybody gets to play their role at least once.
If I'm Jensen, I'm pissed that counts as my mid game where I got Alistar. I'm like, that's not a mid cow. Like, why is that my mid game? I mean, I gotta say, they gotta figure something out because otherwise, Self-Made's gonna run over every single one of these games with jungle gap.
All right, let's see how it shakes out after this. Bwipo's boys take their first win in the Dream Team Series. We're stepping away for a moment, but once we're back, our friends in EU will break down the matchup and take us into Nexus Blitz. You don't want to miss it. Stay right there.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we just got game 1 of the Dream Team matchup. Whippo's Boys versus Core's Crew. And, I mean, it's hard to describe how many great moments were in that game. I think probably the first mistake was giving Master Yi to the team that already had force.
We should look back at the draft.
Yeah, perhaps the draft was. Who would have thought that the analysts would say that the draft was the problem? But how did Selfmade get to play Master Yi on the team of 4 supports?
I don't know. Like, just give him Alistair.
Like, what if they had to funnel that Bard?
supports.
That game does not look the same if they had to funnel the Bard. You know what I mean? Like, Whippo was killing 1 or 2 people, but that game would have been awful for them.
Also, like, I respect that they didn't give Teemo over because, fun fact, that champion's kind of really strong.
Yeah.
But, like, give him, like, I don't know,
Rammus?
Rammus, maybe?
0 damage if you give him a Rammus.
What is going on?
I'm trying to think of, like, any champion they could have given that wasn't Master Yi.
Literally anyone in the game that isn't called Master Yi.
No would have been amazing.
Just gets kited forever.
He would have done absolutely nothing. Like,
options. But of course, because of this charitable, it's a charity event, and that was in fact charity, giving that Master Yi over. It does result in this game. I will say that my favorite moment though was not Master Yi related. It was the top lane solo kill of Tactical onto Licorice as Janna into Katarina. Now, of course, it went downhill the later into the game that we went.
And the irony of it is Licorice prior to this was like the 1v1 NA
champion, but he was no match for Tactical's Imperial mandate. Screw Janna, by the way. Why is W a point and click? She's just AP Pantheon. Like, Pantheon gets a rework, Janna W needs a rework.
Okay.
All right.
Let Janna go. Okay.
But as I let Janna go, it's time for us to learn more about the North American reps competing. Let's take a look at another Mercedes Icons of the League.
The story of Edward Tactical Raw starts like that of many North American bot leaders. Veteran Powerhouse takes a leave for one reason or another, giving a young upstart an opportunity to make a splash. And a team full of storied pros, the young ADCs shine. For Tactical, his arrival on Liquid was a much-needed breath of fresh air, as a team full of veterans struggled to find cohesion. While his arrival couldn't save their spring split, it did affirm for TL that this rookie was the future. In summer, Tactical would quickly silence any detractors as the team climbed to top positioning with help from their rookie, having some of the most dominant individual performances that year. In 2021, Tactical is no longer looking to fill the shoes of past stars, but instead to cement himself as a legend of his own.
I gotta say, Tactical's a guy that I'm very genuinely excited for. Him and Licorice feel like the 2 big names in NA as like domestically homegrown talent that are really showing up for the LCS, and we'll see what they're able to do. Of course, this isn't really the stage where they make their names. I mean, you could say to a certain degree.
Yeah, what are you talking
Tactical
about,
is playing with legendary support player Whippo or Hylissang or Selfmade or Broxer.
Or he's playing top.
Or he's playing top lane. How else could he not make a name for himself on this stage? He already played reasonably well at Worlds. And now he's gone and solo killed Licorice in front of thousands of people.
He's
on Janna.
He's the NA Caps.
We know bot lane metas can be hard on even the most veteran of AD carry players. Do you remember when Reckless stepped down because he had to play
His Janna was better than Reckless.
I'm just saying, he's prepared for if that happens again. I'm just saying, like,
what it is.
Got it in the back.
All right, well, we're going to step away, but when we return, we've got the Dream Teams facing off in the ultimate arena of League, the highly competitive Nexus Blitz. Welcome back to All-Stars 2020, where we are jumping into Dream Team Nexus Blitz. That is a sweet shot. Oh, yeah. Welcome, we're still here on mini cameras, including the one that you're seeing us on. Hello. So it's blind pick. There are mini games throughout the game, and it's sudden death at 18 minutes.
Oh, it's 18 minutes.
Fun fact, there are 2 junglers in this mode, and Whippo's Boys have 2 junglers, whereas Core's Crew has 0. So we'll see how this one plays out
Could be too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, but yeah, it could be. Because to be fair, when you and I jungle together, I'm quite demanding of the farm. You know?
That's true. It's kind of designed to be shared in this.
I know, but you know.
But you want the last.
I want the last.
You want those big numbers.
It's true.
I feel like that's the self. How do you think it feels to be self-made? To go from Funnel Yi to whatever peasant champion he has to play this game?
Imagine if they go, well, it worked.
Also, again, it's blind pick, so they're just picking stuff. We'll call it out as we see it locked in.
He's addicted to Yone. He's like, I'm never going to get a chance to play this during the regular season. I've got to get my reps in
They need
now.
2 junglers, though.
I mean,
anyone
you can
can
jungle anything.
This.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, but someone else needs to take smite. If they don't,
you need 2 smites.
But the thing is, because you're not queuing up for it, and if none of these guys have played this game mode, they might not know that they need 2 junglers.
But do you need 2 smites?
Yes.
Why?
Because both you need the smites to get the jungle item, which will help you clear the jungle and gives you the Omni Vamp.
Yeah, and more XP, more important.
And the camps are proportionately harder. They are hard.
I see.
Yeah, I think Dracos is right on this one.
Well, Core's crew have got double smite. What have they got?
Yes. If Whippo's boys lose this because they don't know
1-to-1.
how this game mode works, that will be sad.
Yo, I want to see that brand jungle, baby.
But as we know, reading comprehension with pros is very questionable at times.
Yeah,
They build Hex
reading,
Drinker
right?
with Immortal Shield Bow. They they stack passives like nobody's business.
Is anyone going to tell them they need to run 2 smites?
Come on,
there it is.
There it is.
Yes!
Thank God. There
I
it is.
said it. I want to. Oh, mate. Brand jungle is actually sleeping, by the
Is
way.
this going to be the
Literally.
first? I didn't watch the LCK or the LPL All Stars, but is this the first competitive?
No, they played it. That's how you saw the Faker 1v1 clip. They were playing at the. That's one of the events in Nexus Blitz.
No, not the next. I was going to say the champion, Seraphine.
Oh, I have no idea. That's like the release I'm least excited for. Sorry. It's a great champion, but it's just like compared to Yone, he's like edgy, he hunts demons, pop star. You know, I just don't think I'm the target demographic.
Also, Flowers must be very grateful he doesn't have to cast Seraphine, because I know that he has a bit of a gripe.
No, I think this would be the perfect time for him to cast it. It would just be lighted up. There's like the
All right, Flowers, we got you covered.
We got you covered. So, what you need to know about Seraphine is the technology she uses comes at the cost of the soul crystals of a race of other beings. Is she a bad person? Debatable. Is she complicit? Unarguable. Anyway, it's time for Core's crew. We might have a level 1 all-out bash here, boys. Pantheon going in. Who's going to come out on top of the level 1, though? Big damage already coming in. Selfmade kind of flashes in for a single Q. Definitely a bit questionable there, but now he's going to get one back in return. Bit more time traded out as it is. 1-for-1 overall. Tactical caught on the wrong side, but that's going to be a double kill. Ooh, good body slam flash. But again, no follow-up damage.
It's a triple kill.
Ooh. Triple for Jensen, and that's after a game of Alistair mid. That has to feel so good.
And only 1 traded back. Core's crew coming in, feeling confident.
They had the superior level 1. I think they've been doing their homework in this one. That's the preparation.
Baby.
Yeah, that's
Even though Pant only has 1 assist, I'm sure he did you know.
Mate, you can be a team player in more ways than one.
It's true.
Doesn't have to be on the scoreboard. Maybe he was just yelling commands to his team.
That does sound like something Hans Sama would do.
Yes, he seems like a very vocal, loud type, and there it is.
Here we go, the classic Fnatic jungle duo.
Yeah.
Brand and Yone.
Before anyone gets too upset, because there are some...
Brone. It's the Brone jungle.
It's the Brony jungle.
Brony, no.
Well, what's a Brony?
No, not now.
I don't know.
It's okay. Now's not the time to explain. I appreciate your earnestness.
Please keep your ignorance.
It's good.
All right, but I'm gonna stick with the Brone.
Oh, but the chain CC here is vicious, and they're just gonna get a shutdown. They just fed him all those kills just to take it all away.
That was beautiful strategy. Give him all the kills, get the shutdown.
Wait, Silas is also dead. Broxah got a kill. Did you just clap?
I don't know what to say. There's too much happening at the same time.
To me, you're just like,
Cordigan, you could have flashed into the cannon and taken the cannon out if you've never played a casual game. I'm sorry. I played this game twice, but I feel like if someone's not pretentious about it, someone will get mad. Like, how do you not know the mechanics of Nexus Splits?
explain the mechanics.
So this is a cannon that you can basically jump in to get out of any negative situation ever.
When you said cannon, I genuinely thought you meant the cannon.
Oh, okay, not any negative situation, because if you walk face first in your opposition, you're still going to go down. Now, red buff, big deal. It is basically a neutral objective alongside the Scuttle Crab, and now we're going to have a bit of a fight here on the bottom side. Jensen.
Wait, do we know what the first event is? Because that's actually really important.
I can't see it right now. It's around level 6, though, pretty consistently, so we'll keep our eyes out for it.
Or if CVHD is playing around level 3.
Oh, poor
Not unnecessary.
No, it was necessary. He shouldn't play support Varus again. Burn damage coming in. Licorice burning. Double kill now going over. Both of those going to the hands of the Nico. Hansama now to run for the hills. No cooldowns left, so he is going to be in trouble, but just barely. The triple kill now for Broxah. He is insane at this champion. He might get the Quadra. That's the quad.
He's looking for the penta.
The penta?
He's on fire. Come on, Brox.
He does so much damage, but he takes so much damage back in return. He wants
You're
this
literally
penta.
on
Give
fire.
your life for this. Yes. Penta.
Oh,
Penta.
Oh,
yes, does it count?
That's a penta.
No, humanoid respawn. It's unofficial.
An awkward penta. It's an awkward one.
And it's Lou Timo, and they're all dead now.
Damn, Broxer.
Lou Timo in 12 seconds. They'll all
See,
be
everyone
alive.
says he can only play like 2 champions. That's clearly not true. He has a very good Nico.
They're just many of them aren't junglers.
Yeah.
Nico can jungle. What are you talking about? If my Twitch chat's anything to go by, Nico is a fine
Loot
jungler.
the Timo.
All right.
Okay.
If you
we
hit
hunt
the Timo,
down, beat up Timo, and take his money.
this is what you're talking about.
That's just normal Timo
Double
game.
knockout. Biggity bounce. His humanoid does have a stolen brand ult. They're going to knock him back in. These combos are sick. Whippo now going in. He's going to attack a clone, though. Definitely not ideal. They need to herd Timo away from the enemy tower, as Licorice is now going to get one knock up there. Has to pull back. Not nearly tanky enough at this point of the
just
game.
farming him right now. Oh, here we go. Whippo's joined the fray to zone
Isolate
him
the
away.
Timo.
Now time to beat up the Timo. That's it. Take his money.
This is if you've played against AP Timo recently, this is your therapy. This should be cathartic for you.
There's another one. It's the Vigar. Vigar is the other one, right?
Well, it could be Loot Vigar too.
Yeah. And he stuns you. It's really annoying.
Yes. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Next
I
up.
believe the person that kills the Timo is the team that gets the bonus.
Yeah, exactly.
back.
And he's now in their territory. But Broxa again, exactly where he needs to be. But has been highlighted. Here's the Jungle Guardian. Oh, Daisy! What was that? You love to see it, self-made, getting picked off by the Acathian Rain there. Wholesome ability, that one. As now it looks like very clearly this one should go over to
who's
Corte
gonna get the
crew.
kill?
But the bird! Hellsang got it! Oh, free GA!
Yo, Hillesang.
All they had to
we
do
call him a legend.
was not hit it, and the passive wouldn't have killed it.
You know, we've said that about many a Baron, yet professional players still hit the Baron.
Ooh, cut the tape, Broxa. No one saw it.
Do you know what the irony is?
No.
It was Hans Sama on Rogue the last hit of Baron that was then stolen by a Syndra.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I remember
Going
that
into the
specific game.
encyclopedic memory of yours.
Is that irony or just a comparable example?
That's a comparable example. Where Hans Sama made the exact same mistake that he just demonstrated.
Oh, okay.
Clearly he does not learn from his mistakes. That's what the assessment I've gone from this.
That's what we need.
Right.
Hyperbolic analysis. What the people have been missing.
Okay, what other hyperbolic analysis can we determine from this? Number one.
Tactical is no hands. Look at the but never mind. He instantly turns it around. I can't criticize him. He's untouchable. He's NA caps. I don't know what you want from him.
Oh, self-made.
Pulling back. Broxa. Their other humanoid with the stolen ult is going to leap back in. Whippo in trouble now. Big Seraphine ult. Self-made running for the hills, and I take it back. Seraphine is obviously the superior champion. Yone ain't got nothing.
Okay. Cool. You know what, Dracos? I think it's my turn to play-by-play. So stand aside.
Is it going to be in a pirate accent?
Do you want ad-libs or no?
What, you mean while like where you do the ooh,
Yeah.
yeah, I love those. That would make it great. Here we go. Gragas now diving onto the Seraphine. She's gonna drop. That one was for Captain Flowers.
Flowers.
Oh, when you said ad-libs, I didn't realize.
We'll go either way.
I was getting like a whoop, whoop.
Yeah, I can give you that. That's fine too. But when we do it in the rap battles, we just repeat the last word of it.
It's true. That is one of my favorite. Yeah. That was a good one. Okay, now posturing. We have a replay. Break this down, Drake. Let's break the replay
yeah.
down.
So here we see in the they took it away from me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not allowed to color cast. Yeah. He's allowed to play-by-play. Fine, production. That's fine.
Totally fine. Totally cool.
All right, Foxtrot, go. You can pick what your role is.
Here we go. The stun lands. Humanoid getting chased down. Will take a decent amount of damage, but going to disengage. Now, they're looking to posture once again. Selfmade goes in, has to disengage. The knockup from the Wukong. He's going to get the second knockup. Whippo now on the escape, but Selfmade on the back line. Licorice gets a kill underneath the tower, but now he's in no man's land and he's going to drop. He's the first to die. 1-for-1 exchange. Pretty even, nothing too scary. That looked rather hairy. Boom! Drop.
I was going to say, man, you're following up a Captain Flowers card. There has to be a rhyme in there.
There you go. Oh, boom! He's dived in. He gets the initial kill. Now, Whippo's boys don't want to disengage. Oh, look at the Kaiser diving in. Immediately dies, though, but the Pantheon wants to go try and get vengeance off the back of that. He's looking for the triple. He's going to hand it over to the Silas instead. And this is what you like pick up as a color caster, you know?
Wow, incredible moment!
Wow, yeah,
and the shutdown too, Vedius!
That was a bit of a
Oh, there's just nothing left for this team. Whippo, he was in the wrong place.
I'm working with. This is unbelievable.
Pure amateurs, man. You would have thought we'd never done this before.
All right.
But it's kind of true. We've got a scuttle race.
Now you have to stop the scuttle. That is the goal. That is the game plan.
And if you kill
Oh, now you get your replay. Dracos, break it down.
Yes.
All right, here in this replay, what you're going to see is that Pantheon is not a balanced champion.
Right.
I repeat, Pantheon not balanced. Coming through and clutch there. And then Jensen here, you would think that he's inting, but what he's actually doing is acting as a Seraphine alt highway, because despite the fact that he does have most of the kills on his team, he's really just there to gas up his boy Core JJ.
That's true.
Really wants that guy feeling it.
Great breakdown. Oh, that's death.
That is death.
Oh, but the CC now coming through. Whippo's boys seem to reclaim control. There's a knock-up initially. Selfmade trying to dive onto Humanoid. We'll be looking to take him down. Won't actually have enough damage. Ooh, the follow-up coming through. Now the Scuttle Crab does end up dropping. Whippo's boys have full control over the Scuttle race. They're going to get themselves another benefit. The question is, what will that benefit be? Let's see what the boys will become. As they win, they have a Cloud Soul. Nothing rhymes that has a B in that, but that's another kill for Whippo's boys. Be the best you can be.
Wait, what?
Baby.
Oh, hey. Did you say nothing rhymes with Cloud Soul?
There was no B in that. That's what I was trying. I was doing some like alliteration.
Alliteration, there you go. All right, the English language is difficult.
Wow, he's Welsh. He can't speak.
Yeah, it's true.
Give him a break.
Oh, I could have done that whole thing with a Welsh accent. That would have been a banger for the B for you boys.
You just like, there's just so many feathers in your cap. You can do the Welsh, you can do the pirate, you can do the play-by-play.
I am a big fan of the Scottish. They're very aggressive.
I can hear Duffman's like taking personal offense to this right now. If he's watching, he's like,
it's not just Duffman.
It's not just Duffman. There's an entire,
take it away.
There's an entire country. Here we go. Hansama facing the wrong way to block damage. That's going to cost him his life. But now as the fight starts to take off, Whippo fishing for a good opportunity to get on top of Jensen here. We'll get caught by the charm though, denying entrance. But Broxa does not have his back as Humanoid once again steals his ult. That's going to be Wukong once, but still Licorice getting knocked out left and right. Has yet to full channel an ultimate in these fights. But Whippo making his Riven mechanics well known. He does have that fire stacking up, so he'll be taking more damage and doing more damage, but with some sustain in that kit, it's not going to matter too much as Jensen has to run for the hills here. Selfmade fishing with the ultimate. He is going to get it off before he snaps back. Whippo going to try to finish the job. Hansama leaps in, wants a bit of vengeance, but he's there, and it's too little too late. That is one fiery Riven. Even the Nexus can probably protect him. The Nexus is enough.
The Nexus can, in fact, stop that from happening. Halasang now dead as well. So, Whippo's boys feeling pretty feisty. I was looking for another B word. Beastly.
Boisterous?
Boisterous.
Yeah, but boys, if we do that, does that count? I'm not quite
Pantheon ult now comes through, diving onto the team that is Whippo's boys.
The shield crack. Humanoid looking to steal another ult. Does manage to get the Gragas ult. Escorts Selfmade back into his own jungle with it.
Selfmade again.
Ooh, nice flash E there coming in from Tactical. Thinking about it, why did he choose to play Gragast? Questions will likely never be answered as he loses his life.
Good setup as Broxa
down the 1v3.
Oh, Whippo's just going to try to kill everybody here. Core JJ running for the hills in melee range of Riven. His ult is not going to do too much there. Auto, Q, going through. Broken Wings looking like Broken Champ. Everything coming together for Whippo on this one. He's just probably unkillable without the Nexus there.
Likely, yes.
Whippo is too strong.
I have not seen his items in the last, like, 4 minutes, so I have no idea.
Mate, there's no space for an overlay when there's this much fight. It's just too much. He's got to go for the healing build, surely.
Are we gonna... I really hope we get some, like, dueling 1v1 stuff. What's the next event? Give me the next event.
I want to see the Earth Arena.
Yeah, that's what we... Prize fight!
Yes.
Let's go!
Okay.
Guys, so what you don't know is that the Nexus is apparently cat jamming right now. If you look at the pip, there's a fight happening, but that's not important. Whatever is happening in this fight, we need to appreciate that both Nexuses are jamming. It's low BPM, whatever they're jamming to, but find it out, sync it up, and send it to us.
Have you tried jamming made out of that much stone? It's not
hard.
easy.
Yeah,
they got an ace.
Someone got an ace.
Before prize fight.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
All right, we each got to fight. Foxtrot, you take the first.
Yeah, okay, here we go. We got Broxa and Hilasang versus Core JJ and Jensen.
Hylissang throwing out the Q. He's not going to hit this one. Brox, remember, started the game with that unofficial pentakill. Let's see if he can wipe everyone up here. That is a whiffed ability from Core JJ. Oh my goodness, if you had a health bar, it's not there anymore. It was boys taking the first.
All right, Betty, is this you or me?
All right, I'm taking it. Whippo and Tactical, the stars of Whippo's boys, now up against Licorice and Humanoid. A duo that you wouldn't expect, but there's the double knockup. That's good. The stun now follows through. Licorice goes invisible, and they're getting the damage down. He steals Tactical's ultimate, and now they have the damage. The question is, oh, he gets the stun back, but now Whippo in the 1 versus 2. That's a lot of sustain on Humanoid. He's going to throw out the barrier. He gets the first kill. He gets the second! That's why they called him Whippo's boys!
Oh, wow. They are nothing but Whippo's boys. All right, Pantheon versus Yone, and the Yone is currently on fire. Oh, here we go. But where did he go? Where did he go, Selfmade? Okay, he's still stacking his Q. I don't know.
They passively lose health, by the way, when they're not in combat.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, my sweet bejeebit. What is going? He's actually dead, by the way.
What the hell? As the one play-by-play here, I get the absolute worst 1v1.
Man.
That was atrocious.
Oh, wow.
Now,
thank you.
red team can now catapult into action. I thought they could already do that.
No. There's the side catapults, but now they have a catapult that will literally take them anywhere.
Wait, I just noticed on the mini-map that the Nexuses are really jamming.
They really are.
That's out of control.
Oh, that's a huge ultimate.
Humanoid! Wombo combo, but they go golden. It's so clean. Now Whippo off to the side. That's massive. Double stun on the broken wings. Looking to get a little bit more. Cannot do it, though. Gets cut down by Licorice. Licorice now on the hunt. Should have second stack of ult. He wants to dash in. He's going to get it on a Brox, but the camera's going to shift away. We don't get to see that one quite yet as Selfmade wants to take down Core JJ. He's going to get the proc damage as he snaps back, but it's really not that much. And a fiery Selfmade may be enough to kill.
Humanoid's like, turret, save me once again. But Selfmade says, I must claim vengeance because I'm edgy like that.
Oh, he's so edgy.
He's so edgy.
Double swords. Ugh.
One of them's red, like demony, and one's normal. He's a dark and mysterious past.
Yeah, just have the Guardian, mate.
He's like Sasuke, but cooler.
He's just Sasuke. It's just Naruto and stuff. I mean, it's original. And not related to anything else. No, it's dope. I love the brothers.
Okay.
Yone and Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's totally
all right.
Here's Hylissang running in as Whippo is now chasing down Jensen. There's no counterplay here because he can't push any buttons, and Whippo will run into the entire team, and for now, there's not really any damage threat, so he's just going to keep doing what he does. Now the damage is coming in, though. That's going to be massive, but the instant healing back up from Gore Drinker. Triple kill for Whippo. We're not going to get to sudden death.
I mean, I think we will.
Do you remember the very first game at All-Stars where they were fountain diving over and over and over again just to prolong the game?
That's true.
I'm expecting something of a similar caliber, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, resetting. They got to buy more items.
Would you get anything if you bob this Guardian right here?
Yeah, I think you get gold, and the Guardian dies for a little bit.
Steal all the camps.
Yeah.
Now you get gold, too.
Oh.
Wow. Good job, Core JJ. Let's go.
Okay, I see him. We're 16 minutes into this game, by the way, and a total of
full late game.
82 kills.
Yeah, is that like a slow game or a Fiesta, though? Because Flower said it's a Fiesta if it's more than 1 kill a minute, but I don't think that applies to Nexus plays. Is it a 5x multiplier? Is it like a 2x multiplier? Oh, he's going in on a Selfmade. Selfmade down the middle of everybody.
So
the knockup.
dead.
Yeah, that's...
Yep.
Yeah.
When's the next event? Is it just on death?
Yeah, there's only 2.
There's only 2 events?
That's 3. We had 3 events.
Oh, 3, yeah, because we had the
Teemo,
Blue Teemo, Scuttle Race,
and we had the one
prize fight. Yeah.
Okay.
The best one is Battle Royale with the Nocturne debuff. You can literally see nothing, and it's a slowly shrinking
circle of fire. And then everyone's hiding in a brush, and then it suddenly all closes, and then everyone comes out of the brush, and then you're like, no!
Fun fact, though, it's totally imbalanced if you're on Discord, because while you're dead, you can see, like, you don't have the Nocturne debuff, so you just tell your friends where everyone is. You're just, like, flash into that bush and push Q, trust me.
Okay, Dracos is a bit of a cheater.
Yeah.
What's to know?
Rules don't apply. I heard it from a friend. As an employee of Riot Games, I always obey the summoner's code. Thank you. I don't appreciate any implication otherwise, Mr. Day.
Okay, where are the Nexuses?
We got 20 seconds until they start
Oh,
running.
yeah, right. I wasn't looking at the time.
They've been warming up for a long time. They've been doing their crunches.
They're eager.
Around, like,
a little performance anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's something.
I mean, they'll be performing in front of 2 KDA members, so it's
that's understandable.
It's
Yeah,
a big, tough act to follow.
Here's sudden death.
Here we go.
So the goal is to kill each other's nexuses
across the board, except for Core's crew because they've been losing a lot of fights.
It's not sudden death. If you die, you can still respawn in sudden death.
Also, Core's crew's HP bar is significantly lower.
Yeah, okay, there's some shenanigans going on here. Not everyone's running it down mid. They're trying to get a pick.
Yeah, I don't think
Whippo has
play.
3rd stack of Q ready to go. No, he's going to have to wait for that to come back.
But they are...
Whoa! Combo! Oh, man, Core's crew. That is the coordination you expect.
That was so cool.
From a team led by Core JJ.
Oh my goodness.
That was Seraphine ult into a stolen Yone ult that scaled with AP.
How many world champions are in this lobby? Let me tell you. Had to double check, but yes, pretty easy one.
Okay, Whippo's boys coming back into the fight.
They're going back. But now they have their ults. They can go for the big combo. Maybe they can get the damage down. Selfmade stepping forward. They are going to get one. That's Humanoid taken out. Whippo now in the midst of everyone, but he's still alive. Core Drinker isn't up and available. Conqueror healing him up so much. Licorice cannot get it done for now. Will get the trade back, though. Selfmade still hunting, still poking, but the damage is going down. In the meantime, Hylissang obviously going to shred through that one very quickly. I believe damage capped against it, but still a lot to come through. Selfmade goes
gets
in.
the knock up. Selfmade's going to get that kill. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh, that will be stolen away, though. The knock
Humanoid burning. Brandel coming in. This is it. Hylissang, eye on the prize. They're going to get it. And that's 2-0 up for Whippo's boys.
It was looking a little bit tense for a little while.
To be fair, I didn't know respawn timers were that low. I was really low. I was like, Core's crew earned it on the back of that wombo, and then it didn't actually matter because the enemy team was still just so fed.
That was insane. I love that wombo combo. It was honestly, I felt like they weren't giving us enough oomph in the whole game, and then they saved it all for that one moment.
It's hard to know because in like Summoner's Rift, we've all played enough that there are clear stakes. Like kills mean something, but it's unclear what any of those like one of 100
Selfmade was
kills.
level 18 when the enemy was like level 14, and then the final fight, everyone was level 18. So,
yeah,
that helps.
Hard to know how to feel about that. Well, Whippo's boys take their 2nd win, but fear not, we're going to play out all the games anyway to see if Core's crew can redeem themselves or if Whippo's boys will achieve ultimate glory, effectively a best-of-5 victory in a best-of-3, unheard of. Before we step away, let's recognize the player who really came up clutch in that Nexus blitz. The Oppo player of the game, Broxa, the unofficial pentakill near the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really seen a Nico get that close to a pentakill before. It doesn't really seem like the pentakill style of champion, so big ups to Broxa for making that happen.
I think his ultimates were pretty clutch later on into the game as well. Broxa kind of doing everything that you'd want from a jungler in Nexus Blitz. The damage, the utility, the CC. Everything.
Yeah. And he just increased his champion pool by 50%, adding an extra champion into it.
At least.
Also wasn't a jungler, though, because it was Hylissang Selfmade.
Listen.
If you believe anything can be a jungler in Nexus Blitz.
No, I mean, okay, whatever, Betty. He didn't take Smite.
Unbelievable.
Time for a quick break. But when we return, the North America desk breaks down that thrilling Game 2 ahead of the clash on Summoner's Rift.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to All Stars 2020. We are here on the State Farm Analyst desk, and a true tear potentially going to come to my eye as we get into our last game, as our producers so gently reminded us, our last game of 2020. But before we get into that, Freak, we did just come off Nexus Splits, which is always a wild ride, regardless of who wins.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to say, it was a really good draft overall by Whippo. He managed to hand Hans Sama over to the core, and it's the 2nd game in a row he has managed to int the game away. So, you know, impressive stuff to let that one go down. But yeah, I mean, exciting game, really fun game. I want to call out EU Casters LOL because they mentioned how Hans Sama screwed up the loot teemo. The problem is, the 3-stack brand pass is going to explode and finish the kill on Loot Teemo, so it was actually correct to deal damage there and try to sneak that before the explosion came through. So that was not the point where Hans Sama screwed up, it was the other points. But I just needed to flame Veti and Dracos a fair bit there because they were wrong.
Yeah.
I know what play you're talking about. I had the casters muted, so I wasn't sure. And I got to say, I think Core JJ put it best right after the draft to the point about the Hans Sama thing about, you know, oh no, I got headshot. I think that was the most eloquent simple way to put, you know, how good Whippo's boys are in their drafting.
But yeah, that's the thing. Whippo's boys are technically up 2. It's not really a best of 3, right? They're competing in all 3, but we do still want to come away with a win over on, I guess, the core JJ side is where any of the LCS specific fans would be leaning, though they're mixed on both sides. I don't know. Mark, what do you think that core JJ and the rest of the squad would have to do to try to come through with the victory on Summoner's Rift? Because that's where we're going up next, the traditional.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is the one that carries the most weight behind it, because before is Nemesis draft and you gave them a 4 support Master Yi for self-made.
Yeah,
like,
that was
obviously
what?
Yeah, you're trolling. So, but if you can win this one where, you know, it's actually a 5-man Summoner's Rift, yes, people are going to have to roll swap because of the team draft, but at least this is the one that's the closest to serious, and I think where the most pride is on the line.
Yeah, and we can just declare that this is the game that matters and just ignore the rest of them. Like that's the easy one, right?
That's the NA move.
History is written by the victors, and honestly, it doesn't really matter what happens. You'd be like, no, all we care about is this exact game. We won, we did it. You know, this and Rift Rivals 2017 are the only events that matter. I agree, that makes sense.
It's true. We only care about Summoner's Rift, which means we only care about the last game of the day. But there is something else that is the last opportunity for everyone at home to do, and that means it's your last chance to bid on the various priceless experiences that we have going on for charity. So if you want to go ahead and do that, make sure you head on over to priceless.com/ASE so you can play games with your favorite League of Legends personalities, earn some merch bundles or some Secret Labs chairs as well. Lots going on. That's all on priceless.com/ASE. Couple things that are up there if you haven't perused it yourself. You can get a conversation and game of Summoner's Rift with Quickshot, and that's currently at $122.58. Same package for Vedias at $75, but Freak, you've actually got $100 going for yourself. Is that a proud number for you? Does it fit the bill?
I mean, ahead of Vedi and beneath Quickshot, I think that's where I stand in the caster pecking order, so it makes total sense.
Yeah. So
ahead of Vedius is the only thing that really matters.
Yeah, exactly.
In the rankings.
Yeah.
There are other things on the line, though, if none of these names or anything interest you whatsoever. We've got a Shoutcaster workshop with Frost going on currently for $130, and then Licorice's top lane masterclass at $250. I do want to give a shout out to Licorice. Mark, I think it's worth noting what he's been able to do here today as an all-star, both in the 1v1 portion and the rest. Am I right?
Yeah, he's been fantastic. I mean, if you want some master class tips, like actually from a world class, you know, top laner, this is your chance to actually get them. That's definitely worth the value, probably, if you're trying to climb up in solo queue.
Yep. Lots for all of you to do at home. And while you take care of that, we're going to go ahead and step away. But when we return, the Dream Teams clash on Summoner's Rift. And in the meantime, let's take a look at our State Farm Assist of the Week.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final game here of All-Stars 2020, a classic matchup on Summoner's Rift between the Core JJ crew and Whippo's boys, who are already firmly in the lead, having won the previous 2 games. Now, as we've said in the past, that doesn't mean that this is like a best of 3 like normal. We just skipped the last game. Oh, no. We signed up for the full ride, and we are going all the way until this sucker runs out of gas. I'm Captain Flowers, once again joined by Mark Zimmerman, and we will be taking you through this last bit of the action here. And Mark, I want this to be just as bloody as the Nemesis draft thing. Maybe not Master Yi with 4 supports, or maybe so.
I'm fine with that draft. I have more of an issue with the triple marksman, Alistar, and then also the lane assignments. So I'm looking forward to see what they have cooked up. Like you said, you know, this is the last gasp for Core's crew to actually pick up a dub here. And since it's on the classic map, you know, I think people will be trying, hopefully, you know, their best to not go home totally empty-handed and embarrassed. And if there's one thing that we'll do afterwards, you know, if Core does win, is seeing as he plays from NA right now, I'll pretend that none of the other games happened, and this is the only one that matters, so there's still a chance at glory here.
Yeah, we're just going to pretend like it's even. That's our entire job. We got to make sure we sell the experience here. Let's see how the bans and everything are going. So Darius banned away, first and foremost. Wasn't expecting that one. So
yeah, got to get rid of the Darius.
Yep, that needs to be banned away. Just ask your solo queue top laner. Don't want that in the game. No, sir. Get rid of that.
I mean, we'll see if they're trying to spell anything. You know, that's kind of the All-Stars meta, is to use the bans. All right, DX is starting to become hard to spell something.
Okay, wait, so hold on. Darius is like, yeah. Wait, what if it's... Oh, they see it backwards. They see it backwards as XD. So if they're seeing it backwards, that means it now needs to be M. It needs to be MST. TSM XD being prepared on one side as LAB Lab?
I thought for a second there they might be looking for Lamau and messed it up, and now I don't know.
Yeah,
they might actually be banning things.
Are they talking about like science guy stuff or a dog? Because neither one of them makes much sense.
Yeah.
All right,
Val
whatever.
or
So
Lab.
blue team is winning draft right now by a lot because of the TSM strategy. Let's see how red team's able to adapt their choices going forward.
Yeah, we'll
first
see how
pick Pyke. I already like this. This is a Chad support. I'm about it.
It's going to mean a lot of action. I mean, at least when the Pyke, I mean, Nocturne as well, when these champs start getting locked in, people are going to die. All right, 2 assassins already for Team Core JJ. I love to see it.
All right, that's perfect. That's fantastic. We get the Zed. Nobody's got to go to bed. Put the Resident Sleepers away. Nocturne better be building ballistic missile Nocturne and just going in there trying to explode somebody in one shot. Oh my goodness, is it just going to be... I hope they had some sort of... Yeah, I hope they had some sort of gentleman's agreement to just effectively play Blood Moon mode. And everybody only picks assassins, but nobody's allowed to do that BS where you pick Kennen. I know that Kennen's enabled in Blood Moon mode because he's a ninja, but Kennen's not an assassin.
Dumb. Yeah, that's dumb as hell.
You shouldn't be allowed to have Kennen in that mode.
I'm down with anything as long as it's not too sweaty. You know, I want people to be having fun, not going for, like, abusive range matchups and stuff.
Yeah, none of that.
is definitely not tryharding.
No, Shaco's 100% not, dude. I swear, I read, like, 10 to 15 tweets in the past like couple of weeks from Shaco players just being like, dude, my champion is so crap in the current state of the game. I just wish I could play something else.
Yeah, dude, I mean, like, there's a couple champs who are due for some changes, you know, and Shaco is one of those who feels like, you know, it got left at like some garage sale, no one bought it, stacked in a box, put in a warehouse, and just someday someone's going to uncover this dusty-ass champion and fix him up.
Oh, wait, our cameras are on the screen. I didn't realize that, taking a drink of my giant jug of tea.
That was great.
I thought the players were on the screen. My bad. All right, whatever. That's fine. We're just getting the mistakes out of the way early. Don't worry about it.
Hey,
it's the last
hollow
game
if you
of the day. We got to keep it fast and loose. We got to have a good time here. Just keep rolling with the punches. So we got Singed and Trindamere. Perfect. They completed the lobby and the bans correctly. And then Alistar and Gangplank. So
Labag.
Or is it La Bag? Like get La Bag. Like it's the French version of get the bag.
Gabble?
Gabble? I don't know. That's not on the same tier as TSM XD.
I think they banned real champs. I'm a little disappointed in Team 4J.
Okay, so you don't actually think that it was about spelling anything at all. You think these are their actual bans? Okay.
Yeah, I think they actually just because otherwise I don't know what it is. Maybe it's an inside joke we're missing out on. Also, both teams seem to have handshake on an assassin marksman. You know, we have a Twitch who constitutes with the stealth and ambushing, and Kalista. Kaisa can go flying in there with her ultimate. So more or less in the spirit of all assassins, the supports as well, being able to be functional supports as well as kind of assassins.
Okay, so we do have a very exciting matchup between these two compositions here. It should be constantly explosive. I think I'm going to place my bets that we meet the Fiesta criteria 8 minutes.
Oh, I was going to say like a minute 30.
You think it's a full, like, 5-on-5 team fight in one of the random, like, jungle spots just from level 1? I'd love it.
Someone's going in with Pyke, hitting a hook, and everyone's just going to go for it. I hope they 5-man bot lanes, those are my favorite. When both teams think they're going to get the sneak on the other team, and they both just pop in and
they both surprise each other at the same time, especially if they're both walking through one of those like middle brushes that nobody would sit in, so you don't even bother placing a ward or firing a skill shot in there, and then all of a sudden it's just a 5-man surprise party. Fantastic. So hopefully we get some of that loading into the game right now. Remember, all y'all at home, this is our last game of the day, our last game of the event. We'll be wrapping things up after this one is done, but we still got this last act to bring you right now, and I hope that it ends the event in style, because we have had some wacky moments so far here at All-Stars 2020. Everybody's kind of just been all aboard the let's have fun with it train. Everybody's just picking whatever they feel like is going to be the funnest champion on the day, and I respect it. So let's just end it that same way. I want to see triple-digit kills by the time one of these Nexuses blows up.
Wow. So that means...
yeah, triple-digit kills.
I hope we get there. I mean, that's a tall order because they can't close the game out before 30 minutes probably and hit triple digits. So hopefully it's a close game then and no one runs away with it. And we'll see what happens.
I was watching one of my buddies stream last night, and he was, I don't know what elo he's in. He's in like Diamond 1 or Low Masters or something. And the game ended at like 40 minutes with 132 kills. So I'm hoping I get to see one like that. I want 132 kills, Mark.
How long was that game?
Like 40 minutes.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was like one death every 20 seconds or something. It was nuts. That's what I want out of this one. All right.
Team Core JJ's team has listened to my strat, but unfortunately, Team Bwipo did not get the memo.
Oh, no. The other side didn't listen. Boys, you got to go back. You got to go down there. Wait. So one thing I am noticing, look at Team Bwipo. They're all purple. Purple Kaisa, purple Kiana, purple Akali, purple, like Eve's always purple, and Pike even is using purple chroma.
Oh.
They're all purple.
Oh.
Yeah, everybody's purple. They coordinated the skins, and now they're face checking the brush. No amount of purple is going to keep you alive through that one. Han Sama with the first blood, and let's see where the rest of it goes. Bwipo's on the run. Hilly too. Core JJ taking a little bit of damage, but the turret is too close. And Team Core will not be able to get anything past that first blood. Or, they just might. Oh, there it is. Flash for the engage on Bwipo. Core JJ leading the crew in, but now he leads himself to his own demise. It's a 1-for-1 here on the chase, and the chickens are involved. And remember, everybody, this is a level 1 fight. Those chickens might as well be a whole nother team of 5 people, just beating the snot out of Zed right now. He's down to 200. Core JJ teleporting right back into the fight. This isn't support Pantheon. This is top lane Pantheon, who used his level 1 TP to go to the bottom jungle.
Yeah, so Tactical's like, screw this. I'm going top. I'm getting
He's going to be like 2 levels
this.
behind Akali, but if they win the fight, it might be worth it. Humanoid with the smite getting the level 2, making sure he stays alive. Hilly's going to die, and now it's another 1-for-1 as Core JJ falls again. Top lane is just completely doomed for the red team, but a double kill over to Bwipo means things aren't even going that bad for these boys here on the other end of the map. A nice Fear coming in, able to lock Selfmade down here a little bit as he tries to continue to escape with
nice.
Kiana invisibility, using that pretty well, juking in and out of the brushes. They will stay alive. So, all right, Core JJ's crew, they walk away with 1 more kill over their opponents. They're about 800 gold up. But Core JJ himself is now in... When Dante wrote the Inferno back in... whenever he wrote it, I don't remember, like really olden times, he would have put a 10th Ring of Hell in there if League of Legends had existed for laning against Akali when you're 2 levels down and ain't got no farm. This is about to be terrible, so hopefully Core JJ is comfortable chilling underneath the turret.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough matchup. I got to say, I was right. You know, we have gotten the 1 kill per minute grossly overdone.
Yeah, okay, you really beat me on that one, Mark. This wasn't even close. You smurfed.
The other thing, too, is I got to say, in terms of the try-hard mentality, Team Bwipo with Hylissang on Pike, you know, they're kind of committing to it. Whereas on Team Core JJ, we saw the champions, and they felt like I knew where they were going. But the Shaco actually went to support. The Nocturne went mid. The Zed went jungle, and the Pantheon went top. So none of, like, they had a real draft, and they chose not to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just... They're putting the XD in TSM XD, even though their opponents were the ones to make the ban. But I respect it. You got to follow your heart here, Mark.
Here we go.
Let's see if their heart leads them to a kill here in the mid lane. Humanoid just kind of threw those things all over the place, man. Those weren't shurikens. Those were Beyblades, and they're bouncing all over the wall. That was probably... Have you ever seen any of those clips from, like, people...
Dude, I played with Beyblades.
Yeah. Just letting it rip, going all over the place. It don't make no sense. Jensen's trying to walk away. Hylissang's chasing after him. Han Sama's still a level 1? Wait, Hans, how are you still at level 1? Okay, he's trying to look for a kill. There we go. Levels up to 2. Going to get a bit of a heal out of that one. Hilly trying to chase after him, get something. But a little bit of extra damage might be able to take Hylissang out before he can get it. No, sir. Shut down. Over to Hylissang there. So a double kill for the Shaco. Jensen's getting some money this time around. 2-0 and 3 on that champion. And we got 11 kills in 4 minutes.
So this is one of those times I think people haven't played against Kiana in quite a while and don't know her cooldowns and stuff, because this is absolutely like where you think you're 5-heading, but you're 3-heading. They're like, wait, drop the aggro and redive. She grabs grass again from over the wall to get drop aggro. And Humanoid at this point is like, man, I don't know what she does. I'm out of here.
Yeah, dude.
How could she stealth twice this quickly, you know?
That was the worst dive I've ever seen. That's like one of those compilations from, you look at like fails from a swim meet somewhere, and a dude goes for like some really complicated dive and he just ends up belly flopping right into the water. Oh no, Jensen, he's in a bad spot. The Void Seeker gets body blocked by Hans Sama. Both these guys in the bottom lane are able to go invis. Can they outplay this? Hans Sama's just saying, all right, good luck, bro. I'll see you back there.
This game is basically how can you abandon your teammate best?
Yeah, that's all.
Humanoid had a good one, but Hans Sama stepped him up there.
He left him. Oh my goodness. What else can he do though? What else is he gonna do, man? You can't just stand there and 1v4 as a poor little level 3 Twitch. You're just gonna get your
You
butt
go down
kicked.
fighting. That's what I think you do. Give him 2 kills.
You just stand and fight. You don't let your boys die alone.
Yeah, no, man.
That.
Never back down.
That's some camaraderie right there. Hans Sama just gets
You're going to die again. Look, you're dead again a second later.
Oh, no. But here comes Licorice. The Nocturne in the 1v3. He goes for the fadeaway Ignite kill, but he doesn't respect the Triumph, so it's not a fadeaway. It's an int. Oh, but Jensen's back. Okay, so now Jensen's going to do something.
His turn.
Whippo's trying to run out. The Comet didn't hit anything. Now you got Humanoid showing up, but Humanoid's a level 4 Zed. He just ran it down too.
Oh, they got one.
Jensen got a kill. Jensen got a kill. Whippo's down. Selfmade still looking for a little bit more. He won't find the damage. The ability is juked, but that one's not. Oh, it's a double kill for the Shaco. They trade out 1 for 1. Jensen will take those.
Jensen will take those. Hylissang's too clean on the pike, man. This is not fair. This is like signature champ, one of his best ones. He's gonna run over this game. He's done so well already. Bot lane's getting absolutely abused to Hans Sama and Jensen.
18 kills in 6 minutes. This is the pace we need to keep for the entirety of the game if we want to break 130 kills.
I'm too lazy to do math right now, but I'd say we're on pace.
Yeah, we're hitting it. We're in there, bro. As oh, no. All right, he died. Sure.
Oh, no.
All right. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say about that one. Little bit on
Poor JJ, what a homie, dude. He's like tactical. You know what? You haven't gotten any kills yet. I feel bad for you. You're my homeboy down the bottom.
Yeah, you gotta hook him up.
I'll give you one.
You gotta hype your boy up.
Yeah, man, look how good tactical is. He killed me.
Oh, Selfmade just bopped, and then he bopped again back to back. Brox is trying to chase after him, but he's about to run into the Jack-in-the-Box. The Void Seeker from downtown. Whippo picks up his 5th kill of this game.
That was sick. I mean, Selfmade, there's a time Jungle Kiana was absolutely busted, and, you know, a lot of junglers picked that one up. Selfmade's shown that he knows the Jungle Kiana, even though he's playing in the mid lane. He knows the mechanics. That was a clean outplay.
This... All right, Mark, here's the thing. We're not going to let the EU commentators show us up. So I'm going to cover the replay right now. Ah, yes, you can see the wave control and or something, something. There's no Spire to capture right now because no one's playing Skarner. So obviously neither of these characters are favored by the terrain. Corjay Dre's trying to fight level 5 versus level 7. And he's also up against Akali. So even though he's Pantheon, that's still a rough spot to be in. And yup, now he died. Now Licorice is going in, but he is Nocturne versus Akali, so he's not getting the kill. Okay, you're casting the next fight. I just did the smart thing.
All right, you need a breather. Jensen coming in for a gank in the top river. Selfmade also collapsing. Jensen tries to start it off. Here comes the collapse from the Pantheon as well. Going to be a quick kill onto Whippo. Now they're chasing onto Hylissang. He drops aggro, re-engaged by the Kiana, but not able to find it. Humanoid still going in. Ults underneath the turret, gets a lot of stacks, finishes him off. Pops back over. Brox is the next challenger, but he has no teammates. He's got to get out of there. All right, I'm done.
All right, that's perfect.
That was the good old college try right there. I can't.
You let me take a chug of my tea and then just yell "Pog" when somebody died. That's all.
Pog.
That's all that I really wanted. So we're in there, dude. We're making it happen. That was the role swap off, and the role swap off brought us back to an even point of the game. Okay, here's the replay. Mark can take over this one again because this just turned into a bloodbath.
Do it again. You're giving me the same.
Yeah, now you got to replay the same fight because now we're back in. Oh no, wait, never mind. I guess you did do it originally. So yeah, Hylissang goes in there, but then Zed kills him, and now CoreJJ's walking away. Broxa, he's doing some.
I like how you tried and give me double duty. You're like, here you go. You can play this one. All right, we'll swap back. Now we'll swap again. You'll just keep swapping.
Yeah, I don't really know. As you can see, I'm not the brain caster. That is your job.
You're the broadcaster.
I'm the I'm the Scorpion Brain. So Hillsong's still level 5, so I don't really know what Pyke's going to do. Okay, never mind. He's level 6. All right, it's Chad time. Humanoid W'd forward, but he didn't really find much there. Selfmade's looking for a dive. Licorice is just going to get popped. Broxy gets paid. Humanoid, just gets completely chased out of lane. X marks the spot, and the dude got. Hillsong getting 16th kill of the game here for his team. Oof.
Nelly.
27 kills, 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
There's a lot of really fed members. Selfmade being one of the huge ones here, and I think. Oh, hold on. Jensen finds one, maybe. Nope.
Oh,
yep.
Actually, yes. This was beautiful. Good job, gentlemen.
Oh,
Nice
no, Hans-sama.
honorable trade there.
You think he's going to die? Do you think he might be dead?
I think Hans-sama's probably in a bad place while he's playing
did die.
the game of League of Legends.
I was surprised.
Hard to believe as an AD carry you die in a 1v3 against everybody as an assassin.
But you're also an assassin. Why didn't you assassinate someone?
Sorry, man. You just got out assassin. Let's see. Okay. Zed got the kill onto Evelyn somewhere else. That's up in the top side. We're watching the fight here in the mid lane, and then we're going to go back to the top side here in the replay as Licorice just bonks him, dude. Selfmade tried to style on him, and he got the stat check.
Look how hard his Selfmade was working there. He got like double grasp procs to kite out Licorice. Got the wall stun. Got a ground proc as well, and Licorice just goes cleave.
Oh boy, Core JJ, why are you fighting this Akali, bro? This ain't the sauce. He's just gonna walk behind you with the perfect Oh, it's already done.
How many of Tactical's kills are Core JJ? I'm not convinced there's not something going on here.
This is just homies looking out for homies. They just are on the opposite team this time.
Oh, Hans-sama.
Oh, man, Hans-sama getting jumped on. Bwipo's going in there, dude. Bwipo's just a force to be reckoned with here in All-Stars.
Got hard baited.
The man thrives in the chaos, and now Jensen's dead too. The clown got clowned, but the shutdown in the bottom lane as Licorice swoops in there to grab himself his second kill of the game and take Tactical out. The Nocturnes... All right, Mark, I'm not going to lie, dude. I was just about to say Nocturne's coming online, and I look at his inventory, and he's got a shoe, a butter knife, a bonk hammer, and a steak knife. All right, there's nothing in his inventory. Broxy just blew up Humanoid again. Zed's having a little bit of a rough time here.
Zed's struggling. I mean, he is in the jungle for some reason. Oh, here we go when there's two better junglers.
Big ol' play in a topside 2v2. Bwipo taken low down to 100 HP, but it might be enough to keep him alive. And yes, sir, it is. Hans-sama's getting nothing on the way out. They just got to watch Bwipo leave as we see a little bit of an outplay coming through maybe from Jensen. Nope, Jensen's, he's running after Hilly with the clone. Ooh. If they can blow up the clone, they can kill Pyke. But, okay, Selfmade just ran in and took the clone out, so Jensen couldn't get his opportunity there. Taking one for the team. 25 to 15. Let's take another look at the fight.
Selfmade is definitely the star of this game for me. He wasn't the first one, showing up again big time here. Hans-sama trying to kite out. Selfmade shows up and is able to save Bwipo by insta-giving Core JJ, then flashes over the wall to get the cleanup kill. And then here, I mean, Hillsang works well to get the flash follow through to set up Selfmade for the next kill. Hillsang extending the stun range with that. Now Bwipo.
Okay. I was going to say, there's no way Bwipo gets out of this. I don't even know what the hell he was doing there, but sure.
No, I mean, I don't know either.
Oh, Licorice just got tagged with the... Oh, it's all right, man. She hit the shuriken. See you back at the spawn platform. Now, Broxa chasing after Humanoid. An ulti. Okay, Broxa didn't even have to use the ulti there. He just did it for style points.
He was securing his escape. Look at this. He's going right to...
now he's trying to... Well, nope. He got stabbed with the knife, and now Core JJ's here to stab him with a bigger knife. And, yeah. There's your shutdown.
How many knives are in this game?
Oh, no. X marks the spot on him, too. Everybody's just popping like a bunch of balloons the day after your birthday, and you can't keep them around no more. Pop, pop, pop.
It's like a balloon.
No, dude. Oh, no. Hillsong, what are you going to do, brother? Oh, but here comes the backup. They might have lost the rat, but they may yet win the war. Nope, it's just a 1-for-1.
I don't think this war is winnable. I think this is a shooting gallery right now for Team Bwipo boys.
Oh, that's not an actual battle. It's just somebody decided to go, like, skeet shooting?
Yeah, basically, Team Core's crew doesn't realize that they're actually fish inside of a barrel right now. They think they're fighting back, but it's like they're just nibbling at fingers.
Oh no, dude. Core JJ nearly drops again, but he survives with 50 health. Tries to go back in for an extra Comet Spear. Jensen falls to Tactical with a little bit of damage coming over the wall from the Duskbringer.
Why did he...
It's enough to get the kill for Jensen's clone as Hilly goes between the turrets to finish off Core JJ. You're never actually safe. You're never actually safe in these, man. Humanoid is not safe either. He got picked off in the enemy jungle.
I was going to say, I thought Tactical should troll Bwippo and kill the clone for him, but then Bwippo just shot the clone and killed himself.
I don't know why he did that.
Faster recall or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Be like, well, I'm going home one way or the other. Might as well do it like this. Hansama just lost half his health to a cube. Selfmade's still trying to outplay Jensen here a little bit. He's got like no HP, but he's up against AP Shake. Okay, nice kill there from Jensen. Core JJ joins up with the fight. Tactical's still trying to get away here. Jensen needs some cooldowns back.
I like how he's going in.
How are you going to do this one, buddy? Core JJ staying alive. Nice. Good stuff. Core JJ with the shutdown. Finally getting the better of Tactical. Nobody beats Core JJ in a bot lane 1v1 7
X
times
amount
in a
of time.
row.
I don't know. I got to say, I liked how much stuff Tactical just threw in there. Oh, here we get to watch the obliteration. Oh, man.
I love it.
It's painful to watch. I was going to say, I think there's just too much damage in the game, Flowers.
Wait,
you know?
is Jensen's the second richest person in the game? Huh. I am surprised to learn that information.
So he's got 9 kills, and I bet a lot of them are shutdowns from the rest of the team. Whippo boy. Okay, there he goes. Obviously using that gold very effectively.
Okay. Yes. So Jensen's really rich. We've also got a lot of money on Selfmade popping off on the Kiana. Core JJ goes to hide underneath the turret, but the turret doesn't have enough health, so now he's in a really bad spot. They're just deciding who to give the kill to, and they give it over to Kiana anyway. Kiana, with that invisible thing on her Q and a Duskblade, is just never going to be visible ever for any reason, as Broxa gets the kill onto Hansama, and now can he get out? No. See, normally in League of Legends, I can pose these rhetorical questions, just be like, I am not sure. Let us see how it plays out, and just buy time to watch. But in these games, everybody's so gung-ho, it's just completely pointless.
I mean, that's true for most analytical points in this game. It's like, what do you want to talk about build paths? Well, does it do lethality? Then I'll buy it.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to buy long swords? Because we got long swords. Tactical wants to get away, but here comes Self. Oh my god, dude.
All right, here's Jensen. He's going to get both.
He'll get them both, but the damage in this game. All Assassin League of Legends is a pretty wild... He was dancing. He was dancing in the club. He was feeling himself. He thought he was the king of the world. This dude just comes up and shanks him. Hylissang getting paid, going right back in for another one. That time onto Hansama. Finally shut down there by Humanoid. Dude, I feel bad. I feel like I'm giving Humanoid a bad rap this game.
Oh, here's the replay.
I swear, every single time I see Humanoid, he's been dying, but he's still 7-6. So I don't know what it is. I've just like only seen the low light reel of Humanoid this game. Now he's going for the outplay onto Broxa. All right, Humanoid, let me hype you up, bro. Here he is.
Oh, he's got
Shuriken 1, Shuriken 2. Boom, boom, boom.
They've gone at it a couple times now. Humanoid and Broxa have gone back and forth a bunch, but it's never really been a fair 1v1. Someone's always playing cleanup kills on the other one. That's the first honest 1v1 we've seen between the two junglers, and Humanoid takes him down.
Yeah, Humanoid, all right, he's popping off. He's popping off. Now, this game has, what do we have to mark? 67 kills in 18 minutes. That's pretty good, and it's about to be 68. Oh my goodness gracious. Humanoid getting more of that money yet again, but now he's in a bad spot. Tries to flash away from the Acathian rain, but that ain't going to work. Licorice looks for the kill onto Bwippo. Needs a little bit more. Looked like he might have flashed too early there for a second, but he had just enough auto attack range to make sure he got it. Double kill for Tactical on the other end of the fight that I wasn't even paying attention to as Hilly picks up another X marks the spot. Jensen's clone is just there. It's vibing. There's no point in doing anything with it when you're already dead. And yeah, that's a bunch of people dead on both sides as Hansama's going to pick up the first turret of the game here for Team Core JJ. And let's take another look at how I want you to
you know, pay attention to the top lane right now. I think this is the optimal strategy for Hans Sama is go where everyone's not and push lanes. Because otherwise you're trying to be Twitch in this environment where people are just dashing all over the place, abilities going left and right, people getting exploded. Hylissang played this really well, biting out Licorice and then getting this stun pass through and ult back in. I mean, Hylissang's pike mechanics are just too clean. And I'll also give some credit to Tactical's mechanics. He's been pretty good on the Akali up in the top lane so far.
Yeah, Tactical's been popping off. That was valiant effort from Humanoid, but the problem is when you get one hit by an auto attack, you can't really outplay.
1v1 meet Scrub. That's what you got to type in chat
1v1, bro.
Last time we met it. Last time they met, you know, Humanoid was able to take the 1v1. Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice stun with the follow-up CC to keep him locked down. Brock's unfortunately missing the Q follow-up there on the Evelyn. Core JJ still trying to run on out of this one, but you're not running away from self-made, dude. It's not happening. Jensen using the clone here to try to maybe get a little bit of damage onto these guys, but he won't find it. Turns right back into the boxes. You know, somebody in Twitch chat pointed it out, because during normal events, I never have Twitch chat open during cast, but during a fun, wacky event like this, I do. And somebody from Twitch chat pointed out, Twitch started this game out 3-0, and then he died 10 times in a row. So Hans Sama is having a bit of a rough one this time around as Whippo's going into the front line here yet again. Front line, Kaisa ain't afraid of nothing. Humanoid wants to go right back in, but I don't know if he'll get much. Tries to go for it, but try does not. Do or do not, there is no try. I almost screwed it up, but I didn't. Oh, man. Oh, but it's Core JJ coming in with the big dragon rings over the wall. Dovahkiin, Dovahkiin! Well, he fell off the mountain. That's okay. He still got 2, and Team Whippo, though, coming out on top. They got the ace, and the first Drake of the game, Mark, will be taken 21 minutes in.
Finally. You know, I'm just so disappointed in the objective control by these teams. I mean, I just can't understand why you wouldn't have a higher priority on Dragon in the comp like this. You know, I think it's going to be really important to, you know, stack those Dragons up to make sure that you're able to win in the late game, because it does feel like a pretty slow-paced game, and I think, you know, objective stacking is extra important in an environment like that.
Right. I mean, when you're a world-class player, you've got to play around objectives, or you could just play for the kills in the 2v2 here in the jungle, as Humanoid's looking for Broxton, needs one more auto attack to do it, just throws the Shuriken. Not worried about the fadeaway this time. He makes sure he gets it done, hits him with the ability. I like to see it. Still,
I'm proud of Twitch. I was just saying, I'm proud of Twitch chat with the high flowers spam once they realized.
Oh, is that what they're doing? I was actually looking back at the game the whole time. I didn't even see it. Oh, look at that. They're very wholesome right now. Hi, Twitch chat. Hello. Nice to see you, too. I hope you're enjoying this 86-kill game that's about to be 87 because Humanoid just face-checked these two guys. Oh, you hate to see
Where's, like, the map control? Where's the warding? I just don't get how you don't have better vision control in your topside jungle. They just took Dragon. Where do you think they're going to go next? They're done with objectives in the bot lane. They're going to go control top vision. I don't understand why you think it's safe to get up there.
So
this is, like, basic stuff.
Yeah, this is, like, first grade. I mean, I can't even figure out something that's appropriately sarcastic to say, because I feel like if I do, there's always going to be one guy who takes it seriously, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with that guy right now. Instead, I would rather watch Hilly try to 3-shot Jensen. Doesn't quite get the damage he needs. X marks the spot, popping off. Tactical waiting for the 5-point strike, but Jensen gets out yet again. Just keep on running, buddy. Oh, his legs couldn't get him out fast enough.
Oh, I feel so bad for Hans Sama. Everyone's like, yeah, let's play Assassins. And then he's like, well, I'll try the 80 carry assassin with no
Twitch
mobility.
Can go invisible.
Maybe
yeah, he can assassinate, right?
You should have just picked anything else, dude. I think anything would have been better here. Like, even Bane or something, you know? Just like some mobility, some self-peel.
Dude, just anything. Twitch is getting murdered. Humanoid fell again. Whippo's going right back through there. Core JJ.
Oh, there he is.
Drops.
Oh, they're pesticide. They're rat killer.
What do I say about this? Okay, so here's the saving grace.
Take
right?
it.
Here's the smart moment.
Oh,
normally in League of Legends, as Jensen's getting dove and trying to outplay, it don't matter much. Normally in League of Legends, if you're down 11,000 gold at 23 minutes, you're like, oh shoot, it's doomed. But in an all-assassins game, you can still win the team fight if you get the jump on them, because they don't have any tank ability, right? You just blow them up. So it's winnable.
But the thing is,
they just got to not do this.
Your Q does like 500 damage and my Q does 1,000. You know, it's like, surprise. Okay.
Well, we'll see. I still say winnable. Look, Twitch has Gale Force and a
You're a
Berserker's
dreamer, I love
Greave
it.
and the parts of whatever he's building next. So we're getting there. We're
And
on the
Kiana
way.
has 3.5 items that all basically
all
have
one-shot
lethality.
him. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if Kiana does EQ auto,
Q,
Twitch
yeah.
dies because she has Dark Harvest and it's got 20 bajillion stacks. So I actually think EQ auto from Kiana kills Twitch from full.
I think even the oh my god, tactical. I love it, dude. If you land any ability, you have to take it in this. There's no backing down.
It's so good. This is what I wanted out of the last game of the day. All 10 of these players are so base for giving us this as the last match. I'm glad it ends not with a whimper, but with a bang.
I think there'll be some whimpering on Core's Crew's side.
It's like, oh man.
They got their faces mashed. I don't know what other noises you can make.
Oh no, they gotta find a way back. It's winnable. Only 13K at 25 minutes. We have 96 kills. Remember, I said I wanted triple digit with the bonus
You got it
objective
for
being
sure.
130 kills or more. So we should definitely get triple digits. Easy. We're already at 96. Make it 97 before I can even
97.
finish the sentence.
98.
How much
99.
damage is Hilly's ulti doing? I'm pretty sure it can
Humanoid,
kill
don't flash
anybody
that.
on their team from like greater than half HP.
99.
It's 99 kills. Who will be lucky number 100?
I got my money on Han Sama, even though he's dead for 22 more seconds.
Okay, Han Sama is Mark's bet, even though he's off the map.
All right, even though I'm ragging on Han Sama for dying a lot, you know, like, Humanoid only get 2 less, and Jensen has 2 more. So, honestly, it's like...
Yeah, we're giving Han Sama a hard time, but that's mostly just because he picked Twitch in an All-Assassins game. So...
Yeah, and it's the most brutal when he dies. Oh, we missed a
no,
100,
see
by
you
the way.
later. There's your double kill for Broxa. I don't even know who he killed. Oh, it would have been Core JJ. Core JJ was the 100th kill. Because Broxa got a double and Licorice died second. Okay, Broxa trying to get himself out of there now. Jensen throws the knife and gets himself one in return. But Hilly is dominating on this Pike with 17 kills. Second highest kill count in the game. Ace for Tactical, who's rocking 13 of his own. Do they end it? Are they going to just try to end it right here?
I mean, Baron buffed up minions. It's hard not to end it. I guess Hilly sees the only way to not end the game is remove the Baron buff off the creeps.
You have to yeet the Baron off of yourself by throwing your body into the fountain.
I mean, you could recall, but this is faster.
No, that's that because then if you're recalling, you're still next to the minions for like 4 extra
You gotta like
seconds,
run away
right?
then recall, yeah.
Yeah, you would either have to run away and recall, which would then just take strictly longer than fountain, or you run it down mid.
Okay,
I
so here's the
respect
good news for Team Core JJ is that after giving up 68 kills, most of your opponents are closing in on full build, and they cannot get stronger from here.
Right.
So you just got to hold out for a little bit and scale. You know, the classic, how do you win League of Legends?
You just scale it out.
You
NA
just
solo
scale
queue
it out.
strats, baby. Self-made. Oh, Self-made loses the 1v1 against Humanoid. Humanoid's clean. All right. And now Whippo's looking to chase after him. Nice stun coming out from Core JJ.
big
A
heal.
heal from Han Sama to keep Humanoid alive. We've been flaming, picking an AD carry in an Assassin's game, but the AD carry summoner spell keeps the ninja going. Picking up the Grump on the back end with the smite for a little bit more health.
throwing.
Over the wall comes Core JJ. They might all end up killed if Last Caress hits anybody, but Tactical has now joined the fight. That's a Jensen clone right on top of him right there. Tactical trying to dive in, pick up a kill onto somebody here. Gets one onto Jensen, gets a second now onto Humanoid, trying to make it even more, but he will not as Licorice shows
got
up.
ace.
And wow, an ace for Core JJ's crew. They're still in it, Mark. It's winnable.
Don't stop believing. I'm not going to put anyone in Twitch chat. I apologize for even doing 3 words of that song. This was the classic how you come back in the game. We talk about scaling and having the enemy team turn their brains off and run in one at a time because they're so fed. They don't think that there's any way that they can lose. So there's 1v1 that Humanoid pulls, and everyone's like, okay, well, his ult's down. Now I can go in and clean him up. But then the backup starts showing up, and one by one, Core JJ's crew gets to pick up all the kills until it's a full ace.
All right, they're back in it, man. They're back in it. They're only down 1 dragon because we've only seen 1 dragon get taken in 29 minutes of gameplay. Yeah, they're down 26 kills, but in a game with 114, that's not that big of a deal.
How are you up 14K and don't have better objective control? It just blows my mind that these are professional players.
Yeah, where's the wards, Mark? 16 on the vision score. Core JJ somehow stays alive there. Han Sama going
I don't know
after him.
why. I don't know why I found that so funny. Just pointing at the vision score.
Yeah, and an all assassin King has 16.
Wait, give Hilly some credit though, dude.
Selfmade's got more kills than vision score. Dude's got 19 kills and 16 vision score.
And to be fair, he has, you know, sweeper and stuff. Like, I guess if no one's putting any wards down, everyone just has dust blaze. It's like, well, what are you cleaning up here?
Oh, Hansama, he's trying to stay alive, but he can't do it. Hilly's right there waiting for him, man, and Licorice will fall next. Core JJ's your last man standing, but the spear is not going to reach the distance for Hilly. The Bone Skewer will. Core JJ chasing after him. Comet Spear comes through. Oh, Hilly runs it down, and Core JJ's got the cooldowns in time. But now he's got to get away. It's Core versus Tactical, and Core's got no HP. You got to get back to base and heal up, buddy. You got to get back to base and heal it off. Getting a little bit of extra distance. There with the jump. Hits that minion. Pantheon is not very good at clearing these.
All right, Humanoid's here to try and help out.
Okay, you guys got to work together and fight these things. This is like an MMO, and you actually accidentally pull like 4 packs of monsters at the same time. You're like, oh, no, dude.
Someone Leroy Jenkins did.
Yeah, somebody Leroy'd the whole raid, and now you just have to fight 18 super minions at once. It's like, this is not possible.
The old school is I used to play EverQuest, and people would pull a train, and they'd have to run to the zone entrance to try and drop it, but that would just drag it onto the entire zone who's like chilling at the entrance. And so everyone would have to bail out of the zone and wait on the outside until someone got like on a high level character to come clear out the train that's just stuck at the start of the zone. They didn't reset. They wouldn't go back home.
Wait, the instance wouldn't naturally reset after nobody was in there?
It wasn't an instance. This is like open world. And
oh,
like,
no.
The train of mobs would all just sit at the zone entrance. Like, and no one could enter until someone came and cleared it out.
Oh, my God. This is... Yeah, that's pretty much what that was, but with super minions. As Jensen nearly gets caught out by the enemy assassins, but he manages to escape. The knife doesn't do a lot of damage there to Broxa, but Licorice is going in. He's not after the Evelyn, he's after the Kaisa. The damage is coming through. Licorice falls, but so do a lot of players on Whippo's boys. But Selfmade was not among them, and he swoops in with the mop and the bucket, and he's throwing the sawdust on the puke in the hallway. And if you don't understand the analogy, I'm saying the boy's a janitor, cleaning everybody up at the end of that fight, the end of this game. Oh, are they going to run it down in the fountain yet again? I don't know.
The inhibitors respond.
Inhibitors back to buy us a little bit of extra time. And Mark, I just wanted to let you know, anybody at home that's got an air horn, sound that shit off right now. It's 130 kills here in the last game of All-Stars 2020.
That is a lot of kills, Captain Flowers.
That's what I said I wanted. I said I wanted 130 kills in this game, and these boys kept it going long enough for me to achieve that dream. 32 minutes, 130 kills later, and that is it. Whippo's boys take this whole thing 3-0 and assert dominance in their drive to victory presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Unquestionably.
Unquestionably, yes. And you can see on your screen right now that unquestionably everybody's a winner here too with the charities. The Rainbow Teen Safe Space getting $25,000 going their way. The Coronavirus Relief Fund getting a cool $25K thrown their direction as well. Everybody's a winner here today, but especially the audience, because we got to watch a 130 kill game with 8 assassins in it. That is awesome.
Yeah, that was nuts. I gotta say, hats off to the players all opting into that assassin mode. Obviously something that was probably a little discussed and decided on. And it was a banger to watch. Just constant kills. Gotta give a big head tap to you, man. You're able to keep up with it, keep the energy going the whole time. Your voice isn't exploded, or at least doesn't sound like it.
No, it's not. Vocal lessons are OP.
To you, man. He trained. He's a machine.
And now that everything is taken care of on the Rift, Dracos is standing by for an interview with Broxa. So let's send it on over to him.
Thank you very much, Flowers and Marks. Proud to be standing by with Broxa after what was an incredibly Whippo team-sided 3-0. Of course, the last game I don't think was your shining moment, but I do want to take us back to the Nexus Blitz where you got the unofficial Nico pentakill. Talk to me a little bit about the team play here on this lineup, because I think you're kind of the glue that holds everything together. You bridge the UN tactical gap into the former Fnatic Bwipo Hylissang group. How does that feel being kind of at the center of this team?
It has been a really, really fun day playing All-Stars with this team, reuniting with old teammates, getting to talk to everyone, catch up, and yeah, we were really gelling as a team. We found a good balance between playing something that was fun and something that could work and bring Team Bwipo to victory. And obviously, for myself, especially in the Nexus Blitz game, it was a fun experience just playing a completely different champion and a different game mode in that sense.
How did it feel in the first game during Nemesis draft, where I felt like you guys tried really hard to give them a very bad team comp, and then they gave you Funnel Master Yi? When did we didn't get to see the draft. When did the Master Yi actually come to the table? Like, were you guys caught off by the fact that they just gave you Funnel Yi?
Yeah, so the draft started a bit funny. We definitely did not expect the Tarek Master Yi. Actually, at first, we were drafting them 80 carries, and they were drafting us bots. And then eventually on 4-5, they just locked in Tarek Master Yi, and we were like, okay, I get everything we just discussed before, all our plans, they're gone. We're going to play Tarek Master Yi one way or another. And then we talked a bit back and forth between me and Selfmade, like who's going to play the Tarek, who's going to play the Yi. And eventually all my practice funneling caps in 2008 came, and then I ended up recording once again.
Would you be excited if we ever return to a funnel meta, or are you personally pretty happy that we'll probably never see funnel again?
I think it's safe to say that next time I'll be funneling, I'll try to get my hands on the carry on the map.
I think fair enough. It really did seem like Selfmade had a lot of fun that game, and everyone else just kind of got to do their job. But thanks again, Broxa. Congrats, of course, on all the money that you've earned for charity, as well as on the dominating 3-0 victory for you and the Bwipo's Boys squad. But before we call it a year, let's take a look at the Axe highlights for the incredible weekend that we have had.
Just ignore the rail. That's all they gotta do. Summer doesn't have a support right now. Trying to get back on your steed, but you're immediately dismantled.
Alone is not alone any longer. He will allow his ally to use his resurrection passive to come back to life, and it's a double kill for the Anivia, and the LLA have come to play. In range to do some damage. Nice flash gets away from the stun. Auto, no ult available. If he had ult, that could have been a kill, but Core JJ! His Ezreal is still good after all these years.
Now getting suplexed back, but not quite enough damage to finish the job. As meanwhile, we see a Wukong absolutely going bananas, or should I say pineapple, in the back line. That was terrible. I apologize personally.
No, alone might just get killed off by the dog passive right now. But a beautiful wall's gonna keep him safe while he respawns. The LLA with the outplay all day with a quadra kill.
This could be an easy knockup, easy pullback, a lot of damage, but Lulu's here. Here comes the re-engage with a Malphite ult. Get ready. Watch for Boy. Jumps in onto 2. A double kill for the slam. No way, has to run.
That's going to be it. Ignite ticking away. Bwipo, there you go. Will be your 1v1 champion. Here we go. Big ultimate. They're going to be able to finish the job. There's no way he can survive. Are you kidding me, Sam?
Yes,
and he immediately gets the ulti. Oh, hooked up. Maybe. There's all the healing back. This is not fair.
These guys are going to be right there behind him, and here it goes. What? He just he hit him one time.
He wants this Penta. Give your life for this. Yes. Penta. Penta. Yes, does it count?
That's a Penta.
No. Oh, Selfmade just bopped, and then he bopped again back to back. Brox is trying to chase after him, but he's about to run into the Jack in the Box. The Void Seeker.
From all of us here, thank you for watching this year. Thank you for your incredible support, and thank you for joining us on this incredibly interesting, challenging, and surprising journey through 2020. As All-Stars comes to a close, it's important to acknowledge that it's been tough. COVID has impacted everyone around the world, no matter where you are. Despite those challenges, the League community has been able to come together to celebrate our favorite game, our favorite teams, our favorite leagues, our favorite events, our favorites in the case of All-Stars, and it wouldn't be possible without every one of you. So on behalf of Riot Games, all of our leagues, and every member of our crew on and off camera, thank you for being alongside us for the ride. 2020 is finally over. Hope is on the horizon. Be safe over the holidays. Wear a mask, be kind, and we will see you all in 2021. Good night.